Chapter 1. A new arrival. Survival is paramount. In the 25th century, a champion of both traditional and Western medicine and a senior military doctor of the Special Forces, Shun Jinxing, traverses into a different realm. As the legitimate daughter of a prominent military family. What? Her biological mother has passed away, her grandmother neglects her father shows no affection, her stepmother is cruel, and her sisters are vicious. Fear not, I shall take my time to play this game. Indeed, just as I wish, I will empty your storeroom and depart under the cover of night. I will kick my worthless father, infuriate my stepmother, drive my sister to madness, and exact revenge little by little, for that is truly satisfying. With the aid of modern medical equipment, I will save countless lives, earning the title of divine healer throughout the land, while simultaneously indulging in a life of luxury and pleasure, reaping wealth beyond measure. To be wealthier than anyone, treasures will be endless and unceasing. The Dragon Roared Dynasty, year 28 of Chongda, early summer. In the capital city of Jianzhou, in a secluded courtyard on the western outskirts, the night has deepened, and the sound of a few cawing crows can be heard from the trees. At the entrance, an elderly maid in gray leans out, whispering softly to someone unknown. In that fleeting moment, as she turns, she glances towards the west chamber. In the west chamber, upon the bed, lies a frail young girl. Her complexion is pale, and she coughs incessantly, as though she might cough up her very heart, creating a rather alarming sound. A tear slowly falls from the corner of her, yet the grievances of 2 years past remain like a thorn embedded in her heart. At 13, she was unjustly labeled by her own grandmother as one who coveted her brother-in-law, receiving 20 lashes and being expelled from her home to a secluded residence. For reflection, that it has been 2 long years since she has been confined to this separate abode. She could not comprehend the purpose of her brief existence, merely 15 fleeting years. She failed to grasp why her mother had given her life, only to depart from it after a mere 5 years, leaving her bereft. Even more perplexing to her was her father's perpetual indifference, treating her as if she were a stranger. With a soft sigh, she succumbed to a violent fit of coughing. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. The old nurse, clad in gray, approached the bedside with a candle holder in hand, gently inquiring, "Miss, why are you awake? Jean Mama, why are you not yet asleep? Did I disturb you?" The girl struggled to prop herself up, gazing at the visitor. In her obedient eyes, there was an unmistakable hint of dependence. Jean Mama's lips curled into a sinister smile as she reached out to assist the frail girl back to her resting position, discreetly grasping the corner of the blanket to cover her. She murmured, "Though summer has arrived, the nights remain chilly. This old servant came to check on you." The tone of her voice, once warm, now carried an unsettling undertone, almost mocking. Before the girl could react, her mouth and nose were enveloped by the very blanket held by Jean Mama, suffocating her completely. This young lady, already weakened by illness, stood no chance against the strength of a robust woman in her 40s or 50s. She was utterly defenseless, unable even to cry for help. Her terrified, almond-shaped eyes widened in despair, fixated on the grotesque visage of Jean Mama, filled with confusion. Why? The Jean Mama sent by her grandmother had treated her with kindness for the past 2 years. Why on this night did she seek to take her life? Upon witnessing the second young lattice veins bulging ominously at her temples, Mama Jean noted her faltering hands gradually desk, and her eyes finally ceased their frantic movement. It was only then that she cautiously released her grip. With trepidation, she reached forth to check the young lattice breath, confirming the absence of life, which allowed her to exhale a silent sigh of relief. She hastily closed the lifeless girl's eyelids, for it was said that to be gazed upon by one unjustly perished would invite the wrath of their vengeful spirit to ensnare her. A gust of night wind swept through the window, causing the candlelight to flicker, imbuing the dimly lit room with an unsettling aura. At that moment, a thunderclap resonated through the night sky, heralding a deluge of rain. Mama Jean, who was in the midst of arranging the bedding to fabricate a guise of the young lattice midnight struggle for breath, was startled by the thunder, her heart racing in awe. "RM." She glanced out at the torrential rain, muttering, "What a wretched downpour, truly a stroke of ill fortune." Turning back to continue her task, She was met with the shocking sight of a young girl, who had already been declared lifeless, suddenly opening her eyes wide. Ah! Mama Zhang stumbled back a few paces, her legs giving way as she collapsed onto the floor. Her face contorted in terror. She stammered an explanation. "Young lady, your presence has obstructed others. Do not blame this old servant for her coldness. Every grievance has its rightful owner. Please do not seek retribution upon me." The girl on the bed seemed to comprehend none of the old servant's words, fixated upon her in silence. Had she not already perished? After a brief moment, Jinxing's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. "How is it that my very soul has traversed into the body of this ill-fated young lady who met an untimely demise?" Madame Zhang, slumped on the ground, chanced upon the sight of the resurrected second miss, her lips curling into a sinister smile. A shiver coursed through her heart. Could it be that the second miss had indeed transformed into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution? The rain outside seemed to intensify, accompanied by the thunderous roars, while the candlelight within the room flickered perilously in the gusts of wind. The eerie confrontation between the living woman and the ghost unfolded under the dim light, creating a most uncanny atmosphere. If this endeavor fails, the master of the household will undoubtedly show no mercy to her entire family. With a surge of determination, Madame Zhang retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve. She lunged towards the bedside, brandishing the handkerchief at the entity that was neither wholly human nor ghostly, the second miss. This handkerchief was saturated with a sedative. It was the very concoction she had employed to incapacitate the two maids on night watch. Her original intention was to first subdue this second miss before making her move, but to her astonishment, the young lady was awake upon her entrance. She had anticipated the girl, having languished in illness for an extended period, would offer little resistance, yet she found herself unexpectedly challenged. As a military physician, she could discern the composition of the sedative and inwardly chastised her own carelessness. She attempted to hold her breath, but it was too late. Struggling to call for help, her voice emerged as a mere whisper. The old woman advanced upon her, seizing her throat with an iron grip, her strength formidable. Fear surged within Jinxing, the sensation of suffocation in her chest growing increasingly oppressive. She flailed her arms, desperately pushing against the old woman, contemplating the absurdity of facing an untimely death so soon after her arrival in this realm. She longed to return to her peaceful haven of medicine and knowledge. The first floor of the elegant pharmacy was a place of refuge, where she vividly recalled the toolbox on the coup. Containing scissors. Retrieve them. Retrieve them. In her heart, Jinxing cried out, yearning to grasp the scissors. She could not allow herself to be suffocated. As the cold metal rested in her palm, its chilling touch rendered her uncertain of reality, as if caught in a dream. Yet, the suffocating sensation within her chest was achingly real. With the last remnants of her strength, she brandished the scissors, determined to fight back. Gradually, the hands constricting her throat began to loosen, and Jinxing gasped for air, inhaling deeply several times. The dizziness brought on by oxygen deprivation began to dissipate, and she became acutely aware of the dampness clinging to her body. Upon closer inspection, she was horrified to find herself covered in the blood of that wretched old woman. The bloodied figure lay motionless on her bed, a stark contrast to the fading rain outside, as the stench of blood pervaded the room, chilling her to the bone. "Mississippi, what shall we do?" Lu, cradling her mistress against the headboard, trembled as she pointed at the lifeless body sprawled on the floor. She could scarcely fathom the scene she had encountered upon entering her blood-soaked mistress lying amidst the crimson-stained bedding, her gaze fixated on the curtain. Lu nearly believed. The thought made her despise herself, wishing she could slap her own face in disbelief. Chapter 2. The Pharmacy Space. She could hardly comprehend that both she and Sister Yanfei, standing watch, had allowed this old thief to seize the opportunity, nearly costing her mistress her life. "Alas, it is all my fault. I have failed to take care of you, my lady." Green Bamboo wept softly, engulfed in fear. Yanfei shut the door and turned to Green Bamboo, urgently exclaiming, "Quickly, silence yourself. Do you wish for others to know that calamity has befallen us? If this news reaches the gatekeeper, it may very well spread to the capital by morning. We must tread carefully." She then knelt beside Jinxing, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. My lady, should any misfortune arise, I will bear the burden alone." Jinxing gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, unperturbed. In her previous life, she was a physician and had accompanied the military on various clandestine missions. She had grown accustomed to the chaos of battle and had witnessed the brutality of war. At this moment, however, she was merely astonished by the ruthlessness that permeated this ancient, opulent residence. She narrowed her eyes. How audacious for a mere servant to brazenly lay hands on the lady of the house. Who could be orchestrating such a desperate attempt on her life? Could it be that some upheaval had transpired in the capital? Jinxing's expression darkened as she turned to Yin Fei and said with gravity, "What is there to fear? A mere servant who has slain her mistress is now dead. Let us quietly bury her in the back courtyard." Yin Fei was momentarily taken aback by these words, as if she had misheard. She glanced at green bamboo beside her, noticing the same look of confusion on the girl's face, and thought to herself, "What has come over my lady? She would never have dared to speak so boldly before. Typically, she is most cautious and fearful of attracting trouble. Could it be that tonight, having nearly been harmed by this old woman, she has been deeply affected?" Yin Feng pondered this, her heart aching for her young mistress. Yet at this moment, she felt compelled to softly remind her, "Mistress, this old woman is indeed a servant from the O.L.D. lattice courtyard. Though she may be merely a lowly cleaning maid, to let her die at our hands, even if the lady were to plead on your behalf, I fear the consequences would still." Indeed. Jinxing gazed at the worried girl before her, recalling the memories of the original owner. This girl had always been genuinely kind and sincere, yet her goodness blinded her to the maliciousness of others. With a sigh, she interrupted her, asking, "Yin Feng, do you still not understand? Though she belongs to my grandmother's courtyard, she serves that person. Never mind, just think. In the 10 years since my mother's passing, I have endured humiliation, swallowed my anger, and treaded carefully, never contending for anything. Yet in the end, what have I truly gained?" Yin Feng was momentarily stunned by the revelation. Serving that person? Was it the lady? For some reason, the lady was the first person to come to her mind. Reflecting on it now, she realized that the lady had always taken pride in defending her mistress. Yet, oddly enough, the more the lady protected her, the more challenging her mistress' life seemed to become. Suddenly, Yin Feng turned to look at the lifeless body on the ground, her heart trembling. This old woman was actually affiliated with the stepmother, Zhou. So, all that tender care and affection Zhou had shown to her mistress were nothing but a facade? But why would she act this way? She was already the matriarch of the household. What was the existence of a young lady obstructing? Was it truly so severe as to warrant someone sent to take her life? Yin Fei sniffled, her nose aching, and dared not dwell further on such thoughts. She hurriedly departed with Lu Zhu, seizing the opportunity of the night to dispose of the elderly woman's corpse. Jinxing, having changed into clean garments, lay feebly upon the couch. Her frail body was utterly weakened. Previously, she had retrieved cough medicine from the Xinglin Yaxu pharmacy, though now the urge to cough had dissipated. The bloodstains within the room had been thoroughly cleaned by 2 maidservants. Yet, the lingering scent of blood remained pungent, but Jinxing paid it no heed. At this moment, she was gently caressing a jade ring shaped like an orchid on her left middle finger, identical to one she possessed in her past life. However, just moments ago, she discovered that this jade ring connected her to the space of the previous life at Xinglin Yaxu. It was a standalone 3-story building. The first floor housed a consultation room and a pharmacy, along with a garage. The pharmacy typically catered to patients only during weekends when she had the chance to rest. The local residents recognized the skills of this young military doctor, and every weekend, her clinic was filled with patients seeking her care. The second floor was dedicated to an operating room and a monitoring room. As a senior military doctor, she was often required to perform surgeries and provide care for the injured soldiers. Thus, the operating room was well equipped. The third floor was her personal apartment, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Xinglin Yaxu was somewhat remote from the city center. Consequently, Jinxing took great pleasure in stockpiling supplies, ensuring a comprehensive and well-rounded collection of various necessities. Just moments ago, when that old woman had gripped her throat, bringing her to the brink of death, It was fortunate to have had this space. Otherwise, upon her arrival, she would have faced yet another demise. She discovered that this space not only allowed her to freely retrieve and store items through sheer will, but so enabled her entire being to enter it. It was simply astonishing, utterly unfathomable. With her right hand, Jinxing twirled the orchid ring, repeatedly testing its capabilities. One moment, she drew out a mass from her bag, and the next, she retrieved a bottle of ginger syrup, each attempt yielding success without fail. As she reveled in this newfound amusement, eager to explore the second and third floors, she soon realized that entry was entirely impossible. She could only access the pharmacy on the first floor or obtain items from there. The second and third floors remained beyond her mental reach, and the door leading to the second floor would not budge. This space resembled a riddle, requiring careful exploration, yet there was no rush to unravel it. She reined in her thoughts, for the most pressing matter at hand was to survive in this era with her current body. How had a legitimate daughter fallen to such depths? The original owner was indeed a tragic figure. In her past life, she had been betrayed by a scoundrel. In a fit of impulsiveness, she undertook a perilous mission, only to meet her demise from a stray bullet. In this life, she resolved to cast aside men. Pursuing a career was the true path to success. As she continued on her journey, Jinxing touched her neck, where the marks of a grip had left it bruised and sore. She sifted through the chaotic memories in her mind, feeling a deep sense of injustice for the original owner. A 13-year-old girl, at such a tender age, had been foolishly branded with the reputation of coveting her brother-in-law. Not only had her honor been tarnished, but she had also endured a brutal punishment of 20 blows from her own grandmother. With wounds that went unacknowledged, she was unceremoniously cast out of the family estate, confined to a secluded courtyard, truly a scene devoid of familial affection. Nevertheless, the seemingly gentle stepmother remained apprehensive. She even resorted to bribing an envoy sent by the matriarch of the general's household, harboring malicious intent. Strangely, the original owner never harbored any suspicion. It is no wonder, as her adversary was an exceptional actress. Had it not been for her ability to cheat with her spatial powers, they would have been the ones to take both her life and that of the original owner. As Jinxing sifted through the memories in her mind, she stumbled upon a rather intriguing fact. That brother-in-law, the very one who had caused her to be punished and expelled from the residence, was none other than the third prince. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the scoundrel who had betrayed her in her previous life. Having suffered betrayal and being unable to exact revenge, she now encountered him once more in this lifetime. Chapter 3. The malevolent servant of the household. When mentioning the third prince, one cannot overlook his wife, the esteemed young lady of the C family, Jinwei. The original protagonist, being rather innocent, merely regarded their conversations as sisterly banter and often discussed the third prince out of sheer curiosity. After all, as a sheltered young lady, her interactions had been limited to her father and elder brother. However, 2 years prior, she found herself entangled in a scandal involving her brother-in-law, leading to an accidental exposure of her secret affections for the third prince by her elder brother, Jinhao. From that moment forth, the entire household became aware of her admiration for the third prince and her aspirations for the position of the royal consort, which belonged to her elder sister. Jinxing scoffed inwardly, recognizing this as a trap set by the two siblings. Her elder sister, Jinwei, was far from virtuous, given the presence of the original protagonist, who had risen from the status of a concubine's daughter to a legitimate daughter through her mother's elevation. The situation was undeniably awkward. Thus, she meticulously crafted a scheme, enlisting her grandmother's aid to swiftly remove her rival. That benevolent stepmother even lent a helping hand at the critical moment. The consequences of punishment, banishment, or even death aside, let us focus on the disfigurement of her right cheek. Through the memories of the original protagonist, Jinxing was acutely aware that they bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Yet, on a fateful day a decade ago, upon awakening, the original protagonist discovered her right cheek marred by an array of ghastly dark spots, rendering her visage frightful. At that tender age, she was oblivious to the true cause and believed herself afflicted by a strange illness. Meanwhile, her grandmother and father paid her no heed, neglecting to procure a physician for her ailment. Her elder brother, Jinhao, even resorted to bestowing upon her a plethora of derisive nicknames, such as ugly black face and rotten face pig. However, Jinxing understood that this was no mere affliction. It was a result of foul play, a deliberate poisoning. A decade ago, the original owner's biological mother, Madame Lawn, had just passed away, and shortly thereafter, she was poisoned, resulting in the disfigurement of her visage. The perpetrator of this heinous act was undeniably too eager. Moreover, after 2 years of recuperation in a separate residence, why did her health only deteriorate? She had previously examined the remnants of the poison, which were utterly incompatible with her condition. Such vicious and lethal concoctions. Even a robust man would falter under their prolonged consumption, let alone a fragile young lady. Although the matriarch of the C family harbored no affection for her legitimate granddaughter, she would not stoop so low as to inflict such harm. This could not possibly be her doing. It must be solely attributed to that wretched Zhou. What a cunning and malevolent stepmother she is. Jinxing meticulously rummaged through the memories of the original owner. Discerning that Zhou harbored a singular obsession, as long as the original owner existed, the entire Zhou would remember her as the rightful wife of a concubine. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly. She comprehended Zhou's intentions thoroughly, yet it was the original owner who bore the brunt of this injustice, losing her life unjustly. Every grievance has its source, and every debt its debtor. This heartless trio must answer for their transgressions. After a restless night, as dawn approached, Jinxing finally drifted into a fitful sleep. It was not until noon the following day that she stirred, awakened by the clamor emanating from the courtyard. Madame Mo, is this food truly suitable for the young lady? The estate allocates 10 taels of silver each month for the separate residence, and yet you serve our young lady this? Green Bamboo, observing the unappetizing fare on the old maid's tray, could no longer contain her frustration and voiced her discontent. The woman known as Madame Mo, with a resounding thud, slammed the tray onto the stone table in the courtyard. She pursed her lips and, with a sharp voice, exclaimed, "Oh, Green Bamboo, you little girl truly does not understand the value of household expenses. Although the estate allocates 10 taels to our branch every month, our young lady consumes medicinal soups daily, which are not without cost. Those medicines are quite expensive." Seeing Green Bamboo's face flush with anger, Yin Fei tugged at her sleeve and frowned, saying, "Animo, while it is true that our young lady's daily medications incur some expense, it is hardly sufficient reason for such meager meals. Just look at this thin porridge, devoid of even a grain of rice, and the vegetables are wilted leaves with not a trace of oil. Our young lady is already frail. How can she possibly regain her health on such insipid fare?" Aunt Imo cast a glance at the tightly shut door of the western chamber and replied tersely, "Isn't it the fault of your young lady? In the capital, she could enjoy abundant delicacies. Yet, she chose to engage in those shameless acts, leading to her own disgrace and expulsion. Doesn't she deserve it?" Yin Fei knew that her young lady never mistreated her servants and always empathized with their struggles. However, it was disheartening to see the servants growing increasingly arrogant, disregarding their mistress. It was true that the young lady was somewhat timid, yet she was still a proper mistress. Yin Fei was taken aback that Aunt Imo would dare to speak so openly. Infuriated, she could only point at Aunt Imo and exclaim, "You, Green Bamboo." Disregarding whether she was in charge of the branch or not, directly rebuked, "You have quite the audacity to speak ill of our mistress behind her back." Upon hearing this, the old woman, unfazed, unceremoniously sat down on the stone bench. With a malicious grin, she gestured towards the west wing and mockingly declared, "Oh dear, I am so frightened. Ha ha ha. TSK. With this persistent cough, she must be suffering from tuberculosis, right? Whether she can endure this sweltering summer is still uncertain, isn't it?" At that moment, the door to the west wing swung open, revealing a young girl stepping across the threshold and into the courtyard, clad in a flowing white dress. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her already frail form appeared even more fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. Yanfeng was the first to react, rushing over to support her and anxiously inquired, "Miss, your health has deteriorated significantly over the past 2 years, and you have been bedridden for months, scarcely stepping outside your room. If that old woman were to provoke you now, how could your body withstand it?" Watching Yanfeng's worried demeanor, Jinxing felt an inexplicable surge of comfort. She thought to herself, the original owner indeed had someone who genuinely cared for her. Gently patting Yanfeng's hand, she smiled softly and reassured her, "It is of no consequence." Then, she cast a cold glare at the stout old woman in the courtyard and spoke sternly, I had thought who it was, but it appears that the gatekeeper of the general's residence has developed the audacity to bully her own master. Zhu silence her. The old woman, still perched on the stone bench with her legs crossed, had been anticipating a greeting from the second young lady. As the latter had always been perceived as hideous and timid, marked by dark spots on her face and an overall appearance of self-doubt and fragility. In the past, whenever they met, she would address the housekeeper with courteous pleasantries, referring to her as mother in a polite manner. Yet today, it seemed as though she had transformed entirely. Opening her mouth to command the maid to strike, the housekeeper, filled with indignation, turned to glare at the timid and delicate second young lady. She remained the same fragile figure, as if a mere gust of wind could sweep her away, without a veil to conceal her face. The unsightly blemish on her right cheek was exposed for all to see, an exceedingly grotesque sight. However, at that moment, her eyes were imbued with a chilling ferocity. For reasons unknown, the housekeeper felt an inexplicable twinge of trepidation within her heart. Straining to maintain her composure, she defiantly retorted, "Second young lady, do you dare?" Chapter 4. Is my cold rice palatable? Standing beside the housekeeper, Green Bamboo was already incensed. Upon hearing the young lady's command, she paid no heed to the housekeeper's bluster. With a swift motion, she seized the housekeeper's collar and, raising her hand, delivered a resounding slap to the housekeeper's face. The housekeeper had never anticipated that this little maid would dare to act. Caught off guard by the sudden blow, she collapsed onto the ground. What had possessed the second young lady, or was she under some malevolent spell? How could she act in such a manner? After a night of relentless rain, the ground was now damp. As the housekeeper sat down, she found herself covered in mud and filth, further fueling her anger. Rising in a disheveled state, she covered her face and inquired, "Second young lady, have I spoken any untruths? I merely stated the facts. I have not misrepresented the disgraceful deeds you have committed in this household. What is the meaning of this? We have always treated our servants kindly, never resorting to violence. Is it to undermine the decorum of our household that you have been banished to the outer estate?" Seated upon the bamboo stool brought by Yin Fei, Jinxing cast a sidelong glance at the old woman, her voice icy as she declared, "What do you think you are? Coming before the master to lecture me on propriety? Since you have chosen to serve in my household and accepted our coin, you ought to fulfill your duties with diligence. Keep your tongue in check and manage your affairs. Matters concerning the master are beyond your purview." The old woman, Mo, had never encountered such a sharp-tongued second miss before and was momentarily taken aback. This second miss had resided in the secluded courtyard for 2 years without ever wielding her status against her. What had transpired today? She found herself momentarily dazed, unable to muster a retort. "What's this you?" Jinxing continued, her voice resolute. "You are correct that our household has always treated its servants well, but only those who are diligent and honest. As for you, who, while the master lies bedridden, neglects your duties and exploits the situation to swindle the master's funds, such a cunning servant cannot be tolerated. Not only do the household rules condemn your behavior, but even the laws of the royal court would not overlook such malevolence." After delivering this scathing rebuke, Jinxing turned to Lu Zhu and commanded, "Fetch some rope from the doorman, bind this old harlot and send her to the magistrate. Charge her with the crime of servitude, fraud, and embezzlement." Lu Zhu had long harbored disdain for the old woman, and witnessing her mistress's boldness today filled her with elation. She promptly responded with delight and hurried off to summon assistance. Yin Fei had never seen her mistress so imperious and found herself at a loss. Uncertain of her mistress's intentions, yet fearful that the situation might escalate and bring misfortune upon her, she urgently called out to Green Bamboo, directing her reprimand towards the old woman, saying, "You are also a senior in this household. We respectfully address you as Aunt Mo. Must today's affairs truly escalate to the magistrate's office? Are you not afraid of losing face, facing legal repercussions, and ultimately being dismissed from your position? Hurry and apologize to the young lady." As for Aunt Mo, she had always relied on the timid nature of the second young lady to assert her dominance within the courtyard. However, upon hearing the threat of being sent to the magistrate, she realized she would be stepping into a den of wolves, where even survival would be a challenge. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Second young lady, I shall never dare to do so again. Please spare me this time." Jinxing, supporting Yin Fei by her arm, gradually strolled over to Aunt Mo. She pointed to the food laid out on the stone table, a smile playing on her lips, and remarked, "Do not say that I am unkind. Since you deem this meal acceptable, I shall grant it to you today. You must consume every morsel." Should there be any leftovers, we shall indeed take our grievances to the magistrate. Green bamboo, begin counting, count to 100. If she cannot finish, there will be no need for her to eat at all. We shall send her straight to the prison. NMO. Initially hoping to evade responsibility with mere words of supplication, intended to argue further, but found Green Bamboo already commencing the count. Left with no other choice, and Emma reluctantly picked up her chopsticks. She hastily stuffed her mouth with the charred yellow vegetable leaves, took a bite of the cold, hard bun, and gulped down a bowl of thin, cold soup devoid of rice grains. Unbeknownst to others, she was acutely aware that what lay before her was not rice soup, but rather the water used for scrubbing pots. As the meal neared its conclusion, the old woman could no longer contain herself and heaved in disgust. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhu uttered a soft exclamation, seemingly conversing with herself. How is it that there is more food? How curious, could it possibly multiply? 78, 79. The old woman felt as though despair was consuming her. How could she have known that this second young lady was so utterly bizarre? Struggling against her nausea, she called out, "Where is Mama Zhang? I implore you, miss, to summon Mama Zhang to adjudicate this matter." Only then did she recall Mama Zhang, believing that her presence would surely provide a means of escape from this predicament. Ye Feng, upon hearing the mention of Mama Zhang, felt a slight tremor in her fingers, her complexion paling. The events of the previous night had indeed been frightfully harrowing. Jinxing stood beside Yan Feng, aware that she was recalling the terrors of last evening. This girl had endured so much injustice in this secluded residence. How could this continue? Without deigning to look at the old woman, she turned and sauntered toward the side chamber. Having been out for just a brief moment, her frail body was already on the verge of collapse. She leaned against Yan Feng, who supported her, yet she murmured softly, "Mama Zhang is indeed busy on my behalf. She is far superior to you. At the very least, she understands her own station. In the future, you need not show your face in my courtyard." Lu Zhu, undeterred, continued her diligent counting. 81, 82. The old woman was oblivious to how she managed to exit the courtyard. In the subsequent months, she found it exceedingly difficult to swallow any food, plagued by incessant vomiting. She had become nothing more than skin stretched over bones, a stark contrast to her once plump and rosy visage. In the capital of Jingzhou, within the general's residence, at the pear blossom courtyard, a woman of ample proportions reclined at a beauty couch. Perhaps due to her inner turmoil, her brow was furrowed in distress, lost in thought. This was none other than Madame Zhou, the matriarch of the general's household. "Madam, the kitchen has prepared your favorite delicacies. Do have a taste," announced Mama Lu, presenting a plate of Fu Ling 8 treasures cake and placing it on the table beside Madame Zhou before stepping back to stand at attention. Madame Zhou cast a glance at the pastries, for she usually relished sweet treats, indulging in 2 or 3 plates daily. Yet today, she felt no appetite whatsoever. Noticing this, Mama Lu discreetly dismissed the servants in the room and leaned closer to Madame Zhou, whispering, "Rest assured, madam, the second miss is in a fragile state. I have heard she has been coughing persistently throughout the day. It seems her time may be drawing near. And as for that..." At the mention of the last few words, Madame Zhou raised her hand, signaling her to cease. She rubbed her forehead, pondering the arrangements of the past 2 years. Yet her brows knitted tighter as she expressed, "But in my heart, I cannot shake this sense of unease. I fear something may transpire. The reports indicate that the general is expected to arrive in Jingzhou within a month. We must not leave any incriminating evidence behind. Madam, please remain calm. That courtyard is filled with our people. I dare say we shall soon receive favorable news. Do wait a little longer." Mama Lu, with her fair complexion and typically gentle demeanor, appeared kind-hearted, yet her words bore an ominous edge. Chapter 5. Is there someone who wishes for my death? This matter requires urgent attention. Madame Lu stood beside Madame Zhou, gently massaging her shoulders, a sly smile playing on her lips as she quietly remarked, "The second young lady has always been frail, and after receiving a beating, she has lingered in this state for quite some time, surely leaving behind numerous ailments." Madame Zhou, swallowing the morsel of pastry in her mouth, responded with impatience, "Do not beat around the bush, speak plainly." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu leaned in closer, whispering in Madame Zhou's ear, "Madam, have you considered who ordered the punishment of the second young lady? That individual is indeed the instigator." Madame Zhou was not foolish. She quickly grasped the implication of Madame Lu's words. It could be said that the grandmother had effectively caused the death of her own granddaughter. As she pondered this, Madame Lu continued, "If the second young lady were to perish at the other residence, there would be no cause for concern on your part. If her prolonged illness remains untreated, you would be helpless to assist, and the general would not accuse you of neglecting her care. After all, when the second young lady was punished years ago, you were on your knees pleading for her. It was well known throughout the household that Madame Zhou was more devoted to the second young lady than to her own flesh and blood. The place of her demise, or the time of her passing, would have no bearing on our Lihua courtyard. Madame Zhou silently nodded. Madame Lu's words held truth. She was indeed the matriarch of the general's residence. Yet, following the death of the previous matriarch, Madame Lan, the general had been despondent and refused to remarry. Relying on her ability to bear children, which granted her a few offspring for the general's household, it was only through the old matriarch's intervention that she had been elevated from concubine to wife. However, that old matriarch was also a troublesome figure. For many years, the daily rituals of morning and evening cannot be neglected. It is indeed exhausting to constantly impose regulations upon her. Moreover, General C is a devoted son, wholly obedient to his biological mother, yet he remains distant from his stepmother. Under the oppressive gaze of her mother-in-law, she leads a rather stifled existence. The old lady is the general's biological mother, and the second young lady is also his true daughter. If, perchance, a rift were to form between the old lady and the general due to this matter, could it be a case of killing two birds with one stone? Contemplating this, Madame Zhou finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her fingers tapping absent-mindedly on the table. She lifted her gaze to Mama Lu and said, "This matter must not be divulged to others, especially that old woman." Having served beside Madame Zhou for over 20 years, Mama Lu understood her intentions with just a glance. She promptly nodded in agreement. "This old servant comprehends, and I shall ensure everything is arranged properly." On a summer afternoon, Jinxing was sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a volume of chronicles of the national dynasty, diligently acquiring knowledge of this new world. Suddenly, she heard the sound of light footsteps approaching from afar. The young maid, initially wearing a face of despair and anxiety, entered the room and closed the door, instantly donning a cheerful expression. After reading the letter, Jinxing neatly folded it and tucked it into her sleeve, a smile brightening her face. She reached out and playfully pinched the cheek of Lu Zhu, remarking, "Just a moment ago, you wore such a troubled expression. Your performance was quite convincing." Lu Zhu swatted away her mistress's hand and, with an air of mystery, replied, "Oh, miss, you are truly remarkable. Just as you predicted over the past few days. That servant from the gate has been casting furtive glances toward the second gate. Furthermore, there is that old woman who, in the past few days, has been coming and going without much inquiry, yet her gaze remains fixed upon me." Jinxing curved her lips into a smile, refraining from responding to Elju's words, and turned to Yin Fei, who accepted the medicine pouch and exited. She couldn't shake the feeling that her mistress had transformed since the night of Zhang Posi's incident. Her health had visibly improved. She no longer languished upon her sickbed, and, this morning, was even able to take a few brisk steps in the courtyard. In her demeanor and speech, there was a newfound boldness and vigor, exuding an air of decisiveness and intelligence. She recalled the previous days when her mistress had commanded Elju to slap Mo Posi, an unprecedented display of audacity. Before long, the entire three-courtyard residence was suffused with the intense bitterness of herbal concoctions. In the front courtyard, Mo Posi, catching a whiff of the bitter medicinal brew, tossed aside her broom, spat towards the entrance of the second courtyard, and muttered curses under her breath. "You little wretch, let us see how many days you can endure." Recently, Mo Posi had taken to such low mutterings, and the two young servants at the door had become accustomed to it. One of them, named Zhao Kuan, sighed and remarked, "Mo Danyang was originally in charge of this courtyard. Where could she not go? When has she ever suffered such humiliation? To be ordered not to step into the second courtyard, our second young lady truly possesses remarkable abilities." Upon hearing this, Mo Posi recalled the humiliation she had endured that day and cursed. "Bah, a wretched creature born of a mother, but raised without one." She shot a glare at Zhao Kuan and stormed off. On this day, an inconspicuous gray canopy carriage quietly entered the rear gate of the general's residence, heading towards a dilapidated woodshed. "Are you saying that our second young lady has ceased taking the physician's medicine from the town and instead sent two maidservants to the mountains to gather herbs? Huh. This truly is a path to self-destruction. Do they not realize that medicinal materials cannot be carelessly harvested? Is she not afraid of poisoning herself?" Seated on a wooden bench, Mama Lu, upon hearing this news, suppressed her laughter behind her hand. The bearer of this tidings was none other than Zhao Kun, the young servant from the side courtyard. He stood respectfully before Mama Lu, nodding as he remarked, "Indeed, the second young lady is quite foolish." However, upon hearing this hint of something more serious, Mama Lu quickly stifled her amusement and pressed, "However, what?" Zhao Kun approached the window, casting a wary glance around to ensure no one was within earshot. Before leaning closer to Mama Lu, his expression turned serious, and he whispered, "It is just that I have not seen that old woman for half a month. Whenever I inquire, the two maidservants by the second young lady's side merely offer vague replies, claiming she has retained them to serve her. Even that manager M.O., who is usually so arrogant in the side courtyard, has been thoroughly chastised by the second young lady recently, and now appears too frightened to set foot in her chambers." Manager M.O. remarked that she suspects the second young lady has been possessed. "I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." Upon hearing this, Mama Lu's heart skipped a beat, and the smile vanished from her face as she furrowed her brow in contemplation. This matter certainly seems suspicious. Could it be that the old woman's misdeeds were uncovered by the second young lady, leading to her confinement? And what of Manager M.O., who was actually struck? Such behavior does not seem characteristic of the second young lady. The girl, accustomed to being submissive, has unexpectedly begun to assert herself and reprimand her subordinates. Could it be that she has truly been possessed? Meanwhile, she hastens towards the Pear Blossom courtyard. Although this villa in the western suburbs is expansive, its location is rather remote. Not far to the west of the courtyard lies a dense forest, and beyond that, one would be outside the boundaries of the capital. Many years ago, when Jinxing's mother, Lady Lan, was pregnant with her, she was particularly fearful of the heat. Her maternal grandmother specially gifted this estate to Lady Lan for her to escape the summer heat. Little did they anticipate that 15 years later, it would become the very place of the original owner's demise. Chapter 6. The adorable young lady is fiercely ruthless Sister Yanfei. "The medicinal herbs we collected today are worth quite a bit of silver," Green Bamboo exclaimed softly, trailing closely behind Yanfei with a small basket. She was puzzled as to why her young mistress suddenly recognized the herbs. Just the other day, when she took the gathered herbs to sell at a nearby apothecary, she astonishingly received 10 taels of silver. For them, this was no insignificant sum. 2 years ago, when they were abruptly sent to this villa, they had only a few pieces of loose silver with them, which had long been spent. The general's residence provided only for their basic necessities, neglecting all else. And there was no monthly allowance. The fare was modest, but it was sufficient to stave off starvation. They were provided with 4 sets of clothing each year. Though the fabric was of poor quality, it was enough to keep them warm. Any further aspirations were utterly unattainable, as the 3 of them had come here as punishment. Thus, the 10 taels of silver obtained from the herbs gathered by Jinxing elevated her stature immensely in Green Bamboo's eyes. Truly, her young mistress has become increasingly formidable. At this moment, leading the way with a veiled hat, the figure of Yanfei was none other than the disguised Jinxing. The 2 young attendants at the gate of the courtyard were solely tasked with observing Jinxing. They did not interfere with the 2 maidens going about their business, which took Jinxing by surprise. Indeed, the C family publicly proclaimed that their second young lady was recuperating in the courtyard. If even the maidens were not permitted to venture outside, it would amount to blatant imprisonment. As for Madame Zhou, the favored concubine turned legitimate wife, she was most averse to any insinuation that she mistreated the legitimate daughter left by the former matriarch. She was keenly aware of her reputation and could not afford to give others any grounds for gossip. While surveying her surroundings in search of valuable herbs, she was suddenly yanked back by the little maid behind her, nearly losing her balance. Elju quickly steadied her and pointed ahead, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Miss, look, what is that?" Although Jinxing had visited this forested area twice, she was not well acquainted with it. Seeing Elju so frightened, she instinctively thought they might have encountered a ferocious beast or a venomous snake. Just as she was about to retrieve an electric baton from her medicinal pouch, she was taken aback by the sight before her. Not far beyond the shadowy foliage lay a shimmering stream, and by its banks, it seemed that a person was lying there. From this distance, the individual appeared motionless. Was it indeed a corpse? Seeing her mistress intent on approaching, Elju's face paled, and she urgently grasped her arm, imploring, "Miss, we cannot go over there. There isn't a soul around. If he is not dead, we would be walking into a trap." Jinxing squinted to scrutinize the figure, and, disregarding Elju's apprehension, continued forward. As she walked briskly, she exclaimed, "I see he is still alive. Perhaps he hails from a nearby village. There is no one else around. and if we do not intervene, he is surely doomed. Come, let us hasten to his aid." Green Bamboo lamented her own indiscretion, chastising herself for speaking out. What business did she have directing her mistress's attention here? If the young lady remained unaware, how could there be any hope of rescue? With a quaver in her voice, she implored, "My lady, I beseech you, in this desolate wilderness, what if that man feigns death and suddenly harbors ill intentions? If Sister Yen Fei discovers I did not stop you, she shall surely punish me severely." Jinxing recognized the validity of the girl's concerns. Human nature is indeed unpredictable. Yet, as a healer, she felt compelled to investigate. For what if he truly required assistance? In her previous life, she had served as a military doctor, accustomed to undertaking perilous missions, thus honing her skills. Although the man's fate remained uncertain, she could not afford to be careless. As she traversed the path, she twirled her orchid ring, revealing a dagger from its hidden compartment. With determination in her stride, she murmured, "You fear your sister, Yen Fei, yet harbor no trepidation for your own mistress? Let us not waste any more time. Come with me at once. If trouble arises, we shall flee without hesitation." Reluctantly, Green Bamboo followed suit. After a few paces, unease compelled her to retrieve a small sickle from her basket, gripping it tightly. The soft white sands by the riverbank cushioned their steps, a comfort that Jinxing relished. However, her attention was firmly fixed on the man who had fallen into the water, clad in black, his chest stained with blood. The damp hair, mingled with moist mud, lay haphazardly across most of his face, revealing only his parched lips, now a deep shade of purplish black. He had been poisoned. Upon witnessing this, Jinxing hurried over and swiftly retrieved a fish-scale detoxification pill from the medicine cabinet, forcing it into his mouth. Her gaze fell upon the arrow embedded in his chest, and she commanded the nearby Green Bamboo, "Quick, give him water. The pill will dissolve upon contact, and he will absorb its efficacy." Green Bamboo, recalling the tragic death of old Madame Zhang on a rainy night not long ago, shuddered involuntarily at the sight of the dying man on the ground. She pondered anxiously. If this man were to perish, would his family blame my young mistress? She shuffled her feet, inching closer to her mistress, and was about to suggest they leave when she heard her mistress's words. Gathering her courage, she complied with her mistress's instructions, retrieving a gourd filled with water to administer to the man. Meanwhile, Jinxing, with a swift motion, tore open the blood-stained front of his garment, exposing the wound. Green Bamboo looked up, too late to intervene, and gasped, "Mistress, he is a man. You shouldn't." Yet Jinxing remained unfazed. For a healer does not differentiate between genders. Many obstetricians in her previous life were men. Would they refrain from delivering babies out of modesty? She focused on the arrowhead piercing the man's chest, realizing that the poison had been smeared upon it. Had he not used his inner strength to protect his vital pulse, he would have long since become a wandering spirit. The thought of wandering spirits sent a tremor through Jinxing's entire being. Isn't one merely a wandering soul? Jinxing shook her head, dismissing further thoughts as she steadied her mind and continued to examine the man's injuries. Fortunately, apart from the poisoned arrow wound, which was rather severe, the rest were merely superficial injuries, not of great concern. As dusk began to settle, Jinxing instructed Lu Zhu to ignite a torch. Meanwhile, she swiftly seized the opportunity to retrieve a medical mask, surgical gloves, and a syringe from the pharmacy of the elegant apricot grove. As Lu Zhu lit the torch, she glanced curiously at her mistress, who was pulling an array of peculiar instruments from her sleeves. To her astonishment, she witnessed her gentle and adorable mistress meticulously excising the necrotic flesh from the man's chest, which was oozing dark blood, and extracting the glowing green arrowhead, discarding it onto a leaf at her feet. Lu Zhu, taken aback, stumbled back in fright, holding her breath. Her sweet and endearing mistress had transformed, displaying a fierce ruthlessness. Chapter 7. The first encounter with Junyan enters the heart. Jinxing methodically tended to the man's wounds, applying hemostatic powder. Finally, she delicately secured a bow knot with a bandage. Exhaling deeply, she turned to the motionless figure of the man in black and, with a light-hearted smile, proclaimed, "Hey, I've brought you back to life." She had given it her all. Thankfully, the pharmacy on the first floor was equipped with a complete, sterilized set of surgical instruments. Otherwise, she might have had to resort to a fruit knife. She then glanced down at the extracted arrowhead. It was not large but quite slender, resulting in a minor wound. The truly alarming aspect, however, was the poison that clung to the arrowhead. The medicinal fish poison antidote she had just administered was insufficient to completely neutralize the toxin. It merely served to temporarily restrain its infiltration and spread. The nature of this poison eluded her understanding, though she possessed the means to conduct a pharmacological analysis within the confines of her surgical suite. Alas, the door to the second floor was secured, rendering her powerless in this instance. Ultimately, his survival hinged upon his own resilience. Jinxing furrowed her brow, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Was her course of action not overly reckless? They were situated in the western outskirts of Jinzhou, and this man bore the wounds of a poisoned arrow. What was his true identity? Was he a victim of vendetta or a fugitive sought by the authorities? Would her act of salvation invite calamity upon herself? Had they not already fallen prey to that old witch's soporific? It was entirely plausible that the next encounter could involve a more sinister poison. It seemed prudent for her to engage in further research to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Jinxing adjusted her legs, which had grown stiff from kneeling for an extended period. She examined the man's wrist, scrutinizing the area where she had previously performed a dermal test. To her relief, apart from a minor red spot, there was no other reaction. She casually handed a dose of amidonglin to the bewildered Olzu, instructing, "Administer this to him as well. After all the trouble we have gone through to rescue him, we must prevent any subsequent infection or fever, specifically, that dreadful heat." At that moment, Olzu found herself utterly bewildered, her mind a tumultuous haze. Was this truly her timid and delicate young mistress? Faced with an injured stranger, she displayed no fear whatsoever. The peculiar dagger that rested within her mistress's sleeve, did it not pose a risk? And that strange mask adorning her face, when had it been fashioned? Olzu had never seen it before. Noticing the girl's dazed expression, Jinxing could only shake her head in exasperation. She had no choice but to personally place the capsule into his mouth and offer him a sip of water. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, causing his previously dry hair to flutter in the wind. Jinxing seized the opportunity to observe his face clearly. What a striking visage it was. The man appeared to be around 20 years old, with sharply defined cheekbones, a pair of sword-like eyebrows brimming with vigor, and a prominent nose that paired exquisitely with his thin lips. Even with his eyes tightly shut at that moment, an air of aloofness and solitude emanated from him. Adding to his allure was a red mole shaped like an acacia blossom at the corner of his right eye, which lent him an enchanting charm. He was simply too handsome. In her past life, Jinxing had encountered countless male stars, models, and dashing beauties through the internet. Yet none could compare to the man before her. Had it not been for his pallor, a consequence of excessive blood loss, one might well ponder the extent of his captivating presence. Jinxing acknowledged the extraordinary beauty of the first man she had encountered in this strange world. Discarding the face mask and used scalpel into her spatial realm, she rose to smooth down her wrinkled attire and turned to the still-dazed Elju, commanding, "So that I need not chastise you." Yin Fei, 2 years older than the original owner, possessed a delicate sensibility regarding the sudden mastery of her medical skills. She had yet to devise a suitable explanation, preferring to keep the knowledge to a minimum. After all, unusual occurrences often beget suspicion. She wished to avoid being branded a monster by the locals, lest she be burned at the stake or cast into the river to drown. Yes, miss. I remember," the maid replied. "Let us hasten our departure. Night falls, and the mountain path is treacherous." The verdant bamboo gradually regained its composure, bending down to pick up a torch that lay nearby, while also lifting a basket of herbs, leading the way ahead. Jinxing nodded slightly, casting another glance at the handsome man. Unable to resist, she tossed a tube of red antibiotic ointment beside him before turning to follow the bamboo. After all, the packaging had been discarded. No one would know what the medicine was, and even less so that it belonged to her. It seemed unlikely they would cross paths again. Jinxing walked briskly in the wake of the bamboo, heading towards the edge of the forest. Otherwise, her plastic bottles and containers would be too conspicuous, easily attracting unwanted attention. As the sky grew increasingly dim, she turned to glance back, finding everything shrouded in a gray haze, rendering it impossible to see. The master and servant quickly left the riverside behind, delving deep into the woods. In the western suburbs, at the foot of Jiaotu Mountain, stood a wooden cabin. Is the information accurate? My subordinate has personally struck his vital point and followed him here without error. He is gravely poisoned. He cannot have gone far. Search thoroughly, leaving no corner unchecked. I will report this to our master. Do not let him down. Understood. The candlelight in the wooden cabin extinguished, and 2 shadows departed one after the other. The mountains soon returned to their tranquil silence, as if no one had ever been there. She was still unaccustomed to having someone watch over her as she slept. Especially when considering her rather ungraceful sleeping posture, it was quite embarrassing. After the two left, Jinxing climbed out of bed and secured the door, then settled onto the couch, reaching out with her mind to probe into the apothecary. A few days prior, she had noticed that the apothecary seemed to possess an automatic restocking feature. She noticed that as evening descended, the detoxifying elixirs, anesthetic syringes, disposable gloves, and other supplies by the riverside had been successfully replenished. This feature was truly extraordinary. Earlier, she had concerned herself with the prospect of running out of medications at the pharmacy, but now that worry was alleviated. On this sweltering summer night, she enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, while Yuanju was busy washing the dishes, Liu approached Jinxing with an air of mystery and whispered, "Miss, there is no one by the riverside now, so you need not worry." Upon hearing this, Jinxing teased, "Indeed, but you must not act so recklessly in the future. You are a young lady and should regard your station." Liu chattered away merrily, but suddenly faltered mid-sentence. Jinxing turned to observe her, only to find the girl staring intently at her, prompting her to inquire, "What is it?" With a gasp, Liu cupped her mistress's face and exclaimed, "Miss, the dark spots on your face seem to have faded significantly. Will you no longer need to wear a veil?" Just as Jinxing had surmised, those dark spots were not an ailment, but rather a result of poison. A few days prior, she had concocted a potent ointment made from angelica and schizonepida, applying it nightly to the dark patches on her right cheek. In just over a month, the results were beginning to show. Both mistress and maid became increasingly invested in the matter of the dark spots, choosing not to discuss the incident by the riverside any further. Unbeknownst to her, the ointment she had discarded was currently being examined by a dozen craftsmen, none of whom could discern the nature of the tube containing the remarkable concoction. Chapter 8. Turmoil in the court. A marriage proposal. As June drew to a close, the summer heat reached its zenith. In the capital city of Jianzhou, within the regal confines of the Huancheng, the atmosphere during today's South Morning Court was palpably oppressive. The assembled officials, drenched in perspiration, dared not utter a word. Their usual eloquence seemingly vanished. What had transpired to render them so mute and bewildered? The Emperor, Chongda, slammed the military report from the front lines onto the dragon tablet, directing his ire at the kneeling ministers. Chancellor Liu Yangfeng bowed deeply and spoke, "Your Majesty, I humbly submit that our forces have suffered a significant defeat against Hanlin. They remain entrenched at the Ru River front and have not sent envoys to negotiate peace. This could very well be a ruse to buy time. Perhaps they await the retreat of our troops before launching another assault." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Moreover, General Junshan has returned to the capital at this critical juncture. I fear that the absence of our commander may shake the morale of the troops. We have only just achieved a great victory. Shall we let it slip away like water through our fingers?" It was then that the Biaoqi general, Lei Ling, interjected. "The messenger has reported that General C has been struck by 4 arrows. If we intend to prolong this situation in hopes of Hanlin's negotiations, shall we allow our gravely wounded general to endure the harsh conditions at the front, lacking medical care?" As a martial commander, he found the indecisiveness of the scholars intolerable. Their mere words threatened to nullify the hard-won accolades earned through blood and valor, which he found utterly detestable. He could not help but add, "Should anything befall a national pillar like General C, would it not play directly into the hands of those treacherous Hanlin? With the matter of border warfare at stake, none dared to assume responsibility, leaving the court shrouded in a silence that spoke volumes." The third prince, Qi Nanyan, clasped his fists and respectfully advised, "Father, I believe that General C has already secured victory in this battle, and he is currently gravely injured and cannot be delayed any longer. It would be unwise to allow the schemes of Hanlin to jeopardize the general any further. Perhaps it would be prudent to dispatch a valiant and seasoned commander to the front lines to maintain a vigilant defense. Given the significant losses our adversary has sustained in this engagement, they would undoubtedly be deterred from launching a large-scale offensive in the near term. The continued delay in withdrawing our troops appears to be merely for show. Since we have triumphed in this conflict, why not take the initiative and send a delegation to Hanlin to discuss a ceasefire? This would not only allow us to seize the initiative, but also provide an opportunity to ascertain the true intentions within their court." His voice was soft, calm, and reassuring, instilling a sense of comfort in those who listened. The words of the third prince resonate with wisdom. "I am willing to volunteer to the front lines in place of General C to serve our nation," said a martial general, stepping forward to express his readiness. In the recent battle at Xiefeng Mountain, General C decisively annihilated over 40,000 of Hamlin's finest, the Feiyu army. Although it is regrettable that their commander, Yuan Zhuhui, managed to escape, this victory has undoubtedly elevated our nation's prestige. I believe the court should bestow significant rewards upon General C and the troops at the front," added the cavalry general, Lei Ling, casting a glance at Liu Yangfeng before bowing to Emperor Chongda and continuing, "I share this sentiment. General C indeed deserves recognition. However, how should we bestow these rewards? I would appreciate your esteemed opinions, dear ministers." Emperor Chongda surveyed the assembly, ultimately pausing at the third prince's countenance. The capital, the residence of General C, and the Yunyuan Institute. An elderly woman squinted her eyes, reclining on a couch by the window, her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation. Clad in an elegant deep purple attire, she appeared to be around 60 years of age. Her slender, phoenix-like eyes exuded a keen intelligence, and her hair was neatly styled. However, the sapphire blue hairpin she wore only served to accentuate the pallor of her complexion. This woman was none other than the esteemed matriarch of the renowned General C's household, the grandmother of C. Jinxing. She raised a hand to press against her forehead and addressed the elderly maid. "Aunt Lu, do you think this matter is truly as they say? It must be true." Aunt Lu replied eagerly. The young lady just came to pay her respects and mentioned that the third prince heard it directly in the court. It cannot be mistaken. This is indeed splendid news. As she spoke, Aunt Lu knelt beside her, gently massaging her legs. "It seems rain is on the horizon. Your legs are beginning to ache again." The matriarch waved her hand dismissively. "It's just an old ailment. It is nothing to fret over." Though she knew her appearance was far from attractive and would likely not be chosen, she still felt it necessary to remain within the household, lest unfavorable rumors circulate. It seemed that the lessons learned during her 2 years in the secondary residence had instilled in her a sense of caution in her future dealings. Aunt Lu withdrew her hands, lifted her downcast gaze slightly to glance at the matriarch, and spoke. "Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately." Was it merely a lesson? After all, she had endured 20 harsh blows. Having served the matriarch for over 40 years, Aunt Lu found herself increasingly perplexed by her mistress. Shaking her head gently, she turned and exited the room. The courtyard fell into a serene silence, yet the nearby pear blossom garden was bustling with commotion. Every time I caught sight of her, it was akin to encountering a rodent, truly vexing. Si Jinyun, devoid of decorum, lay sprawled across the table. She turned to Zhou Shi beside her and muttered, "Isn't her presence merely obstructing my path? Why does mother not consider my feelings? Besides, it was grandmother who expelled her. If father must assign blame, it cannot fall upon mother, especially since father is not particularly close to her." Si Jinyun straightened herself immediately, abandoning her slouched posture. "What a superfluous act by my elder sister." She sulkily shouted at Zhou Shi, "Mother, you are the matriarch of the general's household. How is it that you cannot manage a wild girl without a mother?" Zhou Shi's expression darkened as she gazed at her willful daughter. Slamming her teacup onto the table in frustration, she retorted, "Silence. How I conduct myself as the matriarch is not for a 14-year-old to dictate. Instead of wasting time on such matters, you would do better to practice your needlework. By the time your elder sister was your age, she could already embroider a complete butterfly and peony design. Oh, dear ancestor, might you cease this tumult? Surely, the mistress has your best interests at heart. Do not utter such nonsensical remarks that may cause her undue sorrow." Lu Mama, witnessing the escalating quarrel between mother and daughter, hurriedly intervened. With a sympathetic demeanor towards the third young lady, she gently patted Si Jinyun's back and remarked, "Mistress, please do not take offense at our young miss. After all, she is still quite young. There is no reason to be vexed. Ultimately, it is that girl who has caused this predicament. Is it so difficult to resolve such a trivial matter?" Chapter 9. Returning to the capital amidst trials, slapping the insolent maid. No, it seems she has failed to achieve her aim and lacks the courage to speak with Zhao Cohen. Moreover, the second young lady has audaciously commanded the maid to personally procure groceries and prepare meals, refusing the food provided by the old matron. One wonders where they have acquired the funds to purchase such provisions. The medicinal powder delivered the other day has naturally lost its utility. Can it be that the second young lady has begun to harbor suspicions? Lu Mama shook her head, expressing her regret. She too is perplexed by the events surrounding Zhang Pozi. Ah, suspicions? After being oblivious for a decade, is it not too late to awaken? Who has been dispatched for tomorrow? Zhou Shi narrowed her eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within, as she regarded Lu Mama. Lu Mama, well aware of her intent, nodded and departed. The following day, at the hour of C, a splendid carriage halted before the courtyard gate. Jinxing was not taken aback by the arrival of someone sent from the residence. Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, Lin Mama, growing impatient as she awaited, was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a radiant young girl crossing the threshold from the room. Could this be the timid and cowardly second young lady of the residence? The girl donned a simple garment of pale hues, accentuated by a sky-blue sash, appearing exceptionally clean and refreshing. A glimmer of mirth danced in her beautiful eyes, though her face was veiled, concealing her features entirely. Her raven locks were casually twisted up with a wooden hairpin, and as a gentle breeze swept through, a few strands fluttered gracefully, exuding an indescribable beauty. Until that young girl stood before her, head held high, and called out Mama Lin, she finally regained her composure. She hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. Yet her heart was filled with confusion. How could this second young lady seem like a completely different person? Seeing Jinxing stride towards the door accompanied by two maidservants, she quickly followed. From behind, she raised her voice and called out, "Second young lady, are all the people not gathered yet?" As she spoke, Mama Lin glanced around, inquiring, "Why is that Zhang woman missing?" Unbeknownst to Mama Lin, Zhang Mama had vanished a few days prior. I pondered that perhaps she felt too constrained by her prolonged stay in this secondary courtyard, hence I chose not to raise an alarm. Jinxing lowered her head, hesitantly uttering a few words, her voice growing fainter as she continued. I thought perhaps grandmother was looking for her. It could be possible. Observing Jinxing's demeanor, Mama Lin felt a sense of relief. Indeed, she had misjudged. The girl remained as timid and meek as ever. With this thought in mind, she casually remarked, "While waiting for the young lady, I inquired with Manager Mo and the gatekeeper, and they both claimed to have not seen Zhang Mama leave. If the old lady were to inquire, I would be at a loss for words." Before Jinxing could respond, she turned to the Mo woman behind her, saying, "Why don't you, Manager Mo, take a few people and search through the various courtyards?" After issuing this command, she turned back to ask, "Second young lady, do you have any objections?" From the moment she heard that they were to wait for Zhang Mama, Lu Zhu had already begun to feel uneasy. At this moment, upon hearing that Lin Mama intended to search the courtyard, a wave of unease surged within her, causing her hands to tremble. Jinxing shook her head slightly and approached Lin Mama with a stoic expression. Suddenly, she raised her hand and struck Lin Mama's face with two sharp slaps, the crisp sound echoing through the courtyard, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The entire yard fell into an eerie quietude. This timid second young lady actually dared to publicly strike Lin Mama? Mo Posey, who was standing behind Lin Mama and preparing to lead others in the search, immediately halted in her tracks, paralyzed by fear. How could she have forgotten? The current second young lady was possessed, capable of anything. Just days ago, she had commanded Lu Zhu to slap her. The mere thought of that day made her cheeks burn with shame, recalling the scalding pot water, the hard dumplings, and the vomit. The humiliation she endured that day was a lifelong disgrace. She dared not dwell on it further, lest she embarrass herself by retching in public. "You." Lin Mama raised her hand, pointing at the young girl before her, her face a mask of disbelief. She was a long-standing member of the old lady's household, well respected throughout the general's residence. Even the matriarch, Madame Zhou, treated her with utmost courtesy. She had never before suffered such indignity. Jinxing let out a cold laugh, devoid of any trace of the earlier timidity, and asked in a frigid tone, "Lin Mama, you have been in the general's residence for 30 years, have you not? Pray tell, in the Longing Dynasty, when did a mere servant ever presume to make decisions beyond their master? The general's residence has always valued face. Even a daughter cast out from the estate should not be treated with disdain. How fortunate it was that this splendidly adorned carriage would at least provide comfort on their journey for the three of them." As Jinxing stepped outside and passed by the attendant at the door, she suddenly heard a soft scoff. Turning her head to investigate, she noticed him quickly lowering his gaze. A flicker of curiosity sparked within her as she lifted her skirts and entered the carriage. Meanwhile, Mama Lin, covering her face with a hand, hurried behind, exclaiming sharply, "Second miss, do not let pride consume you. Pray, Mama Lin, exercise caution with your words." Jinxing raised an eyebrow, pondering the veiled meaning in the old servant's remarks. "My lady, Mama Lin has brought along that doorkeeper and Manager Mo in the carriage behind us." A smirk graced Jinxing's lips. "Is there any need to inquire? They are surely on their way to lodge a complaint against us. However, let us prioritize our journey. The clouds suggest impending rain." The two carriages advanced in tandem toward the capital. After an indeterminate period, Jinxing abruptly opened her eyes. Her keen hearing, which had always served her well, detected an unsettling silence. The carriage that had been closely trailing them was no longer audible. "My lady, what troubles you?" Yin Fei, noticing Jinxing's alert demeanor, gently nudged the drowsy green bamboo, who had been resting on her shoulder, awake. Jinxing shook her head, preparing to lift the curtain of the carriage to peer outside. At that moment, the carriage's speed suddenly increased. Caught off guard, she nearly collided with the carriage's interior, swiftly grasping the frame for support. Yin Fei, sensing the urgency of the situation, instinctively spread her arms to shield her mistress, preventing any potential mishap. The sleep-dazed green bamboo was jolted awake by the sudden lurch of the carriage. She suddenly pushed open the carriage door and exclaimed loudly. Chapter 10. In Peril Meets a Celestial Being. "Miss Green Bamboo, I am unsure why this carriage is so unsteady. I kindly ask for your understanding." Green Bamboo, bracing herself against the carriage frame, glanced around. The road seemed correct, yet why was the carriage so jolty? Noticing the driver's respectful demeanor, she merely remarked, "Please ensure the carriage runs smoothly. Our young lady is already frail. We cannot afford to jostle her. Have you seen the carriage that came with us? I could see it from afar just now. It must have rushed ahead." Fearing for the young lady's safety, I dared not pursue too swiftly. Although Green Bamboo was typically boisterous, she sensed something amiss at this moment. Inside the carriage, Jinxing was about to instruct the driver to halt. There was evidently something wrong with the carriage. Yet before she could utter a word, the entire compartment suddenly lifted. Both Green Bamboo and Yin Fei turned pale with fright. Jinxing promptly urged the two to grip the window frame tightly, lest they be thrown from the carriage. The driver was equally alarmed, his voice trembling as he called out, "Miss, hold on tight." The carriage door swung wildly, and in a daze, Jinxing glimpsed the horses galloping wildly, beyond the driver's control. At that moment, the carriage lurched violently, and Green Bamboo, unable to maintain her grip, collided against the side of the carriage. Pain surged through her body, causing her to loosen her hold on the frame, and in an instant, she was flung from the carriage. Yin Fei instinctively reached out a hand but only managed to grasp the corner of Green Bamboo's garment. Terror seized her, her face paling as she cried out, "Green Bamboo!" The coachman, upon witnessing a young lady tumble from the carriage, turned pale with fear. Realizing that his own life was of little worth compared to that of a lady's maid, he hastily tugged at the reins, attempting to bring the horse to a halt, yet the steed galloped recklessly, entirely beyond his control. Seeing this, Yin Fei felt beads of cold sweat trickle down her temples. She struggled to pull a quilt from within the carriage, exclaiming, "My lady, it seems this carriage cannot be stopped. If it were to topple, we would surely be injured. Quickly, wrap this quilt around yourself and leap from the carriage." In response, Jinxing merely draped the quilt over Yin Fei, saying, "You must jump down. I have my own means of escape." Unbeknownst to Yin Fei, her mistress possessed a safe refuge. She assumed Jinxing was prioritizing her own survival, reluctant to abandon her. A dispute ensued between the two. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the harness of the carriage was severed by a sharp blade. The coachman, quick-witted and agile, promptly cast aside the other end of the rope. The carriage, now unsupported, crashed to the ground and skidded forward a few meters before coming to a stop. With Yin Fei's assistance, Jinxing emerged from the carriage, only to see the horse, akin to a wild stallion freed from its restraints, vanish in an instant. Upon exiting, she noticed two gentlemen standing not far away, presumably the very ones who had come to her aid moments earlier. However, before she could utter a word, Lu Zhu rushed towards her, calling out, my lady, are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries?" Seeing the tears streaming down her face, Jinxing's heart softened. The young girl had undoubtedly been hurt in the fall. She took a cloth to wipe away the tear stains on Lu Zhu's face and gently brushed off the dust and weeds clinging to her. "Lu Zhu is even younger than the original owner by a year, barely 14, she comforted. At this tender age, with the innocence of a child. Upon seeing that the young lady was truly unharmed and that she could indulge in the delicious little meat rolls, she laughed through her tears. After a moment, she suddenly slapped her own forehead. In haste, she pulled up Jinxing and approached the gentleman in white. Kneeling in respect, she said, "Young master, this is my lady. We are immensely grateful for your timely rescue." After Lu Zhu finished speaking with the young master, she turned back to Jinxing and said, "My lady, it was this young master who drew his sword to save you. Hearing this, Jinxing stepped forward, mimicking the gestures from ancient dramas, and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master, for your life-saving intervention. I am truly indebted to you. May I ask for your esteemed name? Should the opportunity arise, I will surely repay your kindness. Though she could have devised a way to escape without his aid, it would have been rather troublesome. Having spoken, Jinxing raised her gaze to observe the man. There he stood, donned in white, untouched by the mundane world. His ink-black hair was elegantly secured with a delicate white jade crown, with a few strands dancing in the breeze. In his starry eyes, there seemed to be a flicker of light. He smiled gently, reminiscent of ripples upon a tranquil pond, which accentuated his ethereal elegance while exuding an air of nobility, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was utterly unimaginable that the one who had wielded the sword moments ago could possess such grace. Yet, what was this man's true identity? Was it mere coincidence that he saved her? Once again, the ethereal figure clad in white was scrutinizing the petite woman before him. Although her visage remained obscured, the glimmer of wariness in her lively eyes did not escape his notice. He found her quite intriguing. While other young ladies might succumb to tears or fainting in such predicaments, this spirited girl exhibited remarkable composure. Meeting her gaze, he smiled gently, his voice as soothing as a gentle breeze. My lady, you flatter me. You may call me Lingyu. As I passed by and witnessed you tumble to the ground, I realized the wild steed was difficult to tame. It was but a trifling effort, no need for thanks. Upon hearing this, Jinxing could not help but smile wryly. A wild steed difficult to tame? This matter seemed far from simple. Young Master Lingyu, with your gallant heart and unwavering kindness, I cannot delay your journey any further. I bid you farewell. The lady's horse has already galloped away. If you do not mind, may I offer you my steed? Lingyu raised his hand slightly, signaling for a dappled horse to be brought forth. Jinxing glanced at the fallen carriage and nodded, instructing Yanfei to offer some silver, enabling the coachman to properly harness the horse. As she watched the carriage recede into the distance, Inz, perplexed, inquired, Master, why assist that lady? Lingyu contemplated the insignia that had tumbled from the carriage, the longing sifu. He recalled the calm demeanor of that individual and the fleeting caution reflected in her eyes, devoid of any hint of fear. Narrowing his eyes, with a slight smile gracing his lips, he spoke with an air of tranquility. Do you understand that? Had it not been for my timely intervention, that young lady's life would have been in jeopardy? Uncertain, one wonders if this could be considered a life-saving grace. Chapter 11. A display of authority before the Duke's gate. He found himself inexplicably captivated by a mere young maiden, whom he had only encountered once. Although she was veiled, the brilliance in her eyes was strikingly unique, akin to a clear spring that flowed into his parched soul, igniting a yearning for exploration. He turned to gaze back at the path she had traversed, pondering the age of the girl who appeared to be no more than 13 or 14. He questioned whether she was already betrothed. Yet, alas, what freedom did he possess to contemplate such matters? Inz observed the fluctuating emotions of his young master, oscillating between elation and despondency, leaving him utterly perplexed. Opting to refrain from probing further, he hastily quickened his pace to keep up. Having dispatched a horse, he resolved to rely on his own strength until they reached the next town, where he would procure another steed. Meanwhile, on Jinxing's side, delays along the road had prolonged their journey significantly. The coachman, wary after recent events, dared not hasten, ultimately arriving at the city gates just as twilight approached. Thunder rumbled ominously, and dark clouds loomed low in the sky, as if threatening to descend. Raindrops began to patter against the carriage's window. Jinxing lifted the curtain and peered outside, noting the rain had begun to scatter the crowd in the streets. My lady, you were indeed correct. It seems the rain is about to pour, Yanfei remarked from the opposite side, also lifting the curtain to gaze outside. Meanwhile, LV Zhu, while tidying her personal belongings, joyfully murmured, At last, we have arrived in Jianzhou. The days of hardship for Our Lady are finally at an end. Upon hearing the words of the two young girls, Jinxing scoffed dismissively. Have you ever pondered how the horse could suddenly exhibit such a drastic change in temperament? Her remark instantly furrowed the brows of both maidens. The younger girl, Elju, with her innocent disposition, gazed blankly at her mistress and ventured, Mistress, are you implying? Jinxing met her gaze and nodded, stating, One must always be vigilant. Let us exercise greater caution in the days to come. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed Yanfei. Once we are settled in a couple of days, please send a message to the Lan family. When the original owner was but 5 years of age, her mother, Lan Qinshin, had passed away, severing all ties with her maternal family henceforth. She had scoured the original owner's memories and discovered that it was not the Lawn family that had forsaken her. On the contrary, over the past decade, the Lawn family had made numerous attempts to visit her, all of which she had coldly rebuffed. The sole reason for this was the disdain of the matriarch of the C family towards her association with her maternal relatives. Thus, in a bid to placate the elderly matriarch, she willingly severed her connections with her maternal lineage. How utterly absurd and pitiful! Moreover, her biological father, in a futile quest for honor, had declined the request of the esteemed General Lawn to take his beloved niece into his care, asserting that he could adequately look after both her and the sole daughter of the Lawn family. Yet, in the decades since the Lawn matriarch's passing, he had treated her as a mere stranger, rendering any claims of care hollow. This left Jinxing perplexed, for within the original owner's memories, her parents shared a profound love. Why, after the untimely demise of his cherished wife, did the general of the C family neglect the only child left behind? The unfortunate original owner remained perplexed until her last breath. The dowry left by her mother has turned into mere reminiscence, now tightly grasped by the Zhou family. What manner of behavior is this? Is it not akin to that of a thief? They consumed her resources and, in turn, struck her down, causing her harm. How infuriating! Jinxing narrowed her eyes, seething with indignation. Green Bamboo, observing her mistress's sudden display of fury, dared not utter another word and continued to lower her head. Organizing their belongings. Before long, the carriage gradually came to a halt, and Jinxing understood that they had arrived. This was the battlefield of the original owner. And now it was hers as well. Since she must take the place of the original owner in this world, both new grievances and old grudges must be accounted for. Yan Fei instructed the driver to secure the carriage and turned to Jinxing, saying, "Miss, the rain has lessened somewhat. I shall go inside and request an umbrella from the doorman. Your constitution is frail. Please wait in the carriage for a moment." As she spoke, she descended from the carriage. Jinxing called out to her and leaned out, her expression calm as she said, "Put this on. I shall accompany you." Yan Fei accepted the delicate, translucent garment offered by her mistress. Mimicking her mistress's actions, she donned the item and discovered that it effectively shielded her from the rain, proving more useful than an umbrella. Curiosity piqued, she wondered where this item had originated. But there was no time for further questions as she lifted her skirt and ascended the steps to knock on the door. Meanwhile, Jinxing stood before the grand gate of the C residence, peering through the layers of fine rain. Her gaze fixed upon the gilded characters on the plaque, Imperially Established General Mansion of Jinyuan. Truly imposing. The lanterns hanging on either side had been lit, yet they were not in celebration of her arrival. The crimson door stood resolutely closed. The 4 guards outside remained indifferent to her arrival. Neither approaching to offer a greeting nor to obstruct her, she was treated as though she were but a wisp of air. Jinxing raised her hand to wipe away the moisture at the corner of her eye, uncertain whether it was rainwater or her own tears that had blurred her vision. A profound sense of grievance welled up within her, perhaps a remnant of the original owner's feelings. The desolate Xuanwu Street lay before her as a 4-wheeled carriage ambled past the gates of the town general's residence. A gentleman clad in opulent attire lifted the carriage curtain and caught sight of the rain-soaked woman, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. It appeared that the residence of General Shi was rife with unrest. A nearby attendant nodded in agreement and spoke. "The current lady of the town general's estate is but a concubine brought in. General Shi has not returned for 2 years." One can only imagine the lively tumult within these walls. The elegantly dressed gentleman lowered the curtain, idly toying with a white, pliable tube in his hands. This ointment vial had been in his possession for over a month. He had sought numerous artisans, yet none could decipher the nature of this peculiar object. Its remarkable flexibility baffled him. Resting his head on his arm, he reclined against the soft cushion of the carriage and inquired, "Have there been any developments regarding the affairs in the western suburbs?" "My lord, I have dispatched men to the wooded riverside of the western suburbs for several days, inquiring from various sources, yet we have uncovered no trace of the female physician you mentioned. I too have personally investigated, but the surrounding villages have not heard of her existence." He then murmured quietly, "Could it be that your perception was clouded by the poison you once suffered?" "Perception clouded?" The elegantly attired man smiled with a hint of mischief, the red beauty mark at the corner of his right eye accentuating his allure. That day by the riverside, in a state of unconsciousness, he distinctly heard the voice of the female physician. How could he possibly mistake the distinction between genders? Chapter 12. The return of the legitimate daughter, the stepmother's welcome. He let out a cold snort, and spoke slowly. Your master is merely in a state of unconsciousness. Not dead. Can you not manage even this trivial matter? Continue your investigation. The attendant nodded in acknowledgement, then recalled something and said, Master, although I have not been able to ascertain the whereabouts of the female physician, I have stumbled upon something intriguing. The elegantly attired man cast a glance at the attendant, tossing a few peanuts from the platter on the small table towards him and urged, Stop dawdling, speak. The attendant chuckled, catching the peanuts, and as he shelled them, he continued, On the day we searched the wooded area by the river where you were found, if one travels east for 5 or 6 miles, there is a villa belonging to the Sifu estate. Isn't that quite the coincidence? Even more so, residing there is the legitimate second daughter of the Sifu, the direct niece of General Lan. Upon saying this, he abruptly pulled back the window curtain to peer outside, muttering, Master, isn't that second daughter our lady? Should we not go and rescue her? The elegantly attired man gazed out at the gentle, persistent rain, his mind drifting to the image of the frail girl standing proudly in the downpour. He let out a cold snort and remarked, That second daughter is likely not as useless as you perceive. However, that third one, scheming even against a child, truly employs every possible means. Has news of my affliction and bedridden state already spread? The attendant nodded in affirmation. It has indeed been made known today. Excellent. The man toyed with the vial in his hand, pondering for a moment before issuing another command. As for the second young lady of the C family, send someone to keep a watchful eye. I am quite curious to see what sort of bride the old man has procured for me. Meanwhile, standing outside the gates of the C residence, C Jinxing was entirely unaware that, upon her first appearance in the capital, she had already drawn the attention of others. At this moment, she was seething with indignation. Yin Fei knocked on the door, and though the doorman recognized her, he did not invite her inside. Instead, he merely cracked the door ajar, claiming he needed to report to the lady of the house. C Jinxing cast a glance at the obsequious servant who lacked decorum and coldly commanded, Wait. The doorman, taken aback by her words, had no time to react before the long-unseen second young lady strode forward, forcefully pushing him aside. Without hesitation, she stepped over the threshold and entered the residence. The doorman, startled, exclaimed and hurriedly positioned himself in front of her, saying, Second young lady, please wait outside for a moment while I inform the lady. Had it been any other master, this doorman would never have dared such insolence. Yet, it was only her he dared to treat so. Unfazed, she continued her advance, chastising him sharply. I had no idea that the servants in my household would presume to bar their mistress from entering. This is utterly unprecedented and laughable. If your sight is so impaired, you would hardly fulfill your role as the gatekeeper of my residence. You are of no use to me. The young servant stood in stunned silence. He had never encountered such an imperious second young lady before and found himself caught in a dilemma. A chorus of jingling ornaments accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps approached. As C Jinxing curved her lips into a smile, it appeared that her stepmother, with her background in the performing arts, was about to make her entrance. Shortly thereafter, a deep, resonant female voice echoed, announcing that the gentle drizzle had unknowingly ceased. The clouds obscured the moon, and the sky had darkened ominously. Following the sound, C Jinxing turned her gaze to see a plump and portly woman striding towards her. This was indeed the warm-hearted and benevolent stepmother. Behind her trailed 7 or 8 servants, each bearing lanterns, their steps slow yet orderly, exuding an air of tranquility and stability. In stark contrast, she and her 2 companions, burdened with their luggage, resembled beggars intruding upon private property, a truly discordant sight. Contemplating this, C Jinxing closed her eyes momentarily. If revenge for the original owner was to be sought, the most satisfying method would be to incite internal strife among them, gradually dismantling the General S household from within. Thus, she offered a faint smile, slightly bending her knee before Zhou, and coolly remarked, Esteemed mother, you have indeed waited long. My horse was startled, causing a delay. I was concerned for your well-being, and even sent the entire household to search for me. She glanced around before adding, Seeing the estate in such quietude, I can finally rest assured. It seems I have not caused any trouble at home. Zhou, upon hearing these ambiguous remarks, felt a flicker of unease in her brow and began to scrutinize the young woman before her. This girl appeared markedly different from the timid, reticent figure she remembered. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mama Lu, who then inquired, After 2 years apart, are you truly our second young lady? C Jinxing retorted with a playful tone. What a peculiar question, Mama Lu. If I were not the second young lady, would you suggest that she perished in the side courtyard? Si Jinxing smiled faintly and inquired, her seemingly playful words striking a resonant chord within the hearts of the Zhou family. Unperturbed by the subtle shift in expression of the two Zhou household members, Si Jinxing continued, if my memory serves me correctly, when I was 8 years old, it was my third sister who shattered our mother's jade vase. Yet it was you, Lu Mama, who claimed it was my clumsy misstep. Ultimately, it was only out of mother's benevolence that I was merely punished with the prohibition of dinner. Lu Mama, do you still recall this incident? On a night following the rain, the wind carried a chill. Lu Mama, gazing at the second young lady's sinister smile while recalling her words from the past, inexplicably shivered, falling silent. How vividly she remembered a trivial matter from 7 years ago. Lu Mama no longer doubted the young woman before her. Yet she pondered the dramatic shift in her demeanor. Zhou Shi observed the second young lady, sensing a palpable estrangement. Could it be that she harbored resentment from 7 years past? Were all her previous displays of obedience mere facades? Zhou Shi scrutinized the girl before her, feeling as though, in just 2 years, she had transformed into an entirely different person. So eloquent and sharp-tongued, she was unyielding in her retorts. A mere glance at her now felt akin to plunging into an icy abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. As she contemplated whether to summon a Taoist priest in the coming days, Lu Mama beside her announced, El Mama has arrived. El Mama approached, lantern in hand, and, slightly bending her knee as a gesture of respect, addressed Si Jinxing. The old lady requests your presence at Yun Courtyard. As darkness enveloped the sky, Si Jinxing could not discern the estate's surroundings, but she vaguely remembered that the old lady resided in Yun Courtyard, accompanied by a group of individuals. It took nearly the duration of a teacup's worth of time to arrive at the destination. A senior maid had already lifted the curtain, graciously welcoming everyone inside, her smile appearing genuinely warm. This establishment, compared to the Zhou family's, exuded a more refined atmosphere. Si Jinxing, gathering her scattered thoughts, followed closely behind the Zhou matriarch and stepped inside. Chapter 13. A gathering of scoundrels. At the head of the room sat a lavishly dressed elderly lady, adorned with a deep navy blue headpiece that accentuated her already sallow complexion, rendering it even more pallid. Beside her sat a young woman, her hair impeccably styled in an elegant updo. She embodied an air of grace and gentility, exuding warmth and kindness. This lady was none other than Si Jinwei, the legitimate eldest daughter of the general's household. Seated next to her was Si Jinyun, the youngest daughter of the Zhou family. Her skin was slightly darker, dressed in a delicate canary yellow gown, her hair styled in a playful double bun, with a few wisps of hair cascading down her forehead, adding an element of charm. Her round apricot eyes were fixed intently on Si Jinxing as she entered, as if she intended to devour her whole. Upon entering, the Zhou matriarch immediately approached her daughter with concern, inquiring about her well-being. Noticing the elderly lady's unwell countenance, Si Jinwei swiftly rose to assist her mother in taking a seat, then turned to the matriarch with a smile, saying, "Grandmother, look. Mother is so delighted to see her second daughter that she has completely forgotten to greet you." It was no wonder that her mother was overjoyed. Even I cannot help but feel elated at seeing my second sister looking increasingly radiant. Standing in the hall, Si Jinxing's gaze darkened upon hearing these words. In just a couple of sentences, the blame for Zhou's oversight had been cast upon her. Moreover, she was notoriously known for her lack of beauty, and at this moment, she was veiled, which did she use to discern her transformation into a spirit-like being. After 2 years of absence, how much progress have the inhabitants of this estate made? Si Jinxing concealed her thoughts, lowering her head and standing obediently in the hall. She spoke, upon hearing this. The old lady shifted her gaze from Madame Zhou to the second girl. Adopting the demeanor of a dignified matriarch, she admonished, "Your actions from years past were truly excessive, and it is fortunate that your elder sister, being soft-hearted, chose not to hold it against you. In the future, do not err again. Always remember a woman's proper role and be mindful of the family's reputation. Do not bring shame upon your father or your elder sister." Si Jinxing nodded, her expression impassive as she replied, "Grandmother speaks wisely. I will heed your words. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grievance. I will remember those who treat me well, as well as those who harbor ill will towards me. Upon entering the estate, I shall take the time to understand the temperaments of those within before taking action. Some grievances are best avenged gradually, after all. Meticulous work bears the finest results." She reached up to touch her right cheek, casting a glance at Si Jinwei before sweeping her gaze over Si Jinyun, whose appearance should be marred. At this moment, Madame Zhou's expression faltered, then she quickly interjected, "Mother, Let bygones be bygones. After all, who can blame Yuera for favoring her second sister? How could one bear to impose further reproach? Xinger has grown up now. Look how understanding and well-behaved she has become. This is thanks to you, mother, for sending Mama Zhang to care for her. She deserves to be rewarded. Jinxing turned her gaze to observe Madame Zhou's lips moving, as if it were a pity that she was not performing on stage. Each word spoken was devoid of any waste. The first sentence reveals her and her eldest daughter's magnanimity, putting aside past grievances. The second sentence merely serves to flatter the old woman. As for the third, it seeks to find fault with her, Jinxing. Nevertheless, Zhang Pozi truly deserves a reward, perhaps a complimentary excursion to the netherworld. A day's tour through the mountains of knives. A day's journey through the sea of flames, a day's adventure of tongue extraction. Before them sits the elderly matron upon a soft couch, scrutinizing the young lady before her from head to toe for a moment. She appears considerably more composed and dignified than when she departed the manor. Yet upon noticing the veil shrouding her face, a wave of displeasure washes over her. What use is an unattractive legitimate daughter, no matter how poised and graceful? Let alone this marriage bestowal, it is hardly meant for her. One fears that securing a decent match in the future will also prove to be a challenge. She truly is a worthless entity. The old woman, disinclined to cast another glance at Jinxing, instead feels it is only fair to reward Mama Zhang, who has been absent from the side courtyard for 2 years. She surveyed her surroundings and inquired, "Where is Zhang Pozi?" Mama Lin, standing beside Mama Lu, shot an accusatory glare at Jinxing, exclaiming indignantly, "Old madam, when I went to the side courtyard to fetch the second young lady today, I did not see Zhang Pozi. I wonder where the second young lady has hidden her." Mama Lin harbored a lingering grudge over the humiliating slap she received in the side courtyard that day. How strange it was that the second young lady seemed to wield her strength so effectively. Her face was undeniably burning with pain, yet it remained neither red nor swollen. This left her unable to report the incident to the old lady, and she silently noted this debt. Jinxing, meanwhile, sidled up to Jinxing Yu and gently reassured her. "Do not worry, dear sister. Regardless of what you have done, even if you have sold that old woman, I believe you must have your reasons." Upon finishing her words, she unexpectedly knelt beside Jinxing. Grasping Jinxing's hand, she resolutely declared, "Dear sister, quickly kneel down. I shall plead with grandmother on your behalf." The elderly matriarch, seated regally, immediately inquired with concern upon seeing Jinxing kneeling, "Yuer, rise at once. What are you doing? You are the princess consort. This is highly inappropriate." Although her words conveyed disapproval, her expression distinctly revealed a sense of enjoyment. How many individuals in this world have experienced the sensation of being reverently knelt to by the current princess consort? Jinxing was well aware of her grandmother's sentiments. A fleeting moment of disdain crossed her mind, yet her face radiated sincerity. She presented herself as a dutiful granddaughter, respectfully stating, "Grandmother, is it not appropriate for me to kneel before you? Furthermore, my bond with second sister is quite close. Is there anything improper about an elder sister advocating for her younger sibling?" However, Jinxing remained unmoved. With a smile playing on her lips, she replied, "Elder sister, given your esteemed status, it would be wise for you to rise. I presume your culinary skills are quite commendable?" Jinxing, taken aback and bewildered, wondered why the conversation had shifted to cooking. At that moment, her younger sister, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Look at you, a master at embellishing tales." Upon hearing this, Jinxing's expression of concern faltered slightly as she retorted, "Sister, are you blaming me for not visiting you in the past 2 years?" Jinxing, perplexed, pondered whether this was indeed the caring and affectionate elder sister known to the original character. Her gaze fell upon the hand held by Jinxing, and she felt an overwhelming impulse to sever it. Before she could utter a word, Jinyun was already impatiently speaking up, with a hint of resentment in her tone. She remarked, "Sister, what is the purpose of this? Is it truly necessary to treat a wild girl, raised without a mother's guidance, in such a manner?" Upon seeing her elder sister kneeling on the ground, Jinyun felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Her sister's benevolent demeanor made it imperative for her, the third miss, to kneel and plead on behalf of Jinxing. Otherwise, she would appear utterly inconsiderate and distant from her own sisters, a fact that would undoubtedly become a topic of gossip. No matter the circumstance, comparisons to her elder sister would be inevitable, and she would always fall short. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, she shot a glare at Jinxing, blaming her for the predicament. "Be quiet. Regardless of her shortcomings, she is still your second sister. Have you forgotten all that the tutor has taught you? The matriarch relished asserting her authority, and it was up to her to instill fear in this situation. Upon witnessing her eldest daughter kneeling and her youngest being scolded by the matriarch, Madame Wu shot a resentful glance at Jinxing, thinking, it's all because of that wretched girl. Chapter 14. The second sister is a murderer. Madame Wu was filled with resentment, yet dared not oppose the matriarch. Instead, she forced a smile and said, Jinxing twitched her lips, realizing that this was yet another mess of her own making. It has been ages since I last saw her. As you are aware, I have been bedridden for quite some time, hardly stepping outside my room. My status is humble, and how could I dare to inquire about Zhang Mama's affairs? However, her beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly, a fleeting look of concern crossing her face before quickly reverting to its usual composure. Yet, in her heart, she contemplated with a tinge of doubt, is this fool looking down upon her? Is this foolish girl courting death? Mrs. Zhou, feeling distressed for her eldest daughter still kneeling on the ground, forced a smile tinged with impatience and urged, what is it? Speak plainly, my dear. Jinxing obediently nodded and began, upon entering the residence just now, I passed a corner and overheard two maidservants seemingly mention Mother Zhang. They said that she is at the Pear Blossom courtyard. She glanced up at Mrs. Zhou, her face reflecting astonishment. Ah, isn't the Pear Blossom courtyard Mother's domain? Feeling a piercing gaze upon her, she looked up to find the elderly matriarch regarding her with evident displeasure. A jolt of fear coursed through her, nearly causing her to tumble from her seat. This foolish girl. The matriarch was most sensitive about her stepmother intruding upon her quarters. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou could only muster a smile more grotesque than a frown as she directed her gaze towards Jinxing and feigned reproach. Have you, my dear, forgotten after such a prolonged absence from the residence? That old woman is indeed from Mother's courtyard. It was your grandmother who personally selected her to serve you in the other courtyard. What business does she have in my quarters? Do not speak without thought, lest you provoke both me and your grandmother. Having said this, she hastily turned to the matriarch to clarify. Not long ago, her son and daughter-in-law came to visit Mother. Did they not? Upon hearing this, the matriarch's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. Very well, summon the young servants from the other courtyard and the steward there. They will provide clarity. In that instant, Jinxing recalled the laughter she had heard earlier that day while passing by the young servant Zhao Kuan. Originally, it was here that she awaited her. Outside the door, the green bamboo and Yin Fei exchanged glances, observing Zhao Kuan and Mo Posey being summoned into the room. They overheard a mention of Zhang Posey, and an unspoken alarm flickered in their eyes. Could it be that the events of that rainy night had been uncovered? The rain had poured fiercely that night, and in their panic, they had buried the old woman. The following day, she had returned to inspect the site, where the ground appeared remarkably even, devoid of any trace of disturbance. As they anxiously awaited outside, inside the room, Jinxing remained unperturbed. She glanced at the two who had entered, Mo Posey and Zhao Kuan. Have either of you seen Zhang Posey leave the courtyard? The elderly lady, weary, gestured for Mama L to inquire. Zhao Kuan, a mere gatekeeper of the courtyard, had only ever encountered the highest authority, Mama Lu of the general's residence. He had never laid eyes upon the venerable matron of the general's household, nor the royal consort. At that moment, his heart raced like a drum, filled with trepidation. Yet he dared to steal a glance at Mama Lu. Upon receiving a barely perceptible nod from her, he finally spoke. The one on the right is Mo Posey, who appeared emaciated, as if merely skin and bones. Having long suffered from a lack of sustenance, her frail body was riddled with ailments, constantly complaining of various discomforts. Now, at last, in the presence of the matron of the household and the general's wife, she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, I have not seen Sister Zhang leave the courtyard. It has been nearly 3 months since I last laid eyes upon her. We have kept each other company in the courtyard for 2 years, our bond akin to that of sisters. Now, I fear she may have already departed from this world. The Shou family pondered deeply upon the mystery of Zhang Posey's disappearance. Would she betray the secrets entrusted to her? Upon hearing the words of the old woman, a momentary shock ensued. Was she truly no longer among the living? She then turned her gaze towards the silent figure of Jinxing. This frail young girl had languished on her sickbed for months, her condition grave, her life nearly extinguished. Yet, she had managed to escape from the clutches of Granny Zhang. Now, standing here in robust health, could it be that Granny Zhang had truly been? Mrs. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at the young maidservant. If she were indeed a murderer, one might as well send her to the nunnery. Suppressing her thoughts, She cleared her throat and, in what she believed to be a gentle tone, inquired, "Let us not speak foolishly. Granny Zhang is merely missing. Mo, you are the stewardess of the side courtyard. Pray, consider carefully what anomalies occurred before and after Granny Zhang's disappearance. One night, I arose in the dark hours, around the time of the pig, and I noticed the flickering of candlelight in the young lady's courtyard, accompanied by voices. It was a rainy night, and being quite fatigued, I did not enter to serve. However, upon my return the next day, I found no trace of Granny Zhang. Upon hearing Madame Mo's account, I too recalled a detail. The rain that night had fallen suddenly. While conducting my routine inspection of the side courtyard, I discerned faint sounds akin to iron striking iron in the rear garden. Yet, with the rain pouring down, I thought I might have misheard, and thus chose to remain silent. However, from that day forth, I never laid eyes on Mama Zhang again. Seated nearby, sipping tea, Si Jinyun suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that you killed her?" Having uttered this, she swiftly covered her mouth in fear of receiving a reprimand from the elder. With an impassive expression, Si Jinxing turned to glance at the young girl, silently praising her. "I must admit, my dear, you have truly seen through it. Yet, how could I ever acknowledge that? Not only will I refrain from admitting it, but I shall also present your mother with a grand gift upon our meeting." Si Jinxing lowered her head in silence, a smile curling upon her lips as she cast a fleeting glance into the elegant gathering of the apricot grove. Chapter 15. The incident of peeping at that moment. Si Jinwen exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? Could it be that my dear younger sister harbors resentment over our grandmother's punishment from years past, thus plotting to take revenge as a demonstration of her discontent? Oh, my sweet sister, how could you be so foolish?" Si Jinxing could not help but cast a cold glance her way, her thin lips parting as she spoke with an icy tone. "Elder sister, did you consume stinky tofu before stepping outside? Your words reek of foulness. To casually slander others may lead you to face the law. Is it possible that, as the prince's consort, you feel immune to the consequences of your actions?" Stunned by the coarseness of such words, Si Jinue was momentarily speechless. How dare she speak so boldly? This was so unlike the timid and humble younger sister she remembered. The elderly matriarch seated above them felt a sinking sensation in her heart, not out of pity for the life of the old servant, but rather in response to the audacious challenge posed by Si Jinxing against her own legitimate grandmother. "Do you understand the gravity of your words? A proper legitimate daughter should not speak so coarsely. You truly blame me for punishing you, and thus have resorted to such drastic measures against the servant I sent?" The matriarch harbored a disdain for Si Jinxing's birth mother, the Lan family, and consequently extended her dislike to this granddaughter. Now, she perceived that this granddaughter dared not only to disregard her authority, but also to strike down the servant she had dispatched. She abruptly smashed the teacup on the floor and exclaimed angrily, "Someone, bring me the family law." Shortly after, two coarse maidservants entered the room, wielding long rods. Oh, yet another punishment. Si Jinxing couldn't help but mock herself. What sort of time-traveling absurdity was this? While other charming souls found themselves in the roles of beloved darlings, adored by all, she, on the other hand, had encountered a family devoid of humanity, filled with such despicable characters. Rising abruptly, she coldly declared, "I wonder, do you all lack ears? Let us proceed to the pear blossom courtyard and ascertain whether that old woman is present. What is this? Are you all deaf, unable to hear my words?" Beside her, Si Jinxue, with a worried expression, grasped Si Jinxing's arm and urged, "Xing, you must speak more reasonably. What do you mean by deaf? If you plead with grandmother earnestly, this matter will be resolved." Meanwhile, Madame Zhou pretended to wipe away non-existent tears and sighed, "Xinger, how do you expect your mother to help you cover up this lie? Your actions this time have been utterly excessive. That Mama Zhang is, after all, a human life. How could you be so ruthless?" The elderly matriarch shifted her stiff waist, casting an impatient glare at the indifferent second daughter. In the past, she would have remained silent even under duress, yet now she spoke, her words laced with deceit and vulgarity. Look at the chaos they had wrought, leading to a loss of life. Heaven forbid, how could the Si family have produced such a wretched creature? What are you waiting for? Strike her. She slammed her hand on the table, directing her command at the two coarse maidservants. A glint of cold light flashed in Si Jinxing's eyes. Excellent. As she observed the two women advancing towards her, she summoned her strength and swiftly swept her leg towards one of them, sending the woman flying through the air. The other woman had already lunged forward, and with a clenched fist, she struck her opponent with formidable force. The elderly matron, witnessing the two women sprawled on the ground. Felt her anger boil over, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when a maid hurriedly entered the room announcing, "His Royal Highness, the Prince, has arrived." The prince referred to was none other than the third royal son. Upon hearing this, the matron's ire swiftly subsided. After all, family scandals should never be exposed to the royal gaze. She cast a disdainful glance at the girl, Jinxing, before leading everyone towards the courtyard. Jinxing suppressed a smile, her eyes sparkling with mirth, a sight that caught the attention of the closest observer, Madame Zhou. With her unsightly visage, how could she dare to entertain thoughts of the third prince? The way her eyes sparkled with beguiling allure resembled her deceased mother, a woman of lowly birth. This girl could no longer remain. As the group exited the Harmony courtyard, they spotted two attendants bearing lanterns leading the way, followed by a man approaching them. Jinxing raised her gaze and beheld a figure clad in a crescent white brocade robe, embroidered with cloud patterns in gold thread. His handsome features were accentuated by a faint smile, exuding the aura of an affluent and refined gentleman. Indeed, he resembled the scoundrel from her past life, with a face that begged for a reprimand. Following this encounter came a series of formal greetings and pleasantries, while Jinxing stood still, enduring several disapproving glances from Madame Zhou. Under the sweltering heat, the masters settled themselves in a pavilion within the courtyard. Naturally, this does not include the unfortunate incident involving Jinxing. The original owner's memories regarding that event are remarkably vivid. It was the 56th birthday celebration of the matriarch, and due to the general's expedition, it was deemed inappropriate to invite male guests, thus only a few female guests were summoned. At that time, Jinxing was filled with insecurities and timidity, shunning crowded places, and chose to practice her calligraphy within her own courtyard. To her surprise, a young maid she had never seen before approached her, claiming that her elder sister had indulged too much in fruit wine and wished to speak with her. Jinxing felt a certain fondness for this elder sister, and when called upon, she could not refuse. She made her way to the Mingyue Pavilion, only to find the courtyard unguarded, yet she did not ponder it too deeply, considering the festivities of her grandmother's birthday banquet were at hand, and the servants were preoccupied with preparations. She thought that since her elder sister was inebriated, she might as well lend her assistance. However, just as she reached for the door, poised to enter, a furious roar erupted from the gate. "You ugly creature, what are you doing?" Startled by the sudden outburst, Jinxing turned to see her elder brother, Jinhao, storming towards her in a fit of rage. Before she could utter a word, he struck her fiercely across the face. Blood welled at the corner of her lips, and a sharp sting spread across her cheeks. Yet she dared not wipe it away or move. Instead, she gazed with wide, misty apricot eyes, timidly regarding the person she referred to as her brother. Each time she had previously been bullied or hit, any sign of movement from her would only provoke him further, causing her more harm. She had learned to be wise. If she remained still, he would eventually calm down. As Jinhao noticed his veiled younger sister staring intently at him, a surge of indignation welled up within him. He shouted loudly, "Well, you despicable black-faced swine, taking advantage of my sister's absence to flirt with the third prince. What were you doing just now? Were you spying? Come, let us speak before our grandmother." However, there was a banquet at the residence today, and the dignity of the general's house must be preserved. Therefore, this matter was suppressed by Madame Zhou, and Jinxing was temporarily confined to the ancestral hall, to be dealt with after the banquet concluded. She knelt on the cold floor of the ancestral hall for a full 4 hours. It was only when darkness fell that she was dragged out. Rows of servants held torches, illuminating the courtyard as if it were daylight. Her own grandmother, accompanied by Madame Zhou, Jinxing, and others, sat on benches in the courtyard, awaiting her arrival. She, however, knelt on the ground like a criminal. At that time, she was merely 13 years old. If one were to claim that this incident had no connection to the peeping figure of the third prince, Jinxing would never believe it. After all, had he merely stepped forward to clarify matters on behalf of the original owner, it would have sufficed. Instead, he exacerbated the situation by stating, "The second sister is still young. She will change in the future." It was this very remark that solidified the scandal surrounding the peeping incident. At that time, Jinxing was merely 15, yet within a month of marrying into the royal residence, she had plotted against her so insidiously. Had it not been for the consideration of other unmarried young ladies in the household, this matter would have likely spread throughout the entire Jianzhou city, tarnishing her reputation and plunging her into a deep mire. Indeed, the ultimate aim of this incident was to ruin her reputation. However, should this affair be mishandled, All the women of the general's house would inevitably be implicated as well. Whether Jinxing Yu had failed to foresee this intricate web of consequences or simply disregarded it remains uncertain. What could be the purpose behind her attempt to ruin her reputation? A woman who loses her honor has but three fates: either to perish, to shave her head and become a nun, or to associate with the man who has tarnished her name. As for Jinwei, she must certainly wish to end her life. But what could possibly motivate the third prince to act in such a manner? Chapter 16. The scoundrel's flattery. Jinxing furrowed her brow slightly. What intentions did the charming third prince truly harbor? Meanwhile, Jinwei, seated beside Qi Nanyan, suddenly felt a probing gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found Jinxing's eyes fixed intently on her lord. A jolt of alarm coursed through her. Could it be that this girl had indeed developed those insidious affections for the prince? Her eyes darkened momentarily, yet she forced a congenial smile and beckoned, "Second sister, come here." Upon hearing this, Jinxing turned to smile at Lady Shou, saying, "Mother, my elder sister has called for me. I shall go." With that, she disregarded Lady Zhou's darkening expression and approached. Jinwei took Jinxing's hand, her smile serene as she spoke. "Jinxing, though shopping does not seem to pique your interest, do not hesitate to join me." Jinxing nodded slightly, yet as she raised her gaze, she encountered an unexpected obstruction. The veil upon her face, to the astonishment of all present, slipped from her countenance and fell to the ground. Jinwei's voice, laced with regret, rang out, "Ah, second sister, I did not mean to." At that moment, all eyes turned toward the face of the second miss, once deemed unsightly. How could this be? Wasn't her visage already marred a decade ago? Yet at this moment, her face appeared utterly flawless. Was it not said that the second young lady suffered from a peculiar ailment, her right cheek as dark as coal? How could she now possess such a tender complexion? Had that affliction truly vanished? If so, why had she previously donned a veil upon entering the manor? The little maidservants whispered behind her, their words reaching the ears of the seated masters. "Second sister, your face." In her hand, Jinwei clutched the veil, her heart tumultuous like a stormy sea. She could hardly reconcile this enchanting beauty before her with the grotesque visage of her previously disfigured second sister. She had intended for the girl to unveil herself before all, to expose her shame and abandon her unworthy thoughts. Who could have anticipated this transformation? When had her face healed? Was it not said that the poison was incurable? As these thoughts swirled within her, she turned to glance at the equally astonished Zhou Shi. Jinxing concealed the frost in her gaze, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Elder sister, did you know my face had recovered all along? Why then did you so suddenly tear away my veil? Or was it to let everyone witness my once blemished countenance?" Jinwei's thoughts laid bare, she cast a quick, awkward glance at the third prince beside her, offering a sheepish smile. "Nay, second sister, do not overthink it. I truly did not intend any harm." The matriarch beckoned, calling out, "Second girl, come here, let me have a look." Previously, this girl's beauty had been utterly ruined, rendering her incapable of bringing honor to the family. But now, with her appearance restored, who knows what potential she might possess? The matriarch grasped Jinxing's hand, scrutinizing closely, and indeed, the dark patches that had marred her entire right cheek had completely faded. "Excellent, splendid." The elderly lady gently patted Jinxing's hand, smiling warmly. However, Jinxing turned her gaze towards Jinwei, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Indeed, with the black marks healed, one can only imagine how delighted the family must be." At that moment, a probing gaze from behind made Jinxing's back tense involuntarily. She recognized it to be from Qi Nanyan. Following closely was his concerned inquiry, "Second sister, it has been a while since we last met. Are you well?" Upon witnessing the third prince's evident concern for Jinxing, Mrs. Zhou suddenly recalled the wild girl's earlier expression when she had seen the third prince. Her eyes alight with mirth. A wave of unease washed over her, now that the girl's appearance had returned to its former beauty. It was entirely possible the third prince might harbor different feelings towards her. Jinxing turned to face Qi Nanyan, her expression devoid of emotion as she replied, "I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well." As soon as the words left her lips, Jinxing felt the weight of several fierce glares upon her. Jinyan abruptly stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Jinxing, exclaiming, "Have you no shame? Who cares about you?" Truly brazen. After all, he was their brother-in-law. Jinxing nodded, feigning sudden realization as she said, "Oh, I assumed Your Highness genuinely cared for me, hence the inquiry. It turns out She lowered her head. Muttering softly, "It turns out my brother-in-law is merely a master of deceit, only being polite." "You." Si Jinyan's face flushed crimson. "That is not what I meant." Mrs. Zhou, observing the scene, put on a smile and respectfully addressed Qi Nanyan, saying, "Your Highness, my child speaks without thinking." She did not intend what the second sister implied. "You are undoubtedly a man of your word." Si Jinxing observed the nose with her eyes, directing her gaze downward, while the ever-composed Qi Nanyan stood nearby, resembling a specter. Yet, Qi Nanyan paid no heed to the Zhou family. Instead, he regarded the little girl, who had provocatively stirred the pot and now hid away to relish the spectacle, with a knowing smile. How curious it was that the timid and fragile girl of yesteryears had transformed into such an eccentric and spirited being after merely 2 years apart. He had always sensed her fondness for him, which prompted him to orchestrate that particular incident. Si Jinxing, though connected to the general's residence, hailed from a maternal lineage that lacked prominence, with only a third-rank deputy censor as an uncle. In contrast, Si Jinxing herself was not merely a daughter of the Si family, but also the legitimate granddaughter of the esteemed General Lan. The Lan family, characterized by its masculine strength and feminine frailty, had 3 sons but only 1 daughter, Lan Shi, who, during her youth, was the cherished jewel of her parents and brothers. Si Jinxing, in the Lan residence, was similarly adored like the moon surrounded by stars. Although she had once suffered a dramatic decline in beauty, rendering her unfit even to be a concubine, her connection to the Lan family rendered her invaluable. Now, if she were to be bestowed in marriage to that individual, it would indeed be a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives with a single act. Should he gain her support, his influence would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. As long as her heart leaned towards him, a mere whisper in the ears of that person would yield remarkable results. With such thoughts, Qi Nanyan's gaze softened as he looked at Si Jinxing. "Dear second miss, in just a few months, you shall reach the age of coming of age, shall you not? I shall attend the ceremony alongside your elder sister." Si Jinxing, upon beholding his face, could not help but recall the scoundrel from her previous life and coldly replied, "I would not dare to trouble the prince and princess." Upon encountering the young lady who appeared indifferent, Qi Nanyan merely smiled and remarked, "No matter, no matter." After exchanging idle chatter for a while, he took his leave with Si Jinyue from the residence. The matter concerning Granny Zhang was left unresolved. Accompanied by the 2 maids, Elju and Yin Fei, she followed the guiding maid to the fractured blossom garden, which had recently been assigned to her. She recalled that the original owner had resided in the Yaoguang courtyard, which boasted an excellent location and splendid scenery. It was likely that after her expulsion from the estate 2 years prior, that courtyard had been claimed by another. Standing before the dilapidated yard, Si Jinxing found it hard to believe such a grand and opulent general's residence could harbor such desolation. The 2 maids, holding lanterns, managed to tidy up a room and laid out clean bedding. As the rain cleared and the night sky became adorned with twinkling stars, it was already the hour of Su, around 8 or 9 in the evening. It seemed there would be no food available for tonight. Si Jinxing retrieved 3 bowls of instant noodles from the snack drawer in the apothecary, pouring hot water over them. She called the 2 maids over, offering each a bowl. Though El Zhu and Yin Fei were immensely curious about this unfamiliar fare, they refrained from asking too many questions. What their young lady provided was simply to be accepted. Today had been taxing enough for her, and the following day promised to be even more arduous, with the matriarch and mistress expected to inquire about Granny Zhang's situation. Si Jinxing lay on her bed, falling into a light slumber, determined to replenish her energy. Tonight, she intended to stealthily explore the Pear Blossom Garden. Chapter 17. Stealthily exploring the Pear Blossom Garden in the inky darkness of the night. When the wind howled, it was the perfect time for a clandestine exploration. Si Jinxing secured her cumbersome skirt at her waist and slipped into the apothecary space. Utilizing the cover of night, she effortlessly entered the Pear Blossom Garden through its grand entrance, traversing the walls with ease. How thrilling! As Si Jinxing hurried towards the room of the Zhou matriarch, she found the night watchwoman, who was supposed to be vigilant, instead slumbering heavily against the railing. This fortuitously spared Si Jinxing the need for stealth. With utmost care, she slipped through the door and soon stood within the confines of Zhou's chamber. The thunderous sound of snoring nearly threatened to uproot the very ceiling. Si Jinxing regarded the matron, who resembled a corpulent sow, with a gaze filled with icy disdain. First, she had murdered the original owner, and now she had nearly brought about Si Jinxing's own demise. Zhou matriarch, You shall pay for your transgressions. We shall take our time with this reckoning. Without further delay, she opened the jewelry box belonging to Zhou, only to discover that most of its contents were the original owner's dowry. Jinxing swiftly gathered all the adornments from the table and stuffed them into a storage box that had been cleared out in the apothecary. Observing the padlock on the door of Huayuan, she couldn't help but chuckle. The Zhou matriarch truly was resourceful. She had even sent someone to lock her door. After a day of tumult, she felt utterly exhausted and promptly retreated into her space, passing through the wall. She stored away the muddy shoes in the apothecary before collapsing onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, a piercing scream echoed through Lihua courtyard. Although Jinxing was too far to hear the commotion, she awakened early, sensing that an intriguing spectacle awaited her. How could she possibly resist the allure of such drama? Yanfei and Luzhu appeared haggard, clearly having not rested well. The two had spent the night deliberating over the matter concerning old Madame Zhang, yet failed to devise a satisfactory resolution. Dressed and adorned, Jinxing noticed their troubled expressions and smiled. Come, let us pay our respects to grandmother, and I shall treat you to a show. Such a splendid spectacle. Is it not a tad extravagant for her to behold it alone? The two maids were entirely unwilling to allow their mistress to step outside. They would delay this matter for as long as possible. It is perplexing that their mistress, fully aware of the lurking dangers, still chooses to venture forth. The lock on the entrance of the fragmented blossom courtyard has, unbeknownst to her, already been deftly opened. Such careful consideration is commendable. Jinxing secretly admired the capabilities of the Zhou family, for this must have been arranged the previous night, especially considering how occupied she was this morning. As the trio of master and servant stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered a young maid carrying a bundle, approaching them. These are new garments prepared for our fourth miss, yet to be worn. Second miss may make do with them for now, and we shall procure more suitable attire in due course. I hope second miss will not find them lacking, the young maid said, curtsying with a gentle smile. This was Xiao Tao, the personal maid of the 4th Mississippi. Within the general's residence, aside from the late Lady Lan, there was the current matron, Lady Zhou, and another concubine, Lady Wan. Lady Wan had entered the household in the same year as Lady Zhou, possessing a gentle disposition, and had maintained close relations with the late Lady Lan. She was unambitious within the household, quietly raising her own children under the watchful eye of Lady Zhou. However, the original owner, being the legitimate daughter, had little interaction with her half-siblings. She scarcely remembered her fourth sister, only recalling that she was 2 years her junior. Round-faced and adorable, please convey my gratitude to your mistress. I shall visit fourth sister when time permits to play, she said, as she graciously accepted the bundle from Yanfei, as a fallen legitimate daughter entangled in a murder case. Jinxing felt a profound sense of admiration for Lady Wen's demeanor and actions. The three of them exited the fractured blossom courtyard, strolling along the flower brick path glistening after the rain, as the weather turned splendid. Jinxing, in high spirits, hummed a few lines of a melody, while the two maidservants trailing behind grew increasingly anxious. In her heart, Elzhu silently resolved that if a scapegoat were to be sought for this matter, she would bear the burden for her young mistress. As she pondered this, she unexpectedly collided with another little maid. Hey, what are you doing? How can you walk like that? Elzhu exclaimed, irritation flaring as she pointed at the girl, her words laced with disdain. I have encountered the second young Mississippi. Pray tell, why the hurried footsteps? What transpired? Jinxing, unconcerned with reprimanding the maid, interjected. Halt. An incident has occurred at the Pear Blossom courtyard. The madam must be in a state of disarray. Accompany me to grandmother's quarters so we may clarify the situation. Though reluctant, the little maid dared not defy her, and thus followed the second young miss towards the Heyun courtyard. Upon arriving at Heyun courtyard, the elderly matron, just awakened, waved her hand impatiently, questioning, what brings her here so early? Let her wait. The second young miss mentioned that on her way, she encountered a little maid who reported an incident at the Pear Blossom courtyard, remarked Mama L, assisting the matron with her clothing. The old lady, upon hearing of the commotion at the Pear Blossom courtyard, felt a wave of confusion. Which courtyard could be in disarray? Surely, the Pear Blossom courtyard, with its multitude of servants and matrons, could not have faced any trouble. How curious that they would seek the counsel of this seemingly indifferent matriarch at such a time. The old lady adjusted her coiffure, casting a glance towards the entrance. Upon witnessing this, Madame L turned and called for a maid outside, stating that the elder lady wished to see the second young miss. Jinxing entered the room, knelt, and performed a respectful greeting, conveying her filial respects to her grandmother. She then took the teacup from Madame L's hands and presented it to the old matriarch, earnestly proclaiming, "Last night, I contemplated deeply, in my youth. I was foolish and willful, causing you undue worry. Henceforth, I shall diligently remember your teachings and strive to be a good daughter of the general's household." The old lady accepted the teacup, and upon hearing her granddaughter's respectful words, felt a profound sense of honor that greatly uplifted her spirits. Her tone softened considerably as she replied, "You should have realized this long ago. Well then, let this serve as a reminder for you in the future." The old matriarch was indeed like a gentle donkey, and Jinxing suppressed her amusement, promptly nodding in agreement as she remarked, "I intended to first pay my respects to you, grandmother, before visiting mother. However, on my way, I encountered this little maid who mentioned that something had occurred in mother's courtyard. I thought that if there were troubles in mother's quarters, only you, grandmother, could maintain order in our household. Thus, I brought this little maid to seek your guidance. And I hope for your understanding." The old lady nodded, realizing that the household truly could not function without her presence. She then turned her gaze towards the kneeling maid, lifting her chin and inquiring, "Now, do tell me, what has transpired in Lihua courtyard?" The maid, merely a kitchen servant accustomed to the routine, had never been so close to the old matriarch before, and beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead, revealing her evident panic. What did you say?" Early in the morning, when the elderly lady was in a pleasant mood, she was suddenly taken aback by the words she heard, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Jinxing promptly adopted an anxious demeanor, exclaiming, "Grandmother, this girl claims that someone has died in Mother's courtyard. We must hasten to see." The group from Haiyun courtyard hurriedly made their way to Lihua courtyard. Jinxing assisted the old lady as they walked slowly, presenting a heartwarming image of a deep familial bond. However, Jinxing discreetly checked the old lady's pulse and, as expected, it was strong and rapid, indicative of the hypertension that often afflicts the elderly. This condition is particularly sensitive to emotional fluctuations. Secretly, she had prepared a bottle of Duzhong tablets in her sleeve. She could not allow this elderly lady to depart from the world just yet. Watching the unfolding drama from a distance was far too entertaining. As the group traveled from Haiyun courtyard to Lihua courtyard, they encountered numerous maids and matrons along the way. Upon seeing Jinxing standing beside the old lady, supporting her arm, they were momentarily stunned. Did they not say she was quite unfavored? One could not deny that after the dark spots on the second young lady's face faded, she appeared even more beautiful than the eldest daughter. In a corner, several maids whispered gossip about the second young lady, unaware that their chatter was overheard by a matron lurking behind the corridor. With her keen hearing, Jinxing naturally caught the snippets of gossip from a distance. A marriage? She recalled the previous day, outside the secondary courtyard, when Mama Lin had shouted, "Indeed, there are matters in this household of which I am unaware." Jinxing concealed her thoughts and, upon raising her head, realized that they had already arrived at Lihua courtyard. Before they could step through the gate, they were met head-on by the hurriedly approaching Mama Lu. Upon encountering this incident in the courtyard, Lady Lu found herself engulfed in unease. As she lowered her head to walk, she suddenly came across someone blocking her path. Without a glance, she exclaimed, "Who is the blind fool obstructing me?" At that moment, Jinxing turned to the elderly lady with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Grandmother, is this Lady Lu directing her ire at us?" Without waiting for a response, she raised her hand and delivered a swift slap, admonishing, "To offend my grandmother warrants punishment." Lady Lu, having recognized her visitors, immediately knelt upon the ground, clutching her sore face, and stammered, "Madam, I am to blame. I was blind to my actions. I did not mean to insult you." The elderly lady pondered why she had arrived so early in the morning, her thoughts racing to ensure that the matters in the rear courtyard remained undiscovered. Stealing a glance at the maid by her side, she subtly signaled for her to inform the mistress. However, Jinxing, fully aware of her intentions, called out, "Where do you think you are going? The madam is here. You cannot simply flee." Startled by the command, the maid halted in her tracks, paralyzed by fear. The elderly lady, unconcerned with the maid's flight, was wholly consumed by her anger towards Lady Lu. Had she ever been subjected to such disgraceful insults, especially from a servant of her own household? Infuriated, she nearly lost her composure and retorted, "How dare you, you wretched old servant, act so brazenly?" Unexpectedly, Jinxing found herself in the midst of her grandmother's fury upon entering. Yet, she knew that Lady Lu was not a formidable adversary. Quickly, she patted the elderly lady's chest and cautioned, "Grandmother, You must not let this ruffle your health. Mother is counting on you to manage things." It was only then that the elderly lady recalled the purpose of their visit, yet she had no intention of sparing Lady Lu from her wrath. She coldly commanded, "Go kneel at the gate for a day and a night." Lady Lu, initially intending to delay, was unexpectedly awakened to the situation by the second young lady's words. With a resentful glare at Jinxing, she covered her face and walked outside the pear-blossom courtyard to kneel. Only then did Jinxing assist the elderly lady as they proceeded into the courtyard. "Grandmother, do you hear? There seems to be some commotion in the back courtyard. I believe Mother must be there." Jinxing feigned urgency, appearing genuinely concerned for her stepmother's safety. Indeed, she was worried about her stepmother, but only in the sense of ensuring that no traces were left behind. Moments later, the grandmother and granddaughter halted outside the moon gate of the back courtyard. The elderly lady, pale-faced, gazed at the two young servants who were wielding shovels to dig a pit, beside which lay a raised mat. Who could be beneath that mat? How audacious of Zhou! To commit murder in broad daylight within the estate? In a fit of rage, she shouted, "What are you doing?" Just as the elderly lady finished her outcry, a coarse yet familiar voice rang out from behind. "Mother, Mother, what brings you here? Quickly, follow your daughter-in-law to the front courtyard. They are merely burying a dead dog. Do not let it offend your eyes." The young servants, sensing the old lady's fury, dared not continue their work and stood motionless by the pit. Jinxing caught a glimpse of Zhou's slightly waxen complexion and couldn't help but feel amused. It seemed she had run to the lavatory no less than 10 times this morning, trying to hastily dispose of the evidence. How could this young lady grant you your wish? Let you be filled with intentions yet lacking in means. Just wait for us to arrive. The elderly lady was incensed that Zhou still dared to deceive her. She had worried early in the morning about the safety of the Zhou family and hurried to Pear Blossom Courtyard. With a voice laced with fury, she exclaimed, "Zhou, cease your nonsensical chatter. That is clearly a person." Jinxing, with her head bowed, trailed beside the old matriarch and softly cautioned, "Grandmother, please do not be angry. Perhaps this individual has committed some unforgivable transgression, prompting such a severe punishment from Mother. However, we must not be careless in this matter. We cannot allow anyone to tarnish the reputation of our general's household." The immediate priority was to ascertain this person's identity. Could it be a household servant? Upon hearing this, Zhou finally noticed that the one accompanying the matriarch was none other than that wretched Jinxing. Suddenly, she recalled that the girl had mentioned the previous night, "Old Zhang is waiting for you at Pear Blossom Courtyard." It was you, wasn't it? You killed old Zhang and left her in my courtyard. A flash of realization ignited in Zhou's mind as she pointed an accusing finger at Jinxing, exclaiming, "Old Zhang? Did Mother refer to the one beneath the straw mat as old Zhang?" "Ah." Jinxing clasped her mouth, her face turning pale as 2 streams of tears began to trickle down her cheeks. "How could this be? Grandmother, please summon someone to check. How could old Zhang be dead? Why must Mother act so foolishly? It's all an act. Who can't play a role?" With the old lady's command, the straw mat was swiftly lifted. The terrified visage of old Zhang was unveiled to the onlookers. She was drenched, as if just caught in the rain, with several bloodstains on her waist, the blood still fresh. She must have died not long ago. Jinxing suppressed the sparkle in her eyes, her face now a mask of sorrow. Meanwhile, the maidens Yan Fei and Lu Zhu stood in complete shock. This old woman, did she not pass away in the other courtyard 3 months ago? This is indeed the theatrical performance the young lady mentioned this morning. Chapter 19. The Stepmother's Dazzling Act. The two concealed their inner doubts, hoping this matter could be dissociated from the young lady. Green Bamboo gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed, it is truly Mother Zhang." Yan Fei sniffled, tears streaming down her face, and sighed, lamenting, "We heard last night that she was at the Pear Blossom Courtyard. Little did we expect to see her today, only to find she has been forever separated from this world." Listening to the two maids' exchange, Mrs. Zhou glared with eyes ablaze, as if ready to unleash fire. The old lady cast a glance at Mother Zhang's corpse, involuntarily stepping back several paces. The manner of her death was indeed quite shocking. Mrs. Zhou's hand had evidently reached into her courtyard. Upon this realization, the old lady's anger surged, and she demanded furiously, "Speak. Why did Mother Zhang die in your courtyard?" Mrs. Zhou, unable to defend herself, knelt before the old lady, tearfully protesting her innocence. "Mother, the daughter-in-law truly knows not. This morning a maid discovered her in the back courtyard. At that time, she was already deceased. The daughter-in-law has been wronged." Mrs. Zhou felt utterly aggrieved. She was indeed innocent. She had been framed. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards Jinxing, resentfully declaring, "Sure, it was you, was it not? You killed Mother Zhang. If you admit it, the household will not blame you. Why then must you shift the blame onto your mother? Pray tell." Which made mention last night that this old woman was waiting for me in my courtyard. Mother, how could your daughter possess the ability to commit murder? If you had not insisted that I identify the speaker, I would have been unable to do so. After all, it is not the first time that unfamiliar maidservants have graced our residence. With an unwavering gaze, Jinxing fixed her eyes upon Madame Zhou and slowly continued. Was there not a similar incident 2 years ago? Upon hearing this, Zhou's pupils dilated in shock. 2 years prior, a maid had summoned Jinxing to the Minghua pavilion. What secrets had this wretched girl uncovered? Zhou dared not utter another word. Her gaze locked onto the young woman before her. Although the person remained the same. Why did her eyes appear so foreign? She clutched the elderly matriarch's arm, adopting the demeanor of a frightened girl, and whispered, "Grandmother, I am so frightened. Why does mother repeatedly wrong me? Moreover, my courtyard was locked last night. How could I possibly have climbed the wall to commit harm?" At the mention of the locked door, Zhou nearly struck herself in frustration, for it provided this girl with a convenient excuse. She was well aware that the gate to Cuihua courtyard had been secured, making it impossible for Jinxing to scale the high walls. Furthermore, the old woman was far more robust than that girl. It seemed utterly implausible that she could be responsible. Yet, an unsettling intuition persisted within her, suggesting that this affair was inextricably linked to Jinxing. If not her, then who could it be? She could not fathom who had taken the old woman's life, nor why she had been ensnared in this web of deceit. The matriarch, witnessing Zhou's attempt to pin the blame for the old woman's death onto the second daughter, exclaimed in fury, well then, what a splendid display, Zhou." With trembling fingers, the elderly lady pointed at Zhou, suddenly feeling the world spin around her. She stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Jinxing hurriedly extended her hand to support the elderly lady, while Mama L exclaimed in panic, "The old lady is suffering from a bout of wind sickness. Quick, quick, summon a doctor." Jinxing's gaze darkened. The matriarch must not faint at this critical moment. She produced the Duzhong Ping tablets she had prepared in advance and presented them. "Mama L, these tablets were concocted by me during my time at the other residence. If you trust me, please allow grandmother to take them. Her condition cannot be delayed." Not long ago, while at the other residence, she had compiled a considerable number of rare medicinal texts. It was originally due to her maternal grandmother's obsession with medicine, from whom General Lan had painstakingly gathered these rare texts. When her mother, Lady Lan, was pregnant and living briefly at the other residence, her grandmother had left these texts behind, perhaps hoping she would study them while recuperating. Jinxing felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding her grandmother's decision to bequeath these medicinal texts to Lady Lan, yet she could not pinpoint what felt amiss. "What is this?" Mama L inquired, examining the white, tablet-like substance, her face reflecting confusion. "This second young lady is rather audacious. Medicine should not be taken lightly." Anticipating Mama L's thoughts, Jinxing clarified, "Mama L, you must recall my grandmother's exceptional medical skills over the past 2 years at the other residence. I have diligently studied the rare texts she left behind. Although my medical expertise does not rival that of my grandmother, I possess a modicum of understanding." Upon hearing this, Mama L immediately thought of the formidable matriarch of the Lan family, renowned for her unparalleled medical prowess, who was said to be on par with the imperial physicians and had even received praise from the empress herself. Merely because she is a daughter, deemed unfit for public appearance, the passage of time has led to few retaining memory of this matter. Thus it is, the second young lady, endowed with exceptional intelligence, is deserving of such fortune. Mama L nodded in commendation. The two attended to the elderly matriarch, administering her medication, and shortly thereafter, they observed her breathing gradually steadied, her eyes brightening considerably. The matron Zhou, who knelt nearby, could not help but feel a surge of alarm. How could this wretched girl possess such capabilities? Could it be that she has even cured the insidious black mark poison, which was deemed incurable? If this is the case, future endeavors to confront her will undoubtedly require greater caution. As the matriarch regained her composure, she sought to punish Zhou, summon someone, strike this insolent woman with 20 blows. Yet, suddenly, a sound erupted, followed by an unbearable stench. Jinxing swiftly covered her mouth and nose, supporting the matriarch as they retreated several steps. At that moment, someone uttered, "Ah, what is that behind the lady?" "Hush, speak softly. It appears the lady has soiled herself." The whispered murmurs, akin to thunder, shattered the silence of the courtyard. Zhou's usual dignified demeanor as the head matron could no longer be sustained. She abruptly rose, fleeing the courtyard as if in desperation, heading straight for the esteemed chamber. How could she be so vulgar and disrespectful? The matriarch shook her head in frustration. Those emerging from humble backgrounds truly lack refinement. In the future, she must seek an opportunity to arrange a suitable match for her son. How many young ladies are vying to marry the current general of Jinyuan? Jinxing remained unaware of the matriarch's thoughts. Otherwise, she would surely chastise her for her unseemly age, without considering her own son's advanced years. The matter concerning Granny Zhang unfolded as Jinxing had anticipated, ultimately leading to an inconclusive resolution. Should the matriarch of the Xi family find herself entangled in a murder scandal, her offspring would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. The elderly lady was unwilling to see her eldest grandson subjected to public scrutiny. To the outside world, she proclaimed that Granny Zhang had pilfered a considerable sum of silver and jewelry belonging to the Zhou family, and upon being discovered, was overwhelmed by shame and took her own life. Furthermore, the matriarch, mindful of Sijing Xinjiu's status as a princess, refrained from administering a severe punishment to Zhou, opting instead for a mere month of house arrest. Naturally, the scandal of her disgraceful display today quickly spread throughout the general's estate, ensuring her humiliation would linger long after her demise. Regarding that Granny Zhang, Green Bamboo, attending to her mistress during breakfast, could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke up. Jinxing was aware that she was about to inquire why Granny Zhang, who had passed 3 months prior, appeared as though she had only recently died. Why, despite being buried in a secluded location, had she suddenly reappeared? How could she possibly explain this? It would be implausible to claim that her space possessed preservative qualities, and that she had conveniently stored the old woman away 3 months ago for unforeseen circumstances. As she struggled to concoct a plausible explanation, a voice echoed from outside the gate of the shattered blossom courtyard. Jinxing, you shameless wretch, come out at once. It was her third sister. Come, let us see what she wants. Jinxing sighed in relief, hastily rising to head outside. Jinxing had arrived at just the right moment. As she made her way out, Jinxing rifled through her memories of this third sister. A decade ago, this once ignored daughter had transformed from a mere concubine's offspring into the legitimate third daughter of the general's household, thereby initiating an incessant rivalry with the original owner of this identity. From grand carriages for outings to the tiniest details of clothing, jewelry, and provisions, the competition was relentless. As long as it belongs to the original owner, Jinyan will possess it, and indeed, she intends to claim even that which was originally hers. Jinxing finds some understanding in this behavior. After all, the distinctions between legitimate daughters and illegitimate ones are quite apparent at this time. Is this not the nature of humanity? With a sudden elevation in status, one's desires inevitably intensify. It is merely unfortunate for the original owner, who suffered greatly at the hands of this little girl. However, there is one aspect that amuses Jinxing greatly. Not only does Jinyan harbor animosity towards her, but it appears she is also at odds with her legitimate elder sister, Jinyu. Third sister, what brings you to my fragrant blossom courtyard today? Jinxing stepped out of the courtyard, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she regarded the newcomer. Jinyan had known since last night that the dark blemishes on Jinxing's face had faded, but due to the dim lighting, she had not observed it clearly. Now, gazing upon the fair complexion of the woman before her, she realized that without those blemishes, her second sister's beauty was likely unmatched in the realm. Another marriage matter. Jinxing inquired playfully, when did I ever seize your marriage from you? I am still unaware. Third sister, to whom you are to be wed? I naturally. Jinyan's ears flushed crimson, her words faltering halfway before being interrupted by the arrival of another. Yinner, stop your nonsense. Jinyu approached gracefully, taking hold of Jinyan's arm, signaling her to be silent. Turning her gaze towards Jinxing, she smiled broadly, her eyes gleaming with mirth as she said, Shinger, do not heed Yinner's foolishness. Oh, what is this? Did I truly snatch away Jinyan's marriage? Jinxing pressed her lips together, observing Jinyu without responding, for there was certainly more to this situation. Who is the intended betrothed? If it were a splendid marriage proposal, would this group of individuals readily relinquish it? Upon observing the enigmatic smile of Jinyu, which seemed to pierce through her schemes, Jinxing felt a pang of anxiety. How could this foolish girl now be so formidable? How could I have forgotten to clarify matters with my third sister? She forced a smile and congratulated. It is the current emperor's promise that the legitimate daughter of our general's residence shall be wed to the 9th prince. Are you aware of the 9th prince, dear sister? He is the younger brother of the emperor, young yet accomplished in battle, bestowed the title of King of Moxing. His character is esteemed, and his bearing is extraordinary. Just await the days of prosperity that lie ahead. The rumors speak of the King of Moxing possessing a countenance like a jade crown, exuding an imposing aura, captivating the hearts of countless women in the capital, including Si Jingyun. When she first heard from her mother that the emperor intended to bestow a marriage between her and him, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. Now, hearing her elder sister's words, how could she acquiesce? He was none other than the 9th prince she had yearned for day and night. How could she simply yield? Si Jingyun's face flushed crimson, her anger palpable as she pointed an accusatory finger at Si Jinhua. Si Jinhua furrowed her brow, perplexed by her sister's inability to perceive the situation. She endeavored to maintain her smile, gently advising, Yunner, do not act so recklessly. Has our mother ever mentioned you marrying him? Our second elder sister is still unmarried, so this marriage naturally does not concern you. If you doubt me, you may certainly inquire with mother. She glanced at the maidservant behind her, who stepped forward and respectfully announced, Third miss, just now, when our royal consort passed by the pear blossom garden, she mentioned that the autumn garments prepared for you by the lady have been completed, and she requests you to come and try them on. As Si Jinxing observed the fierce exchange between the two sisters, a resolute thought crystallized in her mind. Something must have befallen the 9th prince. Otherwise, why had he, so adamantly advocating for Si Jingyun's marriage, now hastily shifted his attentions to her? Was he perhaps on the brink of death, seeking to wed her as a means of burial? Si Jinxing's mind raced with speculation when Si Jinhua interjected, Dearest sister, once you become the 9th prince's consort, do not forget the bond of sisterhood that binds us. She gestured, and 4 handmaidens stepped forward, each bearing a tray adorned with 2 exquisite gowns. Upon examining the garments, Si Jinxing noted that all 8 dresses were crafted from fragrant cloud silk and plain brocade, made from the finest materials. Could the Zhou matriarch truly afford such lavishness for her? Si Jinxing raised an elegant brow, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she replied, I am most grateful for your kindness. However, I must insist that the marriage proceeds as previously agreed. Let third sister be wed instead. A gentleman does not usurp another's fortune. With a graceful turn, she added, Farewell, dear elder sister. I cannot accompany you any further. If not for the 9th prince's predicament, would such a splendid match have been relinquished to her? Meanwhile, the ailing 9th prince was being regaled with reports from his shadowy informants about the captivating drama unfolding at the sea residence. So, you believe that the embarrassment inflicted upon the Zhou matriarch was orchestrated by the second miss? The 9th prince, Chi Moli, inquired with keen interest, his finger tapping rhythmically upon the table. Lifting his teacup, he savored a sip before dismissively gesturing. Has the news of my affliction only just reached us this morning? It seems my third brother's updates are rather sluggish. Why, she nodded in agreement, stating, This morning, the third prince's consort hurriedly arrived at the minister's residence, heading straight to the courtyard of the second miss, mentioning the emperor's decree regarding her marriage to you. However, I observed that the second miss seemed to sense something amiss, as there was no trace of joy on her face. That girl is astute. How could she exhibit any happiness when she is being deceived by her family to bring fortune to a dying man like myself? Chi-Mo Lee's thin lips curled into a semblance of a smile as he continued to sip his tea. If he were not poisoned, he would have the third miss wed to him. If he were poisoned, would he then settle for the second miss? The general's household ingenuity is quite calculating. Suddenly, she slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Oh dear, I almost forgot. The second miss appears to possess medical skills. Today, she used a rare medicine to save the old matriarch of the general's residence. Upon hearing this, Chi-Mo Lee's breath hitched. Could it be her? Chapter 21. A thief climbs in at midnight after such a long search. He had finally found her. Chi-Mo Lee discarded his teacup, raising an eyebrow, and commanded, Go to the crown prince's residence and invite him to come discuss matters. He was the youngest son of the late emperor, 30 years junior to the current emperor. Having lost his mother at a young age and grown up by the side of the Empress Dowager, he shared the same age as the crown prince, Jinan Yuan, and they had grown up together, fostering a close relationship. Shortly thereafter, the crown prince's carriage entered through the side gate of the Wang residence. Uncle Jiao, what brings you to invite your nephew today? Crown Prince Chi Nan Yuan entered Chi Mo Lee's study, unceremoniously taking a seat in the grand chair, and inquired with a smile. Chi Moli, with a brush saturated in ink, inscribed a character before casting a glance at Chi Nanyuan, irritably stating, "The reason I summoned you here is to discuss important matters." Chi Nanyuan craned his neck and beheld a joyous character written boldly on the rice paper. He erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "So it is this matter. Congratulations, Uncle Wang. Best wishes." The two of them deliberated in the study for a full half-hour before Chi Moli, satisfied, allowed Chi Nanyuan to depart the residence. Rather than others, it was she who occupied her thoughts. The image of the resolute girl standing in the rain from the previous day flashed through Chi Moli's mind, causing the corners of her lips to curve involuntarily. Why, she observed the smile that adorned his master's lips and shuddered involuntarily. What could have caused this transformation in his master, the king of hell on the battlefield? What transpired in the study just moments ago? Why, she scratched his head, utterly perplexed. In the Sifu, Pear Blossom courtyard, a furious voice rang out, "Get out. All of you get out," followed by the sound of porcelain shattering on the ground. This marked the fifth set of teacups that the Zhou matriarch had smashed today. Such destruction of mere teacups could hardly alleviate her pent-up resentment. She need not ponder. She was acutely aware that her embarrassing incident in the backyard that morning had likely spread throughout the entire general's residence. She felt as though her dignity had been cast away. It was all due to that wretched girl. She was nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Si Jinhua gazed at the scattered shards of porcelain, letting out a soft sigh as she offered, "Mother, please calm down. Too many people are aware of this matter. There's no need to rush. In due time, we can gradually replace everything. As for those individuals, there are certainly ways to ensure they keep this matter to themselves." The affliction of diarrhea that plagued the Zhou family was examined by the physician, who attributed it to the consumption of unclean food. However, Zhou insisted that everything she had eaten was as usual, devoid of any anomalies. Si Jinhua also suspected a connection to Si Jinxing, but her mother had mentioned that the shattered huayuan had been locked the previous night and only opened at the hour of the rabbit this morning. In the summer, by the hour of the rabbit, the day had already brightened, and the maids and servants of the household were bustling about, leaving no opportunity for the girl to act. Moreover, that old woman. Yet, should she refuse this marriage, what course of action should be taken? Is it truly intended for your third sister to wed the dying ninth prince? Zhou had been in a state of distress, alternating between retching and fatigue for much of the day, her complexion pale and waxen, yet her thoughts remained fixated on her daughter's future. The current strategy. Si Jinhua leaned closer to Zhou's ear, whispering her counsel. This matter must be approached with caution. Zhou nodded discreetly, yet feeling uneasy, she cautioned, one must not be careless. Merely deceive her a little. If it weren't for the necessity of preserving the girl's life, such efforts would be unwarranted. If she must perish, it should only be after the marriage to the ninth prince. Otherwise, her daughter would be forced into that union. Absolutely not. She ought to pave the way for herself and her children, just as her own mother had done. After further deliberation between Zhou and Si Jinhua, a sense of reassurance settled upon them, prompting Zhou to instruct Lu Mama to ensure that all shards of porcelain in the room were thoroughly cleared away. In the Haiyun courtyard, the old matriarch held a small vial of medicine, her face adorned with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, our Xing'er possesses remarkable talent. She has concocted such an excellent remedy." In the early morning, after the elderly lady experienced dizziness in the back courtyard of Pear Blossom Garden, the household promptly sent for a physician. She distinctly recalled the physician's words. Had she not taken the medicine promptly to manage her condition after the dizziness, it would have been exceedingly difficult for her to regain consciousness in a timely manner. She contemplated requesting some of that effective yet palatable medicine from Si Jinxing, yet hesitated on how to broach the subject. Unexpectedly, the young girl presented her with a bottle after lunch. Si Jinxing, observing the elderly lady, certainly did not miss the triumphant expression upon her face. She lowered her gaze, amusedly watching the unfolding drama. Then, Si Jinxing raised her head with a gentle smile and remarked, "My scholarly pursuits are lacking. It was only in a moment of desperation yesterday that I provided medicine to my grandmother. If grandmother is well, I shall find solace." The elderly lady, who valued her life above all, found the bouts of dizziness exceedingly distressing, compounded by the daily necessity of consuming that bitter medicinal broth which she abhorred. Now, with this fine remedy in hand, she cherished it dearly, exclaiming repeatedly, "Excellent, it is truly delightful." As evening approached, Si Jinxing glanced at the table laden with 4 dishes and a soup, inquired, What has prompted such a sumptuous meal today? Yin Fei, ladling out soup, responded. I heard from the kitchen stewardess that it was personally instructed by Mama Lu. Jinxing focused her gaze, realizing that the ninth prince was indeed of little use. She needed to venture out soon to ascertain the situation of that individual and prepare herself adequately in advance. From yesterday until today, she had not found a moment's rest. Seizing the opportunity of an uneventful night, Jinxing planned to retire early. Yet, sometimes, the more one yearns for slumber, the more elusive it becomes. Jinxing tossed and turned, ultimately surrendering to her plight. She acknowledged her insomnia. She sat upright, preparing to don her outer garments and take a few laps in the courtyard. However, before she could descend from her bed, a rustling sound echoed through the night. Possessing a more acute sense of hearing than most, Jinxing swiftly dressed and stealthily positioned herself by the door. The window creaked open, shattering the night's tranquility. Concealed in the shadows, Jinxing cast a cold gaze in the moonlight. Suddenly, a nimble shadow leapt through the window. Chapter 22. The flower-picking thief shall not escape. Upon entering through the window, the intruder made a beeline for the bed. Jinxing's expression hardened. Was this a flower-picking thief? Yet, there was no one on the bed. The thief found himself thwarted, realizing he had fallen into a trap. At that moment, Jinxing electrified the would-be assailant, who was about to turn away. Was this individual sent by the Zhou family? She had no time for contemplation. Swiftly disposing of the unconscious petty thief into the elegant grove of apricot trees. If indeed he was dispatched by the Zhou family, it wouldn't be long before their accomplices would come to the Suihua courtyard. She hurriedly exited the courtyard, making her way to Jinxing's Biluo courtyard. As she passed through the garden, she overheard Zhou's voice, inquiring, "Did you see clearly? Did that person truly enter Suihua courtyard?" Concealed in the shadows, Jinxing did not miss the fleeting look of triumph in Zhou's eyes. She moved swiftly, sometimes traversing the paths of the general's residence, at other times slipping into the spaces to avoid detection, until she soon arrived at Biluo courtyard. "You little wretch, step aside at once." Everyone has witnessed the intrusion of a petty thief into the shattered flower courtyard. Lady Lu is still preoccupied with the incident from this morning, when the matriarch punished the second young lady for being incited by Jinxing. She can hardly contain her anticipation to see the second young lady captured, disgraced, and in a state of utter disarray. A glint of malice flickers in her eyes as she declares, "If we delay any longer, your young lady may find herself in grave peril, and you shall not bear the consequences." Yanfei stands at the threshold, her complexion turning ashen as she absorbs Lady Lu's menacing words. She is genuinely anxious for her young lady's safety. Yet, she recalls her mistress's explicit command: no one may enter her chamber without permission. With a respectful curtsy, she firmly states, "My lady is currently asleep, and I have been vigilantly guarding the courtyard without sight of any intruders. There is no need for your concern, madam." "How dare you, insolent girl? You show such disregard for your mistress's safety." "Seize her," Lady Lu commands, and two burly maids step forward, each grasping one of Yanfei's arms. Awakened by the commotion, Elzu opens the door to find Yanfei being restrained. Instantly alert, she cries out, "What are you doing? How dare you act so brazenly in the second young lady's quarters? Release Sister Yanfei at once." Upon witnessing Elzu rush towards Yanfei, Lady Lu scoffs and retorts, "Two ill-mannered servant girls. Allow me to discipline you on behalf of your mistress today." With that, she seizes Elzu by the collar and raises her hand, ready to deliver a slap. Just then, the door creaks open. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld the second young lady of the household, clad in a simple attire, yawning and sleepily emerging from her chamber. Zhou's expression faltered. Was she truly just sleeping within her quarters? Jinxing scanned the courtyard, where a dozen maids and servants brandished torches, effectively surrounding her residence, the fractured blossom garden. "Madame Lu, what audacity you possess, daring to reprimand my people within my domain. Who endowed you with such boldness?" Observing this, Zhou quickly donned a maternal smile and inquired, "Xinger, what were you doing in your room just now? Why did it take you so long to open the door? There were no intruders, were there?" Jinxing, noticing the excitement flickering in Zhou's eyes, stepped aside and coldly replied, "Naturally, I was asleep at this late hour. Unlike you all, I do not indulge in nocturnal escapades. Is Madame Lu attempting to uncover someone in my chamber? If so, let her proceed, but should she find nothing, she must not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhou nodded towards Madame Lu, who had witnessed the individual entering the fractured blossom garden. There could be no mistake. With her head held high, Madame Lu strode boldly into Jinxing's room. However, after rummaging through the space thrice and searching every conceivable hiding spot, she found not a single soul. How could this be? Looking somewhat flustered, she exited the room and whispered a few words into Zhou's ear. Zhou's gaze turned icy as she swiftly surveyed the room, then forced a smile, intending to depart. Just then, a crisp, cold voice pierced the air from behind. Hold on. Jinxing fixed her gaze upon Madame Lu and stated, I have already warned you. Should you fail to find anyone, do not hold me responsible for my rudeness. Madame Lu, what were you intending to do to my maid? Without allowing Mother Lu to defend herself, Jinxing abruptly raised her hand and delivered a swift, precise, and fierce slap. The impact was so forceful that Mother Lu staggered back, retreating several paces before regaining her balance. Trembling with anger, she pointed a finger. You? What do you mean by that? At your age, you should show some respect. Jinxing, wiping her hands with a handkerchief, approached a woman holding a torch, ignited the cloth, and tossed it to the ground, watching it burn to ashes. How filthy! Zhou's expression darkened. This insolent girl dared to strike her trusted Mother Lu? Just as she was about to speak, Jinxing suddenly glanced toward the southeast. The sound of the girl seemingly talking to herself reached her ears. Tonight feels unsettling. Just as I opened the door, I saw a shadow moving in that direction. That is. Upon hearing this, Zhou's body trembled, and she could no longer pay attention to Jinxing. She hurriedly set off toward Biluo Courtyard. Could that wretched creature have truly made its way to Yuner Courtyard? Zhou hurried along, her legs almost giving way, as if sparks might fly from her exertion. Jinxing watched Zhou's panicked retreat with a smile, and, accompanied by Lu Zhu and Yin Fei, she decided to follow. How could she miss such a spectacle? As they passed Yuner Courtyard, they noticed that the lights were now lit, likely awakened by Zhou's commotion. Grandmother, you two have been disturbed? Jinxing supported the elderly lady as they made their way toward Biluo Courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, they found numerous servants standing about, while the door to Jinxing's room remained tightly shut. What on earth was Zhou causing a ruckus about in the middle of the night? The elderly lady appeared weary, having completely forgotten about the month-long confinement imposed by the Zhou family. It was rumored that a thief had entered the residence. Jinxing whispered this, startling the old woman into a shiver. She glanced behind her. In the dark of the night, she ought to feign fear. Amid her thoughts, the Biluo courtyard was already illuminated. Mother, what shall we do? Jinyun, with her hair cascading down, wrapped herself in the quilt, her voice trembling slightly. She had been abruptly awakened by her mother, only to find a man in black crouched by her bedside. If word of this spread, how could she ever face anyone again? Zhou sure stood in Jinyun's room, her gaze fixed fiercely on the still slumbering figure on the floor. Her eyes ablaze with fury. How dare he intrude upon her youngest daughter's chamber? Could he not see the prominent characters of Suihua Courtyard? Yet, the steward had clearly stated that this man had already entered Suihua Courtyard, so how could he possibly be here? Chapter 23. This little thief is an acquaintance. She and Jinyun shared the same thought. This matter must not be allowed to spread. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from outside the courtyard. Ah, there's a thief. Quick, catch him. Upon hearing the call to apprehend the thief, Zhou sure exchanged a glance with the pale-faced Jinyun. A thief had indeed infiltrated their home? It seemed the heavens were aiding her. The maids and servants in the courtyard had already been drawn outside by the commotion. She exchanged a knowing look with Mama Lu and hurried out of the room. Upon joining the crowd, Zhou sure overheard a few young maids excitedly discussing. Who would have thought that the second young lady possessed such remarkable skills? Indeed, the second young lady displayed remarkable bravery, as that petty thief was utterly no match for her. She dealt with him decisively. How dare he trespass into the general's residence? Mrs. Zhou lifted her gaze and witnessed a cloaked rogue being vanquished beneath the prowess of Jinxing, who had him subdued at her feet. The thief, seeing the crowd encircle him, struggled in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, with every slight movement he made, he was met with a flurry of fists and kicks. His cries were but a cacophony, but Jinxing was engrossed in her relentless assault, paying no heed to his lamentations. Little did she anticipate that the flower-picking scoundrel, having been rendered unconscious by an electric baton, would regain consciousness so swiftly. Truly, a marvel. Jinxing gripped several infusion needles in her palm, for they were indeed the most reliable tools. Finer than embroidery needles and sturdier than silver ones, they inflicted considerable pain. Years ago, when Rong Mama jabbed Ziwei with a needle, the bitterness it incited was profound, yet now, Jinxing found this tactic quite effective. After exhausting herself in the fray, She rose and delivered a powerful kick to the thief's waist. How audacious of him to venture out at this hour. She had yet to infiltrate and catch the culprit. With hands on her hips, she called out to Mrs. Zhou amidst the gathering crowd. This man fled from the third sister's courtyard. I wonder if she is well? Mrs. Zhou was on the brink of exasperation. Although the true thief lurked within her daughter's chamber, the mere presence of this rogue in the courtyard tarnished her daughter's reputation. How dare this wild girl shout so brazenly? In her heart, she cursed the fool for not even knowing the name of the fragrant pavilion. Shamelessly wandering into Bailuo courtyard instead. Cursed be this turn of events. Her eyes narrowed, and it seemed the wild girl had managed to slip away. Zhou sighed softly and inquired with concern, Xinger, did that man harm you during your altercation? Upon hearing this, Jinxing felt a weight in her heart. Was she being accused of having had any dealings with the man? With a cold snort, she replied, what could he possibly do to me? Look at him. Barely clinging to life. How could he pose any threat? You should be more worried about our third sister. Before we arrived, we had no idea what he might have done in her courtyard. At that moment, Jinxing, who had just tidied herself up, overheard the remark and paled. Me? I'm perfectly fine. This man merely passed by my courtyard. Do not fabricate such nonsense. Jinxing, observing her reaction, dismissively retorted. Who needs to fabricate anything? Regardless, if this matter gets out, it will tarnish third sister's reputation. Others will not concern themselves with whether this little thief emerged from your room or the courtyard. Furious, Jinxing felt an urge to slap Jinxing. Yet realizing she was no match for her, she refrained. Zhou, embodying the authority of the matriarch, cast a glance at the prostrate figure of the cloaked thief before addressing the elder matron. Mother, what do you think we should do about this situation? The elder matron ignored her, instead focusing on Jinxing, exclaiming, Good child. We are grateful to you. Then, turning her ire towards the fallen thief, she bellowed. What audacity! How dare you come to my general's residence and cause trouble? Do you think we are without defenders here? Jinxing supported the elder matron and, with a subtle motion of her lips, cautioned, though this thief emerged from third sister's courtyard and no one else is aware, we must not let our guard down. In a secluded chamber, a young lady found herself in the company of an unfamiliar man. Should this scandal come to light, it would surely bring disgrace upon the entire household. After voicing her concern, she cast her eyes downward, enveloped in despair. Who amongst us has not faced such turmoil? The elderly matriarch had recently received a splendid remedy from this very girl, leading her to hold her in high esteem at this moment. She nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The matriarch, her voice laced with fury, commanded, Bring forth this scoundrel. Should this affair reach the authorities, it would undoubtedly bring shame upon our family, and I would rather see you dead than suffer such humiliation. Upon hearing the threat of death, the young miscreant, lying on the floor, let out a loud wail. It was me. Do not bind me. However, the elderly lady, her hearing dulled by age, did not comprehend and continued to demand, Who do you think you are? I shall see you beaten to death. While she failed to recognize the voice, Mrs. Zhou did, and she stepped forward with urgency, tearing away the cloth that concealed the man's face. Instantly, she stood frozen in shock. Jinxing, sensing something amiss with Mrs. Zhou, approached to investigate, her complexion paling in an instant. Unable to contain herself, Mrs. Zhou cried out in anguish, My son. As she wept, she embraced Jinxing, exclaiming, My child, how are you? Where does it hurt? Yet, Mrs. Zhou's ample frame did not allow her to moderate her strength, and as she enveloped him, she inadvertently pressed against Jinxing. The weight caused him to collapse onto the ground, and the multitude of wounds upon his body ignited a surge of agony, prompting him to wail, Mother, please, release me. It was only then that the elderly matriarch realized that the young thief, brought low upon the ground, was none other than her beloved grandson. She was instantly filled with heartache, shaking off the hand that Jinxing had placed on her arm, not even glancing back as she strode directly towards Jinxing. As she walked, tears streamed down her face, and she lamented, My dear grandson, how could you be beaten so badly? Let your grandmother take a look. Jinxing wiped his face, sticky and drenched, unsure whether it was tears or sweat, and woefully complained, Grandmother, Mother, it is that girl Jinxing who is trying to kill me. I am the legitimate heir of this household. She wishes to leave the Ciji family without descendants. Jinxing's desperate pleas struck the old lady's heart profoundly, further validating his claims. After all, he was the sole, treasured grandson of the family. How could that girl be so ruthless? The old lady trembled, not knowing where to place her hands, muttering, "Oh my heavens, what shall we do?" Although Si Jin-yun could not comprehend why her elder brother happened to appear in Biluo courtyard, she reasoned it was still preferable to being discovered with another man in their quarters. She turned to Si Jin-shing, who stood nearby, somewhat dazed, and reproached, "Si Jin-shing, what are you scheming? Why strike with such severity?" Meanwhile, Si Jin-shing, listening to the chatter of the few in the courtyard, felt her mind clouded in confusion. Chapter 24. Two black-clad thieves. Si Jin-shing hastened to the man, peering closely in the flickering firelight, and finally recognized him. Indeed, it was none other than Si Jin-hao, the eldest son of the Siji family, who had once called the original owner a black-faced pig. No, wait. Si Jin-shing abruptly turned her head to glance at Si Jin-yun, then shifted her gaze to the side at Zhou Shi. The expressions on their faces were a blend of astonishment and shock, unmistakably genuine. Could it be that Si Jin-hao acted independently and stealthily entered the shattered blossom garden? Si Jin-shing furrowed her delicate brows, sensing an inconsistency. If the Zhou family was unaware, how could she have fortuitously gone to the shattered blossom garden to investigate? Thus, they must have been forewarned of a thief, only to be astounded that the thief was none other than Si Jin-hao. She turned her gaze towards the azure fall garden. Or perhaps, there were actually two individuals clad in black? Si Jin-shing, exasperated, realized that due to Si Jin-hao's interference, the figure in black within the azure fall garden must have already been cleared out. She then looked at Si Jin-yun, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, and remarked, "What do you mean by that, third sister? Am I to blame for taking unnecessary action, and should I have allowed this little thief, or rather, your elder brother, to remain in your azure fall garden?" Moreover, when I confronted him, he did not disclose his identity. The maids and servants in this courtyard all witnessed it. Did he ever reveal who he was? Furthermore, he was shrouded in black cloth. How could I possibly recognize him? In the dead of night, an elder brother visiting his younger sister's room. How peculiar. Pray tell, what could possibly transpire between a man and a woman alone in a room? Si Jin-shing vociferously expressed her thoughts, and even if she had not captured the true flower thief, she would ensure that her hands were stained with the matter. This family was evidently eager for confrontation. Upon hearing the commotion within the room, Si Jin-yun's complexion paled instantly. She felt an unsettling sense that her second sister's words held deeper implications, and the look in her eyes seemed capable of seeing through anyone. Truly terrifying. Could it be that she had discovered the identity of that person? Si Jin-yun sealed her lips, choosing silence thereafter. Zhou gazed at her son, who lay on the ground, weeping and wailing, her heart bleeding at the sight. She could only lament her inability to strike that wretched girl down immediately. The elderly lady squatting beside Si Jin-oh wiped her tears, rising to reproach Si Jinxing, saying, "He is your elder brother. How could you be so harsh?" Si Jinxing cast a blank glance at the old woman, then surveyed the surroundings, her voice icy as she retorted, "Just a moment ago, everyone was surrounding me with compliments. My dear mother even inquired how to deal with him. Grandmother also suggested binding him and beating him to death. Yet now that it appears he is one of your own, you all turn to blame me? Am I so naive at my tender age that I cannot comprehend? Is your entire family akin to slippery loaches, so very elusive?" The old woman, upon hearing this, found herself rendered speechless, her words caught in her throat, unable to ascend or descend. Indeed, she had previously uttered the words about binding and beating him to death. However, from her distance, she could not discern clearly who it was. Noticing the silence enveloping the crowd, Si Jinxing pressed on. "I wonder why your esteemed young master chose to appear in such attire outside his sister's courtyard at this late hour? Rather than questioning him, you choose to blame me for treating him as a thief. How amusing this household truly is." Her voice, cool and resonant, echoed through the stillness of the courtyard, reaching the ears of all present. A murmur emerged from the crowd. "What the second young lady says holds merit. It is indeed peculiar for a legitimate elder brother to appear in his sister's courtyard at such an hour." Though spoken softly, the words traveled through the tranquil night, reaching Zhou's ears. She turned her head towards the few individuals, shot them a glare, and said, "Silence, mind your own skin." Both Madame Zhou and Si Jin-yun thought that this matter must be endured. After all, there truly was a figure in black within the room just moments ago, and this issue must not be probed any further. The old lady cast a stern look at Si Jin-shing, then called over a maid, instructing, "Quickly summon a doctor to attend to the young masteress' injuries." The maid glanced at the second young lady and remarked, "Didn't the old lady say that the second young lady possesses considerable medical skills? Since it was she who inflicted the injury, Wouldn't it be more appropriate for her to attend to him? I shall also send someone to fetch a doctor, so neither task is delayed. This person indeed held a grudge. Was this not merely a case of being overly idle and seeking trouble? Perhaps they wished to witness their own humiliation, compounding their transgressions? It was then that the old lady recalled the second young lady's commendable medical prowess. She beckoned to see Jinxing, signaling her to approach. Speaking of this girl's skills, the old lady felt somewhat reassured. This morning, her recurring dizziness had flared up again, and in the past, she would have needed to consume bitter herbal concoctions for 10 days to feel relieved. However, today, thanks to that tiny pill she provided, her mind had cleared considerably. Yet, Jinxing did not budge, only gazing at Madame Zhou, observing that she could no longer maintain the facade of a highborn matriarch. Her face contorted into a predatory expression, which made Jinxing inwardly chuckle. She then turned to look at Jinhao, pursed her lips, and smiled. Brother, next time you engage in thievery, do refrain from masking your face, for you may find yourself on the receiving end of a harsher beating. Had it been someone else, they might have broken a leg. After all, a thief is a thief and deserves punishment. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou's countenance darkened considerably, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. Jinxing, if it were not for my Yuner, do you truly believe you would still be alive today? The old matriarch, noticing Jinxing's utter indifference, hastily urged, Second girl, quickly take your brother's pulse. With an air of nonchalance, Jinxing cast a fleeting glance at Jinhao and replied, Why should I attend to him? My hands are rather heavy-handed. Should I inadvertently break an arm, would you not place the blame squarely upon me? I suggest you seek a more skilled practitioner. Alas, my medical expertise is rather rudimentary. The old lady, taken aback by her words, faltered momentarily. Did this child dare to disregard her authority? With a conciliatory tone, she pleaded, Second girl, he is, after all, your brother. Please prescribe him some medicine to alleviate his pain. Jinxing nodded, recognizing the opportunity for profit. The medicine was not beyond her reach. With a flick of her fingers, she extracted a vial of ointment from her sleeve and proclaimed, This salve is brewed from precious ginseng water, quite costly, at a familial discount of 100 taels. My dear mother, you wouldn't dream of defaulting on this payment, would you? Mrs. Zhou, taken aback by the audacity of her daughter, clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves and turned to Mama Lu, saying, Do you have any silver on you? Give it to her. However, Jinxing swiftly intercepted Mama Lu, exclaiming, This illiterate country girl could hardly be expected to provide any competent diagnosis. Mother, do not place your trust in her. It is entirely possible that my brother's condition may worsen with her treatment. Jinxing could not help but chuckle at her sister's cleverness. Mama Lu, observing the exchange, glanced at Mrs. Zhou, noting the subtle shift in her expression, and understood the unspoken dynamics at play. She cast the ointment in her hand to the ground and remarked, Miss Eyre, it would be better for you to keep this ointment for yourself. At that moment, someone hidden among the treetops narrowed their gaze, exclaiming, What a waste of a precious remedy. Chapter 25. The General's Manor's nighttime performance. A man lounged lazily against a tree branch, a subtle smile occasionally gracing his lips. Indeed, he had chosen the General's Manor wisely for the evening. The performance was nothing short of enthralling. In his deep, cold eyes, akin to a tranquil pool, a flicker of unexpected delight crossed his countenance, an emotion even he was unaware of. The red mole at the corner of his right eye, illuminated by the moonlight, added an enchanting allure. That petite woman was truly, surprisingly intriguing. He gazed at her once more before stepping into the void and vanishing. Jinxing lazily lifted her eyelids, nonchalantly retrieving the ointment and tucking it into her sleeve. She glanced towards the southeast, where an impenetrable darkness enveloped the treetops. Oddly, she felt a lingering sensation of being watched. Does it matter if I am examined? After all, the pain is not mine to bear. Dear grandmother, your kind intentions may have been taken for granted. The elderly lady frowned, casting a disapproving glare at the three girls, lamenting the waste of such fine medicine on Miss Eyre. However, Jinxing merely smiled, directing her gaze towards the Zhou matriarch, and continued, With my grandmother being treated so dismissively, what can a neglected girl like me say? Naturally, my humble Huayuan is a place where even the most trivial creatures can come and make a commotion. Wouldn't you agree, my beloved mother? At that moment, Zhou Shi, who was directing the others to carry Jinxing's elder brother away, paused in her steps and turned to look. There stood that insufferable girl, gazing at her with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. In that moment, She instinctively took a step back, and upon regaining her composure, could not help but feel a pang of frustration. How could she, a matriarch, be so easily intimidated by a mere young girl? What had transformed this child into such a formidable opponent, speaking with such a sarcastic tone? Steadying her emotions, she forced a smile on her face and addressed the elderly lady, saying, "Mother, do not heed the nonsensical words of Miss Xing. The daughter-in-law and Yuner did not intend to neglect, but how can one prescribe medicine without diagnosing the pulse?" She then turned to Jinxing and remarked, "Dear child, I apologize for the distress you experienced today. It was merely that I heard of intruders in the estate, and I became a bit too anxious." Lady Lu also meant well, but ended up causing trouble. You even resorted to striking her, which could be seen as a form of retribution. In the future, I shall certainly impose stricter regulations upon the household staff. However, Jinxing shook her head and replied, "How peculiar. I never claimed to have felt any sense of retribution. You all have made quite a fuss, coming to my courtyard to apprehend someone and even inspecting my room. One might think there was a man hidden within. Even if there isn't, should such rumors circulate, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Had I not caught sight of my elder brother in Biloyan, I fear my honor would already be trampled underfoot." Madame Zhou rolled her eyes and with a forced smile said, "Oh dear, that is simply not the case. Mother was merely flustered with concern. Since you have not yet felt vindicated, let Lady Lu apologize to you." Jinxing glanced at the approaching Lady Lu, waved her hand dismissively, and said, "No need for apologies. After all, she is a loyal servant of your household." With a shift in her tone, she added, "You decide. Let the entire household witness how Our Lady leads by example, never shielding the servants who err." Jinxing stated coolly, not waiting for the Zhou matron to respond, and proceeded to walk away. Zhou looked at the girl's retreating figure, her face turning a shade of iron fury. How dare she invoke the household rules? Lu Mama was her most cherished elder. Upon hearing this, Lu Mama's complexion instantly paled. 20 lashes? This could cost her life. She was the most esteemed matron in the household. Whether facing the rod or kneeling for an entire day and night, would she still have any dignity left? She shouted in the direction of the second young lady's departure. "Bah! An uncultivated wild girl has the audacity to speak of propriety." Zhou sighed and waved her hand, saying, "This matter shall be discussed tomorrow. Let us first check on Howard." Jinxing moved forward with the crowd, but soon heard the voice of the matriarch. "Xing girl, come here." She quickened her pace, expressionless, and replied, "You called for me." The matriarch, noticing her demeanor, which clearly indicated some distance, sighed and said, "Xing, seeing your elder brother injured so grievously tonight has caused me great concern, and thus I spoke more harshly to you earlier. Do not take it to heart. However, do not forget, you are also a daughter of the Sea family. If your third sister's reputation is tarnished, you too shall bear the consequences. Therefore, you must tread carefully in your words and actions." After a brief pause, noticing Jinxing remained unmoved, she continued, "Of course, your third sister's remarks were excessive. But as her elder sister, do not stoop to her level. Grandmother has come to understand that it is only natural not to recognize your elder brother at such a late hour." Jinxing retracted her previous indifference, adopting a demeanor befitting a younger sister, and stated, "You speak truly. As the elder sister, I must naturally concede to my younger sibling in all matters. Therefore, regarding the matter of my sister's marriage, I would not dare to intrude. I must trouble grandmother to take charge of this affair." As for the matter concerning the ninth prince, the elder lady had indeed heard about it from her eldest granddaughter. This situation, when spoken of, undeniably weighs heavily on the second young lady. However, the ninth prince's circumstances are precarious, and it remains uncertain whether he can preserve his life. If a choice must be made between the second young lady and the third, the decision would undoubtedly fall upon the former. The second young lady has no one to rely on, having lost her mother, which essentially severed her ties with her maternal family. Through recent interactions, it has become evident that she is not particularly close to the household. In contrast, the third young lady is the biological sister of the princess and the rightful sister of the esteemed general's heir, destined to become the matriarch of a noble family. She cannot be lightly sacrificed. Jinxing secretly scoffed, noting that her father, ever since her mother's passing, has become most compliant to her wishes. There is no need for negotiation. She is well aware that this elderly lady is not to be relied upon. Yet, in order to facilitate the disintegration of the general's household from within, the support of someone like the elderly lady is essential. There is a saying, evil people will eventually meet their match. Very well, concerning the ninth prince, she has her own plans. She has no desire to accompany anyone to see Si Jinhao, fearing that even a mere glance might lead to unwelcome entanglements. However, even in her absence, news finds its way to her. Chapter 26, Miss Second. The ninth prince requests your presence, Madame Lu, stationed in the Zhou family's pear blossom courtyard, entered with an air of arrogance. She cast a sidelong glance at Madame Lu and remarked with a mocking tone, "The second young lady certainly possesses a leisurely elegance. Sipping tea here, while our esteemed young master is left in such a state. The madam has instructed you to go and take a look." Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing chuckled and replied, "Pray tell, how is it that an old servant from your household speaks to me in such a manner? I wonder if your madam has chosen to punish you with 20 strokes of the cane or a day and night in the courtyard cabinet." Madame Lu's expression darkened at these words, and she retorted, "I have delivered the message. Should the young lady choose not to go, she must bear the consequences." With that, she turned to leave. However, Si Jinxing interjected, "Did we not already summon a doctor? What did he say? You have divulged nothing to me, and when your madam inquires, I shall have my justification." Hearing this, Madame Lu was compelled to respond. The doctor stated that the young master was indiscreet in his affairs, resulting in excessive bleeding. He cautioned that further injury to that area must be avoided. Otherwise, healing would be arduous, leading to potentially grievous complications. It is said that over time, there could be continuous pus and a foul odor. At this point, Madame Lu was met with a light laugh, inciting her ire as she exclaimed, "Second young lady, your actions are truly ruthless. How can you still find humor in this?" Si Jinxing's smile faded, and she replied, "Old woman, has your mind been muddled with rice porridge? This is an illness, not an injury. I cannot treat it. Now be gone." Once Madame Lu departed, Lu Zhu, in a state of bewilderment, asked, "Miss, what ailment has the young master contracted? Why does Mother Lu speak so hesitantly?" Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing smiled faintly and replied, "You do not understand." To her astonishment, it appeared that Si Jinhao had a preference for men. The mere thought of the current sentiments of the Zhou family filled Si Jinxing with an exhilarating sense of clarity. She lay in bed, attempting to catch a few more moments of sleep, yet the more she pondered, the more unsettling it became. The events of last night revealed Zhou's true malice. Was she attempting to strip Si Jinxing of her dignity, thus placing her under her control? After a night of turmoil, dawn had begun to break. Si Jinxing glanced at the clock in the pharmacy. It read 4:30 in the morning. The marriage proposal was likely to be finalized in the coming days. She turned over in bed and, seizing the early hour, resolved to investigate the true nature of the ninth prince. Those who are truly desperate should not involve others. Is this not a way to ruin a life? Si Jinxing retrieved a package of grain substitute powder from the pharmacy, prepared it, and quietly exited her room. Skillfully avoiding the gaze of the servants in the courtyard and utilizing the pharmacy's concealing features, she effortlessly made her way to Zhou's pear blossom garden. How could it be that while at home, Jinhao had a concubine, yet upon attending school, he developed an affection for men? "Mother," she began, "let us set aside the matter of my elder brother's illness for now. Firstly, regarding that little thief. He himself cannot explain how he traversed from the fractured blossom garden to the azure mist garden. Do you not perceive a problem here? Could it be that wretched girl has clandestine assistance? Furthermore, why did my elder brother appear masked in the courtyard of the third sister? Will you not restrain him?" Zhou merely waved her hand dismissively and replied weakly, "Your elder brother. Perhaps he was merely playing around? The illness of your elder brother truly causes me great concern. If word of this spreads, which esteemed family would still be willing to marry their daughter into such a situation?" She paused to catch her breath and continued, "Given the circumstances, we must contemplate how to persuade that girl to consent to this marriage. It is all Yunner's fault for speaking out of turn. Otherwise, we would not have to go through such convolutions." Si Jinwei sighed and remarked, "Yunner has long harbored feelings for the ninth prince. How could she so easily relent? As for Si Jinxing, why not offer her some benefits to ensure a splendid marriage? After all, the ninth prince's fate seems sealed. Marrying into the family would merely serve as a means of bringing joy to the grieving household." Upon hearing their conversation, Si Jinxing furrowed her brows. Last night, indeed, there was another little thief. It was all that Si Jinhao's doing, causing her to lose such a favorable opportunity. And what was this talk of a joyful bride? Were they trying to ensnare her once again? Si Jinxing crouched low, navigating the small paths to avoid the early rising maids and servants, making her way out the back door of the general's residence. However, before she could exhale in relief, a cold snort echoed from a nearby corner. Instinctively, Si Jinxing stepped back, her arms tensed, summoning the strength of her muscles. The individual was formidable. Her senses, usually sharp, had failed her this time. Had it not been for the sound, she would have been followed without knowing. She, witnessing the frigid demeanor of this second daughter of the sea family, was equally startled. How could this young woman resemble their master so closely? Just look at how she keeps others at bay. Approaching her even slightly invites a chill. Miss Second, my master requests your presence. She tossed an object toward the young woman, crossing his arms over his chest as he awaited her response. As Jinxing observed that the individual posed no threat, her apprehension dissipated. She extended her hand to receive the object, only to be momentarily stunned. This was the ointment tube she had encountered over a month ago by the riverside. A wave of alarm washed over her. Had she inadvertently attracted the attention of someone she ought not to have? That day, she had not acted inappropriately, had she? She had merely gazed at that person a few extra times. Clutching the tube, Jinxing coldly inquired, "Who is your master? What business do they have with me? How did you discover my residence?" She felt a surge of amusement. Just before his master departed, he had remarked that the second young lady of the sea family would inevitably seek him out upon seeing this ointment bottle. Yet now, why was she not hurrying along? Clearing his throat, he lowered his arms and replied solemnly, "My master is the ninth prince. Is it not true that the second young lady has ventured out to inquire about her future husband?" Future husband. Jinxing's cheeks flushed crimson, her mind instantly conjuring the image of that handsome man. With her almond-shaped eyes wide open and her lips pursed, she coldly retorted, "You speak too much nonsense. Lead the way." She chuckled heartily, thinking to himself how endearingly tempestuous the future ninth princess consort appeared. As he guided the carriage, he secretly mused about how his inherently aloof master would interact with this proud and clever second young lady. After navigating several turns, the carriage finally came to a halt. Dismounting, Jinxing lifted her gaze to find herself at the back entrance of a wine estate. Just as dawn began to break, the steward, already awaiting their arrival, promptly approached to pay his respects, proclaiming, "Welcome, ninth princess consort." Chapter 27. The proud ninth prince reveals his heart. Was it a sleepless night or something else that left Jinxing feeling somewhat dazed? Just moments ago, she had encountered one prospective fiancé, and now another. This time, a ninth prince? Upon hearing a light chuckle from behind, she turned to glare at the source before following the steward of the winery deeper inside. The estate was expansive, with the back courtyard lushly adorned with verdant bamboo. An unexpectedly serene locale, far removed from the hustle of commerce. Before long, the trio found themselves before a tranquil little lake. "Your Highness, the prince is waiting for you at the hexagonal pavilion in the center of the lake. You may proceed on your own," the steward respectfully stated before bowing and taking his leave. Observing this, she could only suppress his thoughts. It mattered not, in due course. He would witness how these two would interact. There was no rush, time was on their side. With a graceful turn, he departed alongside the steward. Jinxing gazed at the arched bridge before her. Was he on the other side? The image of that striking figure flashed in her mind, and she vividly recalled the alluring red beauty mark at the corner of his eye. What a torment! She exhaled deeply, lifting her skirts as she ascended the steps toward the bridge. With each step, her legs grew heavier, almost unresponsive. Her heart raced violently, compelling her to pause and take several deep breaths, chastising herself for her weakness. Was he merely a man? Hadn't she been betrayed by men in her past life? Why had she not learned her lesson? Recalling the scoundrel from her previous life, she regained a measure of composure. Although this ninth prince was undeniably handsome and remarkably accomplished, she reminded herself that all men were the same clumsy oafs destined to bring tears to a woman's eyes. With her resolve steeled, she hastened to the apex of the arch bridge. From this vantage point, she beheld the entirety of the tranquil lake, including the figure of a man standing within the hexagonal pavilion at its center, clad in dark garments. His ink-like hair danced gracefully in the gentle breeze as he stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding a serene elegance akin to a painting. According to rumors and the remnants of the original owner's memories, the current ninth prince had embarked on military campaigns at the tender age of 12, displaying an unwavering resolve in battle, with no defeats to his name. Whispers circulated about his capricious nature and disregard for others. Yet it was said that within the confines of his estate, he had neither wives nor favored concubines, leading to speculation that he shunned the company of women in favor of male companionship. Nonetheless, his striking handsomeness and commanding presence captivated an abundance of admirers throughout Jianzhou City. As Jinxing contemplated this, she noticed the man turning towards her. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, she realized that among those infatuated with him, she was one as well. A sense of rigidity swept over her legs, and her eyes seemed to betray her, fixated on him. On that fateful day by the riverside, he had been poisoned and in a state of disarray, yet he had retained his striking allure. Today he stood there, exuding charm, with a pair of sword-like brows framing deep, starry eyes, and a hint of a smile gracing his lips, even more captivating than when she first encountered him. Was he not known for his mercilessness in battle, his cold pride, and his reckless nature, drenched in blood? Chi-Moli observed the flush that colored the cheeks of the young woman before him, and he could not help but smile. The haughty demeanor she had displayed the previous night had transformed into this endearing visage. As the ninth prince approached her with purposeful strides, Jinxing felt her heart racing uncontrollably, yet suddenly, a thought struck her. "Hey, I heard you were on the verge of death?" In a flurry, she rushed a few steps towards him, exclaiming without restraint. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized the folly of her impulsiveness. If this person were truly on the brink of death, how could they possibly find the time to visit her? She stood here, very much alive and well. In her frustration, she reached up and tapped her forehead. Chi-Moli, observing her demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle heartily, saying, "If I were truly dead, you, my dear joy-bringing princess, would become a sacrificial bride." Jinxing scoffed, dismissively replying, "They fantasize about it being quite lovely. But why should I be the one to bring you joy?" Upon uttering these words, she suddenly realized, asking, "How did you know they wanted me to bring you joy?" Chi-Moli chuckled softly. This little girl before him was indeed different from that rainy day, clever, yet not excessively so. Jinxing, noticing his silence, could only complain. What sort of family is this, asking me to substitute in marriage and bring joy? Truly heartless. Hearing her words, Chi-Moli raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What use is their heartlessness? Were they not thoroughly dealt with by you, little girl?" As he spoke, he gestured invitingly, leading the young lady to sit on the stone bench in the pavilion. Upon hearing this, Jinxing instantly forgot her earlier annoyance, turning to Chi-Moli and inquiring, "Did you send someone to spy on me?" Chi-Moli shook his head, responding, "I merely wish to see what sort of bride the emperor has chosen for me. However, I can see you are quite resistant to this marriage proposal. Thus, I invited you today to inquire about your thoughts directly." As he spoke these words, an inexplicable flutter of anxiety stirred within him, a sensation he had never experienced before, and it felt quite unsettling. Jinxing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. Was he seeking her opinion? Chi-Moli gazed intently at the woman before him and spoke earnestly. "The emperor's decree regarding our union shall arrive soon. If you are willing, I, Chi-Moli, shall never let you down." After a brief pause, he added, "However, if you are unwilling, I shall respectfully request the annulment of this engagement." Jinxing studied the man in front of her for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You have only seen me once or twice, yet you presume to understand me? Are you not afraid that I may not be your suitable partner? Are you not concerned that I might stir up trouble, harboring a narrow mind? Do you not fear that I may stand alone, unable to support you? Are you not apprehensive that I might be willful and capricious, unable to uphold the dignity of your household?" Chi-Moli regarded her with a gentle smile. Yet he noticed that as she spoke, the mirth in her expression gradually faded, her lips tightening. He had never realized how swiftly a woman's emotions could shift, and he felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. With a smile, he replied, "I believe in you." After a brief pause, Chi-Moli continued, "I know you will not allow others to belittle you. You are a woman of strong character. I understand that you possess both courage and insight, unafraid of authority, embodying justice. This is the third time I have spoken with you, and compared to those dull-witted women, I admire you even more. You should not confine yourself to the squabbles of family. I recognize your exceptional medical skills. Should you wish to practice medicine in the future, I shall not hinder you." Jinxing had never known that the notoriously aloof ninth prince could articulate so many thoughts in one breath. She pondered that if she wished to extricate herself from the C family, the ninth prince would serve as the ideal leverage. Raising her gaze once more, a glimmer of determination shone in her eyes, and she solemnly declared, "Let us, for now, give it a try. If, in the future, you and I come to realize that we are incompatible, we shall part ways freely. What say you?" Chi-Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If a trial is to be undertaken, surely there is no one more suitable for her than he. He slightly parted his lips and declared, "It's a deal." Upon witnessing this, Jinxing responded, "Let us keep this matter under wraps for now, as I have other affairs to attend to." Chi-Mo shook his head with a chuckle, pondering that the Zhou family of the sea residents has likely entangled itself with individuals best left alone. Chapter 28. A transaction of fortuitous joy with no room for bargaining by she supported her arm, employing lightness in his movements, effortlessly guiding her into the rear courtyard of the shattered blossom garden. Good heavens! His agility was truly remarkable. Jinxing mused to herself, considering her own capabilities. During her time in the military, she had held her own against robust men. Yet the art of scaling rooftops and leaping walls was beyond her comprehension. Noticing the second Mrs. expression of Navet, she could not resist teasing her. Your Highness, next time you encounter the prince, ask him to teach you. His skills and lightness are even more extraordinary. The title of Your Highness left Jinxing feeling exasperated. How could he so easily address her with such familiarity when their bond had yet to be established? To her surprise, a mere outing had bestowed upon her a new identity. However, she showed no trepidation. He shed his casual demeanor, adopting a serious expression, and knelt on one knee, clasping his fist in salute. Your Highness, the master has just commanded me to serve you from this moment forth, to accompany you at your side. Jinxing intended to respond, but was interrupted by the sounds of a dispute echoing from the front courtyard. She waved her hand, signaling she to withdraw, and stealthily slipped away to a concealed spot, vanishing into the medicinal chamber. Moments later, she reappeared in her private quarters. Indeed, the sound of the quarrel grew increasingly distinct. Just outside the door, my elder sister and I had come to seek her out, as there were pressing matters at hand. Kindly allow us entry. There was an unmistakable edge of indignation in Jinyan's tone. Jinxing, while adjusting her makeup, silently cursed. Mo Li. This is all your fault for stirring up trouble. My lady has not slept a wink all night and remains in a slumber. We kindly ask the third prince's consort and the third miss to wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Jinyan's face flushed with anger, and she reprimanded. What is your status? How dare a mere servant from the general's residence block our way? It seems that Jinxing has failed to instruct you properly. She could not fathom why Jinxing, who had previously not dared to utter a word in defiance, was now in this peculiar situation. Even the maidservants in this courtyard seemed emboldened to speak to her in such a manner. She was not alone in her bewilderment. Even Jinyu, standing beside her, was equally perplexed. What on earth had transpired during those 2 years that girl had spent in the other courtyard? She cast a glance at the elderly matron beside her, who, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward and with a stern expression declared, since the second miss of the residence cannot manage her servants. I am an elderly matron who is served by the side of the esteemed Lady Luo in the palace. Surely, the second miss would not mind if I took it upon myself to instruct the servants? With that, the old matron raised her arm. Yin Fei realized that the third prince's consort had likely come seeking trouble today. However, with the lady not present in the room, she could not permit these two to enter and would have to stall for time. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself for the impending slap. Just then, the wooden door creaked open behind her. Suddenly, an elderly woman let out a cry, followed by the unmistakable sound of her falling to the ground. The two sisters, Jinwei and Jinxing, stared in astonishment at the woman who had just kicked her with such force. Although they had witnessed the brutal beating of Jinhao, nothing could compare to the shock of seeing such a petite figure display such formidable strength. Was this truly the once timid and delicate second young lady of the Sea family? Jinxing dusted off non-existent dirt from her legs, crossed her arms, and coldly cast a glance at the two sisters before inquiring, Ladies, what brings you here? However, I am curious about the prevailing atmosphere in our residence. Why is it that everyone seems so eager to flock to my fractured blossom courtyard? Just yesterday, Mama Lu was punished for causing a scene. And today another old matron arrives, flaunting her power? Jinwei helped the elderly woman to her feet, her brows furrowed with concern as she said, Sister, you misinterpret my words. The teachings of the palace are incomparable to those of Mama Lu. Now that you have injured her, what shall we do? Jinxing had no intention of indulging such behavior. If they sought her assistance, they ought to communicate respectfully. Her expression darkened. Her gaze turned icy as she glared at the trembling old woman and spoke. Jinwei's worried demeanor faltered, and she awkwardly smiled. The matron is merely concerned for your youth and your inability to instruct the servants. There is no need for you to be so angry. Recovering from her earlier shock, Jinxing pouted and remarked, Exactly. After all, the matron comes from the palace. If you harm her, do you not fear the nobles in the palace seeking retribution upon you? Weary of the tedious conversation between the two, smiled faintly and remarked, I am unaware of the regulations of the general's residence. Which matron holds the authority to dictate such matters? Furthermore, there was a thief in the courtyard of my third sister last night, and I was quite exhausted from dealing with the intruder, which caused the delay in opening the door. To speak plainly, this incident is entirely attributable to my third sister. Now filled with indignation at the mere mention of last night's events, remained silent, her features tinged with anger. Was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved her hand with a smile, steering the conversation back on track. Let us not dwell on such matters. I have come to discuss your betrothal to the ninth prince. This is an important affair, and there are many preparations that must commence promptly. Twirling a loose strand of hair behind her ear, inquired, Very well. What are your terms? Upon hearing this, S. heart leaped with joy. There was indeed a prospect for negotiation. Dear sister, our mother has treated you exceptionally well over the years. She specifically entrusted me to convey her wishes to you. With a handkerchief in hand, cheerfully continued, When you wed, mother will prepare your dowry according to the standards I received. You shall have a splendid procession to the ninth prince's residence, complete with a 10-mile bridal procession and 24 sedan chairs. That is acceptable. I shall abide by my sister's standards, replied, her eyelids flickering as she coldly added, Do remember to bring my dowry, which mother left for me. If I recall correctly, it amounts to 58 sedan chairs. Having uttered these words, she paid no heed to her astonished sisters and promptly urged them to leave. Upon hearing the mention of the family's dowry, could no longer remain in place. She grasped hand and swiftly led her out of the courtyard. This wretched girl, has she been bewitched or possessed? Has she consumed the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard? How dare she demand that exorbitant bridal dowry of 58 loads? She has heard her mother mention that those dowries, sold, gifted, or utilized, are scarcely half of what they once were, even within her own dowry from years past. Numerous items were selected from that very sum to serve as mere decoration. This matter requires further deliberation with her mother. Sister, do you truly believe that the ninth prince has but a short time left? What if, upon marriage, she could bring in good fortune? Perhaps I should attempt it myself? In doing so, I would not need to return the dowry of the Lan family to see Jinxing. Would that not be a perfect resolution? See Jinxing felt a surge of dissatisfaction. She truly could not come to terms with it. Chapter 29. People depart. Tea grows cold. Ultimately emptiness. See Jinxing gazed at the retreating figures of the two, snorting coldly, and thought, Those who have taken from me must return double. My lady, where have you been so early? Yinfeng inquired. The eldest and third young ladies have come looking for you. I was truly afraid they might barge in. Yinfeng recalled with a shiver. Had those two young ladies forced their way in and discovered that the lady was not in the courtyard, this affair would surely have reached the ears of the matriarch. See Jinxing stifled a yawn. Having not slept all night, she now felt quite weary. Yet, upon recalling her encounter with a certain individual that morning, her spirits lifted, and she chuckled softly, saying, You have done splendidly. There is no need to be polite with such individuals. Many people tend to take advantage. The more cautious you are, the more they will trample upon you. Yinfeng presented a cup of tea to Si Jinxing, nodding in a manner that suggested she understood, recognizing that her young mistress was growing increasingly resolute. Reflecting on the events of last night, initially, I believed that a thief had intruded, but to my astonishment, I discovered that it was none other than the young master, who narrowly escaped a severe reprimand from the young lady of the house. Even the madam and the matriarch dared not chastise her. Today, he brazenly kicked away the governess beside the princess, offending two young ladies, yet he remains nonchalantly sipping his tea? Truly, my lady has transformed remarkably from her former self. As Yin Fei contemplated this, a sense of unease washed over her. She could not discern whether this change in her mistress was a blessing or a curse. Though young, Lu Zhu was exceptionally astute and quickly grasped the situation. With a scoff, she remarked, Humph, in the past, my lady endured everything. And yet the third young lady relentlessly took advantage, always humiliating her at will. Now, look at her, utterly cowed, scarcely daring to utter a word. Yin Fei wrung out a damp cloth to assist Si Jinxing in wiping her face, her brow knitted with concern as she inquired, My lady, during my recent wanderings about the estate, I overheard the maids and servants whispering that the emperor intends to bestow a marriage between the third young lady and the ninth prince. But why? Now is it said to be your engagement? After finishing her task, Si Jinxing returned the cloth to Yin Fei, her tone laced with indifference as she replied, Because the ninth prince is on the brink of death. Upon uttering these words, a sly smile graced her lips, and a flicker of coldness glinted in her eyes. It was evident that something was amiss, yet those individuals treated her as if she were a fool. They were pushing their luck too far. This young lady would engage in their little game, but let it be known that she would not play if the stakes became too high. Just moments ago, Lu Zhu had been filled with pride, but now she burst into tears, exclaiming, "What? The ninth prince is nearly dead, and at such a time. We are to send our lady to marry him? This is utterly outrageous." Yingfei's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. What could be done about this? Was it to be that the young lady would have to go and seek auspiciousness? If that proved futile, what would become of her in the future? Jinxing could not bear to see the two maidservants so distressed, so she shook her head and smiled. Concealed in the shadows, Bai Shi's lips twitched slightly. This future princess of the ninth, indeed, was audacious beyond belief, daring to utter any words. After the three of them had breakfast and took a brief respite, a little maid from Huyun courtyard came to summon them. She informed them that all the courtyards of the general's residence were to converge outside the gate, preparing to set off for the city gate. In her heart, Jinxing harbored many questions regarding her father. She could comprehend the unkindness of Zhou Shi towards her, as she was not a biological daughter and had unwittingly obstructed the path of Zhou Shi's own offspring. However, her father, her own flesh and blood, had for a decade treated her with indifference, neglecting her entirely. What could be the reason? In her recollections, her father had shared a deep affection with her mother, Lan Shi, once vowing to cherish her for all eternity. Yet, after Lan Shi entered the Xi household, 2 years passed without her conceiving. Under the pressure of the matriarch's threats, and burdened by guilt for potentially hindering the family's progeny, Lan Shi ultimately had to concede to her husband's desires and welcomed 2 concubines into the household. Even with the arrival of these 2 concubines, her father remained exceedingly fond of Lan Shi, prioritizing her above all else. After Zhou Shi bore 2 children, Lan Shi finally became pregnant, much to her father's delight. Upon her birth, he lavished her with affection, treating her as if she were a precious jewel, and celebrated her birthdays with great fanfare. At that time, she truly was the cherished daughter of the general's residence, enveloped in love and adoration. Why then, after Lan Shi's passing, had her father become so utterly indifferent, offering her not an ounce of affection? Was it a deviation in the memories of the original owner before the age of 5, or was it simply the fading of feelings as time passed? As Jinxing walked towards the gate of the mansion, she furrowed her brows in contemplation when she heard someone calling from behind. Second sister, wait for me." The delicate voice of a little girl reached her ears. Jinxing refocused her thoughts and turned around to see 2 children running towards her. The elder was the 4th young lady of the Xi family, Xi Genie. She was holding the hand of a little boy, who was presumably the son of the Wen family. The 2 children came to a halt before Jinxing, breathing heavily. "Second sister, this is my younger brother. He went to bed early last night and missed seeing your majestic presence. Today he insisted that I bring him to find you," Xi Genie said, releasing her brother and gazing at Jinxing with admiration. The little boy, finally freed, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, saying, "Second sister, good morning." At 9 years old, his voice had yet to change, retaining a charmingly childish tone. Jinxing smiled, pulling out 2 lollipops from her sleeve, unwrapping them, and offering them to the children. The children, unreserved, exclaimed their thanks and eagerly accepted the sweets, stuffing them into their mouths while their eyes squinted with delight. Jinxing couldn't help but smile. This was the essence of childhood, innocent and adorable. Unlike Jinxing, who, though only 2 years older than Genie, spent her days in strife and competition. Unconsciously, she forgot that she herself was merely 15 in this era. When Shi, in a hurried manner, finally caught up and lightly reprimanded, running so fast. "Are you not afraid of bumping into the second miss?" She noticed the 2 children indulging in some treats, realizing they were given by Jinxing. She promptly bowed to Jinxing and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Miss, did you manage to catch up on sleep after last night's festivities? I have prepared some peach blossom pastries for you to enjoy on your journey." After posing her question, she glanced around and, seeing that others were at a distance, lowered her voice to say, "When the physician left, I was just accompanying the matriarch. I noticed that the lady's complexion was rather poor." Jinxing's eyes flickered, and a smile graced her lips as she accepted the delicacies, saying, "It has been quite some time since I savored the peach blossom pastries made by Entwen. I have longed for them, and today I am fortunate indeed." Entwen smiled warmly in response, "I am glad you enjoy them. I shall make them for you more often in the future." Not far off, Jinyan happened to overhear this exchange. She rolled her eyes in disdain and exclaimed, "Indeed. Someone who has spent time in the countryside can be so easily won over by such trivial pastries. Associating with these concubines and bastards, truly. It is like trying to prop up soft mud against a wall. Edwin's expression stiffened slightly upon hearing this, and she pulled Si Genie and Si Jinheng closer, bowing her head to stand aside. Though only 9 years old, Si Jinheng was quite perceptive. He understood the mockery and contempt directed at him and his mother in Si Jinyun's words. Standing beside Aunt One, his previously cheerful demeanor transformed into one of tension, his small face tightening. His large, expressive eyes glimmered with indignation, and his tiny fists clenched tightly. Si Jinxing observed the shift in the young boy's emotions and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Yet that Si Jinyun, having assumed the role of a legitimate daughter for merely a few years, has forgotten her own humble origins as a concubine's daughter. Upon uttering those words, Si Jinyun felt a pang of regret. She found herself increasingly wary of Si Jinxing. Unable to best her in argument, she certainly could not engage in physical confrontation. Si Jinxing, noticing her slow pace as she trailed behind Si Jinwei, couldn't help but mock her silently. With such feeble attempts, how dare she attempt to bite back? With a subtle smile, she gently nudged a small stone with her shoe. Suddenly, a yelp escaped Si Jinyun's lips as she stumbled and fell, landing at Si Jinyue's feet. Si Genie, who was being held back by Wenshi and still nursing a lollipop, couldn't suppress a giggle at the sight of her elder sister's unfortunate tumble. Si Jinheng, however, did not laugh. He instinctively glanced at his nonchalant second sister. A flicker of light danced in his striking black and white eyes before he popped the remaining lollipop into his mouth. He mused that it must be called a lollipop, as it was indeed a sugary sphere mounted on a slender stick. Si Jinyun, sprawled on the ground, felt the sting of laughter and whispers from the onlookers around her. Wishing desperately to disappear into the earth, she wriggled free from Si Jinyue's grasp and sprang to her feet. Realizing that the servants and maids in the courtyard were all staring at her, her face flushed with embarrassment and her heart seethed with rage, trembling with indignation, she pointed a quivering finger at Si Jinxing and spat venomously. It was you. It must be you. You heartless wretch. You have rendered my elder brother bedridden. You have kicked the nurturing matron, leaving my elder sister in disgrace. You have caused our mother to be confined, bringing shame upon us. You have not only usurped my engagement. In this moment, I find myself humiliated before the crowd. Such a harbinger of misfortune as you should not exist. Why do you not simply cease to live? Why do you not depart from this world? No sooner had she uttered these words than Si Jinxing had yet to respond, when Si Jinwei delivered a sharp slap across her younger sister's face. Elder sister, what are you doing? Si Jinyun gasped, covering her face in disbelief as she looked at her own sister. What have I done wrong? Why does my elder sister treat me thus? Yuner, the words you just spoke are truly unbearable. Xing'o is, after all, your second sister. How can you utter such nonsense among sisters? Neither mother nor I have blamed Xing'er. Refrain from bringing up past grievances. Si Jinwei gazed at her sister with a twinge of pity. Yet, in this moment, she could not afford to offend Si Jinxing, for it would mean jeopardizing her own sister's future. After all, would that not lead her to the ninth prince, merely to bring him solace? She had never heard of such a remedy truly curing ailments. It was akin to inviting widowhood. She could not allow her sister to ruin her life in the hands of the ninth prince. Si Jinxing regarded the scene coldly, recognizing that Si Jinwei possessed considerable intelligence and cunning, which explained how the original owner had been so easily manipulated. Look at how eloquently she spoke. The bond of sisterhood. So profound. How gracious and magnanimous they appeared. Alas, were they not all the architects of their own misfortunes? At that moment, the servants from various quarters were busily loading items onto carriages outside the estate. Upon witnessing the altercation between the second and third young ladies, they paused, gathering in small clusters to whisper among themselves. Si Jinxing surveyed her surroundings and declared loudly, "Why must you resort to such harsh and unsavory words, third sister? Is it not my elder sister who is compelling me to marry in your stead?" She paused, a sudden look of fear crossing her face, as if speaking to herself. It is indeed strange. Why was it agreed that the marriage pertains to my third sister, yet now I am to take her place? I suspect it must be due to some misfortune befalling the ninth prince, forcing my elder sister to sacrifice me, her less favored second sister. Is that not the case? Si Jinwei gazed at the swift transformation of Si Jinxing's expression, bewildered as to which version of her was genuine. She shot a glare at Si Jinyun beside her, mustering a forced smile, and said, "Xing'er, you are surely overthinking this. Mother simply mentioned that since the dark spots on your face have faded, it would not be in vain for this providential match. Naturally, it is fitting for me, as your elder sister, to marry first. Oh, is that so? Very well. Once I am wed, I shall inform the ninth prince and the emperor that the general's household disrespects the dignity of the royal family, capriciously swapping brides. Jinxing observed the smile on Jinue's face slowly dissipate, and with satisfaction, she turned to leave. Furthermore, do not expect me to forget the matters concerning the third sister's courtyard. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the two sisters turned ashen. Where would she procure such a substantial dowry? Clenching the handkerchief in her grasp with frustration, she reflected that despite her third sister's harsh words, one truth resonated. Jinxing was indeed the source of unrest within the general's residence. For reasons unknown, she harbored an instinctive feeling that the current Jinxing was no longer the second miss she once knew. She had inquired with the servants of the other courtyard, who affirmed it was undoubtedly the second miss, though they noted her temperament had inexplicably shifted just a few months prior. This left Jinwei utterly perplexed. What could possibly induce such a profound transformation in a person? Meanwhile, Jinxing contemplated the man lying on the ground last night, convinced that Jinxing must know something. When Sure, accompanied by her two children, made her way out of the estate, noticing that his elder and younger sisters had not followed. Jinxing tugged at Wenshure's hand and quietly inquired, "Why is the second sister so remarkable, yet previously exiled to the other courtyard?" Wenshure gazed at the slender figure of the young girl ahead and shook her head, saying, "You must remember, your second sister is alone. Should she ever require assistance in the future, make sure to lend her your support." The two children nodded earnestly, committing Wenshure's words to memory. The matriarch of the C family arrived late, seated in the carriage, only to hear Mama L recount the recent events. It must be said, she held a considerable admiration for the intellect of the second daughter, now that her complexion had improved, given the age of the young ladies in the household. It was indeed her turn, unless the emperor himself annulled the engagement, otherwise. She sighed, accepting the whims of fate. Within the C household, aside from Jinhao, who was bedridden recuperating, even the confined Zhou Sure was granted an exception to leave the estate today. The entire household, including the servants, finally boarded the carriage, heading straight towards the northern gate of Jianzhou City. It was well known that Junshan had sustained serious injuries in the battle at Xiefeng Mountain. Sitting in the carriage, Jinxing pondered whether she should intervene to save this wretched father if there was still hope for him. Chapter 31. The city gate welcomes the injured father back to the capital. The C family's carriage traveled for the duration of 2 to 3 tea sessions before arriving at the northern city gate of Jianzhou. As the carriage of the C family approached, the city gate officer promptly advanced to greet the elderly matriarch, respectfully acknowledging her through the window drapery before allowing passage. A procession of carriages swiftly exited the city, halting not far beyond the gate, beneath the shade of trees. Jinxing glanced at the clock in the apothecary's space. It was 9 in the morning. Although autumn had set in, bringing with it a cooler atmosphere in the mornings and evenings, the days remained oppressively warm, for the autumn sun was notoriously relentless. Jinxing lifted the curtain and noticed that the various masters were all sheltering within their carriages to escape the heat. She, too, felt disinclined to descend, aware that sunburn could be a troublesome affliction to recover from. She closed her eyes, feigning a nap, while her mind had already ventured into the realm of the apricot grove, determined to meticulously organize the apothecary on the ground floor today. This was essential for her future needs, especially considering the considerable space occupied by her mother-in-law's dowry. The apothecary, though modest in size at over 80 square meters, was divided into 2 distinct sections. To the left upon entry was a small treatment room, while the right side housed 2 rows of medicine cabinets and 2 rows of shelves. Jinxing first shifted the cabinets against the wall by half a meter, then rearranged the shelves in an orderly fashion. She also folded away the treatment room's bed. In the center of the apothecary, a substantial area was cleared, likely sufficient for accommodating the dowry, she mused. Satisfied with her laborious efforts, she was abruptly startled by a clicking sound. Assuming it was an external noise, she paid it little mind. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "It is the general's carriage. Look, it is the general's carriage." This outcry stirred the members of the C family, prompting all the masters to descend from their carriages, filled with excitement as they gazed eagerly towards the distant official road. A contingent of soldiers, mounted on ebony steeds, encircled the carriage as it steadily approached the city gates. As the carriage drew closer, Jinxing perceived the anxious expressions of the riders, etched with urgency and tinged with sorrow. It seemed that her father's injuries were more grave than anticipated. The elderly matron, supported by Mama L, took a few steps forward, her tear-filled eyes fixated on the carriage, her lips trembling as she murmured. Having lost her husband in her youth, she had raised 3 children alone. Shone, the youngest, was flanked by an elder brother and sister, neither of whom resided in Jianzhou. In recent years, her sole companion had been her youngest son. A month prior, she learned that he had sustained severe injuries on the battlefield and would return ahead of the main forces to seek treatment. The news had nearly taken her breath away. Though merely a woman of the inner chambers, she understood that the commanding general was the steadfast anchor for all the warriors. If his injuries were not life-threatening, he would not have acted in such a manner. A profound dread gripped her heart, fearing she might become a white-haired woman bidding farewell to her black-haired son, destined for the afterlife. Jinxing Yu, entwining her arm with the matroness, displayed a sorrowful countenance and offered words of solace. Grandmother, do not be disheartened. This morning, the third prince has already gone to the palace to summon the imperial physician. Father's wounds will surely heal. The matron gently patted Jinxing Yu's hand, turning to see her eyes glistening with tears. With a heavy sigh, she remarked, "Good child, your father has not loved you in vain." Standing beside Madame Zhou, Jinxing observed her sister's demeanor and could not suppress a roll of her eyes. "Here we go again. Once more, dear sister, how can you act otherwise? It only serves to highlight your understanding." Jinxing stood alongside the Wen family and Sijinheng, observing every subtle gesture of Sijinyan. This third young lady of the Sijia family proved to be quite intriguing, clearly harboring a disdain for her elder sister. Before long, the carriage drew nearer to the Sijia clan. A soldier mounted on a black steed galloped swiftly, halting 5 meters before the matriarch. Dismounting, he clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. At that moment, the old matriarch was already overwhelmed with tears, unable to utter a single word. She had clung to a flicker of hope that the general situation was not as dire as described in the letter. Yet, witnessing his valiant demeanor now, she wondered how he could even dismount from the carriage. Suddenly, her mind was struck by her youngest daughter's words. Jinxing is the bane of the Sijia household. Instinctively, she cast a glance in Jinxing's direction. At that instant, Jinshan's carriage also came to a gradual halt before the crowd. The old matriarch longed to peer into Jinshan's carriage, but the soldier driving the carriage interjected, "Old matriarch, do not look. The general is indeed in a precarious state." The matriarch refused to heed his warning, fearing they were merely offering false reassurances. She needed confirmation that her son was still alive. Trembling, she opened the tightly shut carriage door. Instantly, she was met with a wave of the stench of decaying flesh and blood. The members of the Sijia family were momentarily taken aback, with many retreating several steps while covering their mouths and noses. General, Zhou could no longer contain herself, leaning against the carriage yoke, weeping uncontrollably. "Please, rise and see our children." It is uncertain whether her tears are genuine or feigned, evoking a mournful ambience akin to a funeral. The spirited horse drawing the cart suddenly let out a long whinny, as if preparing to gallop, which startled the soldiers into hastily straightening the reins. Jinxing observed with a cold gaze, where had the former composure and dignity of the Zhou family vanished? Could it be that the incident in the courtyard of the Pear Blossom Garden the previous day had stripped her of her pride, leaving her unable to maintain her faade and leading her to despair? The elderly matriarch, recovering her composure, realized the severity of the injury could not be delayed any longer. Seeing Zhou still gripping the cart and weeping uncontrollably, her anger flared. Was this a funeral procession for her son? Infuriated, the matriarch reached out to pull her, but unexpectedly, Zhou, in the throes of her emotional outburst, flailed her arms, sending the matriarch crashing to the ground. The scene erupted into chaos, with people and horses tumbling in disarray. The matriarch suffered a bleeding wound on her forehead, a sprained waist, and swollen ankles, every part of her body aching. She could not afford to be angry with Zhou, groaning in pain. Ultimately, 2 burly women half-carried, half-dragged her onto the cart. Realizing her grievous mistake, Zhou dared not continue her commotion and obediently climbed into her own carriage. Thus, the farce came to an end. Yet, Jinxing, standing amidst the crowd, found no amusement in the spectacle. The scent wafting from the cart had revealed the truth to her. The wound, likely unable to heal, had become infected, decayed extensively, festering and emitting a foul odor. In an era oblivious to the concept of bacterial warfare, this injury seemed beyond salvation. As she settled into the carriage, she prepared to summon some antibiotics with her mind, only to unexpectedly discover that the esteemed clinic had undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 32. Her smile is lethal. Jinxing realized that the lock on the corridor door leading from the pharmacy on the first floor to the operating room on the second floor had inexplicably become accessible. With delight, she extended her thoughts to the second floor. A wave of the antiseptic scent assailed her senses. It was her operating room and intensive care unit. The heart monitor, anesthesia machine, respirator, X-ray machine, suction cutter, instrument table, multifunctional surgical table. Such a familiar working environment. Were it not for her current presence in the carriage, unable to publicly demonstrate her ability to vanish into thin air, she would have already slipped inside. After inspecting the second-floor operating room, she recalled the apartment on the third floor and hurriedly turned off the operating room's shadowless lamp to probe the third floor. It was a blank void, impenetrable. Jinxing could not fathom what sort of game this esteemed clinic was playing. The carriage carrying Junshan drove straight into the general's residence, while the members of the C family disembarked outside the gates, just as they were about to enter. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from nearby. The Crown Prince has arrived. The crowd knelt in reverence, and the Crown Prince waved his hand, bidding them to rise. Laughing heartily as he proclaimed, General C has triumphantly returned, and His Majesty is greatly pleased. Please, General C, focus on your recovery. Once your condition stabilizes, royal rewards and the decree for marriage will be delivered to your residence. I urge the future 9th princess to prepare accordingly. Jinxing, initially bowing her head, sensed a gaze scanning her form. She discreetly lifted her eyes and found that someone was observing her with a knowing smile. Is it the Crown Prince? Moli's nephew? He possesses a striking appearance, yet his flamboyant demeanor suggests a hint of a rogue. Jinxing held her head high, her expression unyielding as she observed him. Meanwhile, Jinxing stood beside her, and the Zhou family caught sight of the Crown Prince gazing towards their daughter. As the conversation turned to the future princess of the 9th, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Could it be that the royal family had chosen her daughter? A surge of determination surged within her. Why hadn't the 9th prince met his demise yet? If he were to perish, wouldn't this marriage be averted? It was said that the 9th prince had always been domineering and arrogant, having declined several marriage proposals in the past. Yet, this time, he seemed to acquiesce to the Emperor's decree of marriage. She gritted her teeth. This matter could not be delayed any further. How could they possibly conceal the extravagant 58 sedan chairs of dowry? With the Crown Prince announcing his intention to depart first, he promised to visit the General's residence on another day. The household breathed a sigh of relief as the lords entered the estate, while the servants busied themselves with the items in the carriage. Jinxing smiled faintly. It appeared that a marrying daughter had more authority in her natal family than the mistress herself. Surely, he was merely feigning goodwill, for such actions could only stem from ulterior motives. The Crown Prince stood in a private room on the second floor of the tavern across from the C residence. His gaze filled with curiosity as he surveyed the estate. Your Highness, you rushed from the palace straight to the General's residence solely to convey these few words? The young eunuch pondered, bewildered by the Crown Prince's newfound hands-on approach. What compelled him to undertake this visit personally? The Crown Prince remained silent, his mind replaying the visage of the woman who had locked eyes with him moments ago. Her beauty was exceptional, her figure petite. Yet it was not her looks that truly captivated him. Such remarkable courage. A flicker of regret flashed across his eyes as he lifted a cup of tea and drank deeply, exclaiming, Indeed, it is extraordinary. Alas! Jinxing and the Wen family, along with Jinxing and Jinxing, entered Songyuan. Upon their arrival, they overheard the imperial physician addressing Mrs. Zhou. The general has suffered 4 arrows. 3 of these wounds are not serious and have already healed. However, the arrow in his back remains unhealed. The wound is severely infected, deep enough to expose bone, and this injury may prove difficult to treat. The general is still experiencing a high fever, so I shall prescribe some medicine to reduce it. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou swayed slightly, her eyes glistening with tears as she grasped the old physician's arm and pleaded, Doctor, you must save my general. He has rendered great service to Longyin. Hearing this, Physician Du's expression darkened. How could this woman speak so recklessly? What did she mean by rendered great service? Implicitly, was she implying that his accomplishments overshadowed his superiors? He had heard that the general's second wife was a concubine elevated to the main wife, and seeing her today confirmed that she was indeed unrefined. If her words were overheard by those with ill intent, the C family would be doomed. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he unobtrusively freed his arm from Mrs. Zhou's grip and said, "Madam, please remain calm. We shall carefully consider the medication for the general." See Jinxing Yu, acutely aware of her mother's anxiety, thought to herself, what nonsensical words are being spoken? What has happened to her mother lately? Nothing she says or does seems reliable. Noticing physician Du's displeasure, she quickly pulled her mother, who was about to speak further, behind her for protection. Stepping forward, Si Jinyue's sorrowful face bore a trace of apology as she respectfully stated, "Mother has been overtaken by her grief and has spoken in haste. Please do not take her words to heart. It is indeed a great fortune for our general's residence that both esteemed physicians from the royal court have come to tend to my father's injuries. I firmly believe that you shall restore him to health." The physicians, unwilling to show displeasure towards the esteemed Princess Ray, simply waved their hands dismissively. Si Jinxing cast a cold gaze upon the figure reclining on the couch, the very man who was her biological father. The misunderstanding that lingered between this father and daughter would only be unveiled upon his awakening. Meanwhile, physician Du completed the prescription and handed it to Si Jinyue, stating, "Princess of the Third Prince, please keep this prescription safe." Just then, a mocking female voice interrupted, "Second sister, do you not possess medical knowledge? How can you display such a lack of filial piety and not check on father's condition?" Si Jinxing regarded the seemingly entertained Si Jinyun with a sense of bewilderment. Did this girl truly lack awareness? Did she wish to see her humiliated? With a smile, she thought, how could she allow such hopes to be fulfilled? She nodded generously and replied, "It is indeed considerate of third sister to think of me. I happen to have some antipyretic medicine that does not require boiling. We might as well give it a try." Upon hearing this, physician Du turned to the direction from which the voices emanated. What sort of decorum was exhibited by the women of the general's residence, with a mere child suggesting to test a medicine? Furthermore, in this world, how could there be any remedy that did not require preparation? It was utterly absurd. Si Jinyue, however, shot a reproachful glance at the two, reminding them that even in jest, one must be mindful of the occasion. These two physicians were affiliated with the third prince, and it was imperative not to offend them. She quickly adorned her face with a smile and apologized to Dr. Du, saying, "This is my second sister, who often boasts of her abilities and has a penchant for mischief," causing laughter among the adults. Si Jinxing strolled over, standing before Si Jinyue, and with a slight smile, retorted, "It is evidently my third sister who instigated this matter. How has it come to be my folly? If I could alleviate father's fever within the span of 2 teacups, what then would become of my elder sister?" Zhou and Si Jinyun could hardly bear to witness this. Si Jinxing wore a smile that suggested she was poised to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Si Jini and Si Jinheng, standing behind one, exchanged glances of excitement, anticipating that their second sister was about to assert her dominance once more. Dr. Du scoffed, expressing his annoyance. "Very well. Since the general's residence boasts such talent, we shall observe the outcome in silence. However, should anything befall the general, it shall not concern the two of us." Zhou rolled her eyes, feigning helplessness, and sighed. "Xinger, normally you can indulge in your caprices as you wish, and your mother would permit it. But today is different. Your father is in such a state, it would be best for you to remain quiet for a while." The two physicians exchanged glances, perplexed by the second young lady of the Si family, who seemed to disregard even her matron. Si Jinxing's expression darkened. Her bright eyes dimmed with a hint of frost as she cast a fleeting glance at Zhou and the others. "If I do not respond, my third sister will mock me, taunting and accusing me of being unfilial. If I concede, you will claim I am causing a ruckus? So, all the blame rests solely upon me." Zhou's countenance faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless. As Si Jinyue's beautiful eyes flickered, her face transformed from sorrow to joy as she exclaimed, "Ah, elder sister, how could you forget? Since childhood, I have diligently studied medical texts. I am certain I can assist father in overcoming this high fever." Si Jinxing understood all too well that Si Jinyue was convinced of her own inadequacy, thus attempting to elevate herself. However, this individual possessed a modicum of cleverness, albeit limited. She chose to disregard the onlookers, approaching the sickbed of Si Junshan. Ignoring the peculiar glances from those present, Si Jinxing pulled a mask and gloves from her sleeve, donning them with care. She then boldly lifted the back of Si Junshan's garment, exposing the afflicted area of his back. A collective gasp arose from the room. How audacious of the second young lady of the C family to disregard the proprieties between men and women. As the clothing was drawn aside, the stench of decaying flesh intensified. The onlookers hastily exited the room, retreating to the courtyard. Only Si Jinhue and physician Du remained, seated at a distance from the bed, prepared to observe how Si Jinxing would manage the diagnosis and potentially embarrass herself. The fewer the witnesses, the better. Si Jinxing retrieved a packet of antipyretic tablets, dissolving them in water before administering them to her father with a syringe. Seizing the opportunity while the two were distracted, she also administered an injection to reduce the fever. Earlier, she had felt her father's forehead, discovering it to be at least 40 degrees Celsius. Such a severe fever required immediate intervention. Not long after taking the medication, beads of sweat began to form on Si Jinxing's brow. She stood outside the bed curtains, directing a servant to assist in wiping his body. Si Jinhue watched the chaotic scene unfold, suppressing her amusement. This foolish girl was truly courting disaster. Did she truly believe there existed a remedy that would yield no effect? She could never entertain such a notion. Furrowing her brow and infusing her tone with a hint of concern, she inquired, "Second sister, how is it? Is father faring any better?" Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing turned her gaze coldly towards Si Jinhue, yet chose to disregard her, instead addressing Dr. Du. Dr. Du, I must apologize for my earlier haste. My concern for my father's injuries led me to act inappropriately. Please, if you would, examine him now. Dr. Du, initially brimming with ire, was taken aback by her words. Was it possible that General Si's fever had subsided? He stumbled to the bedside, placing a hand on Si Jinxing's forehead, which felt cool and glistened with a light sheen of sweat. In his decades of practice, he had never witnessed such a rapid reduction in fever. Dr. Du, incredulous, looked at the composed young girl before him and, filled with excitement, inquired, "Indeed, Miss C. Your medical skills are remarkable. May I ask from whom you have learned? If I were to say that I have self-studied through medical texts, would you believe me?" Si Jinxing waved her hand, unwilling to delve further into explanations. At that moment, Zhosher found herself inexplicably preoccupied with the two statements made by the crown prince outside the residence. That very night, she would begin to tally the dowry, acquiescing to that wretched girl. Observing Dr. Du's astonishment, Si Jinhue realized that her father's fever had indeed diminished. She stared blankly at the retreating figure of Si Jinxing, incredulous. How could this be possible? A fever that had taken two esteemed physicians an hour to quell was so effortlessly subdued by a mere girl. She recalled vividly that the Lan family had perished a decade ago, and Si Jinxing's studies had also languished since then. How could a girl, barely able to read, possibly be well-versed in medical literature? She must have stumbled upon some miraculous remedy by chance to have alleviated her father's fever. Regarding the medical skills of Si Jinxing, despite the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, Elzhu and Yin Fei chose silence. The young lady must have her own secrets. Her reticence surely bears its own rationale. Having spent a sleepless night and endured a morning of turmoil, Si Jinxing now felt an overwhelming fatigue. With no time to partake of lunch, she collapsed onto her bed, slipping swiftly into a profound slumber. Unbeknownst to her, after some time had passed, she suddenly sensed a foreign presence in the room. Instinctively alert, she sprang up, fingers deftly grasping several silver needles. Seated upon a low stool, Chi Moli observed the young woman's reaction, a flicker of amusement crossing his austere features. He regarded her disheveled appearance, clothes in disarray, hair tousled. Yet her gaze remained remarkably sharp, and chuckled lightly. "Princess of the Ninth, are you perhaps plotting to assassinate your own husband?" At that moment, Si Jinxing, now fully aware of her visitor, sheepishly withdrew her hands and mumbled in discontent, "Who is your princess? I am not yet wed. How uncouth." Barging into someone's home and disturbing their peaceful slumber. Having uttered her complaints, she lay back down, half asleep, awaiting a response. Chi Moli was perplexed by her remark regarding rudeness but was certain it was not a compliment. He chuckled softly, realizing that this girl had no talent for charming her husband. They had only parted ways that very morning, and yet, after a mere half-day, he felt compelled to visit her. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Jianzhou, various factions were well aware of his affliction, yet he disregarded the peril of being discovered, taking the risk to see her. And here she was, soundly asleep before him. Chi Moli couldn't help but question his own appearance as he gently caressed his cheek. Could it be that he lacked charm in the eyes of this girl? At that moment, Si Jinxing was entirely oblivious to the depth of his inner turmoil. She was simply exhausted. Would he believe that? Sitting quietly at the edge of the bed, Li observed the young girl who had drifted back to sleep. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her bed. Her delicate, fair face flushed a rosy hue in slumber, and the fine, soft down on her skin shimmered subtly, while her long eyelashes created a gentle shadow. After all, she was still just a child. He extended a finger and tenderly brushed against her right cheek, recalling how it had once been marred by dark spots. Chapter 34. A heart fluttering with spring dreams. Just imagining the life of a little girl, devoid of a mother, whose beauty had been tarnished, living in such a grand house. What kind of existence could that possibly be? It was only today that he had received intelligence, thoroughly investigating her circumstances over the past 15 years. As he listened to the tales of her past, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Very well, he noted the names of the Zhou mother and son. All he hoped for was to welcome her into his home soon, far removed from this wretched place. When Jinxing finally awoke, the day had already turned dim, suggesting she had slept through the entire afternoon. Stretching languidly, she gradually regained her composure. As she rolled off the bed, a sudden realization struck her. Had Li truly visited? He had come while she was asleep? Conflicted thoughts swirled in her mind as she pondered whether she truly wished for his arrival or not. Outside the door, the verdant bamboo and misty haze heard the commotion and called out, "Miss," before pushing the door open. "Miss, you are awake." Two attendants assisted Jinxing in donning a neat ensemble and meticulously tidying her disheveled hair. Gazing at her untidy reflection in the mirror, Jinxing mused to herself, hoping that he had not arrived. Yanfei handed her a damp cloth and proceeded towards the door, remarking, "Miss, wash your face to freshen up. The small kitchen is warming dinner, and I shall fetch it shortly." Jinxing casually wiped her face, watching as Yanfei walked away, then turned her head slyly towards Lu Zhu and whispered, "What is the matter?" Lu Zhu, puzzled, tilted her head in contemplation before responding. "About a stick of incense ago, Mama Lu from the ladies' courtyard came to invite you over. I mentioned that you were still asleep." Yet Mama Lu was not at all displeased. She smiled and said it would not be too late for you to visit once you awoke. Upon hearing this, Jinxing pondered if perhaps Li had not come after all. Was it merely a dream in which she had envisioned him? For some inexplicable reason, a sense of despondency washed over her. However, she had no time to dwell on such thoughts, as she suddenly recalled that Mama Lu had just visited her own shattered flower courtyard. Her eyes brightened. Surely, she was here to deliver gifts. In that instant, the fleeting feeling of despondency vanished as she heartily finished the 2 dishes and rice laid before her, hastily making her way out. The trio sped along, soon arriving at the Zhou family's pear blossom courtyard. Outside, a young maid awaited, and upon sighting Jinxing, she greeted her with a cheerful bow, ushering the 3 into the courtyard. Mama Lu stood by the door, and upon seeing Jinxing, she hurried over with a warm smile, guiding her as she inquired, "Second miss, you have arrived. Have you dined yet?" Upon entering, Jinxing observed the overly polite demeanor of everyone in the courtyard, akin to those who had indulged in sweets. Was this an attempt to invoke familial bonds? As Lu Mama drew back the curtain, Jinxing stepped inside, leaving Lu Zhu and Yanfei to await outside. The moment she crossed the threshold, she heard Jinxing's pretentious voice, laced with an air of false cordiality. "Dear sister, you've arrived. Come, sit by me." How irritating, she thought. Suppressing her true sentiments, Jinxing offered a bland greeting and a formal bow, treating her sister as if she were a mere stranger. Jinxing's smile faltered, and she fell silent. Madame Zhou stifled the surge of unbridled anger rising within her, forcing a smile as she gestured for Jinxing to join them. However, Jinxing chose instead a seat far removed from the mother and daughter duo. "Mother, have you summoned me to discuss something? Let us be direct and get to the point," she stated, not waiting for Madame Zhou to finish before rising abruptly and making her way toward the exit. Madame Zhou's smile evaporated at this act, and she called out sharply, "I have prepared 30 carts of dowry for you, far grander than what your elder sister received at her wedding. One must learn to be content." Jinxing, far from angered, merely smiled and replied, "I can only assume that father remains unaware of my mother's dowry, which you have so tightly held on to." Her casual remark struck a chord deep within Madame Zhou. Earlier, she had distinctly heard, while in Songyuan, that the general, even in his unconscious state, continued to murmur the name of that vixen, Lan. If the general were to recover and recall old affections, he might find it difficult to allow Lan's daughter to wed the ailing 9th prince. Alas, it is indeed her own dear daughter who suffers. "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Mrs. Zhou could scarcely bear to imagine the dire fate awaiting her beloved child. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly agreed. Turning around, Jinxing smiled radiantly and remarked, "Truly, the love of parents for their children leads them to devise far-reaching plans. I am deeply touched. If your father inquires." Mrs. Zhou cast a worried glance at Jinxing, whose temperament shifted as swiftly as the turning of a page. She could not shake the feeling that the smile upon her daughter's face harbored ill intentions. "Once your mother's dowry arrives, I shall pen a letter, clearly stating that I willingly accept the marriage proposal and will wed into the 9th princess residence, with no involvement from either mother or elder sister. At that moment, I shall deliver both the goods and the correspondence." Jinxing laughed heartily and took her leave, unaware of the sly smiles adorning the lips of her mother and sister behind her. This night, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, a splendid occasion. Indeed, having slumbered through the afternoon, she felt quite rejuvenated. Reclining on her bed, her thoughts drifted back to the dream she had during her nap. She dreamt of being embraced by Chi Moli. Was this permissible in dreams? Jinxing covered her slightly flushed cheeks, silently berating herself for being infatuated. Upon her initial arrival in this world, she had sworn an oath to herself, never to engage in matters of love. Had that vow been devoured by a dog? She buried her face in the soft pillow, attributing her turmoil to that very Chi Moli. What a misfortune! Reflecting upon her past life, she had weathered countless storms and tribulations. She forced herself to suppress the fluttering of her heart, resolute not to be distracted by the allure of masculine beauty from the serious matters of the night. Glancing at the clock, it was 10 o'clock in the evening, the hour when nightlife commenced in her previous existence. The residence of the general had long succumbed to a profound silence, with only the occasional chirping of crickets emanating from the thicket in the corner. Jinxing had changed into a more streamlined outfit and swiftly entered the pharmacy on the first floor of Xinglin Yaxu. Upon her exit, she had already left the shattered flower courtyard. Under the cloak of night, she utilized the spatial concealment abilities to elude the gaze of the patrolling matron of the estate. Before long, she successfully arrived at the Pear Blossom courtyard. Indeed, the theme of tonight's nocturnal escapade was a second exploration of the Pear Blossom courtyard. Chapter 35. A bulging wallet and sweet dreams. During her initial visit to the Pear Blossom courtyard, Jinxing had discovered the concealed stash of the Zhou family. Although she had not examined it in detail, she was aware that it was brimming with treasures. At that time, she refrained from taking action to avoid alarming the inhabitants. She later inspected the general storeroom but found nothing of significant value. Without further delay, Jinxing slipped through the walls, materializing in the small storeroom of the Zhou family's backyard. She retrieved a flashlight and casually swept it across the room. To her astonishment, the storeroom was filled with boxes overflowing with silk, gold, and silver treasures, renowned artworks, exquisite porcelain, and delicate ornaments. Indeed, the insatiable greed of the corpulent Zhou matron was evident. Jinxing felt no hesitation. After all, these belonged to her mother, and she intended to claim them. With her left hand reaching for the boxes and her right hand brushing over an orchid jade ring, she willed the boxes to vanish into the pharmacy on the first floor of Xinglin Yaxu effortlessly. Employing the same technique, with a few deft gestures, she swiftly transported the remaining 20 or so large wooden boxes from the storeroom into the pharmacy in one fell swoop. She had taken them all. Yet, she had underestimated just how much space these boxes would occupy. Finally, 2 or 3 boxes were crammed into the second floor, creating a narrow passage on the first floor. Jinxing thought to herself, thankfully, with the aid of mental and spatial manipulation, otherwise, she would be utterly exhausted trying to move all these items. However, compared to the dowry left by her mother, this was still lacking. It seemed that a considerable amount had been squandered by the Zhou family. Jinwei, Jinhao, Jinyun, and even the relatives of the Zhou family must have taken their share, right? No matter, if you act like the first day of the month, do not blame me for behaving like the 15th. If you force me to become a celebratory princess, I shall ensure you repay me with both principal and interest. Tomorrow, there will be quite a spectacle to behold in this manner. The feeling of a bulging purse is truly delightful. She needed to contemplate whose treasury she should raid next. She turned over in bed, preparing for a comfortable sleep. Yet, she tossed and turned, finding it impossible to drift off. Perhaps it was due to the dream she had during her afternoon nap, or perhaps there was a flicker of anticipation in her heart. She even wondered if that was not just a dream. Was her relationship with him progressing too swiftly? Having been hurt by a scoundrel in her previous life, she felt a sense of uncertainty in this one. She admitted that he occupied a certain place in her heart, yet she also left herself an escape route. On a late summer, early autumn night, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, bringing with it a hint of chill. At this moment, the prince's residence, particularly the Quagmire pavilion, was ablaze with candlelight. Si Jinxing, clad in a pale pink nightgown, leaned against the edge of her bed. It had been 10 days since the prince had last spent the night in her chamber, and tonight he had once again gone to the side consort's quarters. Having been in the royal mansion for 2 years, she had yet to conceive. Previously, when the couple visited the palace to pay their respects to the esteemed consort Luo, she had subtly urged them on several occasions. At that time, the prince merely smiled it off, paying little heed to her insinuations. She was filled with joy, secretly congratulating herself for having what a good husband. Little did she know, in recent months, the third prince had unexpectedly taken 2 secondary consorts and several concubines into the residence. It wasn't long before news of concubine Zhang's pregnancy spread. Rage consumed her. How could she tolerate those women bearing the first child in the household before her? Si Jinxing clenched her fists, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. She summoned the maid on night watch to extinguish the candles in her chamber. That person would not be coming. The recent events had truly vexed her, especially Si Jinxing, who had suddenly transformed, opposing her at every turn. Fortunately, this turmoil would not last long. She had encountered the 9th prince a few times, though he was exceedingly handsome. His temperament was notoriously poor. It was well known that he was arrogant and unruly. Were it not for her mother's interest in the position of 9th princess, she would have vehemently opposed her third sister's match. Thankfully, the 9th prince was now in a precarious state, and Si Jinxing was to marry him. She finally put one concern to rest. Just thinking of Si Jinxing enduring inhumane torment at the hands of the 9th prince, becoming a widow subjected to ridicule. It would be but a mere flick of her finger to end her. What of being the legitimate daughter? In the end, she would merely be trampled beneath the feet of this later emerged legitimate daughter. Contemplating this, her spirits lifted immensely as she pulled the brocade quilt around her and drifted into slumber. The next morning, in the Heyun courtyard, Mama Lu, good morning. How did grandmother sleep last night? Today, Si Jinxing rose early, adorned in a refreshing manner, to seek the presence of the elderly matriarch. Mother L, full of affection for this esteemed daughter left by the former mistress, beamed as she observed Si Jinxing's gentle demeanor and remarked, "The old lady hurt her waist yesterday and her ankle is swollen. She endured pain throughout the night. Poor thing." Noticing the concern etched on Si Jinxing's face, she whispered, "The eldest young lady is inside as well." Oh, Si Jinxing found herself at a loss for words to express her current feelings. Truly, it was as if a haunting spirit lingered. Gratefully nodding to Mother L, she stepped inside. There, she beheld Si Jinxing kneeling on the ground, diligently massaging the old lady's legs. The matriarch, her eyes gently closed, reclined on the couch, indulging in a state of pure comfort. What family's matriarch could be attended to in such a manner by a princess? Yet, she remarked, such tasks are best left to the servants. As a dignified princess, you should not be doing this. Seeing the old lady's face soften, Si Jinxing felt a wave of relief. Her mother had indeed acted too impulsively yesterday. She rose to assist the matriarch with her shoulders, smiling as she said, "Grandmother has toiled for this family her entire life. What is it for me to massage your legs?" Her words brought warmth to the old lady's heart, and she closed her eyes to savor the moment. Si Jinxing, feeling overlooked as the two continued to disregard her presence, chose not to indulge them. Coldly, she stated, "I come to pay my respects to grandmother." The matriarch, slightly irked, opened her eyes and uttered a nonchalant hum. Si Jinxing, noticing this, cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, second sister has arrived. Do not blame grandmother. She is quite weary and may not have heard your arrival." Sigh. Si Jinxing furrowed her brow as she glanced at her. Did this person thrive on creating trouble? As expected, upon hearing those words, the old lady's expression soured. Si Jinxing and Si Jinxing, who had accompanied Si Jinxing, sat on the benches across from her. Si Jinxing, with her head bowed, sat obediently, her expression concealed. In contrast, Si Jinxing's lips tightened upon hearing her elder sister speak. Here we go again. She could not stand her elder sister. Why could she not speak more amiably? In chapter 36, the considerate second granddaughter, Si Jinxing remarked with a frown, "If the princess of Rue speaks so harshly, she ought not to utter such words. Have I ever blamed grandmother?" The old lady glanced at Si Jinxing and then at Si Jinxing, saying, "Do not arrive and immediately create a commotion. What sort of behavior is that? Please sit." Yesterday, She had injured her forehead, hurt her back, and sprained her ankle. The other 3 granddaughters had all expressed their concern and visited their beloved grandmother. Yet this second girl had reportedly slept the entire afternoon. Today, she was the last to pay her respects. Truly, a child unaware of propriety. Seeing that the old lady was indifferent to her, seemingly harboring a grudge, Jinxing pondered briefly and surmised the situation. Grandmother, you injured your back the day before yesterday and fell yesterday. I imagine you must be quite limited in your movements. I thought to make you a nightgown. With an air of nonchalance, she chose a seat and spoke affectionately, glancing toward the green bamboo behind her. The delicate bamboo maiden, with her enchanting eyes blinking, approached a few steps forward, kneeling gracefully as she held a neatly folded robe. Esteemed matriarch, she ventured timidly, I dare to implore you for a favor. The elderly lady, unfamiliar with the concept of a nightgown, gazed expectantly at Mama L, who had received the garment, while the kneeling maiden expressed her earnest request. Having accepted the tribute, the matriarch found the young girl somewhat more agreeable and nodded for the bamboo maiden to continue. With newfound freedom to speak, the maiden squeezed her eyes shut, allowing 2 tears to cascade down her cheeks as she beseeched, Dear matriarch, please tend to our young lady. She must not neglect her meals, for it is detrimental to her health. The matriarch, perplexed, questioned how the young lady could possibly be refusing her meals. Was there someone in the household mistreating her? Or was it merely the girl's fastidious palate? However, she noticed that the maidservant, Jinxing, was vigorously shaking her head, signaling the kneeling girl to refrain from elaborating further. Intrigued, the matriarch inquired, What troubles your young lady? Why does she forsake her meals? The bamboo maiden was adept at weeping. Her silent tears fell like raindrops, evoking an unspoken sympathy without causing a ruckus. After wiping her tears, she finally spoke. At the hour of you, I went to summon the young lady for dinner, only to find her exhausted, slumped over the table in a deep slumber. It was then that I realized she had been so eager to complete the robe that she had neglected even her midday meal. It is my negligence, and I beseech the matriarch to punish me for it. Pausing momentarily, she continued, Later, when our young lady awoke, she insisted on delivering the finished nightgown to you, thinking it would be more convenient for you to wear it this evening. Once again, the lady found herself in a discussion with Miss, and thus she hurriedly made her way to the pear blossom courtyard. The young lady remarked that the nightgown was too plain and feared that the venerable matriarch would disapprove. It was not until the break of dawn that she finally adorned the nightgown with exquisite embellishments. Pray tell, how could one's body endure such strain? Matriarch, you are the one who dotes on my dear Miss the most. Your words carry weight with her. Jinxing lowered her head, stifling the wild laughter bubbling within her. Green bamboo, oh green bamboo. I merely requested you to speak casually. Little did I expect that this girl's performance would be utterly spectacular. Opposite her, Jinxing's elder sister, Jeannie, gaped in astonishment. After such a conversation, would grandmother not be moved to tears? Silently, she gave a thumbs up to her second sister as made in her heart. The smile that had graced Jinxing's face could no longer be maintained. This little sister was evidently intent on outshining her. Squinting, she observed that the maid beside Jinxing had suddenly become so eloquent. Jinyun, maintaining her composure, rolled her eyes discreetly. This insufferable girl was even more irritating than the eldest sister. Only then did the elderly matriarch comprehend the extent of the second girl's devotion towards her grandmother. Donning the cap of a benevolent grandmother, she fell silent. Upon unfolding the nightgown, she beheld grand peonies intricately embroidered upon it. Indeed, she found it to her liking. The matriarch beckoned Jinxing to come forth, nodding her approval as she said, Good child, you've worked hard. What does a nightgown matter? Simply instruct the servants to make it. Your health is of utmost importance. From now on, you must not skip meals. Jinxing nodded repeatedly, appearing quite obedient, yet her glance fell upon the sleeping robe. That was merely a purchase made by a neighbor in her previous life, visually appealing, yet of poor quality, and she had been asked to assist in returning it. Noticing the elderly lady moving her waist intermittently, she stepped forward to push aside Jinyu, casually inquiring, Grandmother, your waist has never been good, and now with mother. You must be more cautious in the future. It would be wise to rest and recuperate. If it worsens, you may find yourself bedridden for life. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly turned her gaze towards Jinyu, feigning fear as she covered her mouth, falling silent. The elderly lady, upon hearing this, had just set aside her grievances against the Wu family, only to have them resurface. Instinctively, she glanced at the poised Si Jinyu beside her, her expression darkening slightly. Who was Si Jinyu? Immediately, she donned an exceedingly aggrieved expression and whined, "Grandmother, Mother's actions yesterday were unintentional. In the future, Yuer will dutifully attend to you. As will Yuner and Hauer." After saying this, Si Jinyu turned her gaze towards Si Jinxing. That wretched girl truly had a knack for bringing up inconvenient topics. Had she forgotten that she was soon to marry the dying ninth prince and would shortly become a widow, relying on her maternal family for support? Continuing her discourse, she added, "And dear second sister, while you still have not left the house, it would be wise to demonstrate your filial piety to grandmother. This opportunity may soon be scarce." Si Jinxing, upon hearing this, appeared perplexed and asked, "Why? Elder sister, having married into the royal residence, does she not frequently visit her maternal home? Why should I be any different?" She smiled awkwardly and replied, "Is it not because the prince dotes on me, urging me to?" However, before her proud words could be completed, Si Jinxing interjected with a curious tone, "Elder sister, tell me, if I were to marry into the Mo-ing royal residence, how would our familial hierarchy be established?" Upon hearing the mention of the Mo-ing royal residence, Si Jinyu felt a surge of frustration. It was indeed difficult to forget about the ninth prince. Si Jinyu, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback, only to find herself growing increasingly irritable. She had entirely overlooked this detail. If that wretched girl were to marry there, even if for just a day as a princess, she would inevitably become a widow, and in the eyes of the public, she would still be regarded as the ninth prince's aunt. A missive from the Mo-ing royal residence arrived. The matriarch, upon glancing at the letter, was instantly stunned. Si Jinyu's complexion paled as the letter boldly proclaimed, "Sincerely inviting the ninth princess to the residence tomorrow to attend to the ailing." Chapter 37. Provoking a notorious thief. Seeing the unusual expressions on their faces, Si Jinxing casually glanced at the letter. A smile crept upon her face. Chiemoli certainly knew how to stir things up. Just these few words were enough to send the Zhou family into a frenzy, no doubt. With a nonchalant wave of her hand, she remarked, "In our household, we must adhere to our established hierarchy. Wouldn't you agree, elder sister?" The implication was clear. Apart from the general's residence, everywhere else she would have to address her as the royal aunt. The warmth on Si Jinyu's face vanished completely, replaced by an awkward smile. The matriarch, upon hearing this, realized that both granddaughters were equally untouchable. Upon contemplating this, a faint smile graced her face as she remarked, "You are, after all, sisters. In the days to come, you must support one another in public and not allow outsiders to ridicule the Si family." She continued, "Now that it has also extended an invitation, take this notice to Lihua Courtyard. Your mother, as the matriarch, will make the necessary arrangements." Si Jinwei accepted the notice and, while walking, cast a sidelong glance at Si Jinxing, who stood nearby, before hastily making her way to Lihua Courtyard with Si Jinyan in tow. Si Jinxing, head bowed and eyes heavy, felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. This elderly lady truly possessed remarkable cunning. She had deftly passed this troublesome task on to Zhou. The good deeds were hers, while the blame would fall upon Zhou. How shrewd. Meanwhile, upon their arrival at Lihua Courtyard, the two sisters were greeted by a cacophony of wails emanating from the rear courtyard. They exchanged a glance and hurried towards the sound. There, they beheld Zhou sitting on the ground before the storeroom, weeping uncontrollably, her dignity utterly forsaken. "Mother, what on earth are you doing? Please rise." Si Jinhua frowned, attempting to help Zhou to her feet. Regardless of the circumstances, her mother remained the matriarch of the general's residence, and such a display was far from appropriate. Yet, she had overlooked her mother's robust physique, one that could easily outweigh her own slender frame. Ultimately, in her earnest efforts, she was unable to lift Zhou and inadvertently tumbled to the ground herself. With a resounding thud, her back collided with the door, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. Having already endured grievances from Si Jinxing, witnessing her mother's current state ignited a fire of indignation within Si Jinwei, and she exclaimed, "Mother, what on earth has transpired? What good can come from this incessant wailing?" Upon witnessing her eldest daughter's fury, Mrs. Zhou immediately fell silent, her broad shoulders twitching intermittently. Observing this, Mama Lu gestured for the two maids to exit the back courtyard and firmly closed the gate, instructing them to wait outside. She assisted Si Jinhua to her feet, pointed towards the storeroom, and with a soft sigh, remarked, "Miss, the madam is in distress due to some shocking event. It would be prudent for you to investigate for yourself." At these words, Si Jinue refrained from further inquiry and, with a look of perplexity, ventured into the storeroom, eager to uncover what calamity had befallen to cause her mother such sorrow. Si Jinyun, noticing her sister's determination, quickly followed suit. As the pair entered, they were struck dumb by the sight before them. The storeroom, usually brimming with an abundance of items, now stood nearly barren, with only a few wooden racks remaining, all devoid of contents. The multitude of wooden boxes that once cluttered the floor had vanished without a trace. The vast space echoed emptiness, not a single coin left behind. Meanwhile, Si Jinxing was leisurely savoring tea and snacks, humming, "Sister, cleanliness is paramount. Dear sister, is this not Mother's storeroom?" Si Jinyun inquired, bewildered as she wandered about, momentarily questioning if she had mistakenly entered another chamber. Her mother's storeroom had always been filled with delightful treasures, allowing her to select a coveted item each year on her birthday, be it gold, silver, jewelry, or exquisite fabrics and tea sets, anything of her choosing. Where had all those treasures gone? A sense of unease gripped Si Jinwei as she felt a twitch in her eyelid, pondering what had transpired in the courtyard. Just yesterday, she and her mother had come to inventory their possessions. Grabbing Si Jinyun, she exited the storeroom and, alongside Mama Lu, assisted Mrs. Zhou to a stone bench in the pavilion. "Mother, what has happened to the items in the storeroom?" Si Jinwei questioned anxiously. "I know nothing, absolutely nothing. This morning, as soon as I opened the storeroom door, it was like this." Zhou's voice trembled, her face quivering with distress. Mother Lu, noticing Zhou's inability to articulate her thoughts, hurriedly recounted the events. "Miss, it unfolded as follows. This morning, the mistress instructed us to come and select the items you chose yesterday for packing. However, upon opening the storeroom, we were met with a shocking sight. Its contents had vanished. The mistress, who usually cherishes these belongings, simply cannot fathom how they disappeared overnight, all stolen away. The pain of this loss has left her weak, causing her to collapse to the ground." At just 14, Si Jinyun could hardly bear the news of all the precious items being lost. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "Does this mean I won't be able to choose items for my birthday anymore?" Si Jinyue pinched the note concealed in her sleeve. Feeling the weight of the situation, she glanced at Si Jinyun and then at Zhou, sighing, "Mother, crying will not help. We have only one day to gather the dowry. I have no money. It's impossible to gather it all in a single day. Let that wretched girl wait." Zhou was particularly sensitive about the topic of finances. Although she possessed a smaller storeroom, it hardly compared to this one, containing less than half of its treasures. The loss of so many items felt akin to a grievous wound. Yet, she could not let the entire household know, nor could she report it to the authorities. Otherwise, the scandal regarding the embezzlement of her late mother-in-law's dowry would become the talk of the town, leaving her with no face to show in public thereafter. Moreover, should this matter become entangled with the significant affair concerning the moon, it would be all the more unworthy. Truly, it is akin to shattering one's teeth and swallowing the pieces. Contemplating this, Madame Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. What kind of person could empty a storeroom overnight? She clenched her fists and struck the stone table with force, only to be reminded of its solid nature, letting out a cry of pain. "Mother, Madam." Both Si Jinyun and Lu Mama were filled with concern for her. What audacious thief possesses such capabilities? Fortunately, her father was bedridden at this time. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to conceal the truth. Without further ado, she handed the notice to Madame Zhou. Seeing her in a daze, she helplessly remarked, "If we cannot gather the funds today, that girl will certainly not go to the Wang family tomorrow. She dares." Madame Zhou slammed the notice down onto the stone table, her eyes wide with fury, declaring, "We shall bind her and take her there. This marriage was intended for her from the very beginning." Si Jinwei shook her head and said, "Mother, do not act impulsively, nor speak such words in anger. Many in our household are aware that this marriage was originally arranged for Yuner. With such leverage, Si Jinxing will not be easily manipulated by us. Moreover, do you think the ninth prince is easy to deal with? If Si Jinxing is forced against her will, might he not retaliate by dismantling our household entirely?" Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou was reminded of an incident from 3 years prior. During the mid-autumn banquet at the palace, the venerable Marquis Xingchong, in his drunken revelry, insisted on toasting the newly titled ninth prince of Moing. But the ninth prince was not one to submit easily before the assembly of court officials and ladies. He took the wine cup offered by the Marquis and shattered it upon the ground, and in a fit of anger, he rebuked, "This prince despises being coerced. How dare you attempt to impose upon me?" Upon the revelation of this matter, the emperor merely offered a token reprimand. remarking that the ninth prince had a rather irritable temperament that needed tempering. From that moment onward, it became common knowledge among the nobility in the capital that he was indeed a bold and audacious individual. Standing silently nearby, Si Jinyan parted her lips, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Chapter 38. The spectacle of retrieving the dowry in recent days. Both her elder sister and mother have been discussing the ninth prince's poisoning with her. Even her grandmother seemed to share this sentiment. Otherwise, she would not have relinquished authority to her mother in this matter. That man, could he, a being akin to a deity, truly face mortality? She had envisioned on numerous occasions what the rumored ninth prince might be like. She imagined him clad in armor, wielding a mighty blade, exuding an aura of fierce flames that inspired the entire army to bravely engage in battle. Si Jinyan lowered her gaze to the ground, pondering whether fate had truly conspired against her and him. At this moment, Zhou's feelings resembled a fishbone lodged in her throat, stuck, impossible to swallow or expel. She had initially intended to select a few items from her dowry and procure some trinkets from outside to complete the total of 58 bearers. Zhou's Pear Blossom Garden, Si Jinhao's Inscription Academy, Si Jinyan's Lily Pavilion, Si Jinyue's Mingwei Pavilion before her marriage, as well as the royal residence and her maternal home. As dusk gradually descended, Si Jinxing dined with the elderly matriarch in the Harmony courtyard. "Mother El," she said, "look, if we warm our hands like this," and then interlaced them, placing them at grandmother's waist, with a gentle push and knead 30 to 50 times until a slight warmth is felt. Si Jinxing instructed the elderly lady to lie on the bed while Mother El took charge, with her offering guidance from the side. "Press your thumb here on the lower back. Yes, squeeze, rotate, and massage." The elderly lady was delighting in this unique massage when a young maid hurriedly entered to announce, "Madam wishes to discuss a matter with the second miss and is waiting in her courtyard." Upon hearing it was Lady Shou, the elderly lady's squinted eyes widened in surprise. Was she going to speak with that girl about that matter? Si Jinxing inwardly scoffed. This old woman truly knows how to feign ignorance. Lady Zhou has arrived, huh? How slow the collection of the dowry has become. Suppressing her thoughts, she suddenly raised her head with feigned delight, exclaiming, "Ah, mother must be here to return my biological mother's dowry. According to our Longing dynasty's laws, a woman's dowry cannot be seized by her in-laws and should be entirely preserved for her descendants. Grandmother, as the head of the family, I wish to invite you to witness this." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's heart stirred at the mention of the Lan family's dowry. That was no small fortune, usually kept in the public treasury, and since Lady Shou took charge of the general's household, she had not laid eyes on it. Yet now, it was to be completely returned to Si Jinxing, causing the elderly lady to feel as if she were being cut to the quick. After all, it comprised 58 carriages, with 50 shops among them. Back in the day, that was an unparalleled gift in all of Jianzhou. It was precisely because this gift was so lavish that the Lan family's marriage arrangements surpassed those of the Si family. A legitimate daughter from a venerable family married her son, who at the time was merely a low-ranking officer in the Zhaowu. The disparity in status was indeed stark. As a mother-in-law, she found herself unable to stand tall before the bride. Reflecting on past humiliations, her mood soured, and she retorted, "Why must I go? My health is not robust. I shan't attend." Si Jinxing assumed the elder was merely concerned about the dowry and thought little of it. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is that so? I was hoping to find something suitable for grandmother to gift her." Hearing this, the old lady realized that the girl was cleverly attempting to present her with a gift. A hint of mirth graced her long, drawn face as she remarked, "Strange indeed. I was just complaining of back pain, yet now I feel considerably better." Casting a sidelong glance at Si Jinxing, she cautiously said, "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. But those items were left to you by your mother. I cannot accept them. Keep them for yourself." Understanding the elder's sentiments, Si Jinxing waved her hand dismissively. "Let us discuss it further after taking a look. Grandmother, would it be convenient for us to visit the fractured blossom garden together?" The old lady's thought stirred. Had the Zhou family persuaded the second daughter to agree to the marriage? Observing the girl, she noted the absence of sorrow on her face, assuming she was unaware of the ninth prince's circumstances. Nevertheless, it was understood that young ladies from noble families often sacrificed for their family's glory. Although her back pain lingered, the prospect of discovering fine treasures compelled the old lady to settle into the sedan chair and accompany them to the fractured blossom garden. That night, the garden was ablaze with torches, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The steward chanted the dowry list while Lu Fu, the housekeeper, accompanied by 2 young servants, meticulously guarded the chests, counting them one by one. A wangwali bed adorned with peony carvings, a rosewood beauty couch, a sandalwood scepter inlaid with jade, a pair of copper candle holders. Jinxing sat beside Madame Zhou, not missing the fleeting glint of mischief at the corner of her lips. She examined the dowry closely and realized the truth. Rising, she approached the recently counted chests filled with silk and brocade. The dowry list detailed 8 bolts each of cloud brocade, woven silk, and broad silk, all exquisite materials. Yet, what was contained within these chests? Even though she was not an expert, the original owner possessed some knowledge. A total of 24 exquisite bolts had been replaced with coarse linen and satin. This was somewhat audacious, wasn't it? Noticing Jinxing standing beside the chest, Madame Zhou's brow furrowed with concern. She couldn't help but steal a glance at the elderly matriarch seated nearby. What business did this old lady have here? She thought to herself that, in the dim light of the evening, it would be difficult to discern anything, which eased her worries slightly. However, seeing Jinxing continuously inspecting the silks made her heart race, filled with anxiety. Suddenly, Jinxing joyfully approached the elderly lady, holding up a bolt of fabric, exclaiming, "Grandmother, look at this color. It suits you beautifully. I shall gift it to you." The elderly lady had come here with the intent of acquiring some fine treasures. As I gaze upon the exquisite treasures within the blue family dowry, a sense of wistfulness envelopes my heart. How I wish I had seized some of these delightful items earlier. To my surprise, this girl has eagerly presented them to me. She must have heard Lu Fu's enthusiastic shout, proclaiming them to be of the finest quality. The old matriarch felt a surge of joy, extending her hand to receive them, only to be met with the coarse texture of a rough burlap cloth. "What is this?" she exclaimed in astonishment, forcefully pushing away the fabric that Jinxing had offered. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Jinxing's eyes. Had the performance not just begun? Chapter 39. Digging deep into the dowry, Jinxing caught the cloth that the old lady had pushed away and feigned innocence, saying, "Grandmother, isn't this?" The old lady regained her composure and cut her off with a stern gesture, fixing her dark gaze upon Madame Zhou, demanding, "You explain." Madame Zhou could hardly fathom that this wretched girl would resort to such tactics. She shot a resentful glance at Jinxing before turning to the old lady with a sheepish grin, saying, "It must be that the servants in the courtyard made an error. I shall have them rectify it at once." Jinxing, incredulous, murmured, "Surely not all these items have been misplaced?" Her words, though softly spoken, reached the ears of both the old lady and Madame Zhou without fail. The latter seethed with resentment. How could this insufferable girl be so exasperating? The old matriarch, on the other hand, never anticipated Madame Zhou would resort to such underhanded tactics, daring to create trouble over the dowry of the former matriarch. Regardless of whether the 9th prince were alive or dead, whether he was to bring joy or leave a widow, the second daughter must enter the jade butterfly. This dowry must be presented intact. The dignity of the general's residence cannot be compromised. At this moment, she truly regretted her past decisions. After the unfortunate demise of the Lan family head, she had hastily elevated her status. At that time, her thoughts were solely focused on the weak background of the Zhou family, which she believed would be easily manipulated, forgetting that she, hailing from a humble household, was ill-equipped to assume the role of a matriarch. Were it not for the presence of Jinwei and Jinhao, how could she have tolerated this foolish woman until now? The matriarch gritted her teeth, her rigid back aching with anger. She shot a glare at Zhou and commanded in a low voice, "Lu Fu, investigate for me. Unravel each matter one by one." Although the matriarch had long entrusted the management of the household to the lady of the house, she remained the mother of a general, and her words carried weight. Lu Fu, with his shifty eyes, glanced at Zhou, who hung her head and dared not oppose the matriarch, thus he proceeded to carry out her orders. Jinxing did not miss Lu Fu's furtive behavior. However, his expression struck her as peculiarly familiar, though she could not immediately recall where she had seen it before. So she chose not to dwell on it. Standing beside the matriarch, she observed as the accountant began to recite the list of accounts anew. Today, the Lan family celebrates the marriage of their daughter, presenting a lavish dowry list: 10 properties, 50 shop fronts, a pair of sandalwood and jade-rimmed auspicious symbols, a pair of grand porcelain dusters, 2 sets of Hitian white jade tea sets, 8 Dotsai lotus pattern porcelain bowls, 8 cloisonne tea cups depicting the 3 gentlemen, a pair of multicolored treasure pattern plates, a pair of green jade and twine lotus vases, a wangwali wood bed adorned with begonia flowers, a beautiful sourwood couch, a carved ebony and embroidered screen, a zeton wood dressing box, a gold inlaid enamel box, 10 bolts of exquisite cloud silk, 10 bolts of fine brocade, 6 gold and silver necklaces each, 2 pairs of white jade rings, 1 pair each of coral and jade pendants, 1 pair each of white jade combs adorned with floral motifs and golden-laid jade combs. The reading of the dowry list took a considerable time, akin to the length of a tea brew, and this was after the Lon family had already diminished their possessions over the 5 years since their arrival. The elderly matriarch listened to the list for the second time, the memories of the Lon family's entrance into the estate 15 years prior vivid in her mind. Now, with the Lon matriarch having passed away over a decade ago, a sense of nostalgia enveloped her. To hasten the proceedings, Mama L gestured for several young maidservants to join the steward in counting the dowry within the courtyard. Meanwhile, Jinxing remained industrious. Recalling the promise she made to the matriarch, she personally took charge, accompanied by El Zhu and Yin Fei, to inspect the items. Upon witnessing this, Mrs. Zhou felt a surge of indignation, her breath uneven with fury. This wretched girl, was she not blatantly slapping her in the face? She gazed at the abundance surrounding her, feeling as though every part of her body ached. Every single item in the general's residence belonged to her children. Now, witnessing so many treasures being relinquished felt akin to having her flesh cut away. At her side, Jinxing discreetly tugged at her sleeve, signaling that the old matriarch was present. It seemed that Jinxing had indeed become quite astute, successfully swaying the old lady's opinion. Zhou's fury simmered beneath the surface, contorting her features with suppressed anger. She exhaled deeply, managing a smile that was more painful than tears, striving to maintain the dignified demeanor befitting the matriarch of the general's household. When, accompanied by Jinxing and Jinhing, had arrived early at the Suiwa courtyard. Now seated on a wooden bench beside the old matriarch, though one presented herself modestly, she was perceptive, fully aware of the day's unfolding drama. The old matriarch's insatiable greed had allowed the second miss to gain considerable leverage by offering merely a small benefit. Clearly, after 2 years away from the estate, the second miss had matured into a person of remarkable composure and wit. The spirit of elder sister Lon could rest easy in the heavens. In the courtyard, Jinxing casually remarked, "The dowry will eventually be displayed at the Wang family residence. The individuals there have seen it all and will not scrutinize too closely." Upon hearing this, the servants tasked with inspecting the dowry felt a pang of anxiety. Had they truly not seen everything? Those well-versed in such matters could easily discern authenticity from deception. If any discrepancies arose during the transfer of the dowry, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. With this realization, the servants became even more meticulous in their examination, ensuring everything was accounted for. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's face was adorned with a smile, feigning reluctance as she said, "There's no need, no need. You will surely require it in the future. Our household cannot possibly lack for the sustenance of this old woman." Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Zhou quickly replied with a laugh, "Second girl, just keep it for yourself. I shall take care of things on my end." Jinxing smiled faintly, thinking that to deal with Zhou, it would require the intervention of the elderly lady. "Grandmother, it has been 2 years since I have been by your side to fulfill my filial duties, and I do not know how many more days I can remain in the household." As Jinxing spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. The elderly lady understood that the girl was referring to marrying the dying Prince Jiao. From their recent interactions, she realized that although her granddaughter appeared cold, her heart was indeed devoted to her. Remembering that the late Lady Lon had passed away a decade ago, a pang of sorrow stirred within her. She could only hope that the marriage decree would be delayed, and that Prince Jiao might. She scrutinized her granddaughter in the flickering firelight. With delicate brows and cherry lips, her eyes like glistening waters, the blemishes on her face had vanished, revealing a complexion more radiant than snow. She surpassed even her own mother, the renowned Lady Lon of Jianzhou City. If only the prince's impending fate could be postponed. Perhaps this girl would prove to be of great use in the future. Unbeknownst to Jinxing, the elderly lady was lost in her thoughts, while she herself was preoccupied. For Lu Fu had already finished tallying the dowry. She was eager to see what kind of antics Zhou would concoct. Chapter 40. A day of prosperity and abundance. Zhou gazed at the seemingly carefree Jinxing, nearly driven to exasperation. That girl uttered a light remark, and here she was, compelled to prepare fine offerings for the elderly lady. Today has truly been a day of misfortune. First, there was a theft from the storeroom, and then the dowry for the Lon family was dispatched. As if that were not enough, I must now prepare a gift for the old lady. As she pondered this, she heard Lu Fu's quavering voice say, "Madam, this is the wrong dowry list." Jinxing sat beside the matriarch and, noticing Lu Fu presenting a piece of paper, took it and handed it to the old lady. With a casual glance, she saw that the page was densely filled with a dozen or more lines. The Zhou family truly does not know the gravity of the situation. Her complexion paled, and she murmured timidly, I thought there were just a few misplaced items. I was willing to let it go. But with so many dowry items miscounted, if they are delivered to the 9th prince's residence, might the emperor not hold us of the general's manor accountable for deceiving the crown? Deceiving the crown. The old lady felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing those words. The girl was right. She had previously only considered the embarrassment of presenting inferior goods, forgetting that the 9th prince is of royal blood. A charge of treason could obliterate the general's manor. Trembling, the old lady grasped the paper and, using the flickering light, scrutinized its contents. Upon discerning what was written, her face turned a shade of green with fury. Zhou. She suddenly sprang up and, with a resounding slap, struck Zhou across the face. It had been a long time since she had taken matters into her own hands. Firstly, she had to maintain the dignity befitting the matriarch of the general's manor. She had to uphold her stature. Secondly, striking someone was exhausting, and her palm would ache. Yet at this moment, her hatred for Zhou was profound. How audacious of her. Had she not come here tonight, Zhou's scheme might have succeeded. Though she felt a deep anguish in returning such a substantial dowry to Jinxing, her anger was further inflamed by the audacity of the Zhou family to embezzle it, nearly plunging the general's residence into a situation tantamount to treason. The slap she delivered was imbued with considerable force, causing the matriarch to wince in pain. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, Indeed, over these past 10 years, you have audaciously pilfered more than half of the Lan family's dowry. How dare you, Zhou? At that moment, Zhou's hairpin was dislodged by the matriarch's strike, leaving her hair disheveled and cascading down her back, her face flushed with rage. Jinxing and Jinyun, witnessing their mother being struck, rushed forward in alarm, calling out to her. Jinxing also lifted her gaze, only to see the flickering flames of the torch reflecting in Zhou's eyes, blazing fiercely like a bear poised to roar. Indeed, she resembled a bear. Zhou was plump, yet fair-skinned. Had her complexion been any darker, she would have resembled a black bear. As Jinxing contemplated this, she found her thoughts wandering unexpectedly. She pondered the origins of the dark skin of her siblings, Jinhao and Jinyun, though the latter's hue was slightly more favorable. Jinhao, however, was scarcely any fairer than a figure of justice. Their father, though rugged in appearance, had darkened from years spent training outdoors. In contrast, Jinxing herself was notably fairer than both her brother and sister, which struck her as peculiar. Observing Zhou's current state, Jinxing was not entertained by the spectacle. Rather, she was perplexed by the existence of such extreme greed in the world. Why do individuals, when entrusted with another's possessions for a time, come to believe that those belongings rightfully belong to them? It is akin to thinking that after renting a house for a decade, one is entitled to claim ownership after those 10 years. What nonsensical reasoning is this? Zhou had served as the matriarch of the general's residence for a decade, becoming accustomed to the elevated status and the reverence bestowed upon her by the household staff. Now, before so many servants, she found herself struck across the face by the old matriarch. A tempest of fury surged within her, the pressure in her chest rising uncontrollably, causing her broad shoulders to tremble. With bloodshot eyes, she glared at Jinxing for a moment, only to immediately kneel before the old matriarch, heartbroken and pleading, Mother, I was in the wrong. I was thinking of the general's residence, which is not affluent, and that in the future, when Howard marries, there will be many expenses. In my moment of folly, I thought to embezzle that portion of the dowry. I assure you, I will make up the dowry for Shinger, without fail. Zhou's tearful entreaties stirred the old matriarch's thoughts. Indeed, Jinxing was merely an outsider, should she truly marry the 9th prince. She would likely offer no assistance to the general's residence in the future. However, Howard was different. He was the first male heir of the C family, and indeed, the only legitimate son. A legitimate son with a mother of ill repute would find it difficult to hold his head high in society. This simply could not be allowed. Thus, Zhou must not be allowed to bear the stigma of having embezzled the former matriarch's dowry. It would deter any noble family from wishing to marry their daughters into the household, fearing their own daughters' dowries might also be appropriated by such a mother-in-law. Jinxing raised an eyebrow as she observed the three kneeling before the old matriarch, who was slowly regaining her composure. Could she truly escape this situation? Zhou's obsequious demeanor underestimated her own capacity for resilience. Jinxing felt compelled to voice her stance, hurriedly interjecting, "Grandmother, please do not be angry." The granddaughter expressed her willingness to contribute a portion of the profits amassed from the 50 shops over the past decade to the public treasury, and to dedicate another portion to her grandmother, imploring her to spare their mother. Upon her utterance, astonishment enveloped the assembly. While they had fixated on the inanimate items listed as dowry, they had overlooked the fact that the dowry included those 50 shops. These establishments generated daily income. Some sold products for profit, while others were leased out, yielding monthly rent. The wealth accrued over the past 10 years must be substantial. The elderly matriarch's mind stirred as she recalled the numerous shops owned by the Lan family, particularly those located in the prime areas of Jianzhou. Each shop, at a minimum, generated a profit of 100 taels annually, with some potentially yielding as much as 1,000 taels. A casual calculation revealed that 50 shops could amount to 5,000 taels in over a decade. The mere thought of her granddaughter's casual mention of such a sum left her momentarily breathless. Did this girl truly comprehend the magnitude of silver she was proposing to part with? Before she could revel in the prospect, her gaze abruptly shifted to the scheming Zhou. Such a significant sum, and this wretched woman had never once broached the subject. The ire that she had just managed to quell surged back fiercely. Very well. Let it be so. The missing items, along with the profits from those shops and lands, shall be duly compensated to the second daughter by noon tomorrow. Mother L and Steward Liu, you are to assist in the arrangements. Initially, she had contemplated handling the matter of the dowry with a degree of indifference. Yet she was taken aback by Zhou's unbridled greed. That was an astounding sum of 50 to 60,000 taels of silver. It is worth noting that a general's annual salary amounts to a mere 2,500 taels of silver. This treacherous woman. The elderly lady secretly contemplated that once the matter was settled, she would certainly find a pretext to deal with her. Jinxing inwardly cursed her misfortune. She had never anticipated that Jinxing would even consider the profits from the establishment. She berated herself for her foolishness, realizing that when her grandmother had entered the courtyard, she should have made an excuse to take her away. She glared fiercely at Jinxing, her delicate face devoid of a smile. Her current mood felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, exerting considerable effort with no impact on the opponent, which was genuinely vexing. The night was cloudless, the stars bright, and the moon luminous. "Master, look at our princess. 1 against 4, and she's bound to win." Why, she could hardly contain his laughter as he assisted Chi Moli in changing attire, dressed in a white inner garment. Chi Moli coldly cast a glance at Bai Shi and remarked, "Mind your own business. What do you mean by our princess? Speak carelessly again, and I shall send you to the southern frontier." Once Bai Shi departed, a trace of a smile tugged at his stern face. A smile that bore an air of affection he himself was unaware of. That little girl truly never suffered losses. The smooth progress of today's affairs was undoubtedly thanks to that imperial edict. Perhaps tomorrow, he would seek a little interest from her. That wouldn't be excessive, would it? Chapter 41. This miss has a morning temper. The fragrant blossom courtyard was bustling throughout the night, meticulously accounting for the portion of the dowry that had been confirmed. Jinxing stood amidst the overflowing storeroom, admiring the fruits of her labor from today. How could she forget the rainy night at the suburban villa, when she had just arrived and nearly faced suffocation? Some accounts cannot be rushed. Taking one's time to calculate them is indeed far more intriguing. In comparison to the abundant harvest of the shattered blossom courtyard, the pear blossom courtyard appears rather bleak. This morning, a considerable sum of wealth mysteriously vanished from the storeroom, and by evening, a variety of possessions were lost from the courtyard. Moreover, tomorrow, an additional few tens of thousands of taels of silver must be dispatched. Madame Zhou sat upon the couch, her countenance dark and silent. Jinwei had long departed from the manor, leaving Jinyun by her mother's side. Although she felt a surge of indignation, she was at a loss as to how to comfort her mother. After all, she had previously asserted that there was no need for Jinxing to marry in her stead, and thus, there was no obligation to return the dowry. Yet, both her mother and elder sister vehemently disagreed. As Jinyun turned to glance back, she noticed a white jade bowl shattered at Madame Zhou's feet, its fragments scattering far and wide. Mama Lu hurried outside to call for a maid to clean up the mess. "Mother," she approached Madame Zhou and sighed softly. Madame Zhou stared blankly at her youngest daughter, shaking her head gently. "I understand your sentiments, but this matter is utterly inadvisable. Word has spread far and wide. The 9th prince may not withstand the pressure for long. How can you, my dear, provoke that man? If he were to perish before the engagement, you would be deemed an omen of misfortune." If you were to die after the engagement but before the wedding, you would be labeled a harbinger of doom. Should he die after the marriage, you would be seen as a failed remedy for his sorrow. As Madame Zhou articulated these thoughts, a sense of relief washed over her. Very well, let those silver tails serve as a means to shield her youngest daughter from calamity. After Si Jinyan exited the pear blossom courtyard, she instinctively cast a glance towards the shattered blossom courtyard. If this engagement were indeed as her mother suggested, how could her elder sister have so easily acquiesced? Did she not fear the ominous reputation? For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity. Once Si Jinyan had departed, Madame Zhou loosened her tightly clenched fists. She recalled the words spoken by the moon as it departed, in accordance with the law of the dragon's chant. Should a woman perish in her husband's household without leaving behind offspring, her dowry shall be returned to her family. The morning light was faint, accompanied by a gentle breeze that carried a hint of chill. Si Jinxing had only fallen into a sweet slumber at dawn. Yet she was abruptly awakened by the commotion outside her door. Rubbing her heavy eyes, she longed to continue her repose. Just then, Yan Fei knocked and called out, "Miss." Before entering the room, Si Jinxing remained still, clutching her silk blanket, unwilling to rise. Yan Fei smiled, bemused by her mistress's newfound penchant for laziness. With the recent drop in temperature, it had become even more challenging to leave the warmth of her bed. "Miss, you ought to rise quickly and see what is happening outside. Both the madam and the old madam have sent people here." Reluctantly, Si Jinxing complied, dressing herself before stepping out. In the courtyard, she found Lu Mama, and the steward waiting patiently. Only a wooden chest had been added to the surroundings. With no other items in sight, Lu Mama wore a smile of flattery as she addressed her. "I come to pay my respects to the second Mississippi. I have brought something for you." "Second Miss, some of your dowry yesterday was of inferior quality, though it was not the madam's intention. Those valuable items had been securely stored in the treasury, yet they inexplicably went missing. However, the madam has stated that the loss of these items reflects her own shortcomings in management and should not sow discord between you and your mother. Thus, she has converted the value of the lost dowry into silver, and I am here to present it to you. In total, there are 7,300 taels of silver. Second Miss, do you find this satisfactory?" Upon receiving the detailed settlement statement, Si Jinxing nodded in acknowledgement. If it were not for the two invaluable works of calligraphy and painting, the sum of 7,300 taels would not be considered overly low. Yet, was the Zhou family truly this generous? While she pondered this, Mama Lu let out a soft sigh. Si Jinxing furrowed her brow, thinking perhaps they were reluctant to part with the profits amounting to several tens of thousands of taels of silver. As expected, Mama Lu, with a blend of embarrassment and grace, explained, "Furthermore, regarding those shops, I must not conceal from you, Miss, that their operations have not fared well in recent years, yielding little profit, and some have suffered losses annually. Now that you intend to manage these establishments personally, the madam is concerned about your youth and does not wish for you to incur any financial losses. Today, she has dispatched someone with silver to cover these deficits. Here are the account books for your review." Si Jinxing cast a cold glance at the numerous ledgers within the wooden box, not bothering to extract even a single volume. With irritation, she replied, "The profitability is not solely determined by your madam. I shall collect according to the average earnings of the industry. Allow me to remind you. In 1 hour's time, I have an appointment with the ninth prince." Turning to Mama Lu with an indifferent expression, she added, "I would appreciate it if you could wait a little longer. I will send over 1 share for the household and 1 share for you as soon as I receive them." It was early morning, disrupting her peaceful slumber. "How bothersome. You have stirred my morning grumpiness. A little more rest would be delightful." Just then, Si Jinxing's brother, Si Jinhao, who had recently recovered, came to pay his respects to the Zhou family. "What did you say? That girl is truly audacious." Si Jinhao had been bedridden for 3 days after being beaten by Si Jinxing, completely unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded within the residence. His anger festered as he recalled the severity of his injuries, and now he learned that the insufferable girl dared to extort money. Si Jinhao, fueled by indignation, was ready to rush out and confront Si Jinxing. However, Mammy Lu intercepted him and recounted the entire sequence of events. The fervor within Si Jinhao dissipated instantly. After all, that was the ninth prince. An involuntary shiver coursed through him. The king of hell, one who could commit murder without a second thought. He dared not deceive such a formidable figure. Zhou Shi stared vacantly at the teacup in her hands, reflecting on the utter lack of decency displayed by that wretched girl. How could she possibly gather tens of thousands of taels of silver in such a short time? "Mammy Lu, You must personally visit the Duke of Rue's residence. With no one else present in the room, Zhou Shi turned to her son. Recently, she had been entirely focused on dealing with Jinxing, neglecting her son and his ailment. Jinhao hesitated, stammering before finally uttering, "I wonder if father has awakened. I shall go and see him." Chapter 42. The one who lies and gains both wealth and prosperity. Upon finishing his words, Jinhao dashed out of the room before Zhou Shi could respond. Mentioning his father evoked an inexplicable wave of grievance within her. The general was injured, her son was ill, and her youngest daughter was nearly betrothed to a dying man. She had suffered such significant financial losses. Zhou Shi collapsed onto the table, sobbing. The small table creaked under her movements, its sounds intertwining with her cries. As tears streamed down her face, Zhou's mind was once again flooded with the words spoken by her youngest daughter. Jinxing, you are indeed a harbinger of misfortune. In retrospect, the truth of that statement became painfully evident. In the study of the Rue Wang mansion, the prince, Qinanan, the third prince and the current sovereign's designated Rue Wang, sat gracefully upon an intricately carved chair. Before him lay a long table of golden sandalwood. Adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, the ink on the Xian paper in the center had yet to dry. "Yes, my lady." Before leaving, she withdrew 1,000 taels from the treasury, reported the steward, Li Zhong, his brow glistening with a sheen of cold sweat. Qi Nanyan nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the steward to exit the room. A shadowy figure clad in black stealthily emerged from within. "Master, recent reports indicate that the Mo Ing Wang mansion has closed its doors to all visitors. However, yesterday we received intel that the 9th prince sent an invitation for the unwed lady of the general's mansion to attend to an illness." The Xian paper in Qi Nanyan's hand slipped from his grasp, falling onto the table. His thoughts drifted back to that night in the pavilion, to the girl. She must be 15 now, yet despite still being a child, her eyes sparkled with an unusual wisdom and composure. Had just 2 years away from the mansion transformed her so drastically? He recalled that over 2 years ago, shortly after his marriage to Jinwei, there was a veiled girl who would furtively gaze at him from a distance, believing herself unnoticed, only to flee after stealing a glance. The potential future 9th princess? Though this marriage had been decreed by the emperor himself, a formal betrothal edict had yet to be issued. 9th prince, what exactly are your intentions? When? At the present hour, it is likely that the young lady of the general's residence is about to set forth. Qinanyan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a certain heaviness in his heart, and he gestured for the shadow guard to depart. Outside the General Jinyuan's residence on Xuanwu Street, a carriage, upon the command of the driver, hastened towards the Wang residence of Moing. "Ah, this matter concerning Yun has finally passed. Henceforth, we must exercise greater discretion in our speech." Mrs. Zhou, feeling somewhat weak, reclined on the couch. If it were not for their earlier indiscretion in voicing matters, they would not find themselves in such a passive predicament now. "Yuer, your complexion appears rather pallid. Are you unwell?" Mrs. Zhou straightened herself and reached out her hand towards Jinxue, inquiring. Jinxue grasped Mrs. Zhou's hand, opened her mouth, and with a faint smile, replied, "Mother, I am well, merely a bit occupied of late." How to articulate this? To admit that she has been married for 2 years without conceiving? She has consulted numerous physicians in private, yet they only assure her of good health and recommend she consume more nourishing soups. "Ah, that is good. Do take care of yourself. How has the Rue Wang treated you recently? Today, did he mention anything regarding the 10,000 taels of silver he brought?" Mrs. Zhou was deeply concerned about her eldest daughter's life in the royal residence. The mother and daughter then discussed the injuries of Sifu and the illness of Jinhao, their hearts heavy with worry. Today, the prince was enjoying a day of leisure. Jinxing languidly sat in the carriage, swaying gently, feeling drowsy. Yanfei, filled with trepidation, spoke softly, "Mississippi. Once we step outside, there will be no room for retreat. We can only await the imperial edict of marriage, and you. Even the court physicians have been unable to cure you. Miss, will you be all right?" Jinxing stifled a yawn, her hazy eyes sparkling with a playful smile. "Oh, silly Yanfei. But miss, you still smile. The madam and the eldest miss are truly conspiring against you." Yanfei's eyes brimmed with tears, perplexed by her usually prudent Mrs. current state. "Shoo." Jinxing cautioned, gesturing towards Zhang Mama seated outside the carriage. Yanfei fell silent, though her expression remained troubled. Green Bamboo leaned closer, whispering, "Miss, we have acquired quite a sum of silver. Shall we flee?" Jinxing shook her head, pondering the foolishness of the girl's thoughts. Regardless of whether it was Chi Moli or another, escape was not as simple as running away. Yet today, her heart brimmed with joy, her purse was full, and she would soon meet him, the future prince consort. The mere thought of him brought a radiant smile to her lips. At that moment, the carriage came to a gentle halt, and Zhang Mama announced from outside, "Second miss, we have arrived at the Moe prince's residence." Jinxing lifted the curtain, revealing a grand estate with a large black gate. Gazing upward, she read the powerful characters inscribed, "Moe prince's residence." Flanking the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, exuding an air of majesty. In front of the gate, 4 guards stood watch, mirroring the formidable presence at the general's residence. Besides the guards, several figures lingered nearby, seemingly waiting for her arrival. Yan Fei assisted her in disembarking from the carriage, and a man and a woman at the forefront approached with utmost respect. "We welcome the princess. Your efforts are truly appreciated." As they spoke, they prepared to bow to Jinxing, their demeanor brimming with reverence. Jinxing had long been informed by Bai Shi about these 2 individuals. The steward, Qian, was the chief eunuch serving beside Qi Mo Li's mother, the esteemed and noble dowager. Granny Lu was the wet nurse of the 9th prince, having raised him single-handedly. Jinxing held both of them in high regard, and witnessing their profound respect for her deeply touched her heart. She quickly stepped forward, preventing them from bowing, and with a gentle smile, said, "Uncle Qi, Granny Lu, I apologize for making you wait." Seeing Jinxing's composed and courteous demeanor, Madame Lu secretly nodded in approval and led her into the estate. As Jinxing followed suit, she heard a soft chuckle. "Our prince has been waiting for quite some time." Jinxing stumbled slightly at the sound. Chapter 43. Entering the 9th prince's residence, had he truly waited for her for so long? She felt a warm flush spread across her cheeks, her heart racing, as if that little deer had begun to prance again. Jinxing firmly pinched her palm to regain her composure and redirected her gaze to survey the magnificent estate of Moing. The residence before her was as grand as the entrance suggested. Everywhere she looked, there were intricately carved beams, vibrant flowers, exotic plants, pavilions, and towers, all adorned with flying eaves and azure tiles, meticulously arranged in an orderly fashion. Yet, there was also a meandering stream reminiscent of the southern lands, winding gracefully beneath the corridors, flowing gently from the depths of the rare flora into a small pond adorned with peculiar stones. The ambience was both grand and refined, exuding an elegant charm that seemed perfectly aligned with him. Aside from exchanging a couple of words at the gate, the group fell into a silence as they journeyed onward. Jinxing paid little heed, her attention solely captivated by the scenery. Soon, they turned down a winding corridor, and a vast expanse unfolded before them. She looked up to behold the inscription, Juhua Courtyard. The 3 characters danced with elegance, though they lacked the grandeur of those at the gate. "The princess has arrived." Granny Lu cast a knowing glance at Jinxing before stepping forward to announce their presence. In a moment, the courtyard door swung open from within. A man clad in white clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "Princess." Jinxing was still unaccustomed to the title of princess, feeling as though it referred to someone else entirely. Granny Lu, along with Chi Bo and a few attendants, discreetly withdrew. "Mississippi." Yan Fei tugged at her mistress's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, worry etched across her features. Over the past few days, she had gathered unsettling information. The 9th prince had been on the battlefield since the tender age of 12, known for his mercilessness and volatile temperament. Rumors circulated that he was cruel, with maidservants in his household meeting grim fates, and whispers suggested he had developed a peculiar inclination towards men. As they made their way, apart from Granny Lu, they had scarcely encountered any young maidservants. The 9th prince's estate was dreadfully intimidating. The moment her mistress stepped inside, Yan Fei's complexion paled considerably. Observing her distress, Jinxing gently patted her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall be prudent." Madame Zhang, with drooping eyelids and an impassive demeanor, stood nearby and remarked, "Miss Yan, the young lady has come to visit her future husband. What do you intend to accomplish with such behavior?" Yan Fei ignored her, while Lu Zhu shot a glare in her direction. "Dear servant in the courtyard, come here. You are here to supervise our young lady, are you not?" Jinxing smiled gracefully at the man in white. "Young sir, my esteemed old nanny is most attentive. Please allow her to accompany me shortly. Those 2 young girls are too inexperienced and should be sent to rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Mama felt quite pleased, as the lady had instructed that she must not leave the second Mrs. side. She held her head high as she looked at Yan Fei and Zhu. a look of triumph upon her face. The man in white nodded in agreement and walked into the courtyard, stopping before the door, announcing, "Your Highness, the princess has arrived." The door opened, revealing a man who bowed respectfully, saying, "Princess, please." Yen Fei and El Zhu watched anxiously as their mistress stepped inside. They were filled with concern but were soon addressed by the man in white, who said, "Ladies, please follow me to a side room for some tea. This nanny shall wait here at the door." The command from the noble within the palace was clear. No one else was permitted to intervene. Palace noble? Yen Fei and El Zhu dared not utter another word and followed him to the side room. They enjoyed the delicate Jinxing snow buds and savored the honey cakes, while Zhang Mama stood outside the door, staring blankly. Jinxing turned to close the door and caught a glimpse of light shining brightly on Zhang Mama's face, almost blinding. Although autumn had arrived, the lingering heat was still present. Jinxing shot him an annoyed glance and said, "Chi Moli, you summoned me. What is it that you desire?" Over there, Chi Moli never anticipated that this girl would dare to address him by his full name. She truly possessed remarkable audacity. "If I hadn't summoned you, would you have forgotten the matter we privately agreed upon for life?" Upon hearing this, Jinxing instinctively furrowed her brow and glanced towards Chi Moli. "Hey, I merely suggested it as a trial. I never intended to formalize anything, so do not misconstrue my words." Chi Moli pressed his lips together. Realizing that this young girl was becoming anxious, Jinxing poured herself a cup of tea and inquired, "What did you call me for?" "On my way here, I heard many saying that you were on the verge of death." After finishing her tea, she also took the time to nibble on a piece of pastry. Observing her carefree demeanor, which was utterly unbefitting of a young lady of noble birth, Chi Moli felt a strange satisfaction at her presence. "The last time I was ambushed by the riverside in the western suburbs, my subordinates have recently traced that lead and uncovered numerous spies embedded within my dragoness shadow. Consequently, I shall recover. Do you have?" Her gaze fell upon the cup before her, and suddenly, she pondered whether she might one day open a milk tea shop. "Do you think of me?" Chi Moli's intense gaze fixated on the young woman before him, her lips glistening with tea, seeming all the more delicate. For a moment, he felt a flutter of confusion, hastily diverting his gaze elsewhere. At that instant, Jinxing, with tea caught in her throat, abruptly choked as she exclaimed, "Cough, cough." Wasn't this a serious discussion about the poison and the apprehension of enemy spies? Before Jinxing could respond, Chi Moli extended a finger to her lips. "My lord, Princess Chang'an, along with Prince Rue and Physician Du, have arrived." A voice from outside announced. "Do not let them in," came the weak words of Chi Moli. They had already entered the residence, given Princess Chang'an's nature. Even old Madame Lu could not deter her. Jinxing stifled the peculiar sensation at the corners of her lips, pulling Chi Moli's hand down, only to find his brows furrowed in concern as he inquired, "Why not meet them? Are you afraid that Physician Du might diagnose your condition?" Chapter 44, Step Aside. "Someone is here to check on the patient." Chi Moli observed the young woman beside him, her face etched with worry. His brows relaxed slightly as he replied, "It is not fear. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary complications. My imperial sister is used to being domineering and must have caught wind of something. And as for the third prince, he is nothing but a cunning opportunist." At the mention of the third prince, Jinxing felt a wave of annoyance rise within her. She glanced towards the door, her brow furrowed. "They have already intruded. We should alter your pulse first. Allow me." Upon hearing this, Chi Moli's gaze shifted, intrigued. She had previously rescued him and provided him with a medicinal ointment, which had piqued his curiosity. Now, hearing her claim she could alter his pulse, he was eager to discover how she would assist him. "Very well. Let me see how my dear wife intends to change this pulse and lend me her support." Jinxing was momentarily taken aback by the term wife, and before she could fully react, she caught Chi Moli regarding her with a suggestive expression. Heat rushed to her cheeks. Yet she did not hesitate to glare at him. How could he be so brazen? She had made it clear that they were merely trying to cultivate a relationship, and if their feelings did not align, they would part ways. Jinxing truly wanted to berate him, yet recalling the presence of Mama Zhang waiting outside, she could only mutter softly, "Chi Moli, you are shameless." Chi Moli, for reasons unknown, found great amusement in observing the little girl as puffed-up demeanor. Unable to resist, he reached out to pinch her cheek, only to have her present him with a small white tablet. Was this medicine? It appeared remarkably delicate. A sharp female voice pierced through from outside the courtyard. "Ninth brother? The crown princess has come to see you. Are you well?" Immediately, the door swung open with a heavy thud. Si Jinxing rose from her seat and approached the entrance, bowing respectfully. This humble daughter pays her respects to Princess Chang'an. The princess, upon hearing that the second daughter of the general's residence had come to attend to the ailing, had anticipated her arrival. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed only an elderly matron guarding the entrance. The door was tightly shut, causing her eyelids to twitch with unease. What could this woman have been doing inside? With a cold glance, she scrutinized the girl before her, momentarily taken aback. The young lady, barely 14 or 15, possessed a beauty that could rival the moon and flowers. Her brows, delicate and slightly furrowed, framed eyes glistening with unshed tears, likely born of worry and sorrow. But what troubled her so? On her way here, she had heard whispers on the street suggesting that the ninth prince was gravely ill and preparations were underway for a royal marriage to bring him joy. Was this young girl anxious for the ninth prince, or for herself? The princess's gaze bore into the girl, and she could indeed discern the shadow of Si Junshan upon her countenance. After all these years, she still could not forget the events of the past. Her mother, the empress, was engaged in discussions with Si Junshan regarding her marriage, expressing her willingness to be his concubine. However, he declared that he already had a cherished wife and sought no others. Si Jinxing completed her formalities and knelt. Yet the princess of Chang'an did not bid her to rise. In the memories of the original owner, she was only aware that the princess of Chang'an was the sole sister of the current emperor, known for her arrogance, but beyond that, she knew little else. There were no past grievances or enmities between them, so why did it seem as though the princess harbored significant animosity towards her? As she pondered this, a male voice broke through her thoughts. "Second sister, you are here as well? Please rise. Aunt, let us go visit Uncle Jiao." It was Prince Rui, Qinanin. Upon hearing someone extend a hand, Si Jinxing took the opportunity to stand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Princess of Chang'an. Thank you, brother-in-law." The mention of brother-in-law caused Qinanin, who had entered with the princess, to pause momentarily, his smile faltering. He looked at the young lady before him and replied with a gentle laugh. Si Jinxing lowered her head, nodding in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, he continued, "Then I shall wait for you with your sister at the residence. This man, does he suffer from some grave affliction? Is this how a brother-in-law addresses a younger sister-in-law?" She could sense his gaze upon her, envisioning the lascivious look in his eyes, wishing fervently to pierce them with a needle. As Si Jinxing brooded, her fist clenched, a furious shout erupted from the direction of the bed. "Ninth brother. Are you well? Si Jinxing, is this how you care for him? His complexion is so pale, and you did not think to summon a physician?" Upon hearing the words, Si Jinxing hastened over, her face adorned with an expression reminiscent of a suppressed cry, and said, "Before I arrived, Physician Lien had just departed. Perhaps the effects of the medicine have yet to manifest." Qinanin turned his gaze towards her and then called out towards the door, "Physician Du, please come in and examine His Royal Highness, the ninth prince." As Physician Du entered, he instinctively glanced at Si Jinxing before swiftly making his way to the bedside. He meticulously conducted 3 examinations, beads of cold sweat beginning to trickle down his forehead. After withdrawing his hands and properly placing the ninth prince's hand, he bowed to the princess and the Rui Wang, shaking his head as he spoke. "Though the poison within His Highness has been reduced by 7 or 8 parts, it is too late. The internal damage is severe. His pulse is faint, and his limbs are icy. This does not bode well. Fortunately, the second miss is present. If he can endure through tonight, he may yet recover." Princess Chang'an and Qinanin interpreted Physician Du's mention of the second miss as a hope for her to bring about a successful recovery. Thus they paid little heed to the gravity of the situation. How could this be? A sense of alarm surged within Qinanin as he strode to the bedside. Although he had long heard of the ninth prince's grave poisoning and his impending fate, he could hardly believe it. If the ninth prince were to perish, the soldiers in the western suburb garrison. His mind buzzed with countless thoughts, yet he sighed at an opportune moment, attempting to console the weeping Princess Chang'an, saying, "Aunt, take care of yourself. His Royal Highness is destined for protection. Moreover, the second miss is here and will surely transform peril into safety, turning danger into peace." Si Jinxing could not comprehend the fleeting sorrow that had crossed Qinanin's eyes moments earlier. "Why did you retreat in an instant? I shall enter the palace at once and summon all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau." Princess Chang'an, clutching a handkerchief, gently wiped away the tears from her face and stepped toward the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, she paused and, gritting her teeth, shouted towards Si Jinxing, "If anything happens to my ninth brother, you shall not escape unscathed." Qi Nanyan cast a deep glance at Si Jinxing, observing her expression remained unaffected. Despite her delicate and petite frame, her eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, remarkably radiant. How could a mere daughter of a general's household stand unflinchingly against the thunderous wrath of Princess Chang'an? Hey, your royal sister is rather intimidating. If this continues, I fear she might devour me whole. At that moment, the unconscious Qi Moli suddenly opened his eyes, and his pale complexion visibly flushed with color. He recalled that day by the riverside when, in his dazed state, he heard her exclaim, "Hey, I saved your life." A smile involuntarily graced his lips. He reached out to touch the soft, resilient hair of the young woman beside him, pondering that the desire to consume is not merely about the royal sister. However, this little frame certainly requires nurturing before it can be savored, does it not? Qi Moli sighed just as a loud crash echoed from outside, as if some heavy object had fallen to the ground. Chapter 45. This attendant's illness is rather unusual. Hearing that heavy sound, Qi Moli sat up from the couch, about to call for his shadow guard to inquire about the commotion. However, he noticed the young woman beside him, tilting her head towards the door. Her almond-shaped eyes glimmered with sharp intelligence, and her rosy lips parted slightly in surprise. This little girl, Qi Moli understood in his heart. Gently twirling her hair in his fingers, he leisurely inquired, "Are you not going to take a look?" Such devoted servants certainly deserved a token of appreciation from their mistress. From an unknown corner outside the window, a voice replied, "Yes." Immediately after, the courtyard fell silent. Si Jinxing realized that his concealed subordinates had taken the person away. Gazing at the man before her and reflecting on his earlier words, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You are even more mischievous than I dare say that Zhou Shi will be infuriated." Upon hearing the name Zhou Shi, Qi Moli recalled the malicious deeds that individual had previously inflicted upon his wife. With a hint of concern, he asked, "Does Zhou Shi require my intervention?" "No need for that. This trifling matter is hardly worth your effort." Si Jinxing had already envisioned the furious expression on Zhou Shi's face upon discovering what had transpired, and a sense of amusement welled up within her. Indeed, the sound of a heavy object falling in the courtyard was none other than the arrival of Zhang Mama, who had been standing at the door for some time. The autumn sun at noon was particularly oppressive, and this elderly matron diligently upheld her duties, suffering from sunburn and heat stroke. Yet, it was of no concern to this young lady. "Well, as long as you enjoy yourself," Qi Moli said. His eyes filled with tenderness as he regarded the young girl before him, though his mind wandered to another thought. "Enjoy myself?" Si Jinxing blinked in surprise. The way he spoke made it seem as though the general's residence was merely her toy. Indeed, it was. This young lady relished witnessing their furious expressions, knowing they were powerless against her. As she mused in silence, she suddenly felt a firm grip on her arm, and in the next moment, she found herself enveloped in a broad, warm embrace. "Ah," she gasped, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, though she exists within the depths of her soul. In reality, she is merely 15 years old. With a playful kick of her small legs, she protested, "I am still a child." Qi Moli, observing the bashful demeanor of the young lady in his arms, couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, "I am aware. You know that you are still." Si Jinxing abruptly lifted her gaze to him, momentarily forgetting her struggle. His amber eyes, akin to a swirling vortex, ensnared her completely. The red mole at the corner of his eye seemed to shimmer with an ethereal illusion. "You're too thin. You ought to eat more." His warm breath brushed against her ear, mingling with the rhythm of her own heartbeat, causing her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. What was she even thinking? This man is so extraordinarily handsome. It feels almost sinful. Covering her face with her hands, Si Jinxing retorted, "Then why don't you hurry and serve the meal? You are not a mere servant." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt his hand sliding towards her waist, prompting her to surrender. "You wouldn't want me to go hungry." The two exchanged smiles, and despite having only interacted twice, it felt as though they had known each other for ages. Their rapport remarkably harmonious. "Thank goodness it is you," Qi Moli declared after uttering those 4 words, then turned to the window to instruct, "Lunch may be served." Si Jinxing smiled gently, secretly hoping, "I wish it is you." Madame Lu arrived with several young servants, carrying trays of food which they placed upon the golden silk sandalwood round table in the hall before bowing and retreating. "What use is by Shi if he cannot even uncover such trivial matters after following you for a few days?" Qi Moli remarked before pulling Si Jinxing to sit down. He picked up a piece of spring bamboo shoot and placed it on the plate in front of Si Jinxing, marking the first occasion he had served food to another. "Give it a try." Si Jinxing, already feeling famished, did not hesitate. The chef of the Wang residence possessed remarkable culinary skills, and she found herself unable to stop eating. Chi Moli watched the young woman with an amused expression as her cheeks bulged, finding her antics quite entertaining. Observing her relish in the meal made him feel that the dishes tasted even more exquisite than usual. As Si Jinxing enjoyed her meal, she became increasingly talkative. Neither of them was one to adhere to formalities, hence they naturally overlooked the adage that one should not speak while eating. The meal lasted a leisurely half-hour before coming to a close. Now that you have emerged victorious, remember not to let success lead to arrogance. It is prudent to act with caution. Should there arise any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to summon me. Chi Moli gazed into Si Jinxing's eyes, concerned that she might suffer at the hands of the Si family. Si Jinxing, aware of the precariousness of her situation, dared not become complacent. Should those people retaliate, they could very well bring her to ruin. Star, I have 2 gifts for you. Chi Moli beckoned her closer. As Si Jinxing approached, he presented her with an emerald pendant, a delicate piece adorned with a golden branch and jade leaves, exuding elegance and vitality. This was left to me by my mother, who instructed me to give it to the woman I cherish most. His tone was light, devoid of any tremor. Yet, Si Jinxing felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She was aware that his mother had passed away when he was merely 6 years old, and she, too, had lost her mother at a young age in her own future. They were, after all, 2 souls sharing a profound understanding of each other's sorrow. She suppressed the pain in her heart, extending her hand to take the pendant from Chi Moli's grasp. With a forced smile and her head held high, she boldly inquired, "Am I indeed the most cherished woman in your eyes?" "Indeed, you are," Chi Moli replied, gently stroking the soft hair of the girl before him. "And what of the second item?" Holding the jade pendant, Si Jinxing measured the length of the cord against her neck, realizing it was rather long. Such a precious item was too easily lost. It would be far safer to keep it within the confines of the pharmacy in Xinglin Yaju. Observing her carefully tuck the pendant into her sleeve as if it were a treasure, Chi Moli couldn't help but chuckle. "Once you step outside the courtyard, you shall see." At that moment, Si Jinxing suddenly realized she had forgotten to bring a gift for him. Noticing her agitation, Chi Moli asked, "What troubles you?" To his surprise, she blurted out, "I heard you have a fondness for men?" Chapter 46. As the lanterns glow, encountering the ailing fondness for men? Chi Moli stared at the audacious young woman before him, maintaining his composure. "From where did you hear such nonsense?" Si Jinxing pursed her lips and met his gaze, stating, "It is what everyone is saying outside. I felt it necessary to inquire directly." Chi Moli regarded her with amusement, his eyes darkening as he leaned closer. "As for this matter, there is no need for inquiry. If the princess wishes to know, I can provide personal evidence." Feeling the heat rise in her cheeks as he drew near, Si Jinxing hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, "No. No need for that. Am I such a gullible fool to believe and spread rumors?" Chi Moli smiled silently, finding amusement in the somewhat flustered young girl before him. Si Jinxing feigned composure as she distanced herself, yet dared not meet his gaze, merely stating, "The medicine I administered at noon has not yet fully dissipated. You must refrain from alcohol until tomorrow, do remember." Chi Moli nodded, realizing that this young girl was indeed concerned for his well-being. He could only respond with a smile, "If there is anything, send someone to find me." As he watched her petite figure exit the door, gradually fading from view, he felt a sudden urge to call her back. He quietly calculated the days, planning to set the marriage date after her birthday, so that he might bring her into the residence sooner. Upon leaving the Jiuhua Pavilion, Si Jinxing encountered Granny Lu, accompanied by Yan Fei and Lu Zhu, who were conversing with an unfamiliar young lady. With a smile, Granny Lu stepped forward to introduce, "Your Highness, this is Qing Chan. The prince has appointed her as your personal maid." Seeing the future princess engaged in pleasant conversation with the prince only deepened her satisfaction. Si Jinxing turned her gaze to the girl, who was clad in a fitted black dress that accentuated her slender waist. The matching belt was intricately embroidered with silver thread, depicting a few circles of winter plums, highlighting her graceful figure. The sleeves were perfectly tailored, complementing the long sword at her waist. What a spirited young woman. This was the second item Chi Moli had mentioned. Qing Chan, clearly a person, not an object. No, she was indeed an object. No. Si Jinxing abandoned her confusion as she saw the girl kneel on one knee. Clasping her fists in salute, "I pay my respects to the princess. Qing Chan shall follow you closely from this day forth, ensuring your safety." Her clear yet sweet voice carried a hint of gallantry. Jinxing took a liking to the young lady and extended her hand to assist her up, saying, "From this day forth, I shall trouble Miss Qing-chan." However, to her surprise, upon hearing this, Qing-chan promptly knelt down and replied, "It is my duty to protect the princess. I dare not claim to be a burden." Jinxing then turned to Mama Lu, who smiled and nodded in approval. The four of them exited the royal residence, and the coachman glanced at the unfamiliar woman trailing behind Jinxing, but refrained from speaking further. Cracking the whip and heading directly toward the general's residence on Xuanwu Street. After a brief journey of a tea's worth, Jinxing suddenly called for the carriage to stop. Although the second young lady was not favored in the household, she had recently caught the old matriarch's eye, and thus, the coachman dared not provoke her. With a quick exhale, he halted the carriage, inquiring, "What is it, miss?" Green Bamboo, seated by the carriage door, pushed it open and said, "Today coincides with the thrice-monthly night market on Wallen Street in Jianzhou City. It is only the time of shone, around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Though the day is still young, lanterns have already been hung along Dongping Street, and the lively sounds of street vendors blend with the melodies of the courtesans at the Riverside Gallery, creating quite a bustling atmosphere." Jinxing vaguely recalled that among the numerous shops, there was a pharmacy located on Dongping Street named Jirintang. The four of them strolled and chatted merrily, while Qing-chan cautiously followed behind. Before long, Jirintang came into view. However, their conspicuous presence deterred them from entering directly. Instead, they chose to sit in a nearby tea house to observe the scene for a while. As Jinxing raised her gaze, she observed that Jiren Hall was quite expansive, not only selling medicinal herbs, but also employing resident doctors. It seemed that this establishment was a cherished aspiration of her grandmother, who had such a profound affection for the art of healing. The business at Jiren Hall flourished, bustling with patrons, while a young attendant scurried about with barely a moment to spare. A middle-aged man, resembling a shopkeeper with a goatee, wore an incessant smile that stretched from ear to ear. How could this be what the Zhou family described as a poorly managed, loss-making venture? At that moment, a cacophony of cries and wails erupted nearby. "Make way! Is there a doctor at Jiren Hall? Please, help my elder brother." Following the sound, Jinxing beheld a throng of people, crowding around a man who was pushing a cart. Upon the cart lay another man, while a woman accompanied them. Before Jinxing could examine the situation more closely, the cart was already at the entrance of Jiren Hall. The man pushing the cart swiftly lifted the injured man into the main hall, urgently calling out, "Doctor, please come and save my brother. He injured his leg while setting up a scaffold." Jinxing and her companions set down their tea money and made their way to the front of Jiren Hall. With the assistance of Qing-chan, she easily squeezed her way to the forefront of the crowd, allowing her to see the man lying on the ground. She noted that the fabric below his knees was smeared with dark red blood, with bright red stains continuously oozing forth, suggesting a grave injury. The woman knelt beside the wounded man, pleading, "Doctor, I implore you, come quickly and save my husband." The crowd buzzed with speculation, murmuring, "With so much blood lost, can he possibly survive?" It was said that even if he were to survive, his leg would likely be rendered useless. The seasoned physician of Jiren Hall, not daring to delay, hurriedly approached for a glance. However, after a mere look, he shook his head with a sigh and lamented, "Forgive my inadequacy. The wound is far too extensive, and there is simply no remedy. Even with medication, before the wound could heal, the man would have perished." Upon hearing this, a figure emerged from Jiren Hall, waving his hand impatiently and exclaiming, "Since there is no cure, you should vacate my establishment at once. Doctor, I implore you to examine him once more. There must be a way to save him." The woman knelt before the physician, her heart-wrenching pleas echoing in the air. The old doctor could only shake his head in resignation, but the shopkeeper, clearly irked, glared and scolded, "How dare you, foolish woman, create such a ruckus here? Do not let your husband die in my shop. It is terribly inauspicious. Someone, escort these people out." A murmur of sympathy rippled through the crowd. This page was barely 30. What a pity. Left behind were 2 children. What would become of them? The shopkeeper of Jiren Hall was indeed heartless, uttering such words. At that moment, a cold, resolute female voice pierced through the commotion. "Hold on. I can save him." A youthful, tender voice resonated from the crowd. As the onlookers turned to the source, they beheld a girl clad in a white dress, confidently stepping forward, ascending the steps into the shop. Her slender figure was accentuated by a soft green ribbon tied in a butterfly knot around her waist, adding a touch of vivacity to her demeanor. Her raven hair was elegantly styled, adorned with a single plum blossom hairpin, while a delicate strand of hair cascaded down in front of her. Upon closer inspection, her features were like a picturesque painting, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with the clarity of autumn water, exuding an indescribable charm with every glance. The crowd gathered outside Gyllenhaal fell into a sudden silence. The innkeeper, observing the girl's striking beauty, yet noting her lack of ostentatious jewelry and absence of attendants, assumed she was merely the daughter of a modest household, which emboldened him to scold her sharply. "A mere girl. Do not create a disturbance here. Leave at once." Jinxing shot a cold glance at the innkeeper but chose not to respond. Instead, she turned her attention to the sobbing woman on the ground and inquired, "Do you dare to let me rescue your husband?" The woman raised her gaze to the young girl, who appeared merely 13 or 14, her innocence evident. How could such a child possibly save her man? It seemed nothing more than a childish jest. Overwhelmed by despair, she wept bitterly over the man lying on the ground. "Miss, what are the chances?" he asked, his anxious face betraying a glimmer of hope. The injury on his lower leg was fully exposed. The girl's actions, juxtaposed with the gruesome wound, left the onlookers in shock. "Oh my, the flesh is torn," exclaimed one. "Such audacity in that little girl." Another remarked, "What audacity? She must have never seen a man before. Ripping his trousers, truly unbecoming." Someone else added, shaking their head, "Look at that raw flesh. Surely all the blood has spilled out. How can a person survive without blood?" Alas, it appears that this young girl has attracted trouble. Jinxing chose to disregard the words of those around her. After examining the wound, she finally stood up and addressed the scholarly-looking man, saying, "I am confident in my ability to heal." The man, upon hearing her assertive claim, was momentarily taken aback before bowing respectfully and introducing himself. "I am Pei Chiju, and I beseech you, miss, to aid my elder brother. Our family will be eternally grateful." "Second uncle, she is merely a child. How can this be?" questioned the weeping woman on the ground, her brow furrowed in concern. "Sister-in-law, we have consulted 3 physicians, all of whom declared there is no remedy," Pei Chiju replied, turning to the young lady with unwavering conviction. "This young miss possesses a tenfold assurance, and we naturally place our trust in her." Observing the woman's reluctant nod, Jinxing understood her unspoken thoughts. A girl of merely a few years beyond childhood hardly seemed capable of being a skilled physician. Who would believe it? She herself harbored doubts. "Please prepare warm water, alcohol, bandages, and scissors," she instructed. The elderly doctor was momentarily stunned, realizing that she intended to treat him here. He glanced at the shopkeeper, Zhou Gui, hesitating to act. Upon noticing the commotion, Zhou Gui feared that this young lady and her companions might be troublemakers from a rival apothecary. Although it wasn't his physician responsible for a death, should a demise occur within Gyllenhaal, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. This simply could not be allowed. Zhou Gui gestured to his 2 assistants, declaring, "Since you refuse to leave, do not blame me, Zhou, for forcing you out." Upon witnessing the scene, Pei Qingzhu stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jinxing. She clasped her hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhou Gui, beseeching, "I hope Master Zhou can extend us some leniency. Once this young lady has completed her examination, we shall depart on our own accord and naturally provide a consultation fee to Gyllenhaal." Yet, Zhou Gui remained obstinate, convinced that these individuals sought to tarnish the reputation of his establishment. With a dismissive wave of his hand, 2 attendants approached menacingly, wielding clubs. Jinxing, perceiving the imminent threat, exclaimed sharply, "What? Is Master Zhou intent on committing murder in broad daylight? You lack even the most fundamental compassion expected of a healer. What business do you have running a medical institution?" Zhou Gui, instead of displaying anger, smirked at her retort, stating, "It is my own establishment. I may operate it as I see fit. What concern is it of yours?" A wry smile appeared on Jinxing's lips as she countered, "Your establishment? I was unaware that the shop belonging to my family had become the private property of the Zhou family." Zhou Gui's expression faltered slightly, a pallor creeping onto his face. Who was this girl that she possessed knowledge of the shop's true owners, the general's manner? With his confidence shaken, he replied, "I do not comprehend your words. I advise you to leave at once. You cannot tend to that person's injury, yet do not hinder them from seeking care at another clinic, lest you incur the grave sin of endangering a life." Jinxing cast a glance at Pei Qingzhu before turning to the crowd, issuing a command, "Qichan, stand guard. Let no one dare interrupt my examination. Bind them if they attempt to intrude." The onlookers outside, bewildered by the sudden attention of the young lady, soon beheld a woman clad in a black dress stepping forward, a sword at her waist. Indeed, it was the second miss. Upon hearing this, Jinxing pursed her lips and smiled. Although Qingchuan usually referred to her as the princess, she now addressed her as the second young lady. Upon hearing this, Zhou Gui's complexion paled as he glanced at the woman in white, then turned to summon a young attendant, whispering a few instructions in his ear. The attendant promptly hurried out of Jiren Hall. Jinxing turned to the elderly physician and asked, "Old sir, would you be willing to be my assistant?" The elderly physician, who had no intention of making things difficult for Pei Qizhu and the others, was genuinely powerless. Now, seeing that Zhou the manager dared not intervene, he hastily instructed someone to prepare the items the young lady had requested and bring them into the hall. He anxiously stationed himself nearby, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The wound was deep, exposing bone, and the flesh was torn, making it impossible to heal. He was eager to see how this young lady intended to treat it. Jinxing was unconcerned about his borrowing of knowledge. She reached into her sleeve and produced a medical mask and disposable gloves. Donning them one by one under the curious gazes of the onlookers, she began to clean the wound on the man's calf, allowing everyone to finally see it clearly. The wound extended 30 centimeters, traversing the entire calf, exposing bone, and was truly horrifying. Jinxing initially considered inquiring whether there was any Facin available in the shop, but then realized that its effects were not immediate. Thus, she directly retrieved a bottle of lidocaine spray from the first floor of Xinglin Yaxu. This lidocaine would take effect swiftly, typically within 1 to 3 minutes, providing approximately 2 hours of local anesthesia. Qichan observed her princess continually extracting various peculiar items from her sleeve, her brow furrowing into a deep furrow. Once again, she deftly extracted several exquisite instruments from her sleeve. Was it not a cause for concern to conceal such implements within her attire? Did the prince possess any knowledge of this? Jinxing utilized hemostatic forceps to grasp the damaged blood vessels, methodically attending to the wound. Sensing the anxiety of the patient's family, she offered a brief explanation. Your brother has numerous bamboo splinters embedded in his wound, hence the delay. However, outside, the crowd began to murmur and shout. Is that girl carving flesh? Heavens, has she lost her mind? Sir, do you not think a young lady ought to be afraid? Does she appear fearful to you? From the tea house on the second floor opposite Jiren Hall, the master and servant exchanged glances toward the commotion within. Chapter 48. A young woman with extraordinary skills. Prince Qi Nanyuan set down his cup of tea, his gaze fixated on the woman in white, his eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Reflecting on the ninth prince, a man characterized by his cold demeanor and lack of interest in matrimony, who had repeatedly rejected suitors and even caused a ruckus at the residence of the Grand Elder. He never refuted the rumors suggesting his preference for male companionship, leading many to believe he would remain unmarried for life. Yet now, he seemed to approve of the marriage of this fierce young woman. How astonishing! Jinxing paid no heed to the onlookers. Often, the wounds visible from outside were relatively minor. To properly cleanse the wound, it was sometimes necessary to enlarge it to address deeper tissue damage. Thus, as she wielded the scalpel to create an incision, she heard a sharp intake of breath from Pei Qingzhu beside her. His sister-in-law wept, struggling to catch her breath amidst her sobs. After meticulously cleansing the wound of foreign debris and clotted blood, Jinxing discovered that some tissue had indeed succumbed to necrosis, necessitating its excision. According to Pei Qizhu, they had already visited 3 medical establishments. It seemed that time had been rather prolonged. She requested some saline solution from the elderly physician and proceeded to wash the wound repeatedly. The hydrogen peroxide solution, abundant in the surgical room on the second floor of the elegant apricot grove, could not be utilized at this moment, as the confines of her sleeves were limited. It appeared that a medical kit should be a staple in the carriage henceforth. The elderly doctor, standing nearby, was utterly astonished by the array of instruments the young lady had set aside, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Was that a needle? A curved, gleaming hook? And a long, intimidating thread that instilled fear? Unable to suppress his apprehension, the old doctor swallowed hard as he watched the girl pick up an unusual surgical instrument, seemingly preparing to thread the needle. Are you going to use those needles and threads to suture the wound, my dear? The elderly physician, ever the eager learner, was not shy about seeking clarification. Jinxing, understanding his curiosity, kindly explained, indeed, the interior of the wound has been thoroughly cleaned. Now, we must suture the tissue together to facilitate proper healing. As she spoke, she positioned a drainage strip within the wound and, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, commenced her delicate task of suturing. Outside, Some timid girls covered their eyes, too frightened to witness the procedure. Is it truly permissible to practice on human flesh? Pei Qingzhu gazed incredulously at the young woman as she deftly maneuvered her hands. Soon, neat knots began to appear on the gruesome wound of the elder brother's leg. Will this stitch be left as it is in the future? The woman, momentarily forgetting her sorrow, inquired. She had observed that her husband, despite his pallid complexion, showed no signs of distress. It seemed that this young lady was indeed a skilled practitioner. As Jinxing completed the final stitch, a serpentine scar resembling a centipede appeared along the injured leg. Fear not, this thread will gradually be absorbed by the body. The small opening here should be stitched again in 5 days, she explained, meticulously dressing the wound and gesturing towards the drainage strip. Miss, will this treatment lead to fever, high temperature, or fainting? The elderly doctor asked, his expression tinged with agitation, unable to fathom the skin being sutured together like fabric. Jinxing removed her mask and gloves. Exhaling deeply, indeed, such possibilities exist, hence we must prevent the wound from festering. She surveyed the onlookers, noting their inscrutable expressions. Understanding their curiosity, she turned to the elder doctor and said, Sir, might you approach and check the pulse of this gentleman? Unable to contain his eagerness, the old doctor complied, gently placing his hand upon the patient's pulse. Observing the man's relaxed demeanor, he withdrew his hand and bowed, exclaiming, Your medical skill is truly remarkable, young lady. I'm in awe. Upon hearing the esteemed doctor of Jiren Hall express such admiration, the crowd outside finally realized that this young woman had indeed healed Pei Zhu's leg injury. Jinxing instructed Qi Chan to clean the blood from the ground, as the used instruments would need to be taken away shortly. Zhou Gui gazed at his attending physician, astonished by the profound respect shown by the young woman. A tremor ran through him. Could her medical skills truly surpass those of the venerable doctor? The errand boy who had just rushed out to gather information had mentioned. Was it indeed this lady before him? He stroked his goat-like beard and approached with a grin, exclaiming, Ah, it is the second miss of the esteemed household. How surprising that the flood has washed over the Dragon King's temple, causing family members to fail to recognize one another. The attendants in the hall, along with Pei Qingzhu and the onlookers outside, could hardly fathom that this remarkably skilled young woman was, in fact, the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Pei Qingzhu instinctively adopted a more distant demeanor, bowing gracefully as he expressed, I am eternally grateful for the second Mrs. Life-Saving Grace. Should you require my assistance, I would brave fire and water without hesitation. His sister-in-law, no longer in tears, repeatedly voiced her gratitude. Meanwhile, those who had previously spoken ill of her were inwardly cursing themselves. Did I truly speak ill of her? Did I assert she had never encountered a man? Did I claim she was meddling in affairs that were none of her concern? Jinxing washed her hands, furrowing her brow as she inquired. Upon hearing her, Zhou Gui's expression shifted to one of servility, as he replied, My uncle simply misspoke. This is undoubtedly a shop of the general's residence. Jinxing nodded and said, In that case, Master Zhou, kindly gather your belongings and take your leave. There will be no need for your services henceforth. Zhou Gui's countenance darkened at her words, retorting, You, an unmarried young lady, are in no position to dictate the affairs of this establishment. I am your uncle. How dare you dismiss me? A joke indeed. How could a mere and uncherished second young lady have any authority? With a cold laugh, Jinxing replied, I hold no sway, but do you? It seems that this establishment shall bear the surname Zhou henceforth. Qing Chan, go report to the authorities, stating that someone has embezzled the funds of the master. I trust that this esteemed manager Zhou will communicate the truth to the official shortly. Upon hearing the mention of reporting to the authorities, Zhou Gui became flustered. He quickly disregarded his goat-like whiskers and rushed to intercept Qing Chan as she attempted to leave, saying, Let us discuss this calmly. I truly did not mean it that way. This establishment naturally belongs to the C family. No sooner had he spoken than a voice from the crowd shouted, The officials have arrived. Chapter 49. Some people simply need discipline at the sound of that proclamation. The crowd outside stepped back, clearing a path. Several patrolling officials entered Jiren Hall, and the leading officer first cast a glance at the woman in white before turning to Zhou Gui, barking, What is the matter? Startled by the officer's sharp tone, Zhou Gui found himself momentarily speechless. At that moment, Elju entered the hall, standing beside her young mistress, tugging at her sleeve and wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Qi Chan then stepped forward, clasping her fist in salute to the officer, stating, Esteemed official, My mistress wishes to accuse Manager Zhou of embezzling the master rest funds. Seeing the officer turn his gaze towards her, Jinxing bowed slightly and said, I am the second young lady of the Jinyuan General's residence. Today, while visiting the night market, I happened upon my family's establishment and decided to take a look. To my astonishment, this individual proclaimed that I could not be the proprietor of this establishment, asserting that even my dismissal of him was beyond my ability. Treating my shop as his personal possession. Matters of family wealth, while they can be significant or trivial, are ultimately personal affairs. I could tolerate that. However, what is truly alarming is his intention to administer corporal punishment to the patients who come for treatment. How could this be allowed? The neighbors outside witness this disgraceful act, which disregards the safety of the populace and casts my Ji Rin Tang into disrepute. Such a vile character must be thoroughly investigated, esteemed sir. As she spoke, she stepped aside, allowing the onlookers to see two attendants hurriedly discarding their canes. The constable, upon witnessing this, immediately berated them. How dare you act so audaciously? Committing acts of violence in the streets, as if the laws of the court hold no significance? Zhou Gui, seeing this, hastily exclaimed, I had no intention of harming anyone. I was merely... Before he could finish, Jinxing interjected calmly. Ji Rin Tang is, after all, a medical establishment, with a duty to save lives and alleviate suffering. Zhou Gui's actions are in direct opposition to the very purpose of our clinic, bringing unjust disgrace upon Ji Rin Tang and tarnishing the reputation of the C family. The constable, having received orders from his superior, bowed and clasped his fists, assuring her, rest assured, second miss, we shall handle this matter with utmost fairness. Meanwhile, Zhou Gui, witnessing the scene, turned pale with fury, his rage boiling within him. This insufferable girl is utterly unreasonable. He hurriedly shrugged his shoulders and approached the constable, discreetly offering a silver coin while flattering him. Esteemed officer, you have worked hard on your journey. Whether this young lady is truly the second miss of the general's residence remains to be seen. What she uttered, naturally, cannot be trusted. I, Zhou, have never oppressed the common folk, nor harbored any intention of seizing the shop for myself. How dare the official collect his silver? With a cold huff, he retorted, what is this? Bribery of an official? Whether it exists or not, the inquiry will reveal all. Zhou Gui could never have anticipated that today he would encounter a magistrate as incorruptible as crystal clear water. Jinxing cast a faint glance at Zhou Gui before turning to observe the crowd outside. Yan Fei, holding a land deed, presented it before the official and then retreated to stand beside Lu Zhu. Jinxing strolled over to Zhou Gui and remarked, Master Zhou, are you not aware that the shop does not actually belong to the C family but to me alone? Now, do enlighten me. How could I not be the master of this establishment? The official, having been informed of the woman's identity prior to his arrival, upon seeing the deed, coldly commanded Zhou Gui, Master, you shall accompany us. Before Zhou Gui could utter a word of defense, he was seized by two officials. The elderly doctor, witnessing this, cast a glance at Zhou Gui, bowed to the official, and implored, Sir, you must uphold justice for this old man. Years ago, Master Zhou deceived me into signing a 5-year contract, and he cannot unilaterally abandon it. Yet, Master Zhou has provided inferior goods and sold the medicinal materials at exorbitant prices, tarnishing my reputation. The neighbors believe my medical skills are lacking and my character flawed. Seeing this, Zhou Gui, forcibly restrained by the officials, glared fiercely and shouted, You old scoundrel! Do not place unfounded accusations upon my head. The elderly physician, his white beard trembling with indignation, turned and retrieved a ledger from beneath his consultation table. Presenting it to Jinxing, esteemed proprietor, please peruse this. It is a record of Zhou Gui's transactions, which I have surreptitiously copied. The quantities and amounts in the public ledger are erroneous. Jinxing took the ledger, cast a swift glance at it, and then handed it to the leading patrol officer. A chilly glint flickered in her eyes as she surveyed Zhou Gui before addressing the officer. He has embezzled my family's wealth, fabricated false accounts, sold inferior products, and even dared to assault the common people. With such a litany of offenses, I implore you, honorable officer, to conduct a thorough investigation and restore justice to Ji Rin Tang. Certainly. The officer's countenance was grave as he signaled for his men to escort Zhou Gui out of Ji Rin Tang. Despite his futile protests, the gathered crowd, initially drawn to witness a mere consultation, could hardly fathom such an outcome. The once arrogant Zhou, who strutted like a proud rooster, had now fallen from grace. It is my belief that Zhou Gui deserved this fate. A shopkeeper daring to challenge the true proprietor was courting disaster. The proprietor, it seemed, possessed remarkable abilities. Her medical skills were evidently extraordinary. Then, the young woman in the hall spoke with authority. Ji Rintang has suffered under the tyranny of such a vile shopkeeper, causing considerable distress to our neighbors. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we shall offer free medical consultations for 3 days. Following this period, Ji Rintang will close for a month to undergo renovations. After this hiatus, we shall resume operations. Those who have purchased medicine from the shop in recent days may return it for a refund, and any overcharges will be rectified. We invite all neighbors to monitor and report any misconduct. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into applause and cheers. In contrast to other establishments that would conceal their troubles, fearing exposure, the second young lady of the general's residence boldly brought the matter of manager Zhou to light for all to see. What a woman of great responsibility she is. Those who had just purchased the medicine, uncertain of what to do, immediately took their remedies inside to exchange for new ones. In no time, the Jiren Hall was lauded by all. Jinxing did not forget the old physician and sincerely inquired, "Esteemed sir, would you be willing to remain at Jiren Hall if I were to appoint a new manager?" The old physician, whose intentions were noble and who had previously reported manager Zhou's wrongdoing, affirmed, "Miss, I would indeed be willing." His surname was Feng, and having witnessed the proprietor's remarkable suturing skills, he was eager to stay on, looking forward to the opportunity to witness such expertise once more. After ensuring Dr. Feng's comfort, she summoned 5 or 6 assistants from the hall. The 2 assistants who had wielded clubs were immediately dismissed by Jinxing. When Zhou Gui had called for them to drive away Pei Qingzhu and her companions, those 2 had rushed in without hesitation. Just as she was about to question the remaining 3, a voice from outside cried out in desperation, "Help! Doctor, save my son!" Chapter 50. Another tea gathering Jinxing turned her gaze towards the sound and saw a gaunt man rushing into the Jiren Hall, cradling a child with a purple face in his arms. The man gazed anxiously at the esteemed Dr. Feng and exclaimed, "Doctor, just moments ago, this child was enjoying a candied hawthorn, and suddenly he choked on it. Now, it seems he cannot catch his breath." Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Dr. Feng glancing to the side. Following his gaze, he beheld a frail woman lifting his child from behind, her fists pressed together, rhythmically applying pressure to the child's abdomen. Soon, the child's cries echoed, and the previously ashen hue of his face transformed into a healthy pink. The man immediately knelt on the ground, fervently bowing 3 times towards Miss Jinxing, exclaiming, "Zhao Yu is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Jinxing hurriedly replied, "It was but a trifling effort. Please rise quickly. In the future, when the child consumes such small treats, do ensure to supervise closely." The onlookers outside began to murmur amongst themselves. This young master of Jiren Hall truly possesses remarkable skills. Indeed, the child's face had turned a shade of deep purple. One can only imagine the dire consequences had the candied hawthorn not been expelled. This was indeed a life-saving act. Zhao Yu cautiously cradled his child, about to turn to leave, when he heard the earlier miss speaking to Dr. Feng. "Currently, the shop is in need of a manager. Please post a hiring notice." Zhao Yu abruptly halted, inquiring, "May I ask, is the young lady seeking to hire a manager for this shop?" Jinxing turned, smiling as she asked, "Indeed. Are you interested? If so, please share what qualities you believe are suitable for a manager." Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, his gaze shifted, and he solemnly declared, "I believe the proprietor should adopt a long-term perspective, rather than fixating on trivial, immediate profits. In business, one must value reputation. Just as fine wine does not fear being hidden in a narrow alley, this approach will ensure a continuous flow of wealth." Jinxing quietly nodded in agreement, recognizing that regardless of the business, reputation is of utmost importance. Word of mouth can establish a century-old establishment or lead to a legacy of infamy. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Have you ever served as a proprietor?" Zhao Yu shook his head, then nodded, responding, "Only for a few days." With a scoff, he continued, "The previous owner merely sought quick profits, resorting to inferior goods. I refused to engage in such unscrupulous practices. Consequently, I was dismissed." After a moment of contemplation, Jinxing smiled and asked, "Do you have the confidence to be a competent proprietor in my shop?" Initially harboring little hope, Zhao Yu was taken aback by her unexpected question. He then knelt in joy, expressing, "I shall not betray the trust of the owner and will strive to be a diligent and capable proprietor." Jinxing raised her hand to assist him in standing and instructed, "Do not rush. There will be a 1-month probationary period to evaluate your performance. In 2 days, come to the general's residence to collect the renovation details for Jiren Hall. You will be fully responsible for the personnel in the shop and the charitable consultations over the next few days. Jiayu was momentarily stunned, unaware that the owner was associated with the general's residence. He nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Understood." Jinxing surveyed her surroundings and stated emphatically, "Anyone wishing to work in my establishment must conduct themselves with propriety. Otherwise, do not blame me for inviting you to the authorities for a cup of tea." These words were intended for both the people in the shop and the neighbors outside. A petite woman, her voice not loud. Yet the forcefulness of her words was sufficient to intimidate those around her. Thus, accompanied by 3 maidservants, she hired a carriage and headed straight for the general's residence. Unbeknownst to her, after her departure, a man in splendid attire emerged from the crowd, gazing in the direction of her departing carriage. This young lady bore a striking resemblance to the 9th prince. He crossed his arms behind his back, prepared to turn away, when he overheard whispers from the crowd. "Have you heard? She has gone to attend to the 9th prince's ailment. Isn't the 9th prince nearing? Isn't this sending a well-bred maiden to bring him good fortune? Hasn't the decree for marriage yet to be issued? Is she truly entering the residence like this? It is quite. The general of Jinyuan has just achieved victory, and now they send his daughter to bring good fortune? Hush. Such words should not be spoken." Each murmur reached the ears of the elegantly dressed man, who was none other than the crown prince, Qi Nanyuan, previously enjoying tea on the opposite 2nd floor. "Go, relay every word to that icy ruler of Jiuhua Court. Let us see if my 9th uncle remains undisturbed in his residence." The attendant, bold in spirit, chuckled softly and hastened away towards the Wangfu of Moing. Inside the carriage, the green bamboo lifted the window curtain, allowing a refreshing autumn breeze to waft in. Jinxing turned to gaze out the window, witnessing the wind ripple across Yankai Lake, its surface shimmering with light. The reflections of the colorful lanterns hanging from the pleasure boats created a breathtaking scene. Her mood was particularly buoyant. However, such bliss was fleeting. As Jinxing disembarked from the carriage and crossed the threshold of the manor, she was halted by the butler, Lu Fu. With his narrow, slitted eyes, he cast a cursory glance at the unfamiliar maid trailing behind her, and without further contemplation, approached her with a tone of inquiry. "What calamity has befallen the estate this time?" Jinxing, disregarding the thought, made her way directly to the Hayun courtyard. Upon rounding a corner of the covered walkway, before she could enter the old lady's quarters, she was met with a cacophony of wailing. It was not the voice of Madame Zhou. Suppressing her inner misgivings, Jinxing proceeded into the courtyard. "The 2nd young lady has arrived." A young maid lifted the curtain, guiding Jinxing into the room. Yet, before she could even offer her respects to the matriarch, she was suddenly seized by the throat by an approaching woman. Chi-chan, witnessing this, swiftly struck the woman's wrist with the hilt of her sword, shielding Jinxing as they retreated a few steps. The woman yelped in pain and collapsed to the ground, beating her thighs in distress and wailing, "You wretched spawn! How dare you strike me? It's a curse to send my man to prison, and now you come to attack this poor soul. The general's manner is far too oppressive." Protected by Qin-chan, Jinxing rubbed her sore neck, absorbing the vitriol of the woman's outburst. It was only then that she recognized this raucous woman as Zhou Gui's wife. "Whom do you accuse of being a wretched spawn? Who is it that you deem cursed?" Jinxing turned her gaze towards her. "Qian, if you continue to bellow nonsensically, you shall be escorted out, and this matter will be put to rest." The old lady glared at Qian, then turned her serious countenance towards Jinxing, inquiring, "What is the meaning of your actions today? Zhou Gui is indeed part of the family. Your behavior is utterly reckless. This girl is far too complacent. Even if she is to wed the 9th prince, he is ultimately a man on the brink of death. In the future, will she not still rely on her maternal family?" Chapter 51. Full Force. Who is this? The old matriarch, upon noticing an unfamiliar young girl in the room who dares to act in front of the master, felt a surge of displeasure. When she learned that the girl was from the 9th prince's residence, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face as she remarked, "Ah, a loyal child who protects her lord." Jinxing, however, maintained a stoic expression and said, "Grandmother, have you perhaps forgotten that the shop is rightfully mine? Zhou Gui has implicated me in injustice, and by extension, the general's residence as well. Am I to understand that distant relatives can come to the main household to dictate terms? I wonder if, once I marry into the royal household, he will presume to take charge there as well?" The old matriarch was momentarily taken aback, her demeanor tense as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you speaking? Relatives must fulfill their proper roles. How can they overstep? Hearing this, Jinxing lowered her eyes and continued. Why did this person resort to violence against me from the very start? Grandmother, as the head of the family, you must stand up for your granddaughter. Upon witnessing the old matriarch's potential shift in stance, Zhou's family grew anxious. She forced a smile and said, Dear child, this is merely a family matter. There is no need to involve the Jingzhou prefecture. We are all relatives. Why let outsiders witness our folly? The woman on the ground, who had been throwing a tantrum, suddenly ceased her cries and, gritting her teeth, retorted, Indeed. You should go to the magistrate of Jingzhou and apologize. Demand they release your cousin. Upon hearing her speak, Jinxing couldn't help but chuckle. Madam, your audacity rivals that of a city wall, does it not? When I next meet the ninth prince, I shall request that he escort you to the battlefield. I dare say even the long spears of those cold-hearted individuals would fail to pierce your visage. The elderly lady was utterly incensed by the mention of the ninth prince. It is often said that a withered camel is larger than a horse. Thus, even if the ninth prince were on the brink of death, he was not someone she could afford to offend. She forcefully struck the table, her voice low and commanding. Qian, what gives you the audacity to address the legitimate daughter of the general's household in such a manner? Taken aback by the reprimand, Qian was momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by tears and snot, her words flying from her lips. We are but a humble family, unworthy of the general's attention, and even more so, looked down upon by the second Mississippi. Yet, my husband and I have toiled for the C household over these years, though we may not have merits. We certainly bear our share of hardships. Now that the second Miss has ascended to greater heights, has she truly left her family without a path to survival? Upon hearing this, Jinxing's gaze turned frosty, though her lips curled into a faint smile. I see I have erred. Dear aunt, would you grant me another opportunity? Let us start anew. These words left everyone in the room momentarily stunned as Jinxing turned and exited the chamber. Before they could fully grasp the implications of her statement, a young maid outside announced, The second Miss has arrived. Qian's eyes glinted with cunning. Ah, this is a predicament of her own making. She rolled up her sleeves and lunged at the entering maid, only to be met with a sudden pain in her abdomen, sending her sprawling against the rosewood chair. Jinxing gently patted the hem of her skirt, her expression serene as she remarked, Your man has erred. Yet you expect me to apologize at the Jingzhou prefecture, rather than barking aimlessly at me. You would do better to rush over there and raise your voice a few times. Perhaps my cousin might even lend an ear to your outcry. I engage in conversation with you out of courtesy, yet you truly believe yourself to be a prized delicacy? When seeking assistance, one ought not to strut about like a rooster, puffing up for all to see. Her series of actions left everyone in the room utterly astonished. How could the second young lady be both striking and scolding? Ultimately, a soft chuckle broke the silence enveloping the room. Jinxing turned her gaze to find Jinxing and Jinxing, two children beside the Wen family, looking at her with eyes sparkling like little stars. How could she forget that these two children were still present? Upon hearing the snickering, Qianshi finally came to her senses, shifting closer to Zhou Shi's side, and began to wail dramatically, They are going to kill me. The second young lady of the general's residence intends to take a life. Why does heaven not rid us of this ungrateful menace? She has already imprisoned my husband and now seeks to harm me, the poor wife. Truly, what a waste of a lifetime's worth of concern. Oh my heavens! Zhou Shi, upon hearing Qianshi's lamentations, regained her composure. After all, she was the matriarch of the household. It was utterly detestable for her family to endure such humiliation. She bent down to assist the wailing Qianshi into a chair beside her, turning to address the still-dazed matron. Mother, ultimately, despite my cousin's lack of notable achievements, he has endured his share of hardships. Our priority should be to ensure his safety first, to strike or to punish. It is we who shall decide within our own household. Otherwise, it is our general's residence that shall bear the shame, is it not? Jinxing cast a sidelong glance at Madame Zhou, and then turned her gaze toward Madame Qian, her lips parting slightly as she let out a cold chuckle. Oh, what merits do you possess? Are you not merely a cashier? Upon hearing this, Madame Qian stiffened her neck in defense, exclaiming, Second Miss, you must speak with integrity. My husband has never once dared to slack off at Jiren Hall. He has never even had a moment's rest. Otherwise, how could the shop be thriving as it is now? Oh, the shop is indeed flourishing? Jinxing's lips curved slightly, her inquiry directed at Madame Qian while her gaze settled on Madame Zhou. Not long ago, Madame Zhou had claimed that the shop was poorly managed and consistently in the red. In her eagerness to validate Zhou Gui's hard work, Madame Qian utterly failed to notice the warning look from Madame Zhou. With a hint of pride in her expression, she proclaimed, naturally, Jiren Hall earns no less than 100 taels of silver each month. Jinxing had been anticipating this statement and promptly seized the opportunity to respond. That is indeed impressive. If I recall correctly, Manager Zhou earns a mere 20 taels of silver monthly, does he not? Yet he has managed to acquire such a grand residence on Xiaolin Street. Truly, he possesses a remarkable knack for generating wealth. Upon hearing that a mere shopkeeper like Zhou Gui had managed to procure a large mansion, the elderly matriarch turned her gaze sharply toward Madame Zhou. Her voice laced with fury as she demanded, no wonder you appointed Zhou Gui as the shopkeeper. You must have embezzled funds to acquire that mansion. Seated behind Madame Zhou, Jinxing's sister, Jinxing, remained silent, her unwavering gaze fixed upon her elder sister. Was this not the same dark-faced pig that had once been entirely at her mercy? Do you recall the year when Jinxing celebrated her 6th birthday? Her maternal family sent an entire box brimming with birthday gifts. She dashed into Jinxing's courtyard, only to find her sifting through the treasures. What a veritable chest of wonders it was. Inside lay exquisite dresses, charming hair accessories, delectable snacks, and intricately crafted lanterns. There was even a vividly lifelike stuffed tiger. At that time, she was merely 5 years old, having recently been recognized as the legitimate daughter of the general's residence. Yet, she had never known that a birthday could be adorned with such an abundance of gifts. Her mother had proclaimed that from then on, she would no longer be a mere illegitimate daughter, but the esteemed daughter of the general's household, entitled to possess anything within the estate. She rushed over, forcefully knocking Jinxing to the ground, seizing the little tiger for herself. Jinxing, having fallen, scraped her arm, trembling in silence, too frightened to cry out. She feared the reprimands of her mother, father, or grandmother, and anxiously waited several days to discover that her elder sister did not even dare to report the incident. It was her first experience of snatching something from her sister, and it had proven to be so effortlessly accomplished. In the following years, she seized countless items from her elder sister. Yet, her sister was like a lump of dough, enduring her bullying without retaliation, not even uttering a word of complaint. Eventually, she grew weary of her sister's lack of spirit and gradually ceased to seek her out, though she still harbored disdain for her. Now, after only 2 years apart, her elder sister has transformed into someone so proud and arrogant, disregarding even their mother. Their mother, perhaps, should let this matter slide. After all, her elder sister is destined to become the princess of the 9th prince, and even their grandmother must show some deference. Upon hearing this, Jinxing's brow furrowed slightly. What a remarkable transformation Jinxing has undergone. In just a few sentences, I have been unjustly accused of bullying and disrespecting my elders. Chapter 52. The young lady will no longer serve. Jinxing turned her gaze, frowning with a cold smile. Third sister, being young. It is unworthy of an elder to argue with a fool. If I were to speak based on my title as a princess, your esteemed aunt would have long been taken to the capital's prison. What I wish to express is that while it may be tolerable for him to embezzle my wealth, he brazenly resorts to violence and oppression against our neighbors. Should he further incur a murder charge implicating the general's residence, who would bear that responsibility? You? Can you repay a life with your own? Foolish girl. Jinxing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment from the reprimand, pouting in silence. Jinxing continued, Zhou Gui, a distant relative, dares to claim it is his family's business, and the fraudulent accounts he concocted are impeccable. I wonder whether he is simply audacious or if he has some sage guiding him from behind. Yet again, it is my family that bears the burden while he claims the family assets. TSK. However, her words, neither too high nor too low, fell directly upon the ears of the matriarch. Zhou Shi inwardly lamented. As expected, the matriarch's expression darkened, and she slammed her teacup to the ground, angrily rebuking. Zhou Shi, do you wish to bring ruin upon my family? As for Zhou Gui, it is best left to his fate. Hearing this, Zhou Shi turned pale. How could the matriarch reprimand her in front of her own sister-in-law? It left her utterly humiliated. Just then, a furious male voice erupted from outside. Well done, Jinxing. You have brought your bullying to my uncle's house. Who gave you the audacity? It was Jinhao. Upon hearing that Jinxing had committed a foolish act, he rushed over to witness her being simultaneously reprimanded by his grandmother and mother. Not long ago, He had been bedridden for 3 days due to the blows inflicted by that wretched girl, and now that he was finally able to rise, he felt compelled to avenge himself. Bursting through the door with a formidable presence, he was met by the sight of a woman clad in white, who was gazing at him with a smile upon her lips. What a striking young lady she was. Her delicate features were as exquisite as a painting, her countenance as serene as water, yet there lingered a subtle, almost imperceptible smile upon her lips that momentarily left him dazed. Observing her, Mrs. Zhou, his mother, scolded silently, deeming her a seductress, and swiftly drew Jinxing to her side to obstruct his view. "What brings you here?" she inquired, startled from his reverie. Jinxing recalled his purpose for visiting. He surveyed the room and recognized everyone present, save for the woman in white. Could she possibly be his dreadfully unattractive younger sister, marred with unsightly blemishes? How could this be? Yet he could not recall. He had been too preoccupied with the beating he had endured that night to pay her any heed. The memory of that pain ignited a rush of blood to his head, and resentment surged anew. Regardless of her beauty, she was a venomous vixen. Jinxing's thoughts spiraled as he realized he had been momentarily enchanted by that little wretch, and his fury flared. Old grievances and new enmities flooded his heart. Seizing a pitchfork from beside the window, he strode purposefully towards Jinxing, raising the implement to strike her down. The suddenness of the event left the onlookers aghast, mouths agape in shock. Jinxing could never have anticipated that the pitchfork would come crashing down upon himself. He was unable to evade in time, and the blow struck him squarely, causing a sharp, burning pain to radiate across his face. Overwhelmed by humiliation and fury, he raised the pitchfork once more, only to find the other end firmly grasped by a young woman. Jinxing, confident in Qingchan's prowess, merely settled comfortably in her chair to enjoy the spectacle. Jinhao glared at the girl holding the pitchfork opposite him, pulling with all his might in an attempt to hurl it once again at Jinxing. Yet, no matter how forcefully he exerted himself, the pitchfork remained as if it were firmly rooted in the girl's grip, refusing to budge. The young master, accustomed to a life of arrogance at home, could scarcely tolerate such indignity. Gathering all his strength, he yanked back violently, intending to send the girl sprawling. To his astonishment, she suddenly released her grip. The onlookers witnessed Jinhao, pitchfork in hand, stumble backward, crashing into the candlestick holder by the wall. The candlesticks tumbled down, scalding hot wax splattering across his face. A scream of agony erupted from Jinhao, reverberating through the room, echoing into He-Yun courtyard, and resonating throughout the entire general's residence. Clutching his scorched face, he shouted in rage, "Where did this lowly wretch come from, daring to mock me?" Having uttered these words, he turned and threw himself at his grandmother's feet, pleading, "Grandmother, you must stand for your grandson. Quickly bind her and sell her to those brothels." Seeing her son's face marred with red welts, Mrs. Zhou wept with concern, saying, "Xinger, my dear, your mother knows that after your encounter with the 9th prince today, you are destined to become a princess, and you carry a newfound confidence. Yet, I still hope you do not forget that the general's residence is your true home." Though the elderly lady had recently shown a slight change of heart towards the second girl, harboring a modicum of affection, this meager warmth paled in comparison to the weight of a single strand of her grandson's hair. At that moment, witnessing her grandson's distress, her heart ached profoundly. Yet, the one responsible for the offense, the maid Qingchan, belonged to the prince of the 9th's residence. She dared not provoke her. The elderly lady, seething with fury, needed an outlet for her pent-up emotions. She cast a disapproving glance at Jinxing and reprimanded, "Second girl, must you turn the Sijia into a laughingstock for the entire Jianzhou? Is that your idea of satisfaction?" In response, Jinxing rose, her expression impassive as she retorted, "Elderly lady, please do not lay the blame for this matter at my feet. Regarding the affair with Zhou Guizhi, I am powerless to assist. As for the eldest young master, you have witnessed it yourself. He lunged at me intending to strike. Should I merely sit there and await my punishment? He brought this upon himself, and it has nothing to do with me. After a long day of toil, I shall not linger any longer to partake in tea and reminisce with all of you." Before the elderly lady could respond, Jinxing erupted, standing abruptly and exclaiming, "Jinxing, halt. Are you itching for another beating? Do as you please. I shall not attend to you any longer." As the night draped itself in tranquility, devoid of dreams. The following morning, while Jinxing was still in the depths of slumber, she was jolted awake by someone shaking her. Miss, wake up quickly. Someone from the palace has arrived. They wish for you to go to the front hall to receive the decree." Do not linger in slumber. Hurry. Chapter 53. The illness of the servant is of worth, and reward awaits in the main hall of the general's residence when Jinxing arrived. The masters and servants from various courtyards had already gathered. She walked lightly into the hall and immediately caught sight of the elderly lady conversing with a fair-faced gentleman clad in blue attire and tall boots, who sat with an ingratiating smile. Mrs. Zhou occupied the first seat beside the elderly lady, her ample figure squeezed into an intricately carved pearwood chair, striving to maintain an air of dignified decorum. To her side sat Si Jinhao, exuding an air of ennui and idleness. Across from them were Si Jinyun, Si Jinyi, and Si Jinheng, while the one family member perched on a stool by the entrance. As Si Jinxing approached, she overheard Mrs. Zhou remark, "Our second young lady has indeed been somewhat remiss, causing Master Zhang to wait. Once again, she tarnishes my reputation behind my back." Mrs. Zhou was truly a person who bore a grudge against reprimands. No matter. The emperor is quite pleased with the second young lady. The lady is merely overthinking. Si Jinxing suppressed a smile, pondering what had clouded Mrs. Zhou's judgment. Who was that Master Zhang? A seasoned player in the treacherous game of palace intrigue. He was a master among masters. Perhaps it was the angle of the light, but it seemed as though Master Zhang had rolled his eyes in Mrs. Zhou's direction. Upon hearing his words, Mrs. Zhou's smile faltered, and she awkwardly fell silent. If the emperor held the girl in such high regard, her continued remarks would only imply that the emperor lacked discernment. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart, draining color from her face. Si Jinxing entered the hall, gracefully bending her knees in a respectful greeting, neither servile nor arrogant, and said, "This humble daughter has arrived late, causing Master to wait." Master Zhang raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no need for such formalities, second young lady." The gaze lingered on Si Jinxing's face for a brief moment before the sharp voice declared, "Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the reading of the emperor's edict." Upon hearing the proclamation, the entire assembly knelt in reverence. The eunuch cleared his throat and spoke with solemnity. "My brother, Prince Moy, has been gravely ill for many days, languishing upon his sickbed without improvement. However, after the diligent care of the esteemed second daughter of the General of Jinyuan, he has shown remarkable recovery today. This brings me great joy. The second daughter is indeed a blessed individual. Rewards shall be bestowed." After reciting the emperor's edict, the eunuch began to announce the rewards to the esteemed second daughter of the General of Jinyuan. For her meritorious service in attending to the sick, 2 bolts of rainflower brocade, 2 bolts of fragrant cloud gauze, a 12-tiered fruit stand, 2 pairs of hibiscus silk gold hairpins, 2 pairs of exquisite jade hairpins, 2 pairs of 8 treasure glass hairpins, a pair of agate silver bangles, a pair of jade auspicious symbols, a colorful horse-drawn carriage, and 300 taels of silver from the inner treasury. Upon completing the list of rewards, the eunuch turned towards Si Jinxing and said, "Second miss, express your gratitude." Unexpectedly, he added in a seemingly casual manner, "The fabric of your attire is of poor quality. It would be better to create a few outfits from the materials bestowed by the emperor." Standing at the back of the crowd, Si Jinxing's heart raced with astonishment. The 9th prince is on the verge of recovery. She abruptly turned to glare at Zhou Shi, her large eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Zhou Shi was equally taken aback. The 9th prince was clearly on the brink of death. How could it be that upon the departure of Si Jinxing, he suddenly recovered? She lifted her gaze towards Si Jinxing, who was smiling, her red lips revealing a set of pearly whites. Yet, Zhou felt a chill envelop her entire being. Could it be that the notion of dispelling misfortune truly held some merit? But she had not yet truly married into the family. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Not only had she relinquished the dowry, but now that girl had also seized Yunar's engagement. Had she known it would come to this? Meanwhile, Si Jinhao contemplated that before Si Jinxing wed into the 9th prince's residence, he must avenge both new grievances and old. It was then that the matriarch realized her granddaughter had already made an impression before the emperor, despite not being married. She recalled the girl's haughty demeanor from the previous night, wondering if she had provoked her. The steward, observing the varied expressions of those present, understood the complexities of life within the confines of this grand estate. With keen interest, he regarded the young girl who had just received thanks. Her countenance was refreshingly clear, her eyes bright and pure, and her demeanor remarkably composed. Nodding in approval, he left the estate with a cheerful disposition. In the main hall, 10 young servants stood in a row, each holding a token of appreciation. As everyone gazed upon the items, a wave of murmurs ensued. The second miss had suddenly caught the emperor's favor. It seemed this household was poised for a transformation. Yet, Si Jinhao strode in, seething with anger, and declared, "Si Jinxing, do not presume that receiving the emperor's favor grants you the liberty to act recklessly within this household. If you are willing to apologize before all the servants for last night's incident, I may consider forgiving you." Si Jinxing cast a sweeping glance over the gifts held by the servants. Grasping a jade ruby in her hand, she turned to Si Jinhao and remarked, "If I do not apologize, dear brother, do you intend to strike me again? Come, use this to do so." Even Si Jinhao, though not the sharpest, understood that imperial gifts must not be damaged, and he retreated hastily 2 steps. "Oomph, you wretched creature." Wen Shi assisted the elderly matriarch to sit down, speaking as if to herself, "If the 9th prince were to hear this, I wonder how he would perceive our general's residence." Zhou Shi shot her a glare. The usually honest and straightforward Wen Shi had surprisingly adopted the insidious demeanor of a sycophant. She then noticed the pair of offspring following Wen Shi. "Do not think that just because you have children, you can ascend the social ladder. You ought to reflect on your true standing." Last night, when Howard had embarrassed himself, those 2 illegitimate children had dared to mock him. She clenched her fists, her anger simmering. How foolish these individuals were. In a swift motion, she advanced to Si Jinhao's side and coldly exclaimed, "I simply cannot fathom how the filth from that foul ditch found its way into your brain, allowing you to utter such nonsense." Without waiting for Si Jinhao's response, Si Jinxing suddenly swung her right arm, her fist crashing into his right shoulder. Then, using the momentum, she forcefully stomped and swiftly raised her leg to strike at his waist. Si Jinhao was struck by both punch and kick, sent sprawling to the ground, dragging 10 meters before crashing against the wall. Upon witnessing her grandson being assaulted once more, the elderly matriarch trembled with rage. Yet, upon seeing Si Jinxing's menacing demeanor, her scalp tingled, and the reprimand that had risen to her lips was abruptly stifled. Si Jinxing brushed off the non-existent dust from her attire and gazed down at Si Jinhao, inquiring, "Elder brother, while I can overlook your dark complexion, must your breath be so foul as well? One wonders whom you have inherited such traits from." What was meant as a casual jest unexpectedly struck a nerve. As Zhou Shi, who had already collapsed beside her son, turned pale. Observing the evasiveness in her eyes, Si Jinxing's curiosity piqued, leading her to form a bold hypothesis. Chapter 54. Revelry amidst festivities. Si Jinxing recalled the similarly dark-skinned Si Jinyun. However, it appeared that Si Jinyun, Si Jinhao, and Si Jinyu belonged to different varieties. How intriguing it was that Zhou Shi engaged in such playful antics. It was said that when Zhou Shi first entered the household, she was a petite and charming figure. Yet, after bearing children and assuming the role of matriarch, her living standards elevated, and her weight surged dramatically, rendering her quite rotund, a veritable sphere. How curious that no one had ever questioned these matters during her earlier years. With keen interest, she surveyed the duo standing by the wall, a living embodiment of a black and white duo. Meanwhile, the elderly lady, witnessing her grandson's plight, became frantic, exclaiming to the servants in the courtyard, "You there, hasten to summon a physician to examine the young master. Where has he sustained injury now?" Upon hearing the word again, Zhou Shi could no longer contain herself. The agitation that had been simmering within her since learning of the 9th prince's impending recovery erupted into a raging fire in her heart. Seeing her son struck once more by Si Jinxing shattered her defenses. Her robust frame swayed perilously, yet she managed to remain upright. Zhou Shi felt a wave of metallic sweetness rise in her throat, unable to swallow it down. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Nearby, Si Jinhao, who was in close proximity, was caught entirely unprepared, his front stained with blood. Frowning slightly, he suppressed the pain coursing through his body and grasped Madame Zhou's arm, calling out urgently, "Mother, how is it that your constitution, usually so robust, has faltered now?" Seeing Madame Zhou sway dangerously, on the brink of fainting, Si Jinhao, despite his own injuries, felt utterly helpless. Fortunately, Mama Lu acted swiftly, attempting to support Madame Zhou. Yet she underestimated her mistress's weight. As soon as she reached out, she was forcefully toppled to the ground by the ample figure of Madame Zhou. Si Jinhao turned to glare at Si Jinxing, filled with indignation. "You calamity!" Si Jinxing, sensing the murderous intent in Si Jinhao's eyes, merely pouted. "Madame Zhou's misfortune is of no concern to me." She settled into a carved pearwood chair, crossing her legs, and continued to observe the unfolding drama with keen interest. Meanwhile, Elju thoughtfully brought over a plate of cloud cakes from the fruit table gifted by the emperor. This royal fruit table consisted of a lavish spread, comprising 12 dishes, both savory and sweet, featuring an array of snacks, pastries, and candied fruits. Truly a feast. Having risen early without breakfast, Jinxing hurriedly arrived here. Feeling warmed by the emperor's generosity, she beckoned Genie and Jinheng to join her, indulging in both food and entertainment. Observing the elderly matriarch, who was visibly trembling with anger, Wen Shi shook her head at Jinxing. Understanding the silent reprimand, Jinxing refrained from insisting that the two children take their seats. Just then, a young servant from the door rushed in, announcing breathlessly, "The Duke of Rue has arrived. The Duchess of Rue has arrived. Dr. Du is here." The elderly lady nodded in acknowledgement, realizing the situation for the general's household was likely beyond salvaging. She wearily closed her eyes for a moment, burdened by the relentless misfortunes befalling her grandson and the blood that had just spilled from Mrs. Zhou. Why was there never a day of peace in this household? Her gaze shifted to the seemingly nonchalant and cheerfully munching on snacks, Jinxing, and a wave of disdain washed over her. Was this granddaughter truly the bane of the general's residence? The front hall was in close proximity to the main entrance, and it took but a brief moment for the three of them to arrive. Yet, upon entering, they were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Jinwei beheld Mrs. Zhou slumped on the floor, leaning against Mama Lu, her chest stained crimson, with a trickle of blood still clinging to her chin. Beside her was her older brother, grimacing in pain, his own chest marred by a similar crimson stain. She rushed forward, her heart racing with anxiety. "Brother, mother, what has happened to you?" "Dr. Du, I implore you to attend to my mother and my brother." Upon seeing his sister arrive, Jinhao, now a legitimate princess, felt a surge of confidence. He pointed accusingly at Jinxing, declaring, "It is that wretched girl." Jinxing, with a piece of cloud cake in hand, brought it to her mouth. Brushing off the crumbs before meeting the gazes of the three, she offered a casual salute, uttering, "Greetings, Your Highness Rue Wang. Greetings, elder sister, Dr. Du Rue Wang." Qi Nanyan nodded, his face still adorned with that warm smile. Clearly, something had transpired in this hall, and this young lady was the one who had emerged victorious. Indeed, she was the one Qi Nanyan had set his sights upon. He had received word early that morning that the ninth prince had awakened, and the emperor had summoned eunuch Zhang to the general's residence. It seemed she had indeed caught the eye of the ninth prince yesterday. Upon reflection, Qi Nanyan felt an inexplicable pang of melancholy. The moment that Dr. Du laid eyes on the second young lady of the general's residence, his eyes sparkled with eager admiration. He momentarily abandoned the task of attending to Jinhao and Madame Zhou, stepping forward with earnest reverence, clasping his fist in a gesture of humility, and inquired, "Esteemed second young lady, I have heard of a remarkable incident that transpired at Jiren Hall yesterday. A grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone and measuring 10 inches in length, was treated with a remarkable suturing technique. Was it you who performed this miracle?" His excitement was palpable as he recounted the tale he had overheard the previous night. Unable to contain his fervor, he hastened to Jiren Hall on Dongping Street at the break of dawn, only to find it shuttered. Undeterred, he inquired among the local residents, who confirmed the astonishing occurrence. His spirits soared as he eventually located the injured party, the gentleman Peizhu. There, he beheld the intricate sutures adorning the man's calf. Remarkably, Peizhu exhibited no signs of fever, his pulse steady and his recovery exceptional. Jinxing raised her gaze and affirmed, "Indeed, I implore you, second young lady, to assist in the general's treatment." Hearing this, Dr. Du bowed deeply, acknowledging her request. The emperor had decreed that he be entrusted with the care of General C's arrow wound, yet he could merely strive to delay the spread of decay, unable to facilitate true healing and restoration. The young lady's medical skills were modest, and she dared not act presumptuously before the esteemed Dr. Du. Jinxing caught a glimpse of the wise Prince Qi Nanyan, who regarded her with a smile that conveyed both anticipation and admiration. "Oh my, must he always gaze at me with such infatuation? It is autumn already." She instinctively glanced at Jinxing, only to find her sister equally transfixed upon her. A flicker of hatred swiftly crossed her gaze, yet it did not escape the keen perception of Jinxing. "I implore the second young lady to intervene and heal General C, to save our venerable elder." Dr. Du promptly knelt, for should any misfortune befall the general, he would bear the burden of responsibility. At this moment, Madame Zhou had regained her composure. She wiped the blood from her lips and regarded Jinxing with a composed demeanor. It became evident that the audacious girl had possessed confidence from the very beginning that she could cure the ninth prince, all the while feigning resistance, luring her mother and daughter into a trap, ultimately resulting in a loss of both honor and manpower. She let out a long breath. Very well. Since the ninth prince was unharmed, there remained a possibility for a turn of events regarding the marriage. What her daughter desired would be seized, even if it required a struggle. Chapter 55. The greatest hero acts for the nation and its people. Dear sister, with such remarkable abilities, why did you not rescue our father sooner, allowing him to suffer needlessly? See Jinxing you, holding a handkerchief, dabbed at the corner of her eye, appearing both delicate and compassionate. Last night, see Jinxing had come to realize that love for anyone was inconsequential. Concerns about face were trivial. They were all a band of ruthless murderers. Elder sister, have you lost your wits? Have you forgotten how you obstructed my efforts to bring down our father's fever that day? You truly are a sour pickled fish, both tangy and unwelcome. Do shut your feeble mouth and take a moment to rest. See Jinxing you was momentarily taken aback, her furrowed brow easing, her face flushing with indignation. This insolent girl had made her lose face before so many. Stealing a glance at her lord, she found him smiling, his gaze fixed intently upon Si Jinxing. How contemptible! Since the ninth prince was unharmed, Si Jinxing could very well be dismissed. Second sister, do you possess the confidence to proceed? After listening for a considerable time, the elderly lady finally realized that this young girl possessed remarkable medical skills, even surpassing those of Dr. Du. With an impassive expression, Si Jinxing turned her gaze towards the old lady and uttered a single word: none. The old lady felt a surge of indignation. This girl had been speaking in such a sarcastic manner for the past few days, capable of silencing anyone. Just as she opened her mouth to reprimand her, she noticed the girl gesturing dismissively towards the attendants holding the imperial gifts. And without waiting for the reactions of those in the hall, she rose and exited the main chamber. Si Jinxing, halt. Si Jishao raised his arm, pointing at Si Jinxing's departing figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, Si Jinxing had already stepped out of the hall and was walking through the courtyard. She absent-mindedly kicked a small pebble, and as her skirt swayed, the pebble seemed to have a mind of its own, hurtling towards Si Jishao. Soon after, a cry erupted from him. Ah, my tooth. My tooth is gone. Mother. Si Jinxing turned around and cast a languid glance at the assembled crowd, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Parting her delicate lips, she proclaimed, a dog cannot change its nature. If you dare to bark wildly again, do not blame me for shattering your yellowed teeth. The onlookers in the hall were momentarily taken aback, while the members of the Si family wisely chose to remain silent. The elderly lady and Madame Zhou, having witnessed the girl's sharp tongue the previous night, dared not provoke her again. Meanwhile, Dr. Du looked on in bewilderment at Si Jinxing. What had transpired within the general's residence that had transformed this young girl from her previous demeanor? The third prince, Rui Wang, and Qi Nanyan, though still wearing smiles that radiated warmth, momentarily displayed expressions of confusion in their eyes. The young girl, perhaps in a bid to capture his attention, has changed her demeanor. Yet, this disposition is quite to his liking. As Si Jinxing walked away, a cacophony of lamentations echoed behind her. My son, Dr. Du, please come quickly. There is so much blood. In retrospect, she realized that she had been overly compassionate, allowing them to believe they could manipulate her at will. Miss, this. Yan Fei hurriedly followed her mistress, her face etched with concern. Are you afraid that if I act this way, they will treat me poorly? Si Jinxing halted, turning to face Yan Fei. Noticing her silence, she continued, if I do not behave this way, will they treat me better? After uttering this, Si Jinxing offered no further explanation and resumed her stride, green bamboo and Qing Chan trailing closely behind. Only Yan Fei remained, stunned, feeling an acute sense of isolation. It dawned on her that while everyone else was striving to grow stronger, she was merely treading water. After breakfast, Si Jinxing observed Yan Fei's dejected silence and felt a pang of helplessness. She exchanged a knowing glance with Qing Chan. Though Qing Chan had been by her side for less than 2 days, she was quite perceptive and promptly took Yan Fei out of the room. Green Bamboo, however, was still lost in thoughts of her mistress's earlier display of formidable prowess. Miss, you are simply incredible. That young master truly deserves a beating. Humph. Si Jinxing smiled, appreciating the clarity of the young girl's sentiments. The girl, bubbling with enthusiasm, hurried off to the storage room to organize the bestowed treasures. Meanwhile, Si Jinxing pondered the matter of her father's injury. Regarding her father, she was determined to save him. Otherwise, she would not have taken the trouble to reduce his fever just days prior. In a letter, Uncle C once spoke of himself in 8 succinct words. A true hero serves the nation and its people. She could envision how, in her mother's heart, her husband was perceived as a figure of unparalleled grace and gallantry. In the eyes of the populace, their national general was regarded with fervent admiration, embodying valor and fearlessness. Yet, she found herself ensnared by personal grievances. Within the original owner's memories, thoughts of her father invoked a wave of indignation that surged within her. Had her father been more attentive, the original owner's south days within the estate would not have been so fraught with hardship. She could not believe that. Had he offered unwavering care, the Zhou family and others would have dared to treat her with such disdain, allowing the original owner to perish in dire straits in the secondary residence. Jinxing understood that the original owner felt a deep-seated resentment. She was tormented by her thoughts and yearned to comprehend why her father treated her so coldly. She desired to confront him directly. If he truly possessed such a heart of stone, then let him witness the decay and corruption of the general's estate that he once upheld. As for why she would not acquiesce today, she had always adhered to a principle. When seeking assistance, one must be mindful of one's demeanor. Jinxing you, Ji Xiao. The Zhou family, the matriarch, none were exempt. Elder sister, are you within? Came the voice of a child from outside the door. Chi-chan entered, drawing aside the curtain, and announced, Wang Fei, the 4th young lady, and the 2nd young master have arrived. As Jinxing observed the 2 children entering, she was struck by the realization that she often regarded Jinxing as merely a child. Yet, she herself was only 2 years her senior, and her stature was scarcely greater than that of Jinxing. As she pondered, she noticed Jinxing approaching with an air of mystery, her expression tinged with concern. Second sister, she said, just now, when we accompanied our aunt to the pear blossom garden, Hung-er mentioned that he heard them speak your name, and their demeanor was quite frightening. Second sister, they wouldn't intend to do something to you again, would they? Upon hearing this, Jinxing turned to look at Jinheng, who stood nearby. His large, expressive eyes were filled with apprehension, though his complexion was somewhat pale, and beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. Hung-er, are you feeling hot? Or is something amiss? Jinxing sensed that something was wrong. Second sister, I have a bit of a stomach ache, Jinheng replied, feeling dizzy. Alarmed, Jinxing quickly supported him and helped him to a chair. Jinheng followed closely behind, her face already drained of color, murmuring second sister. Hung-er, did you eat anything earlier? Jinheng asked, wringing her hands as she recalled. This morning, when we paid our respects to grandmother, I had 2 pieces of ginkgo cake at Yun Courtyard. Chapter 56, Little Hung-heng is poisoned. Jinxing was taken aback. How could it be from Heian Courtyard? In a flash of insight, a phrase crossed her mind, killing with a borrowed knife. Ginkgo cake, as the name suggests, contains ginkgo nuts. These nuts, which are both medicinal and edible, have properties that can alleviate coughs and asthma, and can be included in both medicine and cuisine. Yet one must be cautious with the quantity. Especially for children, whose digestive systems are relatively fragile, it is advisable to avoid such items. Now, Jinheng had only consumed 2 pieces of food, yet exhibited signs of poisoning. Meanwhile, Chi-chan stood guard at the door, permitting no one to enter without her consent. Jinxing squatted before Jinheng, grasping his hand as she spoke. Hung-er, shortly, my second sister will induce you to expel the food you ingested. It may be somewhat uncomfortable, so please bear with it. Jinheng nodded, expressing, thank you, second sister. Hung-er is a boy and is not afraid. Without further ado, Jinxing retrieved a tongue depressor from the pharmacy on the 1st floor of the Xinglin Yaksu and instructed him to open his mouth wide, assisting him in the physical act of inducing vomiting. Jinheng felt discomfort in his throat and, with a sudden heave, expelled the contents into the basin at his feet. This process repeated several times, leaving Jinheng with a sensation of pressure in his head, tears and mucus streaming down his face, and an excruciating pain in his throat. The nausea was indeed unbearable. Second sister, is it over? Seeing that the contents he expelled were diminishing, Jinxing gazed into Jinheng's eyes and earnestly declared, the vomiting has concluded. There is just one more step, though it requires some secret tools. No matter what you see shortly, act as if you have not seen it. Do you understand? Jinheng, uncertain of what secret his second sister wished him to keep, nodded earnestly, saying, Hung-er promises second sister, a man's word is his bond. Jinxing approached the bedside, feigning to search for something. In truth, She reached into her mind to extract the tools and medicinal liquids for gastric lavage from the Xinglin Yaksu. Si Jinheng widened his eyes, allowing his second sister to insert a tube into his mouth. The process was indeed excruciating, yet Si Jinheng was remarkably cooperative. He observed the peculiar instrument in his second sister's hands with great curiosity. When he saw her pour a liquid into a container, it appeared to enter his belly, swirling around before emerging again. After repeating this twice, Si Jinxing noticed the liquid that was expelled was nearly colorless. It was then that he administered the antidote and extracted the gastric tube. Fortunately, he and T consumed much of the ginkgo cake, and they had discovered the issue in time. Outside, a commotion ensued, prompting Si Jinxing to furrow his brow. "Oh, my dear grandson, what is happening?" Second sister. "Hanger is ill. Why are you closing the door?" Dr. Du had arrived as well. "Quickly, open the door so we may see Hanger." "Everyone. My young lady is currently attending to the second young master. Please remain calm for the time being." This was the voice of Qingquan. "Since you are not blood siblings, who knows what you're doing behind the closed door?" This was Si Jinhao's voice, which Si Jinxing recognized, as did Si Jinheng. A flush crept across his face as he glanced at his busy second sister, hesitatingly asking, "Second sister, could you teach me martial arts?" Si Jinxing gathered the gastric instruments and turned to Si Jinhao, inquiring, "What motivates your desire to learn martial arts? Do you wish to follow in our father's footsteps and become a great general?" "No, I wish to protect those I hold dear," Si Jinheng replied, turning to gaze out the window, his words flowing forth unhesitatingly. Seeing this, Si Jinxing also shifted her gaze to the window, a smile gracing her lips as she responded. "Very well, once you are feeling better in a few days, bring along your fourth sister, and we shall exercise together in the mornings." Although he did not comprehend the concept of exercise, Si Jinheng understood that his second sister had acquiesced. His eyes sparkled with joy as he rose and clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, second sister." Si Jinxing observed the little boy, whose cherubic face resembled a meat bun, and found him utterly delightful. Having such an adoring little follower seemed rather pleasant, did it not? She invited Si Jinheng to recline on the couch and turned to call out, "Qingquan." Qingquan, stationed outside the door, promptly opened it and stepped aside. The matriarch, supported by Mama L, was the first to enter. Following her were Zhou Shi, Si Jinyue, and Si Jinhao. The biological mother, when sure, could only enter last. The acrid stench of vomit within the room caused the others to cover their noses and mouths in disgust, lingering in the outer chamber. However, Wen Shi's expression was one of concern as she hurried towards Si Jinheng, reaching out to caress his face, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Hanger, what has happened to you? Do you still feel unwell?" Si Jinheng glanced at the individuals in the outer chamber, then raised his hand to wipe away the tears on Wen Shi's face, stating emphatically, "Aunt, I just experienced dizziness, palpitations, and unbearable abdominal pain, resulting in profuse sweating, and I nearly fainted." As he spoke, Si Jinxing began to observe the expressions of those outside. The matriarch looked astonished, tinged with a hint of compassion. Si Jinhue, initially unresponsive to the first part of his statement, revealed a trace of regret upon hearing the latter half. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi's plump figure trembled ever so slightly. Si Jinxing regarded the elderly lady with an expression of bewilderment and decided to speak plainly. "Grandmother, although Hunger is not my biological brother, we share a profound affinity. Today, upon witnessing him harmed, the blame seems to point directly at you." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's anger flared, and she retorted, "What nonsense are you uttering? I am his own grandmother. How could I possibly wish him harm?" Si Jinxing, undeterred by the elderly lady's thunderous demeanor, beckoned to Yen Fei outside, who promptly presented a plate of pastries before the elder. Mrs. Zhou's complexion turned pale. "What is this?" The elderly lady, her face stern, turned to look at Mama Lu beside her. Mama Lu glanced at the pastries and tentatively inquired, "Are these the same pastries that the second young master had this morning in the Yun courtyard?" Si Jinxing strode closer, articulating each word with clarity. "Indeed, it was these pastries that caused Hung to be poisoned. He has just purged his stomach of the toxins. Grandmother, how can you deny any connection to this?" The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly turned to glare at Mrs. Zhou, slamming her palm on the table. "You, Mrs. Zhou, how wickedly scheming you are, attempting to harm the offspring of our general's household." Mrs. Zhou, who had just bled earlier that morning, felt faint. The elderly lady's forceful gesture startled her, and she collapsed to her knees. Wiping away her tears, she pitifully protested, "Mother, You know I have a fondness for pastries. After enjoying the delightful ginkgo cake this morning, I simply had someone bring a plate to your courtyard. I had no idea why I would be wrongfully accused. Could it be that hunger consumed something else and simply forgot to mention it? Jinxing, receiving a glance from her royal mistress, brought over the spittoon and placed it beside Madame Zhou. As she knelt nearby, the noxious odor of the vomit nearly overwhelmed her senses, almost causing her to faint. She cleared her throat, struggling to suppress her own urge to retch. Jinxing let out a cold snort and gestured towards the waiting physician due outside, proposing, "Grandmother, if you are not concerned about the matter of endangering the offspring being made public, why not allow physician due to examine the contents? Let us ascertain if there are any other toxic substances beyond the ginkgo seeds." Chapter 57. A masterstroke. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch was taken aback. The head matron scheming against the offspring of her concubine. If this scandal were to spread, how could the general's household maintain its standing in Jianzhou? What of her eldest granddaughter, Si Jinwei, the esteemed princess of Rie Wan? Would she still have any face among the noblewomen of Jianzhou? She glanced at Si Jinhao standing behind Madame Zhou, realizing that this affair must not implicate her eldest grandson. He was destined to pursue a scholarly career and could not afford to be tainted by such disgrace. As the old lady pondered this, a voice rang out. "This is utterly absurd. You dare to present such a vile substance to defame my mother. Si Jinxing, who has bestowed upon you such audacity?" Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing could hardly suppress a laugh. Was this fellow so restless that he required constant reprimanding? "Brother, which tooth needs extraction now? Your sister is here to assist." Without hesitation, Si Jinhao was momentarily taken aback and quickly covered his mouth. Yet he often forgot that she was no longer the timid creature who could be easily manipulated. She seemed as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. No matter how hard one tried to strike or scold, it was futile. "Do not be too pleased with yourself." Si Jinhao retreated a step, speaking with disdainful authority. "Mother, your daughter-in-law has a clear conscience. This ginkgo cake is absolutely harmless. I implore you to stand up for your daughter-in-law and grant her justice." Zhou raised her head and spoke with conviction. Si Jinxing crossed her arms, looking down upon the still kneeling Zhou, and remarked, "The lady of the house speaks with such heartfelt sincerity. But do not forget, each of us possesses a brain in our heads. Do you have one more than others? The ordinary ginkgo cake is already difficult for children to consume, let alone this dish, which has been tampered with." She picked up a pastry from the table, squeezing and sniffing it before Zhou, causing her face to turn pale with fright. Naturally, it would not harm an adult to consume a piece or two. Therefore, dear lady of the house, you may rest assured as you take it to grandmother's chamber. This tactic is indeed ingenious, almost foolproof. Si Jinyu approached the bed, feigning concern as she reached out to touch Si Jinheng's forehead, advising, "Dear second sister, hunger is merely young. He caught a chill from being out early, which is why he experiences stomach pain. Do not stir up trouble here, lest it create discord among family members." Though Si Jinheng was young, he was quite perceptive. His bright, expressive eyes twinkled as he spoke. "Eldest sister, it is quite simple to prove whether I am poisoned. One only needs to consume 5 pieces of this ginkgo cake. Did not second sister just say that if it is a normal pastry, it would be fine for an adult to eat 5 pieces? Si Jinyu gently touched Si Jinheng's forehead, pausing momentarily before awkwardly chuckling. 5 pieces of delicacies. Wouldn't that spoil you? She gazed at her younger brother, who lay weakly on the couch, and thought to herself, what a pity. Meanwhile, Wen Shi, silently shedding tears, listened to her son's somewhat hoarse voice and recalled the full spittoon of vomit, feeling a pang in her heart. She immediately knelt before the matriarch, pleading, I implore you, esteemed matriarch, to thoroughly investigate this matter. Otherwise, I shall take my grievances to the Jingzhou prefecture. I fear that if this poisoning attempt fails, there may be another one in the future. In this world, there are thieves who can steal for 1,000 days. But how can one defend against them for 1,000 days? You dare. Si Jinhao coldly admonished Wen Shi. The matriarch also spoke up, glaring with anger. Nonsense. Sister Wei, you truly have wronged me. If I truly harbored such intentions, would I not fear that mother would consume too much and suffer poisoning herself? As the mistress of the general's household, I long for our family to thrive and be bustling with life. I would never dare entertain such malicious thoughts. Zhou Shi covered her face, wiping away tears, filled with grievance as she defended herself. Wen Shi, soft-hearted, opened her mouth but could not utter a word, only continuing to wipe her tears. At that moment, Si Jinxing was seated on a stool brought over by Qing Chan, tilting her head as she watched Zhou Shi and suddenly burst into laughter. Zhou dreaded this girl's laughter, feeling goosebumps rise all over her body as she heard the devilish voice of the girl. You dare not? How could you not dare? Yesterday, due to the matters concerning Qianshi and Shougue, you angered grandmother, and you surely know that she harbors resentment, refusing to consume what you have taken. However, you are well aware that dear Hung and the fourth sister have always been well-behaved, visiting grandmother daily without fail. Grandmother, being exceptionally benevolent, cannot help but offer them delicacies from her room. You have astutely seized upon this fact, utilizing grandmother's kindness to eliminate 2 illegitimate children from the household. What a clever scheme, achieving 3 objectives with a single stroke. May I inquire, my esteemed lady, was this scandalous act not your doing? Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou trembled, attempting to defend herself yet stammered. I do not understand what you are saying. The elderly matriarch, upon hearing this, could no longer be in doubt. She gazed at Madame Zhou's corpulent figure with eyes brimming with indignation and solemnly declared, Madame Zhou, you have embezzled the funds of the Xi family and conspired against our old servant, Granny Zhang. I have chosen not to pursue these matters with you. Yet now, you have grown increasingly audacious, daring to poison the offspring of the Xi family. What a malicious intent. It seems that your stay in this household can no longer be tolerated. The death of Granny Zhang in Zhou's pear blossom courtyard had indeed left a scar in the matriarch's heart. Upon hearing these words, Xi Jinyue's complexion turned pale, and she hurried outside, kneeling and pleading, Grandmother, my mother is also innocent. She merely found the pastries delicious and, out of filial piety, took some to Yiyun courtyard. How could she know how many ginkgo nuts were in that cake? Now that Hung is safe and sound, I implore grandmother to show mercy. See Jinxing, oblivious to the unfolding drama, had somehow procured a handful of sunflower seeds and was savoring them with great delight. Upon hearing Si Jinyu's remarks, she disdainfully spat out the sunflower seed shell and retorted, Elder sister, your words are quite misplaced. The fourth sister does not fancy that flavor. Hence she abstained and narrowly escaped this calamity. As for our dear brother Hung, he unfortunately fell victim to the poison. It was a stroke of luck that he came to visit me. With timely efforts to induce vomiting and administer the antidote, he managed to survive. Had we delayed even a moment longer, even the grandest celestial beings would have found it difficult to rescue him. And yet, you lightly declare that brother Hung is unscathed? The esteemed princess of Ray truly exhibits a remarkable lack of shame, wearing a facade of innocence while being utterly brazen. If grandmother had genuinely consumed even a few morsels, she would likely be teetering on the brink of disaster right now, standing beside the bed, watching over Si Jin Hung. Si Jin felt a wave of relief wash over her as she observed that her brother, though somewhat weakened, exhibited no other signs of distress. At that moment, listening to her second sister's scathing remarks, she felt an inexplicable urge to weep, overwhelmed by a sense of gratitude for her sister's unwavering loyalty. Resolutely, she vowed to protect her second sister in the same manner in the future. Upon hearing the final words, the old matriarch's fury surged to an apex. Despite her desire to maintain the reputation of the general's household, she could not allow the threats posed by the Zhou family to endanger her own life. With a forceful slap on the table, she bellowed, Vile woman, how dare you, a poisoner, claim the position of matriarch in my general's household? Bring her forth. Bind her, and confine her to the woodshed. No one is permitted to visit her until the master awakens, at which point we shall decide her fate. Si Jinyu and Si Jinheng were momentarily taken aback, for their father had always heeded their grandmother's wishes above all else. Whatever she decreed was as good as law. The royal decree had arrived. Chapter 58. The firewood girl at the mansion. In the room, everyone stood or knelt, their minds blank, as if struck by a sudden silence. Who had arrived? The elderly matriarch momentarily found herself at a loss, turning to Mama L for guidance. It is His Highness, the ninth prince. Mama L whispered, the emperor intends to bestow a marriage upon us, for our young lady, the ninth prince. Is it truly him? We must hurry out to greet him. The matriarch, suddenly invigorated, sprang to her feet, her aches forgotten. Meanwhile, Zhou, who had yet to be bound in the firewood room, was supported to her feet by Si Jinyue and Si Jinhao. However, she felt her legs weaken. Was the arrival of the emoing prince not a tad too swift? For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding crept into Zhou's heart, leading her to furtively glance at the still-seated Si Jinxing. There she saw the latter, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with delight. Truly an unashamed vixen. The crowd, not daring to linger, hurried out of the Suawa courtyard, where they encountered the steward guiding a dignified man clad in dark robes, who turned the corner toward them. The matriarch quickly led the way, kneeling and bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects, Your Highness." Everyone knelt. Yet Chimoli paid them no mind, his gaze fixed solely on Si Jinxing. Upon meeting her eyes, he beckoned, "Xing, come here." Si Jinxing, already averse to kneeling, rose cheerfully, deliberately circumventing Zhou Shi as she approached the man. Chimoli raised a hand, and a servant promptly brought forth a zetan stool for him. Chimoli, accompanied by the young girl at his side, leisurely took a seat and lazily uttered, "Be at ease." The members of the Si family, who had been holding their breath, finally stood up. The old matriarch, supported by Mama L, stepped forward and inquired, "The general is still recovering from his grave wounds and cannot come to welcome His Highness. May I ask what brings the prince to the general's residence today?" Chimoli cast a cold glance over the Si family members, remaining silent as he casually wiped the gem-encrusted golden-hilted dagger in his hand with a piece of white silk. Standing behind the old lady, Zhou's heart raced upon sighting the dagger, sending shivers down her spine. She had heard of the Prince of Mo, known by the ominous moniker Nine Yama, a harbinger of death with countless souls claimed under his blade. Why did he bring a dagger to the Si residence? The dagger glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an icy sharpness that sent chills throughout the onlookers. Leaning against the palanquin, Chimoli nonchalantly surveyed the dilapidated Suehua courtyard and inquired, "Is this the dwelling of my little star?" His words, though delivered lazily, bore a lethal chill that made both Zhou and the old matriarch break into a cold sweat. Si Jinwei, mustering her courage, stepped forward and smiled. "Jinwei pays her respects to the 9th imperial uncle. I previously considered moving my second sister to another courtyard, but alas, she prefers tranquility. Though this courtyard lacks grandeur, it is the most refined and serene place within the estate." After Si Jinwei spoke, she noticed the lofty Prince of Mo fixating on her without uttering a word. She inwardly reassured herself that she had said nothing amiss. Yet, she had forgotten the true nature of Prince Mo. Though he was merely the younger brother of Emperor Chengde and had no claim to the throne, he was undeniably the most unpredictable member of the entire royal family. "Who are you?" Chimoli uttered disdainfully, his lips curling in a dismissive gesture with such foul breath. "Have you contracted some grave illness? Depart at once. Do not transfer your affliction to me." Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing could not restrain herself and burst into laughter. Surprised by his utter lack of decorum towards others, Si Jinyue's smile faded instantaneously, her complexion draining of color. It was one thing for the 9th prince not to recognize her, but to utter such hurtful words. Foul breath. She rinsed her mouth thoroughly after every meal. "Thank you very much." The onlookers from the Si family were momentarily taken aback. The rumors of the capricious and reckless Prince Mo were indeed confirmed by this encounter. As a fellow member of the royal family, Si Jinwei had been married to the Duke Rui for over 2 years. Yet, this Prince Mo did not even acknowledge her? A mere princess with foul breath? How extraordinary! Chimoli shot an incredulous glare at the unfazed Si Jinxing, his brows furrowing in irritation. "Is this dilapidated courtyard truly serene? You are utterly inept. You've been bullied to this extent, and yet you still smile foolishly?" In response, Si Jinxing discreetly pinched the flesh at his waist. Did he not care for his dignity, reprimanding her so publicly? The Si family members, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Who in the household would dare to bully her now? Was it not she who had been the bully in the past? Just look at how she had thrashed the eldest son, leaving him with a gap-toothed grin. Madame Zhou cast a furtive glance at the 9th prince ahead. Pondering to herself, was it not said that he was on the verge of death? How was it that he appeared so vibrant and full of life now? As I observe the defiant 9th prince now, it appears he harbors a peculiar fondness for that deceased girl. I can only hope that my dear Yun does not catch wind of the 9th Yinlu's arrival at the estate. While lost in these thoughts, a voice at the gate called out, "Yun greets His Highness." Shu closed her eyes momentarily, silently lamenting. I wonder how Yun will react upon seeing the seemingly restored 9th Yinlu? Chimoli, with a subtle smile, grasped the small maid's hand from his waist and turned to gaze at the one named Yun, arching an eyebrow and inquiring, "And who might this be? Is she a kitchen maid from your household? She is quite dark in complexion." Si Jinxing stifled a laugh. His words were indeed sharp, but she found them amusing. However, Si Jinyun seemed oblivious, staring dreamily at Chimoli. Upon hearing of the Wang's visit, she had hurried to the shattered flower courtyard. The moment she entered, she beheld the man clad in dark garments, with starry eyes and sword-like brows. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her chest. Now, witnessing the man she had long yearned for, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, she could no longer hear his words. Previously, She had only heard the rumors surrounding the ninth Wang, describing him as arrogant and ruthless, a tempestuous figure who was a living embodiment of the ninth Yinlu. But having encountered the real person today, what manner of being was he? Dressed in dark robes, with a face akin to a jade crown and a gentle smile, he bore no resemblance to a battlefield demon. He was clearly a young man of iron resolve, yet tender heart. Thus, it became evident that not all rumors held true. She watched as the ninth Wang spoke softly to her second sister, his eyes brimming with an intoxicating affection. If it were not for the interference of her mother and elder sister, the woman standing beside him at this moment would indeed be herself, wouldn't it? She felt a surge of discontent. The more Si Jingyun observed, the more her ire grew, until she suddenly heard Mrs. Zhou's voice. "This is my family's third young lady," causing trouble for the prince. After uttering these words, Mrs. Zhou tugged at Si Jingyun's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. However, it seemed that the ninth prince was quite taken with that insufferable girl. This matter required careful deliberation. Chapter 59, The Debt Owed by Mrs. Zhou. Si Jingyun suppressed her inner turmoil, her gaze darkening as she composed herself to offer a proper greeting. "Oh, so it is you." The man's prolonged voice stirred the feelings Si Jingyun had tried to quell. He indeed remembered her, did he not? She lifted her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. To her dismay, Qi Moli scoffed, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Is it your aunt who compelled my little Xing to marry in your stead, to bring joy to this dying man, who bestowed upon you the audacity to deceive the emperor and fool this prince?" Upon hearing the term aunt, Mrs. Zhou trembled visibly. It had been a decade since anyone had addressed her in such a manner. A wave of profound humiliation surged within her. Yet the matter at hand involved deceiving the emperor. Reluctantly, she hunched her shoulders and stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, you jest. This humble woman has never coerced Xinger. If your Highness doubts it, I possess a letter penned by Xinger herself, stating her voluntary acceptance of the marriage arranged by the emperor." Qi Moli, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the young woman beside him. She maintained her composure, leisurely twirling a strand of hair around her finger. He understood her unspoken thoughts and closed his eyes to rest, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of the bench. Si Jingyun retreated behind Madame Zhou. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the strikingly handsome, yet indifferent man. So close, yet so far away. She felt a deep resentment. Resentful of her mother's blind obstruction, resentful of her elder sister's encouragement, and also resentful of her own hasty surrender. Her gaze subtly shifted towards Si Jinxing, who stood beside the palanquin. What if she lost her virtue before marriage? What if her life was cut short? Before long, Mama Lu hurried back, cradling an intricately carved rosewood box. Madame Zhou took the box from Mama Lu's hands, opened it, and retrieved a piece of paper. Holding it delicately as she said, "This is the handwritten document from Xinger. Please review it, Your Highness." Mo Yun accepted it and unfurled it before Qi Moli. The meditative Jiaoyin finally opened his eyes, only to glance at the document, then at Madame Zhou, back at the document, and once more at Madame Zhou. His brows furrowed deeply, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the paper aside, coldly admonishing, "Do you think that just because you are plump, your courage is also vast? Do you believe you can withstand my wit? How dare you present this worthless paper to me?" "What worthless paper?" Madame Zhou was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the paper that had fallen to the ground. "Madame," with trembling hands, she offered the document to Madame Zhou, bowing her head and quaking as she knelt on the ground. Zhou, in a state of bewilderment, accepted the paper, only to find that what should have contained a written declaration of intent was now utterly blank. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and her plump form quickly crumpled to the ground as she trembled and pleaded, "I do not understand. My lady clearly wrote something. This must be a mistake. Please, my lord, allow me to search once more." Si Jinxing, with a fleeting glance of her mind, caught sight of the document quietly lying in the glass cabinet on the first floor of the Shinin space, a smile gracing her lips. Mo Yun, producing a long whip from seemingly nowhere, presented it to Qi Moli. However, Qi Moli did not take it. Instead, he grasped Si Jinxing's small hand, playfully squeezing it without lifting his gaze, saying nonchalantly, "It might get dirty. You do it." Mo Yun's lips twitched. His lord had once relished using a whip on others. Yet now, with a wife, his interests had evidently changed. He stepped forward, took the whip, and with a casual flick, it darted towards Zhou like a striking serpent. A piercing scream erupted from Zhou, echoing hauntingly through the air above the general's residence. Si Jinyue, kneeling on the ground, wished to intercede. but was met with a shower of dust kicked up by the whip. The old matriarch, her face ashen, closed her eyes, indifferent to Zhou's cries. Si Jinhao had never witnessed such ferocity from the ninth king. He was now paralyzed with fear, shaking uncontrollably, oblivious to his mother's desperate pleas. Si Jinhyun wore a grim expression, her mind racing with thoughts that if she were the ninth princess, her mother would not face such calamity today. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Si Jinxing had already awakened, pressing her chubby little face against the window. His strikingly contrasting black and white eyes were fixed intently on the man in the palanquin. Only a brother of such caliber could truly protect the second sister. The attendant behind took the whip, methodically wiping the blood from its surface with a damp cloth. The members of the Si family could not suppress their shudders. This was indeed the Nine Yama. They cast furtive glances towards the Zhou matriarch, only to collectively draw in their breath. Her body was marred with countless lacerations, her back and limbs torn asunder, her garment shredded and exploded into tatters. Her hair a disheveled mess, her visage smeared with blood and dirt, rendering her even more pitiable than a beggar by the street. Si Jinhue and Si Jinhyun both knelt and crawled towards the Zhou matriarch. Si Jinhue, trembling, reached out to brush aside the disarray of her mother's hair, and was immediately overcome with tears. She had never witnessed her mother in such a state. The pallor of her face was devoid of color, her eyes vacant. Her cracked lips stained with blood, everything about her exuded an aura of death. Though Si Jinhyun harbored resentment towards her mother for obstructing her marriage, she could not bear to see her so brutally beaten. Her lips quivered as she abruptly raised her gaze towards Si Jinxing in the palanquin. Her voice laced with venom. "It was you. You must have tampered with the documents." Si Jinxing looked down upon the bloodied Si Jinhyun, opening her mouth but uttering no words. Yet Si Jinhyun understood her unspoken message. "Indeed, it was I, Your Highness. She is nothing more than a treacherous calamity. Do not let her deceive you." Fueled by anger, Si Jinhyun took a step towards Chi Moli, noticing that Chi Moli was watching her intently. As if he had absorbed her words, she steeled herself and proclaimed loudly, "I am also willing to proceed with that engagement." Yet this time, the one she had longed for, the Prince of Moing, did not allow her to finish her words. With a swift whoosh, a dagger gleaming with a cold light flew directly towards her. She screamed and recoiled, but was unable to evade it. The dagger grazed her calf, leaving a minuscule cut, before pinning her skirt firmly to the ground. Staring at the crimson stain on her pant leg, she looked up in bewilderment. How could he possibly stab her with a dagger? Chapter 60, a small barbecue for the Prince. Si Jinhyun bit her lower lip, casting an unwilling glare at Si Jinxing. Surely, her elder sister had whispered ill of her to him. He must not yet know her true self. Si Chi and the others were laughing and chatting in the shade, while the members of the Si family kneeling under the blazing sun appeared somewhat weary. Mrs. Zhou had long since fainted, and Si Jinhue, beside her, had lost the grace of a noble woman, swaying precariously on the ground. The matriarch, with a stiffened back, leaned awkwardly against Mama L, her eyes turning dark. Chi Moli surveyed the Si family members and turned to his wife, asking at this hour, "Why has the princess's courtyard not yet begun to prepare the meal?" He had heard from Bai Shi that his princess never deprived herself of good food. With this thought in mind, he disdainfully remarked, "Eating all those delicacies yet remaining so thin, what an ungrateful little thing." Si Jinxing instinctively glanced towards a corner of the courtyard, knowing that someone would surely report back. "Let us go, we shall have barbecue today." Si Jinxing stretched lazily, rising with a smile as she spoke. It seemed she had been lingering, hoping to coax her into treating him to a meal. Beneath the shade of the trees in the fractured blossom courtyard, the tantalizing sound of sizzling barbecue filled the air, accompanied by an unprecedented aroma of meat. Si Jinxing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Her third floor had been accessible since last night. Perhaps it was the act of saving an injured person yesterday that had unlocked the passage to the third floor? In any case, everything on the third floor was now at her disposal, a truly delightful revelation. She retrieved the barbecue spices from the kitchen, the flavor and scent eliciting continuous praise from Chi Moli. Glancing at the beer in the refrigerator, Si Jinxing quietly closed the door. It was unwise to reveal too much. She called Si Jinhee and Si Jinheng over to join her for a meal, while the Wen family, fearing trouble for Si Jinxing, remained kneeling on the ground. However, Si Jinhao, with a defiant posture, exclaimed, "Why are only they allowed to eat? Our grandmother is still here kneeling, and you can stomach food." Si Jinxing, while tossing chicken wings on the grill and sprinkling them with chili powder, her preferred spice, did not lift her gaze as she retorted, "Your mouth is so foul. Don't taint our skewers. What, do you wish to join us?" I fear that even the prince, looking at you, might lose his appetite and enter the palace on an empty stomach. When the emperor inquires, "Dear brother, you'll be infamous." Upon hearing this, Si Jinhao felt a chilling sensation wash over him, reminiscent of the golden-hilted dagger that had wounded Si Jinyun. Terror gripped his heart, and he immediately lowered his head, silenced. At last, the elderly matriarch could no longer endure the strain and fainted. She molly savored a skewer of lamb, and then offered another to Si Jinxing, casually inquiring, "Have you calmed down?" At his words, Si Jinxing paused her actions, her eyes inexplicably moistening. When she first arrived at the general's residence, she had resolved to avoid direct confrontations with the Si family, opting instead for subtlety and even deigning to endure humiliation. Yet, to her dismay, these individuals remained audaciously overbearing. It was only after the incident with the Qian family last night that she realized the futility of strategizing with such scoundrels. From last night until this morning, she had vented her frustrations through both verbal and physical confrontations, her anger long since quelled. However, to be defended and avenged by another still left her profoundly touched. Si Jinxing's younger brother, Si Jinxing, with his cheeks full, lifted his bright eyes to sneak a glance at the formidable older brother, then turned to observe his second sister. Munching contentedly, Si Jinxing, slightly older, now lacked the courage she had earlier to furtively admire the ninth prince amidst the crowd. She sat at a distance from the table, too timid to raise her gaze toward Chi Moli, delicately nibbling on the lamb skewers her second sister had offered. The sizzling, aromatic meat was simply irresistible. Mimicking her sister, she dipped the skewer in a bit of seasoning, paired it with a green onion, and wrapped it in a thin pancake, savoring the delightful flavors. As she continued to eat, she unconsciously inched her small stool closer to the table, thoroughly enjoying her meal and forgetting entirely who sat across from her and what year it was. While she relished her food, those on the other side were engulfed in a haze, with no one remaining clear-headed. Chimoli gestured towards Moyon, who approached the members of the Si family and proclaimed in a clear voice, "The prince has decreed that you shall be temporarily pardoned today. He is currently engaged in his midday meal, so there is no need for you to express your gratitude in person. About here will suffice." The Si family members, heads bowed and lips trembling, expressed their thanks before rising with the assistance of the servants, their movements accompanied by creaks and groans. After kneeling for such an extended period, standing up was no trivial matter. Si Jinhing's gaze fixated on the skewers in his elder sister's hand, his eyes nearly bulging with desire. Si Jinxing playfully tapped his forehead and said, "Allowing you just one skewer is already a stretch. Now finish your bowl of double rice porridge." Having just undergone a gastric cleanse, she could not risk letting him indulge in overly rich food. The barbecue was a delightful affair, and Si Jinxing felt a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to Chi Moli, she retreated to her chamber to organize the plans for Jiren Hall. However, before she could complete her task, Lu Zhu outside knocked and entered, announcing, "Miss, the Princess of Hong has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at Hong Wangfu." Si Jinxing took the gilded invitation and glanced at it, pondering the Hong Wang, who was the current second prince, known for his integrity, and the princess, who was not one to meddle unnecessarily. It seemed she merely wished to make the acquaintance of the princess. Noticing Si Jinxing's momentary daze, Qin Chan kindly elaborated, "Then I shall change my attire and pay a visit," Si Jinxing replied, lifting her sleeve, the enticing aroma of lamb skewers wafting towards her. Outside the gates, a coachman was already waiting, having brought forth the splendid, multicolored carriage bestowed by the emperor earlier that morning. This morning, Si Jinxing had not yet set eyes upon the carriage. Now, seated within, she realized the opulence of her surroundings. The interior of the carriage was spacious, comfortably accommodating 5 or 6 individuals. The seats were adorned with thick cushions, and in the center stood a sandalwood table, atop which rested a glazed incense burner shaped like the 8 treasures. Surrounding the table were 4 drawers, 2 on each side, capable of holding an abundance of delicacies favored by young ladies or cherished books. Si Jinxing, unaccustomed to such grandeur, surveyed her surroundings with delight. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Hungwang mansion, where a dignified elder matron awaited. Upon seeing Si Jinxing disembark, she bowed respectfully and greeted her with, "Greetings, Princess 9. Si Jinxing felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. The royal family seemed quite insistent on this form of address for the princesses. As the group traversed numerous pavilions and corridors, they entered a beaded curtain doorway and stepped onto a corridor, when suddenly, the sharp cries of an infant pierced the air. Chapter 61. An inauspicious illness. Listening to the cries, Si Jinxing deduced that a newborn was present. She turned to the matron guiding her and noticed a flicker of anxiety in her expression, prompting her to refrain from asking questions. In this era, what prominent household lacked secrets that could not be divulged to outsiders? However, to her surprise, they were indeed following the sound of the wailing. Ultimately, Jinxing was led into a serene courtyard named Furong Garden. As she stepped through the entrance, the infant's cries gradually diminished, perhaps from exhaustion. Jinxing subtly inferred the purpose of the invitation extended by the Hungwang princess. The head maid at the entrance greeted her with a smile, drawing back the curtain with an attitude of utmost respect. As Jinxing stepped through the doorway, she beheld a graceful young woman standing in the hall, awaiting her arrival. This must be the princess consort of Hong. The woman possessed a slightly plump figure, radiating the luminous aura of a new mother. Adorned with a lilac hairpiece edged in silver and set with an eastern pearl, her pale complexion was accentuated, complemented by her exquisite features. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty. However, within her expressive and lively eyes lingered a profound concern. Before Jinxing could perform her greeting, the elegant lady knelt and respectfully addressed her. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed royal aunt. It was presumptuous of me to summon you. Jinxing, choosing to overlook the term royal aunt, noticed the unspoken anguish on the lady's face and directly inquired, "Is there something I can assist you with?" "The princess consort wishes for your help in examining our young master." The attendant beside the lady knelt in greeting and spoke. The lady's lips quivered slightly, as if she were struggling to maintain her composure. "Indeed, upon learning of your esteemed medical skills today, I had no choice but to disturb you. And I hope you shall not take offense." The lady was named Chun Luochu, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chun, married to the current second Prince Hong, serving as his principal consort. Just 3 days prior, she had given birth to a young master, yet before she could revel in her joy, she discovered yesterday that the young master had fallen victim to a peculiar illness. She had sought the counsel of a familiar court physician, only to be informed that the ailment was incurable. "Have you consulted any other physicians?" Jinxing inquired as she followed Chun Luochu into the inner chamber. "Only one trusted physician from the palace has examined him. None others have been sought. There is a reluctance to publicly announce the birth of the young master, for this illness is deemed inauspicious." As Chun Luochu uttered her final words, tears welled up in her eyes. Jinxing paused momentarily before approaching the wet nurse cradling the young heir. The infant in her arms appeared pallid and frail, wailing with all his might. Yet his cries grew increasingly feeble, refusing to take a sip of milk. Aside from his jaundiced complexion, was his urine also discolored? As Jinxing spoke, she gently lifted the baby's eyelid, revealing a similarly yellowed iris. Indeed, the diapers used by the young heir were all stained yellow. Lu Mama, standing beside Chun Luochu, nodded in affirmation. What did the physician say about this ailment? Why did it seem so ominous? Jinxing, observing the exhausted infant drifting into slumber, inquired with perplexity. It is said that a child so entirely yellowed is beyond the reach of medicine. If such a child is born into a family, it is considered a curse upon the lineage. The only remedy is to cast him into the river to drown, thus breaking the curse. Tears cascaded down Chun Luochu's cheeks as she lamented. "I carried him for 10 months and finally brought him into this world. He is so small. He has yet to call me mother. He has not smiled at me even once, nor has he experienced the bittersweetness of life. I have not taught him to take his first steps, nor have I shown him the beauty of this world. How could I bear to abandon him?" Overwhelmed, she clutched her handkerchief, covering her face as she wept openly. Jinxing, moved by Chun Luochu's heart-wrenching sorrow, felt a profound empathy. Recognizing that every child is a mother's deepest concern, she quickly offered gentle words of solace. "Princess Hung, do not weep just yet. I may have the means to heal this illness." At that moment, a resonant male voice echoed from outside. "Which fool has once again provoked the princess?" Immediately, a man, exuding an air of confidence, strode in. Upon hearing Jinxing mention a cure, Chun Luochu ceased her tears. Now, witnessing her lord burst through the door in a fit of fury, she felt a mix of grievance and joy. The Prince of Hung, Chinani, entered and, upon noticing a young lady in the room, quickly turned to leave. Jinxing, momentarily taken aback, heard Chun Luochu beside her say, "Your Highness, wait. This is the 9th Imperial Aunt." The title of Imperial Aunt seemed to elevate her status alongside Chi Moli. Upon hearing this, Chinani indeed turned back, his eyes sparkling as he fixed his gaze on Jinxing, and then clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, sincerely stating, "I pay my respects to the Imperial Aunt. I have heard from the Crown Prince that your medical skills are remarkable. Might I inquire about my child's ailment? The Crown Prince? How could he know of her medical prowess? Could it be that Chi Moli had spoken of her? I have already diagnosed the young master's condition. This illness is neither an ill omen nor beyond remedy. Upon hearing this, Chinani was overjoyed and glanced at his wife, suddenly wide-eyed and admonished. Why are you still standing? You are in confinement. Do you not understand? Quickly lie down on the bed. Chen Luochu's face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed to see Jinxing and turned to ascend to the bed. Ahem. Though it may not be the right moment to say so, one cannot help but admire the affection between this couple. The ailment is known as jaundice, commonly affecting newborns and classified as a blood disorder. The infant not only exhibited jaundiced skin, but also the irises of his eyes had taken on a yellow hue. And there were abnormalities in the color of his urine and feces, primarily due to the presence of bilirubin in the bloodstream. Observing the increasing concern etched on the brows of the two individuals, Jinxing realized that her words were beyond their comprehension. To treat this ailment, there is but one condition. May I inquire if you are willing? Jinxing glanced at the couple and posed the question. As long as my spouse and I can fulfill it, Your Highness, feel free to state your terms. Chinani declared, thumping his chest in fervent agreement. He presumed that Jinxing sought a consultation fee, believing that given the peculiarity of their young lord's condition, a considerable amount of fine medicine would be necessary. No expense was too great. Although he held no interest in imperial power, he had a penchant for wealth and had devoted many years to commerce, amassing a significant fortune. However, Jinxing was hesitant to present her unusual medical instruments in the unfamiliar environment of the prince's residence. Moreover, the infant's condition was quite delicate, necessitating constant monitoring of his internal data. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Was this indeed the condition proposed by the royal aunt? Yet, Chen Luochu glanced at the peacefully sleeping young lord, her heart heavy with compassion, tears welling in her eyes. Chinani, on the other hand, gently patted his wife's shoulder and nodded towards Jinxing, asking, How many days will it take? Should the wet nurse accompany us? The young lord often cries. Will this disturb the royal aunt? Not at all. 3 to 5 days will suffice. There is no need for the wet nurse to accompany us. Simply express and deliver the milk each day, Jinxing replied, waving her hand dismissively. After a brief preparation, Jinxing took the recently born young lord of the prince's residence aboard her vibrant carriage. Chapter 62. The arrival of the wild man. Green Bamboo gazed at the sleeping young heir nestled in his swaddling, her heart brimming with joy as she exclaimed, This little one will grow into a formidable young master. She pondered, I wonder when our young lady will have such a child to play with. Hearing this, Green Cicada smiled coyly, thinking it was a matter worth discussing with the mistress at Jiuhua Court. Meanwhile, Smoke Fei cast a furtive glance at her mistress, opening her mouth to speak but refraining from uttering a word. After the carriage had journeyed for the duration of 2 tea brews, they arrived at the general's residence. The little child seemed to sense the unfamiliar surroundings, his tiny mouth opening as he let out a feeble wail, reminiscent of a kitten's plaintive cry. Green Bamboo cradled him and hurriedly made her way to the broken blossom courtyard. In the pear blossom courtyard, Mrs. Zhou lay motionless on the bed, having endured 21 lashes, her back bearing the brunt of the punishment, and she groaned in pain. Jinyu remained vigilantly beside her, her once poised demeanor having dissipated in the face of adversity. Her wariness had intensified to the extent that she did not even trust the carriage driver from the estate. Jinyu sat on a nearby stool, maintaining a careful distance, her expression dark and sullen as she interjected, Humph. This outing must surely have been to fetch that little one. Upon hearing this, Jinyu's eyes sparkled, and as she locked gazes with Jinyu, they both recognized the glimmer of understanding in one another's eyes. This was indeed the moment they had awaited, precisely as the clock struck 2. Have you heard? She began, typically disinterested in such matters, but today, for reasons unknown, she felt compelled to listen. However, as she leaned in, she overheard a remark that ignited her ire. In the heart of Green Bamboo, anger surged within her. She rolled up her sleeves, placed one hand on her hip, and pointed at the young girl who had spoken, exclaiming, Repeat that once more. If you dare, say it again. Who granted you the audacity to speak ill of your master behind their back? Do you wish to forfeit your position in this household? The other young girls, recognizing the authority of the eldest maid beside the second young lady, hastily dispersed. Miss Jinxing had finally organized the schedule for Jiren Tang when she heard Green Bamboo's knock on the door. The room she occupied was designated specifically for treating the young master, though this was merely a fa for outsiders. Jinxing opened the door, stepped outside, and casually locked it behind her. No one could enter without her consent, as the young master had already been relocated to the sanctuary of Xinglin Yaksu. What has transpired? Jinxing turned to Green Bamboo, noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead and the anxiety etched across her small face. Miss, there are rumors circulating throughout the household. Green Bamboo bit her lip, struggling to voice the gossip. They say that the young master is your child, born from a secluded residence. Qing Chan, who had been standing watch outside, darkened at this revelation, stating, "This must be a deliberate act by someone. Otherwise, why would the narratives align so perfectly?" Yin Fei, observing Green Bamboo and Qing Chan standing vigil beside the young lady, silently turned and made her way to the kitchen. The current miss bore no resemblance to the young lady of the past. Is a person's transformation truly so profound? Listening to the analysis of the two young maids, Jinxing naturally thought of a particular individual. In this world, people often present myriad faces. Take, for instance, the one who spreads rumors. With a mere opening and closing of their mouth, an entirely different narrative unfolds. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Mama Lin from Heyun Courtyard arrived at Sui Hua Courtyard. Jinxing observed Mama Lin's proudly lifted head, resembling a victorious rooster, and couldn't help but smile. However, this smile only served to infuriate Mama Lin even further, as she would never forget the humiliation of receiving 2 slaps in the suburban villa, an unforgettable disgrace. Today, she cast a sidelong glance at Jinxing's Sui Hua Courtyard and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Second miss, the old lady requests your presence at Heyun Courtyard. Do remember to bring along your child." Jinxing's eyes flickered, and, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, she expressed her disdain. "No wonder your words are so foul. It appears you have halitosis. Keep your distance from me." Upon hearing this, Mama Lin was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had just been insulted. In a hidden corner of the courtyard, she couldn't help but chuckle. This second miss was increasingly resembling her master. With keen hearing, Jinxing shot a glare in that direction before stepping outside, remarking, "The child is still young and cannot be carried over. Ensure he is well looked after." The first statement was directed at Mama Lin, while the latter was naturally heard by others. Meanwhile, in Heyun Courtyard, the elderly lady, who had been fainting from the midday sun, finally regained her composure. However, just as she began to recover, she was bombarded with such rumors from within the estate that she nearly fainted once more. She glared at the figure of Jinxing before her, her voice laced with indignation. "Do you possess no sense of decorum or shame? How could you commit such a ludicrous act? You may disregard your own dignity, but the general's residence still has its reputation to uphold. How could the C family produce such a lowly wretch as you?" Standing upright in the center of the hall, Jinxing cast a cold glance over the elder lady and her 2 seated sisters, Jinxue and Jinyun, and retorted, "If your purpose in summoning me is to utter these distasteful words, then I shall take my leave." The elder lady, taken aback with rage, clutched her chest and was rendered speechless. Observing the scene, Jinhao tilted his head, sneering, "You insufferable wretch! How dare you speak to our grandmother in such a manner? Pray tell, with which scoundrel did you conceive that illegitimate offspring? Who do you call an illegitimate child?" At that moment, a boisterous and robust male voice echoed from outside the door. Jinyun abruptly lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Her sister's wild man had arrived. Chapter 63. The crime of insulting the royal family. Everyone in the room turned their gaze towards the door upon hearing his words. Yet, Jinhao could not resist adding a mocking remark. Just then, with a rustle of the beaded curtain, a man clad in resplendent garments and black boots strode through the entrance. His handsome visage was currently overshadowed by an overwhelming fury, sending chills down the spines of all who beheld him. The others in the room stood in stunned silence, except for Jinxue, who quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Second royal brother, what brings you here?" It was then that they realized the furious figure who had burst in was none other than His Royal Highness, the second prince. Prince Heng. The elderly lady, enduring the pain in her waist, tremulously led the few individuals in the room to kneel, proclaiming, "We humbly welcome His Highness, Prince Heng. May I inquire the purpose of your esteemed visit?" Jinxing then turned towards Prince Heng, nodding in acknowledgement, and remarked, "Your arrival is most opportune." Prince Heng furrowed his brow, surveying the kneeling figures with a piercing gaze, and exclaimed, "I was utterly unaware that my esteemed title as the young master of the Prince Heng's residence has been reduced to being labeled a bastard by you all." Upon hearing this, the members of the C family were drenched in a cold sweat. How could it be that the young master of the Prince Heng's family was being referred to in such a manner? The current emperor has 7 sons. Yet the grandchildren are rather sparse. Presently, there is only one young prince in the crown prince's residence. The young master of the Prince Heng's family is none other than the emperor's second grandson, undoubtedly surrounded by immense favor and affection. The elderly lady, her complexion pale, hastily pleaded, "I implore your highness to forgive this transgression. It is indeed a misunderstanding." Prince Heng, known for his calm and decisive nature in business, exhibited an explosive temper when it came to matters concerning his wife and children. He pointed an accusing finger at the trembling Si Jinhao, declaring, "You are the one who audaciously insulted my son. Seize him at once and deliver him to the Jingzhou prefecture. By tomorrow, I shall petition my father, the emperor, to bring forth charges against you for the crime of slandering the royal family." Si Jinxing, disregarding the pleading gaze from her grandmother, spoke impassively, "Your Highness, trusting in my medical skills, you permitted me to bring the young master to my residence for treatment, yet it seems you have been met with such negligence. As an unmarried maiden, I am unjustly accused by my own grandmother and siblings of being involved in lewd conduct. What a truly splendid family." After she finished speaking, she cast not a glance at the others and turned to exit the room. Prince Heng followed closely behind, walking beside Si Jinxing. Noticing her rather unpleasant expression and recalling her earlier words, he pondered to himself, "The residence of the Grand General Si is indeed a den of cunning wolves and tigers." He glanced back at the weeping and pleading Si Jinhao and remarked, "This fellow lacks even a shred of the Grand General's bearing. What a poignant display of grandparent-grandchild affection. And what of the original owner? Did she ever receive even the slightest care from the General's household?" Now, with Zhou's family unable to get out of bed and Si Jinhao imprisoned, this is but a mere beginning. Si Jinyue, Si Jinyun, and even the matriarch. Let's see how this unfolds. As for Father Si, neglecting his own legitimate daughter, I hope he can provide a satisfactory explanation. Having visited the peacefully slumbering young prince and listened to Si Jinxing explain the treatment process, Prince Heng, though not fully grasping the terminology, could discern that, through his aunt's words, this peculiar ailment was not overly difficult to remedy, which allowed him to depart from the general's residence with ease. Meanwhile, Si Jinxing received a letter from Chi Moli, which conveyed that he had gone to the western suburbs military camp and would not be able to visit her for the next few days. Should she face any difficulties, she was advised to go to the princess residence, and he reminded her to never endure any grievances. That night, at the Rue Wang residence, in the Chui Jing pavilion, the footsteps were firm and resolute. He had arrived. How could the prince not have instructed the servant to bring an umbrella? Si Jinwei hurriedly approached Qi Nanyan with an umbrella in hand, her lips murmuring words filled with deep affection and concern. Yet unexpectedly, before she could approach him, she was suddenly kicked to the ground by his raised leg. The oiled paper umbrella in her hand tumbled to her side, only to be carried away by the autumn wind. The blossoms painted on the umbrella appeared even more delicate and dazzling as they were drenched by the raindrops. Si Jinwei lay on the rain-soaked stone ground, incredulously turning her head to gaze at Qi Nanyan. He stood with his hands behind his back, devoid of his usual gentle smile, his eyes filled with an icy, deep darkness. She had never seen such a version of the prince, one without laughter, to harm the royal heirs. How capable the princess consort is. Qi Nanyan looked at the drenched Si Jinwei sprawled on the ground, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Upon hearing his words, Si Jinwei's face turned pale, and with a tremor in her fingertips, she hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, did you not already ascertain that I never entered that pavilion? As a dignified princess consort, why would you need to take matters into your own hands for such a trivial issue?" Qi Nani stood tall, his cold voice resonating from above. "The royal heirs are inherently fragile, and I do not mourn the loss of a few children. However, that does not imply that you, Si Jinwei, can act with impunity beneath my very eyes. Who gave you the audacity? Or perhaps, princess consort, do you have some hidden support?" The rain seemed to intensify, and Si Jinwei felt her eyes nearly closing from the downpour. Lying in the cold, damp rainwater, she declared, "If my father recovers, I shall certainly persuade him to serve your highness." Indeed, it had been over 2 years since Si Jinwei had wed into the royal household. Yet General Si still maintained a position of neutrality, which greatly displeased Qi Nanyan. Upon hearing Si Jinyu's words, Qi Nanyan abruptly halted at the entrance, his foot poised to depart. "I advise you, your second sister is not someone you should provoke. Henceforth, treat her with due respect." The words struck Si Jinyu, who, supported by a maid, was rising to her feet, causing her countenance to darken, her eyes widening in fury. Once again, it was Si Jinxing. Meanwhile, Qinan Yin proceeded to the Linglong courtyard of concubine Zheng. The pale-faced concubine Zheng, having just lost her child, gazed at Qinan Yin as he entered. Her expression marred by worry. "My lord, why are you drenched?" Qinan Yin unfastened his soaked outer robe, leaving only his inner garments, and seated himself upon the bed. He grasped concubine Zheng's icy hand, his tone laced with tenderness as he spoke. Ran, I have ascertained that the princess did not visit the pavilion. Soon, we shall have another child. At these words, Zheng Ranran's expression faltered, slowly withdrawing her hand from his grasp. Chapter 64. The deposition of Lady Zhou from her position as matriarch. She gazed incredulously at the man before her. The very same who had once professed that marrying Sijinyu was not his desire, vowing to bestow upon her, Zheng Ranran, unparalleled affection and protection. Yet now, having provided him with irrefutable evidence of the princess's transgressions in the pavilion, he dared to utter such deceitful words. "My lord, it grows late. I am unwell and unable to attend to you. Please, do as you wish." Qinan Yin nodded, placing a gentle kiss upon Zheng Ranran's smooth forehead, advising her to rest well, before taking his damp outer robe and striding out. The following morning brought clear skies after the rain. The fractured garden of Jinxing, unlike other courtyards, lacks intricate elegance. Perhaps due to the abundance of trees, it is filled with the symphony of chirping insects and singing birds. After breakfast, Jinxing proceeded to the room designated for diagnosing the young heir. Upon entering, she locked the door behind her and ascended to the second floor of the elegant Xingyuan. The little one had awoken and was wailing. Jinxing changed her diaper, indeed, a disposable one, thanks to the pharmacies of the later era, which do not merely dispense medicine but also offer health products and various related items, including infant formula, diapers, and sanitary pads. She found herself well equipped. Jinxing had even observed her peers' pharmacies selling facial wipes and moist towelettes. After changing the diaper and feeding the infant formula, the little one played gleefully for a while. Due to the need for blue light therapy, a black cloth covered her face, inducing drowsiness, and soon she fell asleep again. Jinxing checked the latest test results. The infant's bilirubin level had decreased from 21 to 15. She exited the second floor and ascended to the third, her long-lost home still resembling the way it was when she left. The refrigerator brimmed with fresh ingredients, beverages, wines, and frozen meats. The drawers of the side cabinet were crammed with various snacks for binge-watching. A jewelry box held pieces she had never worn. She cherished these items. Yet her profession forbade her from indulging. She placed the golden branch bestowed upon her by Qi Moli into the jewelry box as well. Jinxing gently caressed these relics of the future before standing before the dressing mirror, gazing at her reflection clad in a soft aquamarine gauze dress. It truly evoked a sensation of temporal dislocation. "Miss, something has gone awry." As Jinxing descended to the first floor, she was immediately met with the anxious calling of Green Bamboo. Swiftly, she stepped out of the courtyard and into the young master's clinic. Upon exiting the room, she inquired, "What is the matter?" As she spoke, she casually closed the clinic door and secured it with a lock. "The general is in critical condition. The old matriarch has sent Nurse Lu to inform you, and she implores you to come at once," Green Bamboo exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a flurry of urgency. Jinxing nodded, recalling the profound affection the king and his consort had shown towards the young master just the day prior. She could scarcely believe that her father would neglect the original owner of this body to such an extent without reason. It was imperative that she assist the original owner in resolving this emotional turmoil. The group hurriedly made their way towards the pine garden, where her father resided. Upon entering the courtyard, they found Jinxing standing beneath the eaves, her countenance pale as she stared vacantly at a corner. Upon noticing Jinxing, a flicker of resentment ignited in her eyes. Unperturbed by this unwarranted hostility, Jinxing ignored her and stepped inside. Dr. Du, standing beside the bed, was the first to notice her arrival. He quickly rose and clasped his fist in greeting, saying, "The situation with General C is dire. I beseech you, second miss, to lend your assistance." Unaware of the turmoil within the C household that had led to the second miss's apparent reluctance to aid her own father, he continued earnestly. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch turned to Jinxing, her voice laced with desperation. "My dear granddaughter, Dr. Du claims that you alone possess the power to save your father. Please, save him." Jinxing disregarded their pleas and walked directly to the bedside, where the wound had festered and worsened considerably, suggesting that Dr. Du's remedies had proven ineffective. She glanced at Jinyan standing nearby and Jinwei outside the door, saying, "I can save father, but I implore grandmother to first demote the matriarch position of the Zhou family. Then I shall take action. With a wave of her hand, Jinxing nonchalantly declared, then I kindly ask grandmother to compose a letter and send it to Hangzhou. Let the household proceed according to the rules, and in the future, there shall be no Madame Zhou in the general's manor, but rather concubine Zhou. Unable to endure any longer, Jingyun shouted in anger, Jinxing, how dare you? Meanwhile, Jinwei outside the door trembled. If the Zhou family were to be demoted to concubine status, how would she establish herself in the Rui Wang manor? The matriarch initially intended to brush it off, but under pressure, she had no choice but to instruct Mama L to fetch the writing materials and compose a letter as per Jinxing's demands. Jingyun immediately attempted to seize it, but was outpaced by Chan, who stood beside Jinxing. Jinxing held the letter in her hands, scrutinized it, folded it neatly, and handed it to Chan, saying, you shall deliver it personally. Chan hesitated, saying, Princess, if I leave, you. Jinxing waved her hand dismissively and replied. Jingyun clenched her fists, seething with indignation, do not revel in your triumph. When father awakens, let us see if he will spare you, a despicable wretch who disrespects the matriarch. Upon hearing this, the matriarch's face turned pale, fearing that the previously pacified Jinxing might, in a fit of temper, declare that she would not seek treatment. She raised her arm and swung it towards Jingyun's face, exclaiming, you must cease this insolence. Your father is in such a state, and you still have the heart to cause a commotion here. Come with me to the courtyard and wait. Jingyun covered her bruised face, shot a glare at Jinxing, and strode towards the pear-blossom courtyard of the Zhou family. Observing that Junshan was now displaying signs of heart failure, Jinxing promptly administered a dose of adrenaline. The wounds on his back had become severely necrotic, necessitating her to meticulously cleanse the rotting flesh. She proceeded to perform debridement, excising the necrotic tissue, and ultimately sutured the wound, administering a tetanus shot to Junshan. Given the extensive nature of the injury, the procedure extended for a full hour, after which Jinxing, weary yet resolute, opened the door to the room. Dr. Du gazed at the long, serpentine scar that marked the general's back, his excitement palpable. Meanwhile, the elderly matriarch's gaze shifted between the stitched scar and the putrid mass collected on a plate, stirring an inexplicable tremor within her. As Jinxing was instructing Dr. Du on the postoperative care for the patient, a deep, resonant male voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Matriarch, I have heard that you intend to depose my sister from her position as the matriarch? Chapter 65. Tonight's tasks. The crowd in the Song Garden fell silent at the sound of the proclamation. Standing outside was Jinyu, who, recognizing the visitor first, exclaimed with delight, Uncle. The matriarch felt a surge of anxiety. This was the Zhou family come to demand answers. She cast a glance at the seemingly unfazed Jinxing before turning to stride out of the room. Meanwhile, Jinxing remained undistracted, retrieving saline solution and glucose from the medical kit to administer intravenous therapy to Junshan. Dr. Du, unwilling to leave, watched intently as the liquid flowed through the peculiar bag and tubing into the general's arm. Second miss, what is this? After enduring his curiosity, he could no longer contain himself and inquired aloud. Upon observing the close rapport between Dr. Du and Prince Rui, Qi Nanyan, Jinxing felt a pang of discomfort towards him and merely uttered two words, infusion. Dr. Du, accustomed to navigating the intricacies among the various concubines in the palace, discerned that the second miss preferred not to elaborate further and chose not to press the matter. The rising voices in the courtyard seemed to crescendo. As if determined to ensure that Jinxing could hear them, she entrusted Dr. Du with the care of Junshan, and once she had organized her medical kit, she stepped out of the room. Elder madam, my younger sister has committed no grievous sins. Why must she endure such humiliation? I never anticipated that the residents of General C would oppress my family so. Zhou Song exclaimed, his tone laden with indignation, while his deep-set eyes were fixed upon the young lady who had just emerged. Upon hearing this, the elderly matriarch realized the importance of not jeopardizing the reputation of the general's residence and hastily responded with a forced smile, Master Zhou. This matter has yet to reach a conclusion. We must wait for the general to awaken. May I inquire, Master Zhou, are you threatening my grandmother? Jinxing interjected, her gaze sweeping past the elderly lady to confront Zhou Song with a frigid tone. Zhou Song furrowed his brows in irritation, retorting, who are you? I am speaking with the matriarch of the general's residence. What right does a mere maid have to interject? Elder madam, while I ordinarily would not concern myself with the customs of your household, Should this matter be publicly disseminated, it would undeniably tarnish the reputation of the general's residence. The elderly matriarch was already displeased with the Zhou family's audacity to come demanding answers, especially from a mere third-rank official who dared to challenge the authority of the general's household. She was perplexed by her own feelings upon seeing Jinxing standing nearby. She felt an unexpected surge of confidence and forced a laugh, saying, "This is the second young lady of our residence. I hope the esteemed Lord Zhou will refrain from speaking indiscriminately. The rules of the general's manor, naturally, do not require your concern, Lord Zhou." Zhou Song recognized her as the legitimate second young lady of the general's manor, but he intended to use this to suppress her spirit. To his astonishment, her mere presence restored the previously wavering confidence of the elderly matriarch. "Grandmother, my uncle speaks thus out of concern for the family's reputation," she continued, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. "Why can you not accept the truth?" Seeing her uncle's displeasure reflected on his countenance, Jinxing hastily took hold of the elderly lady's arm, her demeanor exuding the innocence of a young girl. Jinxing crossed her arms defiantly and retorted, "Elder sister, your words are misguided. Lord Zhou is merely a third-rank attendant. How dare he presume to dictate the rules of the general's manor? Moreover, I hope elder sister will remember that you are a member of the Xi family." The elderly matriarch, flattered by her granddaughter's compliment, proudly raised her chin and proclaimed, "Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted." Hearing the term Zhou Yinyang uttered, Jinxing's face suddenly paled with trepidation. She had never encountered a matriarch born of a concubine, let alone a legitimate wife of a royal household. Zhou Song, upon hearing this, was incensed, his complexion darkening. How had he ever been insulted in such a manner by a mere girl? With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, he exclaimed, "Very well, I shall cease my meddling. Since the general's manor insists on this course, I shall seek a more reasonable venue. Farewell." As the elderly matriarch watched Lord Zhou storm away in anger, a sense of unease enveloped her. She could only hope for her son to awaken soon. She turned and entered the room, taking a seat on the adjacent stool, while vigilantly guarding over Shan. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Yue, with a pair of crimson eyes, fixed her gaze upon Jinxing, demanding, "Who exactly are you?" Jinxing smiled slyly and leaned closer to Yue, responding, "Me? I am the one here to settle accounts with you." Yue's complexion paled as she watched the figure retreating into the distance. To confront her regarding accounts? Could it be that she was aware of those matters? As she pondered, memories flooded her mind. Her mother bedridden from lashings, her brother beaten to the point of losing his teeth, and her sister's engagement snatched away. The situation was growing increasingly dire. It was then that Jinxing recalled the necessity of presenting the detailed plans for Jiren Hall today. Zhao Yu, holding a stack of manuscripts, examined the diagrams. At first glance, many aspects seemed perplexing, but with a moment's thought and a few inquiries directed at Jinxing, clarity dawned upon him, and he formulated a plan. Observing Zhao Yu's sharp intellect, Jinxing felt a sense of relief. If we follow this plan, the work must be completed within half a month, and the expenses will be considerable, at least 2,000 taels. Zhao Yu calculated in his mind, somewhat taken aback by the sum. Yet, he was genuinely impressed by the owner's innovative improvement proposals: registration, appointment scheduling, hospitalization, consultation rooms, operating theaters, nursing rooms, a points system, and standardized uniforms. These were all regulations and systems he had never encountered before. He could already envision Jiren Hall standing out as a unique establishment in Jianzhou City. He was eager to embark on this grand venture and bring the owner's ideas to fruition. Green bamboo. Please fetch 2,000 taels of silver from Master Zhao. Jinxing nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Green Bamboo, instructing, "Master, what do you intend to place on this row of shelves on the west side? Why leave them empty?" Zhao Yu inquired, pointing at a piece of paper. Jinxing glanced at the paper and replied, "I plan to store some of the finished medicinal products I have developed. There is no rush. You may attend to other tasks for now. On the eve of our opening, I shall personally deliver the finished medicines." Although Zhao Yu was quite curious about the nature of those medicines, he refrained from asking further. The master's decision was undoubtedly sound. After sending Zhao Yu off, Jinxing hurried to the storeroom, realizing that 2,000 taels of silver had been spent just like that. She felt a pang of regret, wondering if the Zhou family had managed to save any silver in recent days. Over the years, she had certainly taken her share of the profits from the Lan family's shop to purchase her own store and estate, hadn't she? A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Tonight, she had work to do. Chapter 66. The truth emerges in the evening. Jinxing visited Song Yuan to check on Shone, examining his back wound and administering another round of 4 fluids. Dr. Du, following orders, had been present at the general's residence all day. During his morning examination, the general's pulse was exceedingly weak, almost imperceptible, clearly indicating a critical condition. Yet now, his pulse had stabilized, showing strength amidst the calm, and the sutured wound exhibited no signs of redness, swelling, or pus. Jinxing couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the second young lady of the C family. If all physicians possessed such remarkable skills, soldiers on the battlefield would no longer fear the fatal consequences of knife wounds and infections. Dr. Du was lost in thought when he heard the crisp voice of a young woman beside him. Dr. Du, this severely injured patient is particularly susceptible to fever at night. Here are 2 antipyretic pills. If his temperature rises during the night, administer them with water. Do not send anyone to find me. I will not be consulting at night. Dr. Du stared blankly as he accepted a small paper packet. Truly, this second young lady was bold and assertive. Her implication was clear. Do not disturb my rest at night. Yes, the old man understood. He nodded in agreement. What else could he say? The inky night sky was obscured by drifting clouds, casting the general's residence in shadow. Jinxing swiftly exited the room and, intending to pass through the wall into the elegant apricot grove, was unexpectedly halted by a firm grip on her arm. She swatted the hand away and retorted, "You are better suited to perch on a tree branch." As she spoke, she abruptly fell silent, and by she also held her breath. The 2 stealthily approached the front courtyard and spotted a figure stealthily making their way to the young master's treatment room. The individual paused at the door to listen intently, then approached the window, preparing to poke through the paper when a female voice called out from behind, "Yin Fei." The figure was none other than Yin Fei. Upon hearing the voice, she turned in panic, only to find her mistress staring at her, eyes brimming with suspicion. She forced a smile, stammering, "Mistress, you haven't retired for the night?" Jinxing simply inquired, "What are you doing?" Yin Fei stammered, I couldn't sleep. So I was wandering in the courtyard, hoping to see if the young master was crying." Yin Fei wore a hint of embarrassment as she chuckled awkwardly, stating that Sir Jinxing had issued a strict edict forbidding anyone from approaching the consultation room without her permission. Yet now, her most trusted confidant, Yin Fei, had been the first to defy her wishes. As Yin Fei departed, she emerged, raising an eyebrow and remarking, "Your Highness, it seems your judgment in people is not quite accurate. Perhaps you should remain in the courtyard. The young master is the first child of the Prince of Hong, and it is imperative you watch over him." Although she was aware that the general's residence was guarded by covert protectors dispatched by the Prince of Hong, he did not dare to be complacent and swiftly concealed himself once more. Standing before the door of the consultation room, Sir Jinxing focused her thoughts on the sleeping child nestled on the surgical bed on the 2nd floor of the Xinglin Yaxu. She considered that external threats could be guarded against, yet she had not anticipated. After this incident, Sir Jinxing felt a wave of discontent wash over her. Quickening her pace, she made her way towards the Lihua courtyard. When a girl is in a foul mood, she either indulges in delightful treats or seeks to earn a bit of money to lift her spirits. Before long, Sir Jinxing entered the Lihua courtyard with ease. To her surprise, the room of Madame Zhou was still illuminated by candlelight, and the atmosphere within was eerily quiet. Without a second thought, she proceeded to the back courtyard. There stood Madame Zhou's large storeroom, which she had previously emptied, leaving her curious about what treasures might have been replenished since. Utilizing the abilities of Xinglin Yaxu, she slipped through the wall, only to find the interior cluttered with miscellaneous items. Cursing under her breath, she exited and began to inspect each corner. Soon enough, she discovered a nondescript room in the corner, its door secured with a heavy brass lock. Indeed, it is as if one has traversed a path of iron shoes only to find that the treasure was effortlessly within reach. What use is a massive lock if it can be so easily breached? Jinxing swiftly entered, producing a powerful flashlight and casting its beam about. As expected, a vision of silver ingots greeted her. This was indeed the new storage room of the Zhou family. Though the Zhou family may be portly, their ability to amass wealth is formidable. In just a short span, they have accumulated such a fortune in silver. With one hand exploring the large chest filled with silver, Jinxing twirled her orchid ring, and before long, she had forcefully stowed away a dozen chests of silver into the monitoring room on the 2nd floor. Jinxing tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The Zhou family's establishments. Curiosity piqued, she stealthily approached, halting beneath the window of the Zhou residence, only to be struck dumb. A wild girl, guilty of matricide, unaware of the peril she faced. Surely, her father would spare her upon awakening. It was the voice of Si Jinxing, though it was barely a whisper. Hush, do not speak of this matter again. Your father is quite sensitive to it. As for the matter of dismissal, your uncle will surely devise a solution. There is no need for your concern. Moments later, Si Jinxing heard Si Jinxing open the door, calling out for Lianxiang, yet receiving no reply, which incited her irritation. Where has this wretched girl run off to now? Mother Lu followed closely, remarking as they carried their lanterns out of the pear blossom courtyard, hidden in the shadows. Si Jinxing felt as if she had been plunged into frigid waters. Matricide? Were they speaking of her? Distracted, she wandered towards the shattered flower courtyard, the haunting words of Si Jinxing echoing in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, she reached the garden, sitting upon a large stone beside the small pond. How could this be? So this was the truth? As she pondered, a sudden exclamation from a woman and the lewd teasing of a man echoed from the pavilion. Following that was an exuberant exchange between the two. Si Jinxing abruptly turned her head in that direction. She had no inclination for voyeurism, however. She could discern the voices of the two individuals. One was Si Jinhao, and the other. The moonlight was enchanting. She stealthily approached the pavilion and noticed their discarded clothing and shoes strewn across the ground. Inside the pavilion, the couple was at a passionate juncture, seemingly reluctant to part. Intent on making her presence known, Si Jinxing deliberately snapped a twig, creating a slight commotion. The woman, naturally shy in such matters, was startled and exclaimed, "What was that sound?" Meanwhile, Si Jinhao, lost in his desires, pressed her down and reassured her, "There is no sound, Sister Lian, do not move." The woman responded with soft, playful sounds. Si Jinxing bent down to pick up an item and placed it in the first floor of the Xinglin Yaksu. Then turned to leave. Tomorrow, her scoundrel of a father would surely awaken, wouldn't he? Chapter 67. The father's taboo. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Hung Wang arrived, bringing her a portion of sweet steamed custard. In the consultation room, he observed his little one, noting that the dark yellow pallor had faded somewhat, and the child's face seemed to have gained some weight. "Your Highness, thanks to you. Otherwise this little fellow might have." Hung Wang Qi Nanyi gazed intently at the child lying on the bed, his heart filled with trepidation. Witnessing the affection and tenderness in Qi Nanye's eyes for the young prince, Si Jinxing was suddenly reminded of the words she had overheard the previous night. Matricide. Si Jinxing gazed at the retreating figure of that man, shaking her head with a bemused smile, contemplating. Such a fervently infatuated prince is a rarity, indeed. "Miss, the old lady has sent someone to invite you to Song Yuan," Green Bamboo announced as she entered. Si Jinxing rose to leave, but paused at the corridor, stating, "You stay in the courtyard. Yin Fei shall accompany me." The maid, Yin Fei, who had been stationed by the door, promptly followed, though her gaze flitted away, too timid to meet Si Jinxing's eyes. Noticing her demeanor, Si Jinxing said nothing more and proceeded towards Song Yuan. Upon her arrival, the room was filled with the old lady's heart-wrenching lamentations. "My son, you have finally awakened. You have caused me such distress," she cried. "You cannot fathom how the Zhou family has abused their power, coming to our residence and acting so brazenly in the absence of a man." "Grandmother, what are you saying? Uncle has not acted so presumptuously. He was merely assisting you in guiding second sister," Si Jinxing interjected, having arrived slightly earlier. As Si Jinxing entered, the two individuals surrounding the bed fell silent. Standing beside the bed was Dr. Du, who, having likely endured a sleepless night, bore the marks of fatigue on his face. Upon seeing Si Jinxing, he hastily clasped his fists in greeting, stating, "Second miss, the general regained consciousness at the hour of the hair today. I have checked his pulse, and it is steady, more robust than yesterday." Si Jinxing nodded, taking a couple of steps closer to the bedside. Upon seeing her, Si Junshan, reclining on the couch, appeared to momentarily flicker with a glimmer of light in his eyes, only to swiftly revert to his usual cold demeanor as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Did you incite your grandmother to depose the Zhou family? What audacity!" Si Junshan had been unconscious for several days, his body frail, and his voice was barely audible. Yet, to Si Jinxing, his words sent an icy shiver down her spine. She lifted her chin defiantly, meeting her father's gaze, and retorted with a disdainful scoff, "Yes, it was I. What of it? Is your life truly worth less than her position as the matriarch? Or have you forgotten my mother, Lan, now that you have concubine Zhou?" Her sentence remained unfinished as shone, summoning every ounce of strength, hurled a teacup that had just been emptied of water toward her. However, due to his weakened state, the cup fell to the ground before it could reach Jinxing, rolling a few times without shattering, finally resting at her feet. Jinxing bent down to retrieve the cup, placing it expressionlessly on the table beside her. She turned to observe her father, whose emaciated frame quivered with rage. As he seethed, "Do not mention your mother to me. You have no right to speak her name, you ungrateful daughter." His voice was low, almost a whisper, so faint that Jinxing nearly questioned her own hearing. Yet, she distinctly noticed a flicker of triumph in Jinxing's eyes. In the past, had she been subjected to such treatment, Yan Fei would have comforted her with soothing words. Now, however, she merely followed silently at Jinxing's side, her hands at rest. Jinxing paid her no mind, as her attention was drawn to the large maid standing beside Jinxing. "Is her name Lianxiang?" Jinxing cast a glance at the maid, who indeed possessed a certain beauty, her eyes sparkling with flirtatious charm. "You are all remarkably skilled at severing bridges after crossing rivers." With that, Jinxing dismissed herself, turning on her heel to exit the room. Dr. Du wished to utter a few words of retention, but ultimately felt himself an outsider, merely parting his lips without a sound. Internally, he harbored discontent towards the loyal General C. After all, the second young lady was the one who had rescued him. Not only was there a lack of gratitude, but there were also harsh words. It was unclear what deep-seated enmity existed between father and daughter, one unwilling to render aid, the other resorting to scolding upon meeting. The Tsueya garden was not far from Jinxing's broken blossom courtyard. The garden, besides being adorned with flowers, also boasted a few grapevines. "Sister, what brings you here today to spend time with me?" Jinxing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she linked arms with Jinxing, her thoughts drifting to the grilled meat skewers from that day. However, Jinxing acted quite mature for his age, clasping his fists in respect and saying, "Sister." Jinxing gently patted his round little head and smiled. "I came to check on Hanger. Have you been feeling unwell in your stomach these past few days?" When Sure guided Jinxing to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard, smiling as she said, "For the past 2 days, we have followed your instructions, allowing him to consume only light meals. This morning, however, he insisted on having meat buns. Then let us allow Hunger to indulge in a few meat buns to satisfy his little craving." Jinxing retrieved 2 lollipops from her sleeve and handed them to the siblings, saying, "I shall converse with your aunt for a moment. You too may enjoy your sweets, and I will join you shortly." Upon witnessing Jinxing divert the children, when Sure inquired, "Did the second miss go to see your father?" Jinxing did not conceal her feelings, a hint of melancholy gracing her features as she replied, "Indeed, I did, only to be scolded by him. He even attempted to strike me with a teacup." When Sure pushed a cup of tea towards Jinxing, hesitating before asking, "Surely you did not mention Sister Lan? That is his sore spot, particularly since." For reasons unbeknownst to her, tears welled in Jinxing's eyes. In that moment, she felt a profound sorrow just by being part of the experience. What more, this was the original owner's own flesh and blood. The original owner had no inkling of what had transpired, yet had been treated with indifference by that so-called father for a decade, as if she were an adversary. What particularly? Antwin, what truly occurred in this matter? Why does he erupt in fury at the mere mention of my mother? How did my mother meet her end? Hearing this, when Sure gazed at the second miss, whose eyes were now red-rimmed, and sighed deeply. Years ago, the second miss had offered a plate of pastries to the pregnant Sister Lan. On that fateful day, Sister Lan succumbed to rage and passed away, taking her unborn child with her. A physician later deduced that Sister Lan had ingested forbidden food, specifically the pastries brought by the second Mississippi. The delicacies were infused with tapioca. While it posed no concern for others, it was utterly unsuitable for those with child. Although the second young lady acted without malice, she inadvertently caused both Sister Lan and her unborn child to meet with a tragic fate. The general, who held Sister Lan in deep affection, was engulfed in profound sorrow, unable to extricate himself from his grief. Thus Jinxing observed the lips of the one family moving, her mind swirling with memories. She remembered that very plate of pastries. She needed a moment of tranquility. The Zhou family and Jinyu had, astonishingly, initiated their schemes a decade prior. As time flowed on, Jinxing beheld the original owner, with her hair styled in 2 buns and dressed in a delicate pink gown, eagerly directing the servants to release new fish into the small pond while perched on a large stone by the water's edge. Her elder sister, merely 2 years her senior, Si Jinyu approached with a plate of pastries. Dear sister, my aunt has prepared some delightful treats. I've heard mother has been lacking in appetite lately, and I thought to let her sample these pastries. Would you be so kind as to deliver them to her? Just say they were made by the little kitchen at your behest. I'm certain mother will indulge in a few more pieces. At the tender age of 7, Si Jinyu managed to present an expression so inscrutable, her face awash with concern. Anyone who beheld her would surely commend her. Truly a child who understands the importance of caring for her biological mother. At that time, Si Jinxing was merely 5 years old. How could she discern between the virtuous and the wicked? With someone showing concern for her mother, she was filled with joy. Eagerly carrying that plate of pastries to her mother's Tinglong garden, Si Jinxing suppressed the fury in her gaze and called Bai Shi into the room, presenting him with a small box from the table. Deliver this to her and instruct her to meet me at the garden pavilion tonight at the hour of the boar. Additionally, investigate the family of Lu Mama. As Bai Shi swiftly exited the room, Si Jinxing slipped into the elegant chamber of apricot trees. It seemed that the poisons she had meticulously concocted were finally ready to see the light of day. It was high time she learned to employ others' tactics against them. In the pear blossom courtyard, she instructed, Yuner, accompany Lu Mama to the storeroom and retrieve 2,000 taels of silver to send to your uncle. Remember to keep this discreet. The lash marks on Madame Zhou's back were so severe that her voice was feeble and strained. Si Jinxing understood well the purpose of this money and hastened to follow Lu Mama to the rear courtyard. However, moments later, a pallor washed over her face. Mother. The storeroom. What had she just witnessed? The brass lock was securely fastened on the door, yet within, the storeroom lay barren, devoid of even a single coin. It bore a striking resemblance to the last incident when an entire cache of valuables had vanished into thin air. Indeed, this was the second occurrence. What did you say? What has happened to the storeroom? Madame Zhou struggled to shift her position, discomfort evident in her demeanor. Madam, the new storeroom has been robbed again. Lu Mama glanced at her and whispered. After Lu Mama spoke, she anticipated a tempest of tears and shouts from Madame Zhou, recalling how she had wept for an extended period after the previous incident. At present, however, the Zhou matron merely stared blankly at her, seemingly unable to comprehend. Just as Mama Lu was about to repeat herself, suddenly, a spurt of fresh blood erupted from the Zhou matron's mouth, splattering everywhere. With her eyes shut, she fell into unconsciousness. The others in the room were taken aback. Mama Lu, with a trembling voice, knelt beside the Zhou matron's bed, exclaiming, Madam, you must remain calm. Wealth is but an external possession. Do not let it provoke your spirit. Madam, please awaken. At the same time, Si Jinyu hastily dispatched Lianxiang to swiftly summon Dr. Du from the Song Yuan. Lianxiang, not daring to delay, rushed outside without paying attention to her path and collided head-on with an approaching young servant. She indignantly patted her shoulder and scolded, You clumsy oaf. Can't you see where you're going? Unexpectedly, the young servant simply replied, At the high hour, by the pavilion, and then ran off. Lianxiang paid no heed to his words, disdainfully spitting in frustration, and continued toward the Songyun, only to notice a delicate little box at her feet. Looking around and seeing no one, she picked up the box and opened it. Upon seeing the contents within, she quickly shut the box again, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Last night. Who was there? Trembling, she tucked the items into her sleeve, forcefully suppressing the fear within her, and hurried toward the Songyuan. The Zhou matron's injuries were already severe, and now, with anger and anxiety overwhelming her, she had lost all vitality. Dr. Du shook his head and said, This old man's medicine takes effect rather slowly. Miss San, it would be prudent to invite Miss Air to take a look. Upon hearing this, Si Jinyu waved her hand and replied, Dr. Du, please proceed with the prescription. In the night sky, the stars were sparse, and a gust of autumn wind swept through, causing the withered yellow leaves to rustle. In the pavilion, Si Jinxing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing down from her elevated position at Lianxiang, who knelt on the ground. She inquired, Sister Lianxiang, are you aware of the matters concerning the eldest brother and the men? Do you not fear contracting a loathsome and itchy affliction through your actions? I implore Miss Air to guide me toward clarity. At these words, Lianxiang's body trembled visibly. She was well aware of the eldest master's unsavory activities, but had never considered the possibility of becoming afflicted herself. Indeed, she possessed both beauty and intelligence, and now that Miss Air had sought her out, it was evident that her assistance was desired. Si Jinxing glanced at her casually, and, upon noticing her understanding demeanor, asked, Sister Lianxiang, you previously served in the courtyard of concubine Zhou, and only joined my third sister's residence 2 years ago, correct? Lianxiang, uncertain of the intent behind Miss Heir's inquiry, responded honestly, yes, I was assigned to Biluo Courtyard 2 years ago and became the personal maid of Miss San. Jinxing nodded and pointed to the 3 porcelain vials on the table, stating, here are 2 vials of medicine. The green vial should be added to your young lady's rouge, while the white vial should be mixed into concubine Zhou's medicinal ointment. The pink vial is for you. Take 1 pill daily. As Lianxiang gazed at the stone table beneath the vials, memories of the previous night resurfaced. How audacious of this unmarried young lady to dare to spy. May I inquire, Miss, does this medicine have the potential to be fatal? Lianxiang tucked the porcelain vial into her sleeve, her concern palpable. The thought of the miss and the madam perishing by her hand was a dire one. Jinxing, with an expression as impassive as the night, uttered 4 words, it will not be fatal, at least not immediately. Lianxiang bowed her head in acknowledgement and prepared to take her leave. Yet, as she turned, she cautiously inquired, Miss, when shall the other half of the item be returned to me? Chapter 69, The Wealthy Patroness Gift. After last night's events concluded, she and the eldest young master began to don their garments, but Lianxiang found herself unable to locate her bodice. Fear not at her, keeping her restless through the night. With the dawn barely breaking, she returned to search again, only to discover that the garment had fallen into the hands of the second young lady. Upon hearing this, Jinxing allowed a smile to grace her lips, a gesture that sent a chill through the air of the shadowy night. Lianxiang felt her scalp tingle with apprehension and quickly lowered her gaze as the second young lady remarked, very soon, in a manner as casual as a gentle breeze. Jinxing inquired, did anything of note transpire at Li Hua Courtyard today? Lianxiang, having no secrets left to conceal, recounted the events in full. Madam. No. Aunt Shou's storeroom was robbed, and she collapsed, spitting blood. Dr. Du advised seeking your assistance, but the third young lady was obstinate and unwilling. Your aunt seems to possess considerable wealth, Jinxing insinuated, casting a pointed glance at the 2 vials of medicine in Lianxiang's hands. In an instant, Lianxiang grasped the implication and replied, regardless of whose medicine is purchased, the second young lady's is most effective. Jinxing cast a glance at Lianxiang, who was not lacking in intelligence, yet regrettably possessed dubious morals. She raised her hand slightly, prompting Lianxiang to hastily retreat a few steps, exiting the pavilion and swiftly blending into the shadows of the general's residence. Clutching the porcelain vial tightly within her sleeve, she quickened her pace. The night was profound, enveloped in silence, with the moonlight and starlight shimmering upon the surface of the small pond, as a gentle breeze stirred the water, creating ripples. A night devoid of dreams passed. With the dawn of the following day, the general's residence welcomed His Highness, King Hung. Jinxing stood outside the gate of Tsuehua Courtyard, only to witness Chen Luochu arriving alongside him, tightly wrapped in the embrace of Qi Nani. Noticing her intent to pay her respects, Jinxing hurried forward to stop her, saying, you have yet to complete your confinement. How could you have come running here? Come inside at once, lest you become the subject of jest for the imperial aunt. Chen Luochu grasped Jinxing's hand, smiling brightly as she replied. Upon observing her, Jinxing noted the rosy hue on her cheeks and the dissipating sorrow in her eyes, likely a result of Qi Nani's comforting presence over the past few days. As they conversed, the 3 entered the treatment room. The young master lay on the bed, his tiny fist stuffed into his mouth. Chen Luochu's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She stepped forward, leaning over to gaze at the chubby, fair-skinned child, hardly able to believe her eyes, murmuring, my dear Liner, how fair you are, how beautiful. Qi Nani placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, remarking, before the imperial aunt, do have some modesty. Chen Luochu shot a glare at her prince but refrained from retorting. Instead, she took a handkerchief to dry her tears, gently cradling her son's delicate little hands in her own, and looked up to ask, Imperial Aunt, how should we care for him in the days to come? Recently, for the next 7 days, you may open the windows in the room to allow light to enter. Once the young master has acclimatized, you may take him outside for half an hour of sunlight each day when there is no wind, ensuring his eyes are covered with a black cloth. It is also essential to continue monitoring the young master's bowel movements. Should there be any abnormalities, feel free to seek me at any time. Qi Nani listened attentively and then bowed deeply, clasping his fists in gratitude as he remarked, I am profoundly grateful to my royal aunt for your timely assistance, which has enabled my son to be with us today. I have brought a modest token of appreciation from my wife and myself, and I sincerely hope you will accept it. Without waiting for Jinxing to respond, he gestured toward his attendants behind him. It was then that Jinxing noticed 5 young servants standing outside the courtyard, each carrying a tray. Only upon the attendant's signal did they step into the grand entrance of the courtyard, leading Jinxing out of the consultation room. Nani pointed to the trays one by one, saying, "Here lies a banknote of 100,000 taels. Here are 100 dongju. Here is a piece of farmland. Here is a residence, and here is a shop." The sheer extravagance of his gifts left Jinxing utterly astonished. She never anticipated that these seemingly unremarkable trays contained such substantial treasures. The entirety of her own storeroom, combined with the assets from Xinglin Yaxu, amounted to a mere 100,000 taels. Yet, here he was, presenting it so effortlessly, not to mention the additional gifts that followed. "Your Highness, this gift is rather overwhelming. It truly is unnecessary to bestow so much." Though Jinxing had an affinity for wealth, she still felt that the offering was excessive. However, Nani was a person of generous disposition, casually gesturing for the items to be placed upon the stone table in the courtyard, after which the few individuals promptly exited the premises. "Your Highness, without you, Linner would scarcely survive another day. You have bestowed upon him a life anew. These gifts are but a meager token of the gratitude that the princess and I hold for you. I implore you, do not decline." "Very well. Who does not cherish wealth?" Jinxing nodded and remarked, "In that case, I shall graciously accept this gift." The presents from the Prince of Hung were draped in crimson cloth. At this moment, as Lu Zhu unveiled them, a collective gasp resonated. "Miss, do look." Jinxing turned her head and beheld the East pearls, each one round and lustrous, akin to the size of pigeon eggs. Even a single pearl stood as the epitome of excellence, and the prince had presented a staggering 100 of them. "This estate is situated not far from our annex, and it sprawls across a vast expanse, Miss. Moreover, the shop front, my heavens. It lies on the illustrious Longxing Street of Jianzhou City, a domain populated by the royal elite." Jinxing placed her hand on her forehead, gesturing for Lu Zhu to store the treasures in the vault. With so many items, one could hardly ascertain their safety in the storeroom. It seems that in the future, she must exchange those silver ingots from the elegant gatherings at Xinglin for silver notes, as they occupy less space and are easier to manage. Shortly thereafter, Jinxing departed the estate with Yan Fei, leaving Lu Zhu behind in the courtyard. Today marked the day for stitching garments for her elder brother, Pei Qingzhou. Within the spacious carriage, neither master nor servant uttered a word, the only sound being that of the carriage wheels on the road. Yan Fei awkwardly shifted her legs towards the door, her gaze fixated on her own toes. Yet, she suddenly heard her young lady speak up. Yan Fei's eyes instantly reddened, and she could not comprehend what had been troubling her lately. Even though her mistress had changed, transformed into someone barely resembling her former self, she remained her lady. The young lady was growing ever stronger, increasingly enigmatic, and seemingly less in need of her. Meanwhile, Lu Zhu was becoming ever more perceptive and courageous, accompanied by Qin Chan, whose formidable skills provided sufficient protection for her mistress. It felt as though she alone was superfluous in her lady's life. Chapter 70. Assassination on Longxing Street. Yan Fei was at a loss for how to articulate her grievances, kneeling in the carriage, clutching Jinxing's leg. Her voice choked with emotion. "Mistress, I am sorry. It is my fault for causing you worry. Last night, I could not sleep, and upon not hearing the young master cry, I grew concerned and approached the clinic, not intending to defy your orders." Jinxing gazed at the tearful Yan Fei and asked earnestly, "Are you willing to leave the general's residence?" Upon hearing this, Yan Fei's face drained of color. Tears filled her eyes as she shook her head. "Mistress, are you trying to sell me away?" "No," Jinxing replied. "I was considering having you assist me in bringing out a group of people for future use at Ji Rintang." She fixed her gaze on Yan Fei and added, "I only trust those close to me." Yan Fei resolved to follow her lady's wishes. She would not betray her mistress's trust. With a firm nod, her eyes sparkled with renewed determination. At that moment, Jinxing realized that everyone desires to feel needed. As they spoke, the carriage arrived at Ji Rintang on Dongping Street. With the assistance of Yan Fei, Jinxing alighted from the carriage and soon encountered Zhao Yu, Dr. Feng, and Pei Qizhu, who had been awaiting her arrival outside the door. Zhao Yu and Dr. Feng both performed a bow, respectfully greeting, "Master, you have arrived." Pei Qizhu also clasped his fist in salute, remarking, "Miss C, thank you for your efforts." Jinxing nodded and led the group into the hall. The Jiren Hall had commenced renovations the previous day and was in disarray, devoid of its former appearance. Fortunately, the main hall remained relatively clean and orderly. Jinxing turned her gaze towards Pei Zhu, the eldest brother of the Pei family, who was about to rise from his chair. She said, "There is no need for excessive courtesy. Let us begin." Pei Zhu, who had been mostly unconscious since his injury, felt a degree of unease upon realizing that the one attending to his wounds was a young girl yet to reach maturity and the legitimate daughter of a general's household. Dr. Feng, unable to contain his anticipation to witness her remarkable suturing skills once more, hurriedly assisted Pei Zhu by rolling up the trousers on his calf. Jinxing first examined the condition of the wound, noting the absence of inflammation or swelling. She then carefully extracted the drainage strip, retrieved a rapid-acting anesthetic from her medical kit, and administered it. Following this, she proceeded to disinfect, clean the wound, and finally suture the remaining injury, concluding with another round of disinfection. Observing Pei Zhu's silence throughout the procedure, Dr. Feng realized that the medicines employed by the master were indeed miraculous, yielding swift and effective results. Once Jinxing had finished cleansing her hands, Pei Qingzhu, recognizing that the suturing was complete, inquired, "May I ask, Miss, what is the fee for this treatment?" Jinxing turned her attention to him, noticing that Pei Qingzhu was clad in a pale blue long robe, worn from frequent washing. He possessed a certain scholarly elegance, coupled with the shrewdness and candor of a businessman. Glancing at the elder brother of the Pei family seated behind him, he noted that although his attire was clean, it had been washed to the point where its original color was indiscernible. "Five Tails, may I inquire where Master Pei is currently employed?" Jinxing extended 5 fingers and gave a gentle shake, which indeed caused Pei Qingzhu to imperceptibly furrow his brow. "I serve as the manager at Dexing Trading Company. Here are 5 taels of silver. I kindly ask the young lady. I kindly request Manager Zhao to accept this." Pei Qingzhu extended the 5 pieces of silver towards Jinxing, only to realize how abrupt this gesture was, and thus redirected it towards Zhao Yu. Upon hearing Dexing Trading Company, Zhao Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Dexing is truly remarkable. They not only operate rice and fabric shops but also have ventures in fish and meat markets. Surely, their daily earnings must flow in abundantly. However, upon hearing Zhao Yu's remarks, Pei Qingzhu waved his hand slightly and replied, "Let us not dwell on that. Since my brother's injury has been treated, I shall not impose further. I bid you all farewell." Jinxing instructed the coachman to change direction, heading towards Longxing Street. Was this not the most lucrative area in Jianzhou? It would also be prudent to ascertain the location of the shop bestowed by His Highness, the Prince of Hung, today. Since they had ventured out, it would be wise to accomplish more tasks. Yan Fei was naturally willing, as she had recently felt that the young lady had no need for her, leading her to intentionally distance herself. Today, having been entrusted with an important task by the young lady, the clouds of her previous gloom had dissipated. After the carriage traveled for the duration of 2 tea breaks, they finally arrived at Longxing Street. Jinxing instructed the coachman to wait on the spot while she, accompanied by Yan Fei, disembarked from the carriage and leisurely strolled along the bustling Longxing Street. The thoroughfare here was indeed more spacious than Qingping Street, paved with an expanse of bluestone slabs. Flanking the street were numerous shops, including tea houses, wine taverns, jewelry stores, pastry shops, and ready-to-wear boutiques, all of which boasted larger spaces and more opulent decorations than those found on other streets. It appeared that throughout the ages, the art of presentation was well understood. As Jinxing entered a pastry shop, she purchased a packet of cloud slices. Ever since she had savored the royal gift of cloud slices, she had developed an insatiable fondness for them. Now, visiting this street frequented by the nobility of the imperial city, she was determined to acquire a packet to compare its taste with that of the emperor's offering. Upon exiting the pastry shop, she turned her head and noticed a row of grand commercial establishments directly opposite her, prominently displaying the characters, Dexing Trading Company. Was this not the very establishment mentioned by Pei Qingzhu moments ago? She eagerly pulled Yan Fei toward it, only to be startled as a carriage came barreling toward them. Jinxing's brow furrowed. She sensed an imminent threat to her life. At that moment, the carriage's window curtain was lifted by the wind, revealing a flash of white light from within, a sword. Under the sunlight, its brilliance was blinding. With a swift thought, she summoned a tranquilizer gun into her palm and aimed for the horse's eye, then fired another shot at the coachman. The horse, struck in pain, neighed loudly and reared up, collapsing to the ground in mere moments, while the coachman was thrown from his seat. Suddenly, a masked man leapt from the carriage, brandishing a long sword and charging at Jinxing with intent to strike. Holding a tranquilizer gun, Jinxing was poised to fire at the man before her. Suddenly, he scattered a handful of white powder towards her. Jinxing quickly raised her sleeve to shield her face and retreated in haste, yet the sword relentlessly advanced upon her. Witnessing the imminent danger to her mistress, Yanfei decisively pushed Jinxing aside, narrowly evading the blade's edge. However, she herself could not evade in time and found herself exposed to the lethal weapon. As Jinxing fell to the ground, she heard a chilling sound, the sword piercing flesh. In a panic, she turned her head to see Yanfei collapsing softly onto the ground. A gaping wound marred her chest, blood gushing forth, staining her garments in crimson. Chapter 71. Life hanging by a thread amidst the dispute, Jinxing rushed over to check on her, only to hear Yanfei, her voice faint as a whisper, utter, "Mistress, I was wrong." At that moment, Bai Shi, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealed himself, his clothing also stained with blood. The cloaked assailant, seeing this, attempted to flee. However, as he sprang onto the wall with his lightness skill, he felt a sharp pain in his back, and soon thereafter, he succumbed to unconsciousness, crashing to the ground. Longxing Street, situated within the inner city of Jianzhou, was typically under strict surveillance. Thus, the commotion soon attracted the attention of patrolling officials, who arrived swiftly at the scene. Jinxing pressed down on Yanfei's wound, striving to staunch the flow of blood. However, the crimson liquid continued to seep forth, saturating her garments. She raised her head, her eyes glinting with intense fury as she pointed at the unconscious figure of the masked assailant and the coachman, coldly declaring, "They shall regain consciousness in an hour. I implore everyone to conduct a thorough investigation and unearth the mastermind behind this heinous act." At this opportune moment, Bai Shi brandished his badge, causing the officials to stiffen and promptly clasp their fists in salute, responding with respect, "Yes." Jinxing surveyed the crowd that had gathered from the nearby shops. Raising her voice, she inquired, "Is there a shop that would allow me to borrow a room to tend to my maid? I shall offer ample gratitude." Yet, the onlookers merely reveled in the spectacle, apprehensive of the potential demise of the girl within their own establishments. None dared to speak up. Bai Shi stepped forward to offer counsel. "Your Highness, if we proceed further down this street, there are several shops belonging to our royal estate. We may seek refuge there." Jinxing nodded in agreement, realizing they had no choice but to move ahead. She instructed Bai Shi to carry Yanfei, but just then, a man's voice called out, "Miss C, might you consider bringing this young lady to my establishment for treatment?" Turning to see Pei Qizhu sprinting towards her from across the street, she nodded in gratitude, recognizing that treating Yanfei there would be far more advantageous, as the latter was now struggling to breathe. Observing this, Bai Shi hastily cradled Yanfei and followed Pei Qizhu towards the Daxing Trading Company on the opposite side. Following closely behind, Jinxing overheard two young servants from the Daxing Trading Company whispering at the entrance, "That woman has lost so much blood. It appears she can hardly catch her breath. If she were to die in our establishment, it would be most inauspicious." If the manager were to learn of Master Pei's actions, he surely would not let him off lightly. However, she could not afford to linger on these thoughts and hurriedly followed into a small tea room, which, fortuitously, contained a bed where Yanfei could recline. Jinxing instructed Bai Shi to stand guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering, and Bai Shi, filled with trepidation, complied without question. Had Yanfei not bravely shielded her from the blade, the princess might well have. In such a case, he would surely face death to atone before the prince. Once the wooden door was closed, Jinxing brought the unconscious Yanfei into the surgical room on the second floor of the Apricot Grove Pavilion. Lifting Yanfei's garment, she finally discerned the severity of the injury on her left chest. The wound was deep, and upon auscultation, she detected air escaping from the breach in the chest wall. Thus, she promptly performed a chest CT, revealing pulmonary compression and the presence of bully, confirming the diagnosis of open pneumothorax. Stealing her resolve, Jinxing immediately commenced debridement and swiftly evacuated the trapped air from the pleural cavity. While she worked tirelessly in the operating room, a commotion erupted outside the door. The manager insists that the young lady from the C family is attending to her maid's injuries. She shall emerge shortly. It will not take long. Pei Qizhu positioned herself before the esteemed manager, her demeanor imbued with a touch of flattery as she spoke earnestly. The manager, Lu Donghai, with a bulging belly reminiscent of a pot lid and a face adorned with excess flesh, glared with intensity and reprimanded, "Pei Qizhu, how dare you, a mere subordinate, presume to act above your station?" Upon hearing this, Pei Qingzhu maintained her smile and replied, Master Hai, how could I ever presume to make decisions on your behalf? After all, the neighbors are watching us, are they not? Our Dixing Trading Company is engaging in this act of kindness today, precisely as you have taught us to do. Lu Donghai, upon receiving her compliments, felt his ire diminish slightly, yet he retorted with a cold huff, for today, I shall overlook your transgression of allowing others into the back room. I trust the treatment has lasted long enough. You should promptly expel that person. Pei Qizhu, upon hearing his words, glanced anxiously at the tightly shut door, noticing the servant stationed outside. She assumed he was merely a typical guard from the Si family and believed he would not dare to offend the powerful Lu Donghai. Observing that Pei Qizhu merely stared at the closed door without taking further action, Lu Donghai's anger flared. How dare she disregard him in front of the gathered employees and the onlookers outside? He bellowed, What? Have my words fallen upon deaf ears? Pei Qingzhu's countenance paled at his words, and she hurriedly bowed and clasped her hands in respect, saying, Master Hai, if you could kindly wait just a moment longer. I am certain that a benevolent person like yourself would be pleased to see that young lady rescued. Under ordinary circumstances, with just the shop's minor attendants present, Lu Donghai would have been swayed by such appeals. However, now there are so many people watching outside. The esteemed master of the Dixing Trading Company finds himself unable to manage a mere category manager. He furrowed his brow and, without casting a glance at Pei Qingzhu, barked angrily, Bring the door down. Pei Qingzhu wished to intervene, but it was futile. He watched helplessly as two burly men approached the door, preparing to push it open. A twinge of guilt stirred within him, hoping that Miss C had already navigated through the most critical moments of her treatment. Yet, what he did not expect was that Lu Donghai staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground. Pei Qingzhu was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Amused by Lu Donghai's humiliation, yet saddened by the thought that he might have deeply offended him. What an audacious fellow, daring to provoke Lu. Bring him here. Let him know today what it means to provoke someone he should not. Upon uttering these words, the 7 or 8 robust men standing behind him advanced towards the tea room. But she was also gathering his strength, ready to deliver a kick. Just then, the door behind him creaked open. Si Jinxing cast a cold glance at the crowd outside and addressed Lu Donghai in a chilling tone. The Dixing Trading Company is indeed a company of conscience. Upon hearing the door open, Lu Donghai turned his gaze, only to be met by the sight of a strikingly beautiful young woman emerging. He had long forgotten Pei Qingzhu's mention of the presence of the Si family's young lady. At this moment, he felt an irresistible allure, particularly as her voice carried a refreshing chill, akin to a gentle stream, drawing him into its depths. Lu Donghai, fearing that the intimidating henchman might frighten the delicate young lady, hastily gestured for them to step aside. With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, he took a step closer and inquired, Might I ask if your ladyship, while attending to your injuries within, has grown weary? Perhaps it would be more agreeable to rest for a moment in the private quarters at the back of the merchant establishment? Chapter 72. I am utterly disgusted by him. As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards the young lady's slender fingers. However, he was abruptly seized by a sharp pain in his right arm, only to discover that the young lady had deftly unhooked his grasp. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Donghai's forehead. He had indeed been drawn to women with a spirited temperament, but this lady was far from merely spirited. He recalled the circle of onlookers behind him, and a wave of anger surged within. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, Bring someone. Bind this person and toss her into the woodshed at the back. Upon hearing this, the burly henchman advanced, but the young lady merely let out a cold laugh, her lips parting slightly as she commanded, Get lost. She then instructed by Shi, Carry Yin Fei out. We must leave. Lu Donghai, the esteemed manager of Dixing merchants, was accustomed to being pursued and flattered wherever he went. Never had he experienced such humiliation. With a flick of his sleeve, he furiously declared, What a fine manager Pei you are, adept at ingratiating yourself. Perhaps our humble Dixing establishment cannot accommodate a figure as grand as yourself. Thus, I invite Manager Pei to seek greener pastures elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. This job paid 10 taels of silver a month, constituting the family's most crucial source of income. Her elder brother was a simple farmer, only capable of performing odd jobs, while her sister-in-law merely engaged in mending and laundry tasks. With 2 young nephews to support, Pei Qingzhu felt a pang of anxiety within. Though her exterior remained composed as she argued assertively, Master Hai, your actions are unjust. When I joined the Dixing commercial firm, I signed a contract stipulating that I could not be dismissed arbitrarily before the contract's expiration. This is the firm's regulation. Regulation? You dare speak of regulations to me? Allow me to enlighten you. Here at Jinxing, I am the regulation. Lu Donghai, clutching his dislocated arm with his left hand, glared furiously at Pei Qizhu. Were it not for her, he would not have suffered such humiliation today. As Pei Qizhu prepared to voice further objections, the second miss of the Xi family, encircled by several burly men, spoke slowly. Brother Pei, if you seek new employment, I can provide an opportunity that offers a higher salary than your current position. Listening to the young woman's clear yet delicate voice, Pei Qizhu felt an inexplicable yearning in her heart. At that moment, the 7 or 8 strong men suddenly collapsed to the ground, and Pei Qizhu lifted her gaze to see the second miss with her sleeves billowing. Evidently the one responsible for the action. Astonished, Pei Qizhu watched as she cast a sidelong glance at Lu Donghai and approached him directly, inquiring, Brother Pei, can you trust me? I not only possess a Jiren Hall but also several shops, and I am in need of a chief manager. Chief manager? Pei Qizhu was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the impressive demeanor of the second young lady just a few days prior at Jiren Hall, confident, righteous, yet tinged with a hint of arrogance. A smile graced his lips, and the humility characteristic of a scholar surfaced on his face. He bowed slightly, clasping his hands, and declared in a resonant voice, I am at your service, esteemed host. Jinxing extended her hand, presenting a tin-tail silver ingot to Pei Qizhu, and said, Rest for a few days. Come to Jiren Hall to find me in 5 days. Pei Qizhu accepted the silver without hesitation, then followed closely behind Jinxing and Bai Shi as they exited the Jinxing trading company. Lu Donghai, witnessing several of his subordinates swiftly incapacitated by the young lady, dared not act recklessly. He could only watch in frustration as they departed, his anger causing him to slam his hand down on the teapot. Jinxing had intended for Bai Shi to carry Yin Fei and seek her colorful carriage on Longxing Street before returning to collect her. However, Bai Shi resolutely refused to part with her, likely shaken by the recent attack. At that moment, a magnificent carriage slowly came to a halt before Jinxing and her companions. The curtains were drawn back, revealing the beaming face of Qi Nanyan. Having spent considerable time in the Xi household, Bai Shi sensed something amiss about the Prince of Rui, noting how he always gazed intently at his future princess. Goodness, that is your future royal aunt. Bai Shi inwardly cursed, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Second sister, what a coincidence. Qi Nanyan greeted with a smile. However, Jinxing, unusually reserved, pressed her lips together and replied, Greetings, brother-in-law. Might I trouble you to assist me with a matter? Recently, Qi Nanyan noticed that the young girl often exuded an air of coldness and aloofness. However, today, when he saw her smiling and asking if he would be willing to assist her, he eagerly nodded, a broad smile spreading across his face as he replied, Second sister, please speak. First, take Yin Fei to the carriage and come back for me shortly. Jinxing then glanced at Bai Shi, signaling him with a look. Bai Shi immediately understood and hurriedly took Yin Fei towards the carriage. Meanwhile, Jinxing stood in place, her head bowed, remaining silent. Qi Nanyan presumed that his second sister was merely shy, and with a playful smile, he suggested, Wouldn't it be better for you to join me in the carriage for a chat? No, it's cooler down here, Jinxing replied, still keeping her head lowered and avoiding his gaze. Qi Nanyan, seated in the carriage which was slightly elevated, felt a sense of superiority as he observed the petite figure of the girl outside. Her delicate form was adorned with long hair, simply tied up with a silver hairpin, while the rest cascaded down, accentuating her fair complexion. With her exquisite and vibrant features, she no longer bore the appearance marred by dark spots from 2 years prior. As he gazed at her, peering through her thick, curled eyelashes, he found himself captivated by the tranquil depth of her eyes. In a moment, Jinxing's carriage arrived in a flurry. Qi Nanyan watched as the young girl hurriedly climbed into the carriage, leaving without even a farewell, and he realized that she was simply too bashful to express herself. Inside the carriage, Jinxing couldn't help but vent her frustration at Bai Shi, saying, As for her master, Qi Moli, he is currently stationed at the Western Suburbs Camp. The Western Suburb Camp, originally the Western Suburb Cavalry Station, lies west of Jianzhou City, downstream along the Fuchin River. It serves as a formidable bastion guarding the capital, not far from Jinxing's suburban villa. Qi Moli stood atop the elevated platform in the center of the training grounds, gazing down with a piercing intensity in his starry eyes, exclaiming, Is this the sum of your training over the past month? Today marks the final day of our 3-day offensive and defensive exercise, yet the right-wing army, the most crucial long-range defense unit, has repeatedly faltered in the face of enemy assaults. They have utterly failed to suppress the opposing forces and provide adequate cover for our side. Deputy Commander Suin stepped forward, raising his voice. General, the archers have tirelessly practiced day and night, but a single arrow, no matter how swift, pales in comparison to the ferocity of those from the Cold Mist faction who can unleash 2 arrows in rapid succession. Chapter 73. He has developed detachments. The western suburb camp, backed by the Jilong Mountain, is flanked to the south by a dense forest, its terrain treacherous, forming the sturdiest bastion of Jianzhou City. Dressed in dark attire, Chi stood tall and resolute like a majestic pine, the slanting rays of the setting sun illuminating his figure, exuding an innate authority and pressure. Outside the tents, a cacophony of sounds erupted, with soldiers shouting, horses neighing, and the clashing of swords and halberds resonating continuously. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back before a raised topographical map, fixated on the snow-capped peaks of Longyin to the northwest. Previously, a fierce battle had raged between Longyin and Cold Mist in this very location, lasting 2 years. Although General Saijinshan emerged with a narrow victory, the losses were grievous, and he himself had been struck by 4 arrows from the enemy. The rapid-fire arrows were indeed formidable. Hanlin, hailing from the grassland tribes, boast a cavalry renowned for their exceptional archery skills, honed over centuries. Such a profound accumulation of expertise cannot be matched by the Longyin army's mere training sessions. Moreover, the newly crafted bows and arrows in their possession have significantly augmented the combat prowess of Hanlin's soldiers, further elevating their morale. A flicker of concern crossed Chi Moli's eyes as he turned to those behind him, instructing, as the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. No sooner had he spoken than a voice from outside the tent announced, "General, a message has arrived from the capital. Enter and speak." Chi Moli commanded, rising to allow the messenger to enter the camp. "The Crown Prince conveys that there are officials in court who wish to criticize your reckless behavior." Without raising his gaze, Chi Moli focused intently on the flying swallow bow in his hands and interrupted the messenger, saying, "It matters not. Let them stir as they please." The messenger hesitated before continuing. The Crown Prince also mentioned that the second miss of the Xi family. Upon hearing these words, Chi Moli immediately set down the bow, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "The second miss of the Xi family? What has happened to her?" Noticing the general's sudden tension, the messenger grew anxious, replying, "The second miss of the Xi family was attacked today on Longxing Street." "What did you say?" Chi Moli's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he demanded, "How could she have been attacked? Wasn't Bai Shi and Qing Chan guarding her?" "Indeed. The second young lady of the Xi family ventured to Longxing Street to investigate the shops, only to encounter an assassin." Before the messenger soldier could finish his words, their general abruptly rose and exited the tent. By this time, it was past the hour of the rooster, and the training ground was illuminated by bonfires. With soldiers gathered around, tending to their weapons, Chi Moli strode forth, calling for Suin from the training ground, stating that the archers of the right-wing army must continue to practice diligently. Having spoken, he mounted his horse and delivered a resounding whip to its rear, causing the steed to emit a piercing neigh before kicking up a cloud of dust as it galloped out of the western camp. The autumn sun set swiftly, and under the moonlight, Chi Moli urged his horse to a rapid pace. Anxious within, he managed to reach the West Ming Gate of Jianzhou City in just an hour and a half, a journey that typically took 2 hours. By now, the moon was high in the sky. She lay on a recliner in the courtyard, where the green bamboo had draped a blanket over her. It urged, "Miss, if you do not wish to sleep, let us lie inside. The autumn night is quite chilly." However, Jinxing gazed toward a particular corner, shaking her head. Shortly thereafter, She received news and swiftly approached, saying, "Princess, upon awakening, the masked man bit through the poison in his mouth. He is a death warrior. As for the coachman, he is merely an ordinary driver from the city, having accepted the masked man's silver, yet he could provide no further useful information." Jinxing straightened her posture, a delicate beauty shrouded in a veil of frost. She cast her gaze upon Bai Shi and resolutely declared, "You were intercepted upon leaving Dongping Street, thwarting your progress and providing that masked assassin with an opportunity. This indicates that our adversaries are aware of your presence beside me, which is why they deliberately divided their forces to eliminate me. Indeed, those 2 who obstructed me clearly did not intend to take my life. They merely sought to delay me, preventing my rescue of the princess." Upon hearing these words, Jinxing fell silent. She recalled the last words spoken by Yan Fei before her fainting spell. Rising, she made her way toward the door, but paused momentarily to glance towards the treatment room. The human heart is truly inscrutable. At that moment, a swift footfall echoed, and she found herself abruptly enveloped in a chilling embrace. A startled gasp escaped her lips, only to be met with soft laughter from LV Zhu and Baishi behind her. The scent of ebony and sandalwood gradually became more pronounced. Jinxing smiled faintly, nestled quietly in the warmth of that embrace, only to notice the rapid thumping of his heart. She lifted her gaze to meet his. His hair was tousled by the wind, his expression one of unprecedented disarray, with bloodshot eyes intensely fixed upon her, as though he feared she might vanish in an instant. Had he learned of the events on Longxing Street today? Jinxing gently wriggled free, rose on her toes, and reached out to caress his face, her heart aching as she whispered, "Moly, I am here. See, I am perfectly well." She remained silent, which was preferable. However, the moment she spoke, that man immediately drew her tightly into his embrace, leaving her breathless. What Jinxing did not realize was that when Moly rushed to her courtyard, he had heard her voice, and the pang of longing in his heart was overwhelming. It had been an eternity since he had cared for anyone in this world. Others referred to him as the Nine Yama, claiming he was devoid of humanity, that he killed indiscriminately, and was shrouded in malevolence. Yet, he paid them no mind. Alone and solitary, those opinions were but fleeting clouds to him. But now, he found himself tethered by affection. Moly cast his gaze downward at the petite woman in his arms, struggling valiantly as she tried to free herself. A smirk graced his lips. Truly, she was an unruly little thing. His heart softened involuntarily, and he eased the grip of his arm around her. She inhaled softly, her cherry lips slightly parted, glistening with a radiant sheen. Moly's eyes darkened momentarily as he lifted the petite woman effortlessly into the air and strode toward the room. Chapter 74. His tongue is both poisonous and poor. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and hurriedly lowered her head, making her way to the small kitchen. Her young mistress had scarcely eaten anything at dinner, so she intended to prepare some light snacks. Meanwhile, Baishi swiftly vanished, blending into the night. Jinxing, cradled in the air, felt a sudden dizziness, unable to discern her surroundings, and thus leaned her head against the man's solid and powerful arm. Once the door was closed, Moly waved his hand, discarding their outer garments, leaving only their underclothes intact. Startled by his sudden action, Jinxing gazed at the tall figure before her, a blush blooming on her cheeks. We are not yet wed." Moly, observing the bashful young woman beside him, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With a swift motion, he extinguished the candlelight, pulled back the covers, and nestled himself beside her, wrapping his arms around her delicate form, only to feel a pang of regret. She was merely 15. How long must he wait? The old empress had mentioned that early intimacy could be detrimental to a woman's health. Could that be true? Across the realm, weren't girls considered of marriageable age at 15, ready to bear children by 16? As Jinxing felt his embrace, she ceased all movement, her face flushing as she scolded herself for her thoughts. After all, she was but 15. Moly, noticing her stillness, smiled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Whether before or after, it remains the same. You ought to gain a bit more flesh. Otherwise, how shall I proceed in the future?" Jinxing's eyes widened at his words. His tongue was not only sharp, but also quite frivolous. Blushing fiercely, she attempted to swat him away, only to be pulled tighter into his embrace. Nestled against his neck, she heard him murmur, "In the future, do not frighten me again." "Yes, I understand. I shall be exceedingly cautious in my actions henceforth." For reasons unknown, with him by her side, Jinxing felt an undeniable sense of security blossom within her heart. Today, she was first startled by an assassination attempt and then underwent surgery for her ailments. Exhausted, she sought refuge in Moly's embrace and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, after she fell asleep, Moly, having hurried back from the western camp, gently kissed her forehead, donned his attire, and stepped out. Under the moonlight, Baishi knelt on one knee, pleading for forgiveness. "Please punish me, my lord. I have failed in my duty to protect the princess, nearly causing a grave disaster." Moly stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a chill emanating from him as he coldly replied, "Should this happen again, you shall face the consequences with the MOA guard." Baishi quickly bowed, expressing gratitude for his leniency. In the pitch-black night, aside from the rustling of tree branches swaying in the wind and the soft whispers of leaves, an eerie silence prevailed. As dawn broke the following day, The corner gate beside the Zhuke gate swung open, and officials clad in red robes and adorned with feathered hats began to enter the imperial city, making their way across the Jinshui Bridge towards the Qinzheng Hall. The imperial city, with its dragon-like aura, was dotted with palatial structures that gleamed with golden splendor, exuding an extraordinary majesty. The ministers dared not raise their voices, each absorbed in their own thoughts as they walked. Typically, they arrived half an hour earlier than the emperor. Thus they found themselves waiting in the auxiliary hall for their audience. In this brief interlude, they gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing the potential happenings in court that day or sharing amusing tidbits from within the capital. It was heard that a stabbing incident occurred yesterday on Longxing Street. Such audacity is indeed remarkable, General Lei Ling exclaimed in a gruff voice. Lord Zhu, is this true? Who is responsible? The Minister of Personnel, upon hearing this, turned to the prefect of Jingzhou, seeking confirmation. The matter remains under investigation. The governor of Jingzhou is troubled by this issue, feigning ignorance as he deflects responsibility. Shortly thereafter, a young eunuch entered the hall, announcing with a loud, quacking voice, "The court is in session. Approach for an audience." The officials within the hall immediately fell silent and proceeded towards the Qinzhen Hall. The Emperor Chongda occupied the gilded dragon-patterned throne, whereupon the ministers performed the traditional gesture of kneeling thrice. Long live the emperor! A series of rituals began to irritate the emperor, who mused that such excessive praise felt akin to calling him an old turtle. However, he could not voice this sentiment. He must maintain an appearance of enjoyment. Raising his hand to declare, "All ministers, rise." It was then that eunuch Zhang called out, "If you have matters to discuss, present them. If not, you may leave the court." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Yushi stepped forward from the ranks, bowing as he stated, "I have a matter to report." The emperor nodded, granting permission to proceed. The vice minister of the censorate, Zhang Sun, then raised the jade tablet and, with grave authority, declared, "I must accuse Prince Mo Ying." For days prior, Prince Mo Ying had intruded upon the residence of General Jin Yuan, unjustly whipping General Zhou's wife 21 times, leaving her injuries still unhealed and confined to her couch. The Grand General has achieved victory for our Dragon Yin, yet bears wounds himself. Such actions from Prince Mo Ying surely risk the loyalty of venerable officials. I beseech your majesty to impose severe punishment upon Prince Mo Ying. The ministers were momentarily taken aback, expressing their outrage. A minister's private courtyard, employing such cruel punishments? This Prince Mo Ying is utterly arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Chongda, seated upon his throne, recognized yet another incident involving the troublesome old nine. He pressed his forehead and inquired, "Is this matter indeed true?" As Zhang Sun was about to continue speaking, a languid and indifferent male voice drifted in from outside the hall. What the censor has stated is something this prince vehemently disagrees with. The ministers lowered their heads in unison. Who could it be if not the very Prince Mo Ying, whom Zhang had just impeached? In an instant, a man clad in dark robes strode in, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the censor. He spoke, "This prince is only aware of the general's wife. Oh, no. At this point she has become a concubine. A mere concubine dares to recklessly alter the imperial decree of marriage before it has been issued? Such blatant disrespect towards the royal family, deceiving the emperor, is truly audacious. This prince has merely given her a few lashes as a minor punishment, showing leniency considering the general's reputation. Censor, what say you? Is it not so?" Crown Prince Qi Nanyuan, with his arms crossed before him, seized the moment to interject. "Father, what the ninth uncle has said is entirely correct. Were it not for the general's standing, that woman, having dared to deceive the emperor, would surely face consequences far beyond mere confinement to her chamber." Prince Rui Qi Nanyan could no longer contain himself, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ninth uncle and crown prince jest, for Madame Zhou is the esteemed matriarch of the general's household. How could she be deemed a mere concubine? Moreover, the emperor's decree did not specify which daughter of the Jinyuan general's estate was to be married, so how can one speak of deceit and treachery?" Prince Hung Chi Nani, observing the exchange, let out a cold snort and, with a resonant voice, declared, "I wish to address father as well." Chapter 75. Double Happiness. Emperor Chota cast his gaze upon Prince Heng, his second son, who had always shown little interest in court affairs, preferring instead to immerse himself in commerce. Nonetheless, he contributed a considerable amount of silver to the imperial treasury each year, often alleviating the financial strains of the inner court. The emperor had always praised him for this. Today, however, seeing him rise to address the court came as a surprise, prompting the emperor to inquire, What matter brings you here, Prince Hum? Prince Chi Nani stepped forward with a broad smile, exclaiming, "It is indeed a joyous occasion, Your Majesty. I come to congratulate you on the arrival of another grandchild. Today marks the 8th day since the birth, and I humbly request that you bestow a name upon the little prince." Upon hearing this, Emperor Chonda's countenance brightened with delight, and he playfully chided, "How could you have concealed such a splendid event, the birth of a grandson, from me for so long? Your humble servant had no choice." For the little prince fell ill on the day of his birth. Chi Nani hesitated, his voice trailing off. The emperor immediately pressed, "How fares my grandson now? Has a physician been summoned to attend to him?" Prince Chi Nani's expression darkened slightly as he reported, "The little prince is now in good health. However, there is a matter that weighs heavily on my heart, and I seek your guidance." "Speak freely," the emperor urged, feeling reassured that the well-being of his grandson was prioritized above all else. With the fierce protectiveness of a mother hen, Chi Nani expressed his indignation. The little prince's illness was only remedied thanks to the intervention of the 9th Imperial Aunt, yet the scion of General Si Jinhao, had the audacity to insult my son, calling him a bastard. At this revelation, the smile that had adorned the face of Prince Rui, Chi Nanyan, faltered momentarily. Yesterday, his royal consort came to implore him to release someone from the capital, yet unexpectedly. His second elder brother acted with such swiftness that he had already brought the matter before their father, the emperor. At this moment, he could only feel regret for his past decisions. What purpose does such a legitimate consort serve? With a heavy sigh, he stepped forward and said, "Congratulations, elder brother, on the birth of your precious son. However, if the eldest son of the Si family were to utter such coarse words, there must be some misunderstanding, no? The third prince, you are yet to have children, so you cannot fathom the feelings of an elder brother," replied Chi Nani. "Is it not true that I heard this with my own ears?" With a cold snort, he turned toward Emperor Chonda and declared, as a new father, "I cannot bear to see my son insulted. I beseech father to take action on behalf of my child." Hearing this, Prince Rui, Chi Nanyan, felt a sudden pang in his heart. He had no children. If it were not for Si Jinwei, how would he be childless? At this moment, Emperor Chonda's expression was equally grim. He could not bear to scold his own grandson, and indeed, the eldest son of the Si family was quite audacious. General Si Junshan was a commendable man, yet the household was utterly chaotic. He recalled what Chi Nani had mentioned about the 9th royal aunt and could not help but inquire, "What was that you said about the 9th royal aunt?" Emperor Chonda remembered that eunuch Zhang had once remarked upon the charm of that little girl. They were all children of Si Junshan. How could there be such a disparity? Observing his second son's expression of indignation, he concluded, in that case, the second young lady of the Si family ought to be rewarded. As the left minister Zhang Sun observed the situation deteriorating, he felt compelled to assert his stance with fervor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, while it is indeed just to punish the son of the Si family for his transgressions, does it imply that the Wang of Moxing should be exempt from scrutiny?" Witnessing Zhang Sun's unwavering resolve during such a jubilant moment for Emperor Chonda, Zhou Song couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. His brother-in-law was commendable in many aspects, yet he was woefully lacking in adaptability. Fortunately, the emperor, in light of the joyful news of the royal grandson's birth, chose not to hold a grudge. He waved his hand dismissively and stated, "There is no need for further discourse, Minister Zhang. I have always been clear in my rewards and punishments, fair and impartial. It is my decree that the machinations of the Zhou family to entwine themselves with the royal lineage are indeed detestable. However, considering General Si's diligent efforts, a lighter punishment shall suffice. I hereby revoke the Zhou family's third-rank title of shone, while the decision to strip them of their primary wife's position shall rest with General Si Junshan. As for the Wang of Moxing, although his actions were aimed at upholding the dignity of the royal family, his intrusion into the private quarters of a subject is unacceptable. Thus, he shall forfeit his salary for 3 months, with the funds allocated to the general's residence for the care of the injured. The conduct of the Si family's son has been improper and disrespectful. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights is to revoke his hereditary title and he shall be detained at the Jingzhou prefecture for 3 months as a warning. However, the second daughter of the Si family, renowned for her medical skills and her successful treatment of the young prince, deserves commendation. She shall be bestowed the title of Princess of Anping and granted lands in Anping County. How do you all perceive this resolution?" Upon hearing the final decree, Chi Moli nodded in satisfaction and, lifting his eyelids, proposed, "I am in full agreement with your Majesty. Yet it is only fitting that the silver be awarded to the Princess of Anping, as she has tended to General C's injuries. He has always regarded money with disdain, indifferent even to a 3-year punishment. However, it seems that his little daughter has a particular fondness for wealth. Thus, it would be unwise to allow the bounty to flow into the hands of outsiders. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Chongda glanced at Chi Moli standing below, understanding his intent, and let out a hearty laugh. This is indeed agreeable. Princess Omping's treatment of General Jin Yuan is a manifestation of deep affection. Does anyone else have any objections? Prince Rui, Chi Nanyan, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Sun, the elder brother of Si Jinyue's aunt. Known for his straightforwardness yet also his stubbornness, often uttering words that are not well received. He quickly donned a smile and remarked, "Father, your handling of this matter is exceedingly fair. I trust that the general's household will be grateful for your benevolence." Zhang Sun, upon hearing this, could only commend. Our emperor is indeed wise. At that moment, Chi Moli exchanged a knowing glance with the crown prince, Qi Nanyuan. The crown prince promptly took the initiative to speak. "Father, regarding General Jin Yuan, I have just heard that his injuries are recovering remarkably well. Perhaps today would be an opportune time to bestow the marriage of our uncle with Princess Omping. It would be a delightful double celebration for her, would it not?" Emperor Chongda stroked his beard, observing his younger brother, who had always been indifferent to marriage, showing no sign of refusal. Understanding dawned upon him, and he chuckled heartily. "Very well. The Empress Dowager has long been concerned about the marriage of Wang Moi, so let this matter be entrusted to her." The old emperor then turned to issue a command. "Zhang Gonggong, you shall personally convey this news to the Empress Dowager." In the span of a single court session, matters concerning the Jin Yuan general's household took up a considerable portion of the discussion, with both punishments and rewards being deliberated. Naturally, the reputation of the second Miss C circulated throughout the prestigious residences of Longing following the morning court assembly. In the early dawn, a sliver of sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting its glow upon Si Jinxing's bedside as she rolled over and fell back into slumber. Green Bamboo, well aware of her mistress's fondness for lingering in bed and the fright she had endured the previous day, refrained from disturbing her with knocks on the door. At that moment, she emerged, startling Green Bamboo nearly out of her wits. Initially, she had felt a degree of restraint knowing she was from the royal household. But as time passed, she recognized his mischievous nature and glared at him, exclaiming, "How can you walk without making a sound? Are you trying to scare someone to death?" She crossed his arms and chuckled. "Today is an auspicious day. Let's not speak of life and death. It's bad luck. Hurry and wake the princess." Si Jinxing was roused from her slumber by Green Bamboo's persistent knocking. Drowsily, she reached to her right, only to find emptiness. No one was there. Instantly, she became fully alert, bewildered by the unknown departure of the person who had been by her side. Green Bamboo busily attended to her mistress, anxiously preparing her for the day. Finally exhaling in relief once she was ready. Amused, Si Jinxing was about to inquire further when she heard Shi's voice from outside the courtyard. "The master has arrived and is waiting for the princess outside." Only then did Si Jinxing comprehend Green Bamboo's earlier urgency. As the two of them stepped outside, they beheld a 4-wheeled carriage awaiting them. The carriage truly reflected its owner's character, drawn by 4 magnificent jet-black steeds, snorting with vigor, and trailing behind was a richly carved mahogany carriage. The carriage was adorned with 4 magnificent blue gems at its corners, while the windows on either side were embellished with golden decorations. Delicate light blue curtains hung gracefully within, and a dark plaque was suspended at the front of the carriage, inscribed with a single character. In Jianzhou City, everyone was well aware that this 4-wheeled treasure carriage, bearing the sign, belonged to the current king, Mo Ing. Inside the carriage, Chi Moli observed that the young lady had approached the side but hesitated to enter. He urged her, "What are you waiting for? Come up, I shall take you for breakfast." She climbed into the carriage and shot him an exasperated glance, only to be swiftly pulled to his side. Seeing this, Lezhu promptly closed the carriage door and took her seat on the outer platform. "How do you intend to handle that girl?" Chi Moli inquired, as he gently embraced the young lady beside him and offered her a cup of hot tea. Si Jinxing accepted the steaming cup, cradling it in her hands. "I still wish to grant her another chance. After all, she has been with me for so long. And yesterday she sustained grave injuries to save me." Chi Moli regarded the young woman beside him. To the outside world, she appeared cold-hearted and unsympathetic, neglectful of her kin and unfilial to her parents. However, in truth, she was one who understood gratitude deeply. He patted her slender shoulder and could not help but advise, "While you may wish to give her an opportunity, Remain cautious. It's possible that yesterday's act was merely a ploy to elicit your sympathy. Jinxing nodded, acknowledging his words, as she had already contemplated the possibility. She intended to wait for Yin Fei to awaken before making any further judgments. She was reluctant to continue discussing the matter, so she turned her gaze to the man beside her and inquired. Just as she spoke, Yin ahead announced, "My lord, we have arrived." She alighted from the carriage, her hand immediately enveloped in his warm grasp. A smile graced Jinxing's lips. Their intertwined fingers resembled those of enamored lovers from a future era. Raising her eyes, she was greeted by a striking octagonal pavilion, where a black plaque inscribed in golden characters read, "Elegant abode by the water." As they rounded the shadow wall and ventured inside, they were met with the soothing sounds of a babbling brook. By the edge of the pond, adorned with peculiar stones, exotic flowers flourished, their blossoms dancing in the gentle breeze alongside fluttering butterflies. To the north of the tranquil pond stood a two-story building, flanked by various elegant rooms, each with a walkway leading to them. A serene melody drifted from an unknown chamber, infusing the elegant abode by the water with an additional touch of grace. Standing upon the stone path, Jinxing was entranced by the picturesque scenery, unaware that such a serene locale existed in this region. She mused silently that the cuisine here must surely come at a hefty price. A burly man, appearing to be in his 40s, accompanied by several attendants, approached and bowed, addressing her as his lady. It was then that Jinxing realized this elegant abode by the water was, in fact, the private estate of the man beside her. They ascended to an elegant room on the second floor, where an array of dishes was presented by the attendants, numbering over 10. Jinxing placed a hand to her forehead, pondering whose family would indulge in such a lavish breakfast. Surely, it must be a matter of little concern when it comes to one's own possessions. While she contemplated this, she noticed Molly pushing a plate of braised pig trotters toward her, stating, "I heard you have a fondness for pig trotters. Do give it a try." Jinxing intended to retort with a few words regarding the unseemliness of such greasy fare so early in the day. It must be said that the chef at the water pavilion truly excels in his culinary creations, as Jinxing could hardly restrain herself from indulging in the fare. Molly, meanwhile, observed the young woman with a silent smile, occasionally offering her a morsel from his plate. However, Jinxing sensed a hint of unease. Setting down her chopsticks to inquire, "Is something troubling you? I can see it in your eyes." Molly had not anticipated that this young girl would be so astute in her observations. He shook his head with a soft chuckle and replied, "It is merely matters concerning the military. The archer's defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate, rendering them no match for the cold mist cavalry. Nevertheless, I am devising a solution. It is of no consequence." Jinxing dabbed at the corners of her mouth, then wandered to the window, where she was astonished to discover that the water pavilion was nestled beside a serene lake. A gentle breeze swept through, instantly revitalizing her spirit. The surface of the water shimmered with ripples, creating a mesmerizing dance. "Molly, I shall assist you in resolving this issue," she declared. Turning his head, Molly caught a glimpse of a radiant beam of light reflecting off the young woman's smooth visage, her bright smile reminiscent of the morning sun, brimming with vitality. He smiled in return, joining her by the window, taking her hand in his. "What insight does the princess possess?" As the afternoon wore on, she said, "Come find me later. I have something to show you." Jinxing playfully shook his hand, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Molly was uncertain of what she referred to, yet he acquiesced, asking, "A reward?" Jinxing turned her gaze towards him, only to find herself captivated by the red beauty mark at the corner of his eye. A beauty mark, perhaps, encapsulating the essence of allure? The carriage continued its journey until it reached the gates of the General Jinyuan's residence, and despite her efforts, Jinxing could not discern the nature of the reward. Ultimately giving up in frustration, entering the estate without even bidding Molly farewell. Before she could reach the shattered blossom courtyard, she heard a young maid calling out for the second Mississippi. "Second miss, please hurry to the pear blossom courtyard. The madam has just hanged herself with white silk. The old madam requests your presence at once." Self-hanging? A melodrama of weeping, wailing, and hanging oneself? Jinxing nodded, indicating her understanding, her cold gaze sweeping over the maid as she slowly inquired, "Aunt Jo, is she dead?" The young maid was momentarily stunned by the question, only then realizing that the day before, the old madam had been coerced by the second miss into stripping the madam of her position. She instinctively shuddered. What was the second miss incapable of doing now? The princess. Si Jinxing had never heard of a princess frequenting her family's estate so often. Even in an era of marital freedom, Si Jinxing did not visit home with such frequency. What could be the motive behind Qi Nanyan's indulgence of Si Jinxing? Si Jinxing furrowed her brows, pondering how peculiar this situation was, and how outsiders might perceive it. They would surely conclude that the son-in-law was on close terms with his father-in-law, a third prince and a general commanding great military power entwined in proximity. In a fleeting moment, a terrifying thought flashed through Si Jinxing's mind. What intentions did that scoundrel harbor? Now, she was quite eager to discern the stance of that Mr. C. She promptly asked, who was currently at the Pear Blossom courtyard. The young maid remained with her head bowed, avoiding any gaze, and replied, the old madam, the general, the princess, the third miss, and one. And the fourth miss are all present, as well as the second young master. Ah, quite a gathering indeed. She might as well join in to witness the commotion. With a wave of her hand, Si Jinxing addressed the maid, saying, then let us depart. Upon hearing this, the young maid felt an immediate sense of relief and followed closely behind Si Jinxing as they made their way towards the Pear Blossom courtyard. Just before they reached the entrance, they were met with a cacophony of wails emanating from the room of Madame Zhou. Soon after, the voice of Si Jinxing could be heard pleading, Mother, please stop scratching. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Si Jinxing's eyes as she stepped into the courtyard, only to see Qi Nanyan emerging from within. As she contemplated sidestepping him, she heard him emit a soft sigh, expressing guilt. Upon hearing his words, Si Jinxing turned in astonishment to find the scoundrel wearing a face full of remorse, seemingly filled with regret. Anger surged within her, while he spoke with feigned concern. Was he not intentionally trying to entice her? A young lady who had yet to leave her familial home had scarcely interacted with men outside her own family. If such a brother-in-law frequently appeared, uttering words that sparked unwelcome fantasies, it was no wonder the original owner of this body had been ensnared in schemes. This matter had nothing to do with her brother-in-law, especially since the ninth prince had already dispatched someone to ensure her safety. Thus, her brother-in-law need not linger. With a cold expression, Si Jinxing delivered her thoughts and refused to cast even a glance at the scoundrel. The mention of brother-in-law and ninth prince clearly delineated her boundaries. Qi Nanyan's expression of guilt vanished in an instant. His gaze darkened as he focused intently on the woman before him. After a brief pause, he simply uttered, very well, and turned to leave. Only then did Si Jinxing step into Madame Zhou's chamber. However, before she could fully assess the situation within, she was met with a booming voice accusing her. How dare you still associate with the Duke of Ru? A glance revealed that it was none other than Mr. C, who had just recovered after 2 days. She suddenly recalled an old tale she had heard from Aunt Wen, that her mother had died because of her, and yet Mr. C had not bothered to verify the facts before making a hasty judgment. Now, in this very instance, she wondered how this general had managed for so many years. Si Jinxing cast a glance towards the inner chamber, where Si Jinhue sat silently on a stool in front of the Zhou family couch, her head bowed in silence, while the Zhou matron, exhausted from calling, lay motionless. Self-absorbed, she seated herself on a round stool at the foot of Si Junshan, disregarding his furious glare, and spoke, General C, what an imposing authority you wield. I merely exchanged a word with him. Does that imply a connection? If I were to converse further, what would that signify? A flighty nature? An illicit affair? Si Junshan's face turned ashen. He could scarcely fathom that such words had emerged from the lips of his once innocent second daughter. He could not restrain the urge to raise his arm, but his daughter, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, What? General C, do you intend to strike me? As Si Junshan gazed upon the smile adorning his daughter's face, the image of his beloved wife, Lan Xinshi, surfaced in his mind. Observing this, Si Jinxing's smile vanished, and her voice turned cold. What of that so-called Prince Ray? What is he worth? I have no desire for the remnants of what my elder sister has used. Spare me the humiliation. Upon hearing these words, Si Jinyue's complexion drained of color, tears welling in her eyes as she pointed a trembling finger at Si Jinxing, exclaiming, You second sister, you are going too far. Si Jinxing cast a glance at her, then turned to Mr. C, inquiring, Speak, what brings you to summon me today? If it is merely to reprimand me, I have no interest in hearing it. As soon as her words fell, Madame Zhou began to writhe upon the bed, emitting cries of anguish. The elderly matriarch's expression darkened, yet she still managed to utter, Xing girl, your mother's injury had shown signs of improvement, but today, for some unknown reason, She is afflicted by an unbearable itch. Just moments ago, she even clutched a white silk to seek to end her life. She has always treated you well. Will you not offer her your assistance? Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing's gaze shifted towards Si Jinyun, noticing a barely perceptible tremor in her form. Understanding dawned upon her, and a smile graced her lips as she replied, "What is this nonsense, elder matriarch? I have no mother. In our household, there exists only one concubine, Zhou." The elderly matriarch's subsequent remarks went unheard, for she was taken aback that this girl would not even address her as grandmother. Her countenance darkened, and she fell silent. Witnessing this, Si Junshan slammed his palm upon the table, rebuking fiercely, "Unfilial daughter. You show no respect for your elders and exhibit such arrogance. How could I have borne such a rebellious child?" Si Jinxing rose, her voice cold as she declared, "Then let this rebellious daughter take her leave. Mother, please endure a little longer. Do not scratch any further. If that wound becomes worse, what shall we do?" Si Jinyun stepped forward to assist Si Jinxing in restraining Madame Zhou, calling out, "Elder sister, I beseech you to examine our mother. Dr. Du has said that only you can treat this peculiar ailment." Si Jinxing turned her head to glance at Si Junshan, her lips curving into a smile as she remarked, "My consultation fee is rather steep." Si Jinxing's response prompted Si Jinshui to eagerly nod, "No matter the amount. We shall pay it." Si Jinxing casually glanced at the bed of the Zhou family, noticing that the whip marks had begun to heal with tender pink flesh. Yet, there were still several spots where the flesh had been torn open by her scratching. Pretending to search through her sleeves, she produced a porcelain vial and declared, "This is my newly formulated anti-itch solution, priced at 500 taels. 500 taels? Si Jinyu furrowed her brow, realizing the exorbitant cost of the medicine. A complete set of headwear wound tea even amount to such a sum. She hurriedly reached out to take it, only to find that Si Jinxing was unwilling to part with it. It became apparent that a transaction was required, payment for the product. She quickly retrieved a banknote from one of her maids and handed it over. Si Jinxing examined the note before finally relinquishing the small vial. The two sisters, one demanding payment for her services and the other willingly providing it, saw no issue in their arrangement, albeit one thought it perhaps a tad overpriced. However, Si Junshan felt that his second daughter exhibited a complete lack of familial affection. It was unfathomable that within a family, one would require a consultation fee. Just as he was about to voice his disapproval, Si Jinxing added, "This vial contains only a 5-day supply, given Zhou Yinyang's injuries. It may take 6 to 8 months for her to fully recover. I hope my elder sister prepares her finances in advance." Si Jinyu clutched the vial in her hand, seething with indignation. How could she possibly afford such an expense? Recently, the prince had grown increasingly displeased with her, compelling her to tread lightly. Si Junshan, unable to contain his frustration, raised his arm to strike his second daughter across the face. How could she show such disrespect towards her elders? How would he face his wife in the future? Chapter 78. The arrival of Princess Onping Si Jinxing, possessing keen hearing, had been prepared for Si Junshan's impending strike and swiftly retreated, evading his hand. "General Si, what is the meaning of this?" General Si Junshan, already gravely wounded and in a state of frailty, managed to rise, yet now found himself overwhelmed, slumping back into his chair, exclaiming, "She is after all your mother, who has always been exceptionally kind to the children of this household, particularly to you. Why are you so unfeeling, so devoid of gratitude?" Si Jinxing fixed her gaze upon Si Junshan, pondering whether her mother had been blind to have chosen such a heartless and oblivious person. "General Si, has she truly treated us well? Perhaps you remain unaware." Before the 9th prince lashed out at her, "Our grandmother had just ordered her to be bound and taken to the woodshed. Do you understand why?" The elderly matriarch, upon hearing this, cast an uneasy glance at her obedient grandson sitting quietly nearby. Yet Si Jushan was left bewildered, having only regained consciousness 2 days prior, with no one having mentioned this incident to him. Si Jinxing's brother, Si Jinheng, took hold of his elder sister's arm and stood up, advancing a couple of steps to kneel before Si Junshan, recounting the events of that day in detail. As Si Junshan observed the earnest expression of his young son, it was evident that he spoke no falsehood. He then glanced toward the corner where Wenshur sat, noting her slight nod in affirmation. Given her gentle temperament, she was not one to stir trouble. Only then did Si Junshan turn to the matriarch, asking, "Mother, is there any truth to this matter?" The elderly lady tightened her grip on the newly acquired jade bracelet upon her wrist, responding ambiguously, "Perhaps there is some truth to it. This bracelet seems to be newly acquired, Its luster and delicacy suggest it may be sourced from Huaibei, known for its fine materials. At that moment, Jinxing began to compliment the matriarch on her exquisite bracelet. Disregarding the elderly lady's pallor, she shifted the conversation and remarked, "I recall that my eldest sister's second uncle engaged in substantial business, frequently traveling between Jianzhou and Huaibei." Upon uttering these words, Junshan grasped the underlying implication. He turned to the elderly lady and said, "Mother, you are mistaken." Then, glancing at Madame Zhou by the bedside, he was about to speak when a young servant announced from outside, "Master, someone from the palace has arrived. They bear an imperial decree." At that moment, seated on the bed, Madame Zhou had just taken the medicine from Jinxing, and her itch had indeed subsided. However, upon hearing that someone from the palace had come, her complexion paled. What had the Prince of Ruei said earlier? The Emperor's wrath. As the Xi family made their way to the front hall, Steward Zhang had long been awaiting them. While others may not recognize him, Junshan was all too familiar with this particular eunuch, who was no ordinary servant but rather the most favored grand eunuch in service to the current emperor. He stepped forward with great respect, stating, "We apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed steward." Hearing about the Xi family's affairs had diminished Steward Zhang's favor towards Junshan, yet he maintained a cordial facade, saying, "General Xi has returned triumphantly, and his injuries are improving. The emperor can now rest assured." He surveyed the surroundings and, spotting the young girl amidst the crowd, raised his voice, "Since everyone is present, we shall commence the reading of the emperor's decree." The crowd knelt, attentively listening. By the grace of heaven and the emperor's command, it is decreed that the legitimate daughter of the Jinyuan general's household, Jinxing, is wise and gentle, possesses remarkable medical skills, and has rendered meritorious service in saving the heir. Therefore, she is bestowed the title of Princess of Anping, with lands granted in Anping County. Thus it is decreed. After Grand Eunuch Zhang proclaimed the imperial edict, he gestured to the somewhat stunned Jinxing, smilingly saying, "Princess, come forth to receive the decree and express your gratitude." It was only then that Jinxing rose and stepped forward, kneeling once more to accept the auspicious edict inscribed on the black rhinoceros horn. The rest of the Xi family was taken aback. Could it be that the emperor had lost his mind, merely for saving a young prince? He conferred the title of princess, complete with a fief. Such a title entailed the enjoyment of a substantial estate. Just as the others were about to rise, Grand Eunuch Zhang cleared his throat and declared, "Please, everyone, hold on. His Majesty has an additional verbal decree. The Zhou family of the Jinyuan general's residence has misjudged the emperor's intent, employing flattering words and cunning schemes, leading to the revocation of the third-rank noble title of Shuren bestowed upon them by the Imperial Household Department. Furthermore, the eldest son of General Jinyuan, Jinhao, has displayed improper conduct, uttering disrespectful words and insulting the heir, resulting in the Ministry of Rights stripping him of his hereditary title and confining him within the Jingzhou prefecture for 3 months. Additionally, Wang Moying has privately whipped the general's wife, resulting in a penalty of 3 months' salary, amounting to 3,000 taels, to be used for the general's medical treatment. However, I have heard that Princess Anping has generously contributed her resources to aid in your recovery. Therefore, this sum shall be entrusted to Princess Anping for her use." Thus it is decreed. "Princess Anping, here is the banknote for 3,000 taels from the treasury. Please accept it." Grand Eunuch Zhang indicated towards a young eunuch holding a red tray draped in crimson cloth, addressing Jinxing. Jinxing found herself utterly enamored with the unseen emperor. Last time he had bestowed upon her lavish gifts, and now he directly rewarded her with both wealth and title. Indeed, he was the most extravagant elder in the realm. "I thank His Majesty for his generous gifts and wish him good health and abundant blessings." Eunuch Zhang listened to this unusual expression of gratitude, nodded, and then turned his gaze towards the stunned General Junshan. He remarked, "General Xi, the Emperor has indeed expended considerable effort on matters concerning your household. I hope you will take more care in the future. A peaceful home is essential for managing affairs of the military." Upon hearing these words, Junshan's expression stiffened. Eunuch Zhang had served Emperor Choda for over 30 years, and his words essentially conveyed the emperor's sentiments. He never anticipated that the Zhou family would dare to engage in such forced marriages and deceive the imperial family. Now, being detained at the Jingzhou prefecture, what prospects could he possibly have? The emperor was correct. While he could manage military matters, he was powerless over such trivial domestic affairs. He closed his eyes. Suppressing his fury, and respectfully addressed eunuch Zhang. "Thank you for your reminder, eunuch. Once this old minister has recuperated, I shall enter the palace to seek the emperor's forgiveness. Please, enjoy your tea before you depart, eunuch," General C said courteously. However, eunuch Zhang, with an inscrutable demeanor, cryptically advised, "No, there will be visitors to this courtyard shortly. General C, please remain. As for your wife, encourage her to hold on a little longer." Chapter 79. Some laugh. Some weep. The crowd momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind eunuch Zhang's words. After seeing him off, Zhou covered her mouth and began to sob softly. It turned out that the previous anger expressed by the crown prince had led to such consequences. The faint sting from the whip marks on her back served as a reminder of all the humiliation she had endured. Jinxing glanced over, noting that Zhou, who had always been prone to loud wails in the past, was now feigning fragility in front of Mr. C. However, her current robust figure possesses a unique charm. Junshan harbored little affection for the Zhou family. Rather, he felt that over the years, in an attempt to numb the pain of losing his beloved wife, he had been perpetually away from home, while she never once complained, managing the household with meticulous care. Upon hearing the imperial decree, a portion of his pent-up frustration dissipated along with Zhou's tears. He maintained a stern demeanor and remarked, "The emperor has indeed shown considerable leniency this time. It is prudent to act with caution henceforth." Zhou was acutely aware that her husband's heart was not with her. Yet she had contributed significantly to the household over the years. As long as he refrained from declaring her position as the mistress of the house null and void, she could remain secure in her status. "Yes, I shall heed my husband's counsel," she replied. No sooner had she spoken than a servant hastily entered the hall, reporting, "Another visitor from the palace has arrived." Junshan realized that this was the implication of what eunuch Zhang had mentioned before his departure regarding further visitors to their residence. He quickly gathered everyone and ushered the venerable eunuch in the yellow robe from the imperial ceremonial office into the main hall. The old eunuch, holding a silken yellow edict, surveyed the surroundings with an air of authority, his expression stern. He coldly inquired, "Where is Zhou from the general's residence?" Upon hearing this, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, then stepped forward to respond, "This humble servant is here." The old eunuch cast her a disdainful glance, rolled his eyes, and, brandishing the edict, sarcastically commanded, "If you are present, why do you not promptly kneel to receive the decree?" Startled, Zhou trembled and immediately knelt on the ground, feeling as though her wounds were being reopened, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Upon witnessing her kneeling, the yellow-clad inner guard unfurled the silk yellow edict and proclaimed, "By the grace of heavenly benevolence, the esteemed Empress Dowager decrees, the Zhou family of the Jinyuan general's residence has presumptuously misjudged the imperial will, sought to curry favor, and failed in the upbringing of their children, thereby tarnishing the honor of our Dragon's Lament court ladies. Consequently, they are hereby sentenced to 20 slaps as a warning to others." As the old inner guard's voice fell, Zhou's body trembled like a reed, and she hastily turned to glance at Junshan beside her. Junshan was taken aback that this matter had reached the ears of the Empress Dowager, with numerous grandchildren. He found it particularly disheartening that his second eldest grandson, the young lord of the Hungwang residence, had been publicly insulted by his own son. He couldn't help but question how Zhou had managed her household over the years and how she had educated the children within. The leniency of Zhou's punishment was solely due to his military merits. He feared the emperor's favor might wane. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head at Zhou and chose not to look at her any longer. With a wave of his hand, the old eunuch summoned 2 younger eunuchs to restrain Zhou on either side. A more robust eunuch then stepped forward, a smile faintly gracing his face, and said, "Madam, we have wronged you." Before Zhou could react, the eunuch delivered a resounding slap to her chubby round face, leaving an imprint and drawing blood from the corner of her mouth. This was swiftly followed by a second, third, and fourth strike. Silence enveloped the courtyard, save for the sharp sounds of slapping, intermingled with Zhou's muted cries of despair. The imperial palace was a place of stringent decorum, a realm where countless young eunuchs, maidens, and even consorts faced punishment for their transgressions on a daily basis. The inner eunuchs had long since devised countless methods of torment, rendering life unbearable and death elusive. Even the simplest slap, when executed with precision, could inflict excruciating pain. Jinwei and Jinyan watched in distress as their mother was struck, her mind clouded, her body swaying precariously under the grip of her assailants. Anxious yet unable to openly defy the decree, they could only glare resentfully at Jinxing, convinced that she had whispered ill of their mother to the 9th prince. thus bringing about this calamity. After 20 slaps, the visage of Madame Zhou had transformed into something resembling a pig's head. Jinxing cast a fleeting glance at Zhou, unable to suppress a laugh, for at that moment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the disfigured Qiu Xiang from Tang Bohu's Spots of Beauty after being tormented by the deadly scholar. She lowered her head, pressing her lips tightly together to stifle her mirth, when suddenly the old eunuch called out, "Where is the esteemed county princess Anping?" Still somewhat dazed, Jinxing was prompted by Jinheng, who knelt beside her. "Second sister, they are calling for you." She had yet to fully acclimate to her newly acquired title. Rising, she approached the old eunuch, who, to her surprise, no longer bore the icy demeanor of before, but instead greeted her with a broad smile. For reasons unknown, Jinxing held her head high and replied, "This subject is here." The old eunuch nodded and remarked, "The county princess has first aided His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince, and then attended to the young master, rendering remarkable service. However, the emperor preemptively conferred upon you the title of county princess. The Empress Dowager, wishing to express her regard for you, has hastened to arrange your marriage. Some individuals, harboring ulterior motives, seek to seize what does not rightfully belong to them amidst the chaos." As Jinxing observed the old eunuch utter these words, her gaze flickered towards the prostrate Zhou, who lay defeated on the ground. This pale-faced eunuch was indeed intriguing, showing no regard for Junshin's authority. As the old eunuch spoke, he unfurled the silken yellow edict. Seeing this, Jinxing promptly knelt down, listening intently as the old eunuch cleared his throat and solemnly proclaimed, "By the grace of the compassionate and filial Empress Dowager, it is decreed, the legitimate daughter of the General of Jinyuan, henceforth known as Princess Anping, Jinxing, possesses a virtuous character, an elegant disposition, and embodies propriety and integrity. Now of marriageable age, she is hereby betrothed to Wang Moxing as his principal wife, and the officials are instructed to select an auspicious date for the wedding." In stark contrast to Jinxing's radiant demeanor, Zhou's situation was indeed dire. Her face was marred with pain and swelling, her eyelids heavy and nearly unyielding, while the wound on her back throbbed with an unbearable itch. The intensity of the itch made her wish to excise the afflicted flesh with a blade to relieve her torment. The more she contemplated this, the more insistent the itch became, prompting her to involuntarily twist her waist in an attempt to alleviate the irritation through the friction of her garments. As she knelt at the forefront alongside Jinxing, the old eunuch's eyes fell upon her, grotesquely contorted and writhing on the ground like a disfigured creature. Chapter 80. The five-burst crossbow. The old eunuch, having never witnessed such an indecorous display from a noblewoman, darkened in countenance and stated, "General C, allow me to be candid with you today. The emperor, recognizing your significant contributions to our dragoness roar, has refrained from intervening in your domestic affairs in order to preserve your dignity in the court. However, I urge you to reflect on whether such a disreputable woman can truly uphold the honor of the general's residence. My words are spoken solely out of respect for the esteemed Wang Moxing and Princess Anping. I will say no more, and I trust you will contemplate this matter seriously." Naturally, Jinshan had witnessed the crude actions of the Zhou matron and understood they were born of her inner turmoil. Yet he was taken aback by the bluntness of the eunuch beside the Empress Dowager, who had articulated such truths without hesitation. In that moment, he felt a profound loss of face and could only respond to the eunuch with gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, esteemed eunuch. I shall earnestly consider this matter. I appreciate your efforts today." The matriarch observed her son, the formidable general of the court, who had lost face before a eunuch lacking descendants due to the Zhou woman's antics, and her disdain for Zhou deepened. Once the old eunuch departed, the members of the C family stood in the courtyard, momentarily at a loss for words. Jinxing, unwilling to remain idle in their company, turned to Jinshan and spoke. He, however, wore a grim expression, silently watching her retreat. Even her silhouette bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Yet why did her temperament so starkly contrast with that of her progenitor? Had her mother still been alive to witness this, would she have regretted giving her life? Nevertheless, once married off, their ties would inevitably sever. Jinshan followed her inside, momentarily frozen in place as he observed Zhou's near-manic behavior. How could the once dignified and virtuous Zhou, whom he had known, have devolved into such a state? As Jinhua witnessed Mrs. Zhou's intention to exhaust an entire vial of potion, she swiftly reached out to seize it, for it contained enough for 5 days. With Mrs. Zhou's current application, would it not be depleted in merely 1 day? Mama Lu, having assisted Mrs. Zhou in changing into fresh garments, left the room, her heart laden with worries. The storeroom had been burglarized twice, resulting in the loss of numerous treasures and gold, yet the lock remained unscathed, leading Mrs. Zhou to suspect an insider within the courtyard. To her dismay, she herself had become a target of suspicion. Although later, the young lady had spoken on her behalf, and Mrs. Zhou conceded that her concerns were unfounded. A lingering sense of unease persisted within her. After all, she had served Mrs. Zhou for 20 years. Observing the darkened expression and cold demeanor of Si Junxian, Si Jinwei realized her mother had indeed stirred trouble. Hastily, she poured a cup of tea and invited Si Junxian to sit, saying, "Father, Mother was merely momentarily confused when she committed these errors. She has now learned her lesson, and I implore you to show leniency, considering her years of dedication and effort." Strangely, the household had been beset with continuous disturbances, devoid of a single peaceful day. "Perhaps in a few days, I shall take several younger sisters to the Lingxiang temple to pray for tranquility." Si Junxian regarded his eldest daughter and replied, "As for the visit to Lingxiang temple, I shall inform your grandmother to make the arrangements." With that, Si Junxian rose and exited the room, leaving Si Jinwei seated at the table, tightly grasping the teacup. Her father remained as obstinate as ever. What could be done? In recent days, her complexion seemed to have transformed, becoming notably more delicate and fair. It is said that a girl undergoes significant changes by the age of 18. It appears her once dark skin might indeed evolve to resemble that of her fair-skinned elder sister. If I were to encounter the enigmatic King Mo Ing again, I am certain that I would captivate his gaze. I can almost envision the tender care he would bestow upon me beneath his seemingly cold exterior. As I approached the consultation room, I halted in my tracks. The masked assassin remains a thorn in my heart, though lacking concrete evidence. I am convinced that it was orchestrated by the Zhou family or perhaps by my maternal uncle. Assassins? Sitting at the desk by the window, I, Si Jinxing, pondered this matter deeply. I cannot afford to remain passive. If I allow this to pass unchecked, there will inevitably be a second attempt. As long as the adversary can pay for an assassin, they could repeatedly seek my demise. Indeed, she revealed that the assassin was not nurtured by a prestigious family, but rather hired from a gang. Such gangs operate solely on monetary transactions, meaning that if one can afford the price, they can easily purchase another's life. After lunch, I disregarded the need for rest and swiftly made my way to the third floor of the Xinglin Yaju. Although I graduated as a medical student, my childhood dream was to become a policewoman, armed and ready. Eventually, I was assigned to a special forces unit as a military doctor. Special forces are trained for combat in unique environments, where the use of cold weapons is more prevalent than in other military divisions. It was during this time that I gained a deeper understanding of such weaponry. In my spare time, I enrolled in military weapon courses, which covered the assembly, disassembly, and even the construction and forging of simple cold weapons, aimed at enhancing the soldiers' knowledge of their armaments. She had never witnessed the arrows of Han Lan, yet she could discern from the wounds on Si Junxian's back that those arrows could only strike twice in one shot, and their accuracy was rather lacking. She rummaged beneath the bed and unearthed a box, within which lay a 5-shot crossbow. The 5-shot crossbow, as opposed to the 10-shot Juga crossbow, boasted the significant advantage of being compact and lightweight, making it exceptionally suitable for individual use. Suddenly, she felt a void beneath her, and the brush she held left an imprint upon the paper. "Put me down at once, Mo Li," Si Jinxing proclaimed, brandishing her brush as if to draw upon his face. Mo Li restrained the petite figure in his arms with one hand, his gaze fixed upon her bright and captivating eyes, inquiring, "Upon receiving the marriage decree today, do you feel joy?" Si Jinxing, perched upon his lap and ensnared by his embrace, could hardly move and could only gaze up at him, replying, "Indeed, I am quite delighted. Otherwise, after you've held my hand and encircled my waist without any title, would I not be at a disadvantage?" Upon hearing her final words, Mo Li could not help but chuckle, lightly tapping her petite nose. My princess, possessing such keen intelligence, would never allow herself to be at a loss. After uttering this, his attention was drawn to the crossbow resting on the table, his voice betraying an unrecognized tremor as he asked, "What is this?" Chapter 81. Clumsy excuses. Si Jinxing smirked, fully aware that this would be his reaction. She leaped off Mo Li's lap, seizing the crossbow, and pulled him out of the room. Mo Li stood in the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, his posture erect, as he watched the young woman unleash 5 arrows in rapid succession within the span of 2 breaths. His eyes sparkled as he strode to the grand tree at the entrance of the courtyard, observing the 5 arrows embedded in the trunk, their positions remarkably similar. He removed one of the arrows and turned to the petite figure standing under the porch. She had one hand resting on her shoulder, the bow slung casually, while her other hand rested on her hip, a hint of pride gracing her features as she gazed at him intently. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow upon her face. This halo softened her radiant smile, and as she slightly tilted her head upwards, she presented an adorably haughty demeanor. Lee felt a sudden pang in his chest. How many secrets did this little girl harbor that he remained unaware of? Had he perhaps overlooked something in the information he had gathered earlier? He approached the girl, who wore an expression of delight, and wrapped her petite form in his embrace, exclaiming, "Princess, possessing such extraordinary skills, you are truly a divine figure from ancient times." Jinxing burst into laughter at his words, unable to fathom that the formidable Juyanlu would indulge in flattery. Yet, he suddenly adopted a serious tone, asking, "Star, from where did you acquire this bow?" Startled by his inquiry, Jinxing had initially aimed to assist Lee in his urgent predicament, momentarily forgetting that the original owner of her identity was merely a sheltered young lady. She tapped her forehead and replied, "There is a forest not far from the suburban villa. By sheer coincidence, I befriended a hunter who noticed my interest in such weapons and gifted me this bow." What a clumsy excuse. A flicker of amusement danced in Lee's deep-set eyes as he observed the fleeting hint of panic in her gaze. However, he chose not to expose her ruse and merely inquired, "Star, is this divine bow capable of mass production?" "It is indeed possible, but the structure of this crossbow is exceedingly intricate and will require more time to construct. Furthermore, the arrows differ from the previous ones. They feature copper heads and iron shafts, endowing them with significantly greater lethality. Not only does this extend the time required, but the costs are also doubled." Lee shook his head, his brows relaxing as he remarked, "The expenses pale in comparison to the lives of our soldiers. If our army possesses your crossbow, it will serve as a talisman for the lives of my Dragon Roar warriors. I shall visit the palace shortly. Would you be willing to accompany me to the western camp tomorrow?" Jinxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She fondly recalled her previous life in the military. However, could a woman freely enter an ancient army camp? Am I truly allowed to go? Lee's lips curved into a smile. He had assumed women would shy away from such a rugged environment filled with rough-hewn men. His little girl was truly unlike those pretentious ladies of the capital. Unable to resist, he gently brushed her soft hair and said, "Of course. Currently, the morale of the right-wing cavalry is quite low. Your crossbow will surely invigorate their spirits." Jinxing tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she replied, "All right, I will accompany you." Lee glanced at the lively girl before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance to part ways. Yet, knowing the significance of the crossbow, he took her delicate hand, which felt as though it had no bones, and declared, "Then I shall come to fetch you first thing in the morning." "Very well," Jinxing nodded eagerly. Her curiosity piqued at the prospect of witnessing how the soldiers trained in the present day. After bidding farewell to Lee, she completed the unfinished design of the crossbow. As dusk began to settle in, she entered the treatment room and glanced at the still unconscious Yen Fei, changing her dressings before stepping out. She followed her into his own chamber and said, "Your Highness, 3 days ago, the Princess Rui visited the residence of Vice Minister Zhou. That Zhou Song certainly acts swiftly. Jinxing, however, does not wish for the Zhou family or Jinyu to perish so easily. Such an outcome would be too merciful for them. Yet, Zhou Song intends to make him experience the repercussions of offending the esteemed lady." She turned to Bai Shi and asked, "Are you familiar with the location of Zhou Song's residence?" Bai Shi was taken aback, unsure of his mistress's intentions, but nodded nonetheless. "Indeed, I know it well. Then tonight, take me there," Jinxing replied, her lips curling into a smile that radiated determination. Bai Shi assumed that his mistress intended to seize the cover of night for an act of vengeance, yet he found it only natural. His mistress had never been one to suffer in silence. "My lady, I can handle this alone. You need only await news at the estate." Jinxing shook her head, offering no explanation, merely stating, "Trust my judgment. At the 3rd watch of the night, we shall go together." But she refrained from further argument. His mistress had her own plans, and his duty was to ensure her safety. In the Heyun courtyard, Zhou's disgrace today was indeed a humiliation for the entire general's household. "I truly regret having supported her rise to power." The old matriarch had been fuming all day, unable to release the pent-up frustration in her heart. Mama L poured a cup of tea and handed it over, remarking, It is clear that the second young lady's intention to pull her down was indeed justified. The elderly lady held the teacup, pondering for a moment. When Mama L timely interrupted her, saying, however, in our courtyard, nothing is amiss on Aunt Wen's side, it is solely Aunt Shou's household that is troubled, not the entire general's residence. The elderly lady then eased her troubled thoughts and remarked, if that Zhou matron is indeed relegated to the status of a concubine, how will the young lady establish herself in the future? And what of Hayer? Before she could finish her sentence, a voice from outside announced, Madam has arrived. Zhou, appearing haggard, entered the room, her face stained with tears. She knelt before the elderly lady, pleading, Mother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I no longer aspire to the position of the primary mistress. I only wish not to hinder you and the others. You are aware that if I become a concubine, you will certainly be unable to hold her head high in the Wang residence. I merely ask to retain the title of mistress, and I am willing to go to Lingxiang Temple to live in the company of ancient lamps and Buddha, so that I may daily pray for blessings for the general's household. I implore you, Mother, to grant my request. Recently, Zhou appeared to have lost considerable weight. Her azure garment, now somewhat loose on her frame, served as a reminder of the suffering she had endured. Seeing her now in such a submissive posture, the elderly lady felt a sense of superiority and said, Your considerations are indeed valid. What mother does not plan for her children? Very well. I shall speak with the general tomorrow. If you are to go to Lingxiang Temple, I shall take several of the daughters along with you. Unbeknownst to her, her own elder brother, Zhou Song, the vice minister Zhou, had already drawn the attention of others. Chapter 82. A night of dark winds and malefic deeds. The evening breeze gently swept through, carrying a hint of chill. Under the guidance of Bai Shi, Jinxing soared over treetops and rooftops, and after a few ascents and descents, they found themselves near a courtyard with 3 entrances. It must be said, the agility displayed by her companion was truly impressive. She couldn't help but exclaim, Elder brother, your skills are remarkable. As a thief, no one would ever be able to catch you. Bai Shi rolled his eyes. Was she praising him or mocking him? Just as he was about to retort, she continued. In the second courtyard, the lights are still on. They are either discussing state secrets or indulging in illicit affairs. Bai Shi covered his face, realizing how forgetful he was. His little princess consort was indeed one to speak her mind without restraint. Once they landed, Jinxing quietly suggested, Let us proceed to that second courtyard, where the lights are shining. He hurriedly scanned the surroundings, yet saw no sign of anyone. Alarmed, he pondered how elusive his consort's skills were. Unaware of Bai Shi's thoughts behind her, Jinxing had already ventured into the second courtyard. She stealthily approached the window beneath the light and overheard an angry rebuke. The prince is greatly enraged by your actions. That person is beyond your influence. Unable to discern who the voice belonged to, she soon heard Zhou Song's voice retorting, killing her would present a greater opportunity, wouldn't it? Currently, Hanlan harbors ambitious designs. And at such a crucial juncture, one must act with utmost caution. The prince has his own plans regarding this woman. You merely need to attend to your own duties. After the individual finished speaking, they headed towards the door. Jinxing hastily concealed herself among the apricot trees, listening intently as the footsteps faded away, before cautiously emerging from her hiding place. If her conjecture was accurate, the man must be a subordinate of the wise king. Upon seeing the glum-faced minister Zhou enter the courtyard, she hurriedly approached him with a feigned fragility, inquiring with concern, My lord, what has incited such fury? Who is the fool that has offended you? It was none other than that wild girl from the Sea family, now indeed beyond reproach. Zhou Song seized the woman, lifting her effortlessly and stealthily reaching into her sheer garment. The woman laughed playfully, pleading, My lord, we are in the courtyard. If this were to reach the lady's ears. What of the courtyard? Tonight, it shall be here. Let us see what the lady can do. Infuriated by the humiliation he suffered in the study, Zhou Song waved his hand and sent the teacup crashing to the ground, throwing the woman onto the stone table. Jinxing, concealed in the shadows, grimaced in pain at the sight of the rough treatment. Being tossed onto the table must have stung, allowing him his moment of bravado. Jinxing turned to scour the courtyard. Before long, she had rummaged through Zhou Song's private treasury, leaving no stone unturned. When she emerged, Zhou Song's escapade had concluded as well. How unimpressive. Was that all it took to finish in a mere quarter of an hour? TSK. The two inside the room felt an unbearable heat, drawing closer to one another again, just as Jinxing sensed the moment was ripe to turn. She was halted by Bai Shi, who grasped her arm. Bai Shi, exasperated, wondered how she could have missed such a scene. He turned his gaze elsewhere and remarked, "What is there to see? We should leave at once." Jinxing was reluctant to leave, whispering a few words in by Shi's ear, which left him visibly astonished. Without uttering a word, he made his way into the shadows. Soon after, members of the Zhou family rushed toward the scene. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke and the sun ascended in the east, chaos erupted within the Zhou residence. Zhou Song, disturbed by the clamor outside, furrowed his brow. With bleary eyes, he felt a cold, sticky sensation beneath him. Upon inspection, he was horrified to find it was blood. Alarm coursed through him as he turned to see 6 of his wives sprawled across the bed and floor, including his sister-in-law, Lu, from the adjoining courtyard. All were disheveled, their bodies marred with bruises, and the scene was a disarray of devastation. Stunned by the sight before him, Zhou Song attempted to rise, but was met with a sharp pain below. He then witnessed a stream of blood trickle down his leg. Everything went dark, and he fainted. Such private matters of the Zhou family, however, spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Jianzhou City. On this rare occasion, Jinxing rose early, avoiding the temptation to linger in bed. After savoring her breakfast with grace, she settled on a swing in the courtyard, listening attentively as Shi animatedly recounted his achievements, occasionally nodding and offering pointers on his imperfections. It was during this moment that Qi Moli entered the fractured blossom courtyard, where the morning light was always the clearest. He stood at the entrance, gazing intently at the young woman whose smile lit up her eyes like a crescent moon. She shone like a star amidst darkness, radiant and brilliant. But she turned to Qi Moli, offering a respectful salute before retreating into the shadows. Jinxing gazed at Qi Moli in the distance. Clad in dark attire, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his hair danced in the wind, and a blue gem adorned his bun, emanating an imposing aura that deterred any intruder. She waved her hand and flashed a sweet smile, calling out, "Qi Moli, come here." He strode forward and sat beside her, enveloping her in his embrace, a hint of indulgent amusement gracing his stern features as he remarked, "In this world, only you dare to call me by my name so freely." The distinctive aroma of ebony incense wafted from him, and she chuckled, replying, "Thus, I am truly one of a kind. You cannot forget me, even if you wished." Qi Moli pondered the whimsical thoughts of the young girl beside him and sighed, "Oh, you, always scheming but never gaining any substance." Suddenly, Jinxing sprang to her feet. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "Aren't we headed to the camp? Let us go." Observing her rosy face, Qi Moli contemplated for a moment, recalling his earlier remark, "Hurry and gain some weight, so your husband can indulge." Amused yet reluctant to tease her further, he lifted her effortlessly, and with a light leap, they scaled the wall and exited the general's residence, where a jet-black steed awaited them, led by Mo Yun. "Would you teach me some martial arts?" Jinxing expressed her envy for the agility of others, wishing for such ease. "Very well," Qi Moli acquiesced, cracking the whip as he urged the horse into a gallop. Having only ridden in carriages before, this was her first experience on horseback, and the jarring motion left her disoriented, compelling her to nestle against Qi Moli and drift into a light slumber. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Jinxing was awakened by Qi Moli, realizing they had indeed arrived at the wooded outskirts of the western camp. Just as she was about to adjust her position, she spotted a soldier clad in armor, galloping towards them on horseback. "General, there has been an incident in the camp." Chapter 83. The princess conceals a small secret. Qi Moli adjusted the young lady in his arms, directing his gaze towards the approaching soldier, who was none other than Lei Hong, the vice commander of the vanguard camp. He was the cousin of General Lei Ling of the Jianzhou patrol camp, and was known for his sagacity and composure. Witnessing Lei Hong's sudden flustered demeanor today, Qi Moli surmised that a grave matter had unfolded within the camp. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What has transpired?" Lei Hong scrutinized the young lady in the embrace of the wand, contemplating the inappropriateness of her presence in the military camp. However, upon hearing the general's inquiry, he understood that the general did not mind the lady's presence, and thus clasped his hands in a salute. Upon hearing this, Qi Moli refrained from further questioning, deftly urging the horse forward with a single hand. Lei Hong promptly followed suit. The western camp was nestled against the Jilung Mountain, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, with a road carved through the southern forest for the passage of vehicles and horses. Before long, Jinxing beheld the entrance to the camp. There stood a towering wall, approximately 3 meters high, patrolled by soldiers, while on either side of the grand entrance were 2 watchtowers, rising 5 meters, where sentinels conducted their surveillance. As they entered the camp, to their right lay the training ground, where several soldiers were engaged in drills, though fatigue was evident on their faces. Dismounting the horse with Chi Moli's assistance, Jinxing could not help but inquire, "Esteemed General, might you inform me of the whereabouts of those afflicted soldiers you mentioned earlier?" As Lei Hong, being of a greater age, consistently adhered to the regulations of the camp, he harbored a lack of favorable impression towards the woman brought by the general. He merely stated, "In the tent." Not at all perturbed by his demeanor, Jinxing turned to Chi Mo Li and suggested, "Let us hasten to investigate the situation." Chi Mo Li nodded, grasped Jinxing's hand, and inquired of Lei Hong, "What did the military physician say?" The physician diagnosed it as a common case of typhoid and diarrhea. Despite administering medication, there has been no improvement. Rather, the condition has worsened, Lei Hong replied anxiously. Walking alongside Chi Mo Li, the training grounds lay to the right of the main camp, with the tents of the commanding officers situated in the center and rows of soldiers' tents to the left. Upon their arrival at the tent, they witnessed a soldier dashing out, clutching his abdomen, nearly colliding with Chi Mo Li. "General, the soldier began, but Chi Mo Li gestured for him to proceed hastily, continuing on with Jinxing's hand in his. Typically, each tent accommodated 50 soldiers, and at that moment, there were already a dozen or 20 men lying or sprawled on their bedding within. It was evident that 1/3 of the entire camp had fallen ill. Due to the diarrhea, many soldiers found themselves needing to relieve themselves 10 to 20 times a day, occasionally unable to remove their trousers in time, resulting in unfortunate accidents. Thus, they lay in the tents clad only in undergarments. Upon the arrival of the general, those capable of movement prepared to rise and pay their respects, only to be taken aback by the sight of a young maiden entering behind him, causing them to hastily pull their blankets over themselves in alarm. How could there be a woman in the military? The accompanying medical officer hastily approached to pay his respects. Upon noticing the young lady beside the general, his expression turned grave as he spoke. "General, I have never encountered such a severe case of diarrhea, accompanied by relentless vomiting. This morning, 2 soldiers even succumbed to fainting spells. What is most alarming is that the medication seems to have no effect. I fear that if this continues, the soldiers in the camp may not escape the clutches of this affliction." "I shall take a look," said Jinxing, withdrawing her hand from Chi Mo Li's grasp and making her way toward the nearest soldier. The medical officer, seeing that the general did not intervene, dared not utter another word and followed closely behind. The young soldier was burning with fever and felt somewhat dizzy when he beheld the enchanting figure of a girl before him. For a moment, he was taken aback, then broke into a smile, asking, "Are you a fairy sister?" Noticing his dazed expression, Jinxing swiftly retrieved a medical mask and gloves from her sleeve. Donning them with care, she gently placed her hand on the soldier's forehead and declared, 39 degrees Celsius, this constitutes a high fever. It can lead to delirium. An ordinary diarrhea would not precipitate such a fever. Lei Hong, initially harboring prejudice against the seemingly delicate girl, observed her apparent knowledge of medicine and stepped forward. Squatting beside her, he felt the forehead of the afflicted soldier, then reached out to another soldier nearby, stating, "What this young lady says is true. These warriors are all suffering from persistent high fevers. Do you know how to treat them?" Jinxing meticulously examined each soldier lying on the bedding, noting their pale faces, sunken eyes, and cracked lips. "I suspect this diarrhea is caused by a viral infection," she concluded. The military doctor, perplexed by the conversation, could only grasp the term diarrhea. He hastily remarked, "I too have discerned it as diarrhea, yet after administering medication, there has been no improvement. Might the young lady possess a superior prescription?" Jinxing shook her head and replied, "Indeed, it is diarrhea, but not the ordinary kind you speak of, dear sir. I require further verification to ascertain the specific viral infection. Might there be any feces expelled within the last 2 hours?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers in the camp were taken aback. A delicate maiden had appeared in their tent, requesting their excrement. Lei Hong cleared his throat, a hint of awkwardness evident on his face, and inquired, "Miss, may I ask what purpose you have for such unclean matter?" It was then that Lei Hong and the others realized that this enchanting woman was, in fact, the general's wife. He promptly dashed out of the tent, racing towards the latrine, hoping to retrieve the droppings of a soldier who had just exited. Jinxing borrowed the tent of Chi Mo Li and, with Lei Hong, entered the laboratory on the 2nd floor, carrying a small sample of excrement wrapped in leaves. While rotavirus can be detected through blood tests, It is far less precise than fecal analysis. Fortunately, the testing did not require much time and yielded results within 10 minutes. Indeed, this was not a mere case of typhoid diarrhea, but rather diarrhea induced by a rotavirus infection. Chi-Mo Li remained outside the tent, adhering to his promise. His little princess seemed to harbor many secrets. Lei Heng and the accompanying medical officer were filled with curiosity as to why they were not permitted to witness the so-called examination of the princess, yet dared not inquire, especially with the general stationed outside. As Jinxing emerged from the operating room, she retrieved a box of montmorillonite powder and rehydration salts from the pharmacy on the first floor. When Chi-Mo Li was summoned inside, he beheld an array of items laid before her. The young lady, with her strikingly distinct black and white eyes, gazed intently at him, appearing uncertain about how to proceed. Chapter 84. Establishing authority in the military camp. Chi-Mo Li felt a surge of tenderness in his heart as he drew her into his embrace, softly murmuring, "I shall not pry. Whenever you wish to confide, it will not be too late." Upon hearing his words, Jinxing lifted her gaze to meet his, nodded earnestly, and replied, "Then let us act swiftly." With that, she extricated herself from his arms, carrying the 2 boxes of medicine and a box of masks out of the tent. Jinxing instructed the group to divide the patients into 6 tents designated for treatment. Within each tent, 2 accompanying medical officers attended to the mild cases, primarily focusing on administering medication and measuring temperatures. Meanwhile, she took charge of the 2 tents housing severe cases, where patients exhibited critical dehydration and required intravenous fluid replacement. As Chi-Mo Li entered the intensive care tent, he was not taken aback by the peculiar transparent tubes or the rhythmic sound of fluids dripping into the soldiers' veins. Rather, he was captivated by the sight of the petite figure diligently attending to her tasks. Due to the afflictions of vomiting and diarrhea, the soldiers exuded a rather unpleasant odor, particularly when gathered in the same tent. The stench was so overwhelming that even Chi-Mo Li found it difficult to breathe. Yet, the young lady, unfazed, navigated through the ranks of soldiers, checking their temperatures, administering medication, and inspecting tubes without a hint of hesitation. Beads of sweat clung to her hair, glistening with a lustrous sheen. Chi-Mo Li's gaze softened with concern as he stepped forward to embrace her from behind, saying, "If you are weary, take a moment to rest. It seems this water will not run dry anytime soon." Jinxing patted his hand and replied, "I am not tired. Rather, I am hungry. The prince has instructed someone to prepare a bowl of noodles for me." As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to Chi-Mo Li and asked, "It is noon. Might you take me to the kitchen?" Chi-Mo Li, of course, could not refuse. He assumed she wished to procure her own meal. However, upon entering the kitchen, she immediately summoned the head chef and inquired, "Master Chef, may I ask if you wash your hands before cooking?" The chef, unaware of the lady's presence and her distinguished status, noticed the general beside her and answered, "I do not wash my hands. I do not use them for cooking, but rather employ spatulas and spoons." Jinxing nodded and took a quick tour of the kitchen, explaining, "Although our hands may not come into contact with food frequently, it does not imply a complete absence of contact. Master Chef, are you aware of the multitude of germs our hands may harbor?" Upon hearing these words, the master cook became indignant and retorted in a gruff voice, "We soldiers do not concern ourselves with such trifles. Not only do I refrain from washing my hands, but I ask you, who here makes a habit of it?" At that moment, several soldiers in the kitchen were busy fetching their meals for their respective camps. Upon hearing this inquiry, they all chimed in, declaring they had never washed their hands, that it was bothersome. Seeing this, Chi-Mo Li raised a hand to silence them, saying, "Listen to the princess." Only then did the crowd quiet down, their hearts filled with trepidation, as they realized this young lady was indeed the princess. The master cook felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, wondering if his voice had been too loud. Jinxing turned towards Chi-Mo Li, reaching into her sleeve to retrieve a small microscope. Chi-Mo Li mused that perhaps their princess was indeed as the excitable young soldier had suggested. "You must be a fairy, right?" The kitchen staff, intrigued by the object the princess had produced, listened as she proclaimed, "Whoever believes their hands to be clean may come and take a look." The master cook was the first to approach, placing his hand upon the device as directed by Jinxing. Closing one eye, he peered into the barrel-shaped lens, only to exclaim in shock, "What is this? Such filth!" Realizing that it was indeed his own hand, he was taken aback. One after another, dozens of soldiers took their turns to examine their hands, ultimately conceding to the princess's assertion. Si Jinxing then stowed the microscope away and announced, "Our eyes cannot perceive everything, much like the existence of something called bacteria. Therefore, after we prepare meals, partake in dining, or attend to our bodily needs, it is imperative to cleanse our hands thoroughly, lest bacteria find their way into our bodies through our eyes and mouths. The rotavirus is primarily transmitted via the fecal-oral route. Should we fail to address this matter candidly, there is a likelihood of recurrence in the future." Within the camp, the soldiers lavished praise upon the ninth princess, particularly those who had suffered from mild diarrhea. They had consumed the distributed tablets, initially questioning the efficacy of such small, flavorless pills. However, after taking the medicine, half an hour passed without further distress. As noon approached, after the soldiers had taken their midday meal, Chi Moli summoned all those able-bodied to the training grounds. Standing atop a platform, he raised the bow and crossbow in his hands, channeling his inner strength as he proclaimed, "The dual arrows of Hanlon have instilled fear and shaken our confidence. Today, the princess has specially crafted this bow and crossbow that can shoot 5 consecutive arrows for our camp. Do you all wish to witness its power?" 50,000 soldiers assembled on the training grounds, momentarily awestruck by the prospect of 5 consecutive shots, and in unison they exclaimed, "We wish to see. We wish to see." Below on the platform, Si Jinxing observed as the deputy commander of the right wing, Suin, set up a target at a distance of 10 meters. Upon the princess's signal, he moved it back to 20, then 50, and ultimately to 100 meters before he ceased. 100 meters. The cavalry archers were filled with excitement, for such a range was a formidable challenge, even for their general, who could not guarantee a perfect shot. Si Jinxing positioned the bow and crossbow, gripping the lower section with one hand while deftly controlling the trigger with the other, as she aimed at the target. In mere moments, a series of swift sounds echoed as 5 arrows embedded themselves deeply into the target, their placements remarkably close to one another. The training ground fell into a profound silence, only to be shattered moments later by a thunderous cheer. Si Jinxing retrieved a small amplifier from the elegant gathering in the apricot grove and proclaimed with fervor, "The dual shot of Hanlon pales in comparison to our new bow and crossbow. Brothers of the Cavalry Archery Battalion, there is no longer any need to fear them. Simply grant the general some time. Once we have produced a sufficient number of bows and crossbows, our Cavalry Archery Battalion shall undoubtedly become the most formidable force on this continent, sweeping away Hanlon in no time." Her resounding voice reverberated across the vast training field, invigorating the already high-spirited soldiers, who stood tall, fists clenched in eagerness. She did not dampen their enthusiasm, calling forth a few individuals to experience the new weaponry firsthand. In an instant, the soldiers held deep admiration and respect for this future royal consort. As she rubbed her weary shoulders and stepped through the gates of the fragmented blossom courtyard, she noticed a torch burning in the courtyard. There, Si Junshan sat with a dark expression. Approaching him, she was about to speak when he abruptly stood and delivered a stinging slap across her face. "As a sheltered daughter, how could you be away from home for even a day? What have you been doing?" Chapter 85. You never believe me. Si Jinxing could have evaded the blow, yet she met his gaze with cold indifference, remaining immobile as she accepted the slap. She longed to ask the original owner, who had lost her mother at a tender age, whether she truly desired this remaining father. It was time to let go. Although Si Junshan had been injured for several days, he remained a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, radiating an aura of hostility. He gazed at his second daughter, who had just been slapped yet remained motionless, her eyes fixed on him. His anger intensified as he pointed at her and reproached, "Unmarried. Yet you secretly meet with a strange man outside the city. Do you not realize that you are betrothed to the ninth prince? How can you be so shameless? You have brought disgrace upon the general's residence." Si Jinxing felt a sharp sting on her cheek, devoid of any warmth in her eyes, and retorted, "General Si, you have always been unable to distinguish right from wrong, never bothering to inquire about the truth. You jump to conclusions without even asking me a single question. You would rather believe others than trust me. For instance, regarding today's affair, I went to the western outskirts with the ninth prince. Do you believe me? And what about the incident 10 years ago concerning my mother? It was also a scheme against me. Do you believe that?" Si Junshan, infuriated, pointed at Si Jinxing, exclaiming, "The western outskirts camp does not allow women to enter. How dare you fabricate such a colossal lie? And do not mention your mother to me. If it weren't for you, she would not have met such a tragic end." Si Jinxing nodded and scoffed, "Indeed, no matter what I say, you will never believe me. Since that is the case, further discussion is futile." Upon hearing this, Si Junshan ceded, There is ample evidence and witnesses. How can you still argue? You have deeply disappointed me. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. Jinxing helped the kneeling green bamboo to her feet and said, "He has left. Go fetch water for a bath. I am weary." With tears in her eyes, green bamboo glanced at her mistress before turning to the kitchen to boil water. In a fit of rage, Jinxing strode toward Song Yuan, accompanied by Ling Su, who sighed and advised, "General, why can you not listen to the second Mrs. explanation?" Jinxing halted, his fury unabated, glancing back at the now silent Suehua courtyard, and spoke in a deep voice. How could she venture out of the city with a stranger? My dignity has been utterly tarnished by her actions. He raised the torch to illuminate the path, pondering for a moment before continuing. That young master of the Zhou family may have been mistaken, after all. Perhaps there truly is some hidden truth behind the events of years past involving my wife? At this, Jinxing paused. A flash of derision from his second daughter's eyes replaying in his mind. Do you believe it? How could he believe it? He shook his head and replied. What hidden truths could remain regarding those past events? If it were not for her insatiable appetite, would the kitchen have prepared that pastry for her? Alas, both Xian Shui and the child within her perished as a result. Were it not for her youth, as he recalled the past. A look of sorrow crossed his face, rendering him unable to continue his sentence. His once upright posture sagged, as if years had been added to his age in an instant. He gestured for Ling Su to remain behind and took slow, heavy steps into the depths of the night alone. He had thought that after all these years, he had let go. Yet, each encounter with his second daughter ignited the hatred within him anew. He realized now that no matter how long he tried to evade it, he could never forgive her. He stumbled his way to Iju Garden, the closest courtyard to his Song Yuan. This place once housed the woman he cherished most, yet now it stood empty, a hollow shell of memories. He crouched against the corner of the bamboo garden wall, his face repeatedly washed by tears. From the moment he first encountered her, he admired her with a deep yearning. He was merely a humble officer, yet she recognized his sincerity and, against all odds, chose to marry him. To spare her the shame in her family, he faced various internal and external challenges with valor, leading the charge into battle, exerting every ounce of strength to rise 4 ranks within 2 years, ascending from a 6th-grade officer to a 4th-grade general of loyalty. She never cared about these accolades. Yet he yearned for her parents to know she had not made a mistake in her choice. Life improved, yet she could not conceive. Whenever she mentioned it, she felt guilty towards him, though in truth, he did not mind at all. Her presence was enough for him in this life. Yet, the old matron insisted, in unison with her, that he take 2 concubines. He had children, but his heart was not filled with joy. Later, she too became pregnant, carrying their child together. He was overjoyed, eager for all of Jianzhou to know that he, Jinxing, was to be a father. He tenderly cared for his beloved wife, remaining by her side all day, except for his daily court duties, eagerly anticipating the birth of their first child. But it was because of this child, his eternal love, the anchor of his life, his everything, that all his joys turned ash. He felt an overwhelming hatred, a hatred so intense he wished he could strangle her with his own hands. Yet the blood flowing from her was that of his beloved wife. He was exhausted. Why must he be saved? Why not let him see her? The night deepened. Stars twinkled above, and the evening breeze was cool. After bathing, Jinxing donned her inner garments and approached the window, inquiring, "Have you made any progress on the matter I asked you to investigate?" She, standing outside the window, replied, "I have found some leads. I believe we shall soon be able to set off for the capital." Jinxing nodded in agreement, saying, "Good." The autumn night breeze was always chilly. She removed the crossbar from the windowsill and closed the window. She slept soundly without dreams throughout the night. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jinxing, having long neglected her morning exercises, found herself sore from a day of exertion in the military camp. The Suehua courtyard felt rather desolate, adorned only with a few trees. Yet it was not small. She ran 5 laps around the courtyard and practiced the 10 fundamental taekwondo moves repeatedly until she was drenched in sweat. She declined LV Zhu's suggestion to prepare hot water for a bath, instead asking her to fetch breakfast from the large kitchen. Upon entering her room, she swiftly made her way to the 3rd-floor restroom of Xinglin Yaxu. Under the soothing warmth of the shower, she relished a refreshing wash, then used a hairdryer to dry her hair before finally changing her attire and exiting Xinglin Yaxu. However, upon her emergence, she was met with LV Zhu's complaints. "Miss, the large kitchen informed me that, Following the general's orders, they are no longer permitted to provide 3 meals a day to the Suewa courtyard. Chapter 86. What she said last night. Jinxing nodded, acknowledging the news. It matters not. I have never received the treatment of a legitimate young lady. Just look at our courtyard. We do not even have a proper maid for cleaning. If he chooses not to feed me, shall I starve? That is indeed true. I often prepared my own meals, but only for lunch or dinner. Thus, I shall not miss this breakfast from his household. The green bamboo swayed in response, and she could only pity her young mistress, who had done nothing yet was scolded by the general, and now deprived of her meals. How could there be such a father in this world? At this moment, she forgot that she herself had been sold by that gambling father to a broker. In the Li Hua courtyard, she scoffed. Having encountered such a misfortune, her father merely cut off her meals. How fortunate she was. Si Jinyun leaned languidly against the intricately carved chair, a cold scoff escaping her lips, betraying a smile devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Zhou's heart jolted. She had sensed a change in her youngest daughter these past few days. Turning to glance, she was taken aback to see her usually dark-skinned daughter now possessing skin as fair as snow, strikingly beautiful. Yet, within those eyes flickered a glimmer of cruelty. She felt a sense of relief. A daughter born into a noble family should never be as innocent as a little white rabbit. Otherwise, when married into a new household, she might not even know how she met her demise. Just as she was about to echo her sentiments, she heard the entrance of Mama Lu from outside. Someone from the palace has arrived. The general has sent for a message. Why had someone from the palace come again? Instinctively, she touched her face, which had only just regained its form. Nevertheless, she did not dare to delay, pulling Si Jinyun along as they stepped outside, catching sight of Mama Lu trailing behind. With a sigh, she remarked, "Mama Lu, are you still angry with me?" Mama Lu hurried forward, saying, "This old servant dares not." Zhou nodded. "You are the most trusted person by my side. Do not let a careless word of mine disrupt the bond we have forged over these many years." Naturally, Mama Lu had no objection and quickly nodded in agreement. A throng of people made their way outside, and just as Si Jinxing emerged from the consultation room, she noticed Green Bamboo leisurely picking vegetables on a stone bench, casting occasional glances toward the doorway. Curiosity piqued. She turned her head and beckoned to the little maid by the door, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The young maid, aware of the second young lady's lack of favor and the fact that the general had ceased her provisions, raised her chin and pointed at Green Bamboo, stating, "I have been waiting here for quite some time, but Miss Green Bamboo would not allow me to speak, nor did she urge the second young lady." Upon hearing the maid's rambling, Si Jinxing's eyes turned icy, and she admonished, "Speak quickly, and do not waste time." The maid, startled by the sudden reprimand, shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Someone from the palace has arrived, requesting the second young lady to go to the front courtyard." Only then did Si Jinxing proceed with Green Bamboo toward the front courtyard. She glanced at Green Bamboo, who was pouting, and asked, "What has you upset? Why did you not inform me sooner? I am angry at the general for treating you that way. If we arrive late and the noble ones in the palace take offense, he, as the master of the general's residence, will surely bear the brunt of the punishment." Green Bamboo muttered indignantly. Upon hearing this, Si Jinxing smiled faintly, saying, "He may face punishment, but he might also seize this opportunity to shift the blame onto me, claiming I brought it upon myself." Green Bamboo halted in her tracks, her eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. How deeply hurt must the young lady be to utter such words so lightly? A sense of dread crept over her. Had she been too headstrong? What if the royal family truly imposed punishment? Would she not be jeopardizing her own mistress? She hastily followed, resolutely standing beside her mistress, prepared to face any adversity together. As anticipated, upon their arrival, the entire household awaited them. The individual from the palace was none other than the eunuch Zhang, who had visited twice before. Saijinshan occupied the foremost seat in the main hall, with servants presenting tea. However, eunuch Zhang wore a grim expression, neither partaking of the tea nor uttering a word. A flicker of anxiety crossed Saijinshan's mind. Could it be that someone in the household had caused yet another calamity? Recently, his residence had encountered numerous troubles, first with Shou, and then with his eldest son. When Jinxing stepped into the hall, his eyes brightened. Could it be that this rebellious daughter was discovered mingling with a stranger outside the city? Such an offense could warrant the death penalty for treason. Or perhaps it had come to the attention of Jiao Yanluo. That man was known for his merciless ruthlessness. The rebellious daughter. Jinxing disregarded Saijinshan's murderous glare and approached eunuch Zhang, apologizing, "I have kept you waiting, esteemed eunuch. The assembly in the hall, intimidated by eunuch Zhang's dark demeanor, dared not make a sound, their heads bowed in trepidation. Yet, they heard eunuch Zhang chuckle softly. "We have long been aware, county princess. Your courtyard is quite distant from this main hall. It is only natural to arrive slowly, and it is no matter." She was not merely the second daughter of the general of Jinyuan, she was also the princess of Anping, bestowed by the emperor himself. She possessed land and a stipend. Even if deprived of daily sustenance, or even her monthly allowance, she would not suffer from hunger or cold. Sai Jinshan felt somewhat embarrassed, yet deep down, he believed that this second daughter was becoming overly self-satisfied and audacious. "Since the county lord has arrived, we shall now proclaim the imperial edict." As these words were spoken, the members of the Xi family knelt in unison. Yesterday, an outbreak of infectious diarrhea struck the western barracks, leaving a third of the soldiers incapacitated. The compassionate Princess Anping, with her exceptional medical skills, disregarded her own safety and valiantly intervened, rescuing thousands of soldiers. This is a monumental achievement. I am aware of Princess Anping's profound love for the art of medicine, thus I bestow upon you 6 precious medicinal herbs: ginseng, hishowu, reishi mushroom, agarwood, nyohuang, and snow lotus, 5 boxes each, along with a sum of 10,000 taels in silver. Upon hearing this proclamation, the hall fell into a profound silence, broken only by the youthful voice of the girl expressing her gratitude. Si Junshan felt a sudden ringing in his ears. He recalled the previous night when his headstrong second daughter, her cheek marked with the redness of a slap, had gazed at him intently and asked, "If I claimed I did not, would you believe me? You have never trusted me." She had mentioned that she had gone to the western barracks, yet he had doubted her. He abruptly raised his head to see his second daughter, laughing and conversing with eunuch Zhang. In that moment, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother. Si Junshan's heart sank. What had she said last night? Oh, she had also mentioned that her mother's death was a result of foul play? Chapter 87. Interviewing Pei Qizhu. How could it be a conspiracy? Si Jushan felt a wave of sickening sweetness rise in his throat, and darkness clouded his vision, the world spinning around him. The cacophony of screams filled his ears, mingling with his daughter's cold laughter. Eunuch Zhang had not anticipated that the issuing of an edict would lead to the steadfast General Si collapsing from blood loss. Fortunately, within the residence was the remarkably skilled second young lady, so there was no need for Eunuch Zhang to wait long. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path, and Si Jinxing stepped forward, casually taking the pulse of the patient. She remarked indifferently, "No harm done. He won't die." Afterward, she merely brushed her sleeves and stood to the side, showing no further concern. The elderly lady, witnessing this, immediately furrowed her brow and, with a stiff neck, exclaimed in anger, "What do you mean by such words? What do you mean he won't die? Your father has coughed up blood. How can there be no harm? Do you even know how to diagnose?" Si Jinxing shrugged, responding nonchalantly, "I don't." The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback, her face paling. Had it not been for eunuch Zhang's presence, she would have scolded her increasingly audacious granddaughter. Such blatant disregard for hierarchy, such arrogance, and utter lack of decorum. What could the royal family possibly see in her? She swallowed her indignation and instructed butler Lu Fu to urgently summon a physician. Meanwhile, Si Jinxing sighed softly and remarked lightly, "Sister, having ascended to such heights, you seem to have forgotten your roots, showing this much indifference toward your own father." Just then, Madame Zhou interjected sharply, "Eunuch, be silent." She then turned to eunuch Zhang and added, "Please do not take offense. The second miss is usually not like this. She is quite close and affectionate with her father." Eunuch Zhang raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Madame Zhou, saying, "Your face. How is it that it has healed so swiftly? I wonder if that slapping eunuch, when he came the other day, had not dined." Upon hearing this, Madame Zhou instinctively covered her face, only to hear eunuch Zhang make a pointed remark. "Oh, by the way, I heard you put on quite a performance the other day." At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. No one has forgotten that the esteemed matriarch of the General S household was once reduced to crawling on the ground like a dog, trembling in humiliation. At this moment, Zhou's face flushed crimson with shame. She longed to tear Shi Jinxing apart. Claiming that the 9th prince had whipped her for the sake of the royal reputation was clearly a fabrication spun by that wretched girl whispering in his ear. Despicable. Shi Jinxing, sensing Zhou's animosity, couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Your Excellency, it seems you have not indulged in enough theatrical performances." "Oh, has the county princess witnessed even more captivating spectacles?" Master Zhang, ever perceptive, took the cue. Shi Jinxing spoke in a tone that resembled a conspiratorial whisper. Yet her voice resonated throughout the courtyard for all to hear. For instance, there was that lady who, in front of the entire household, had an unfortunate mishap in her trousers, or the incident of a gentleman intruding upon a young lady's chamber in the dead of night. Have you, master, ever encountered such dramatic narratives? The onlookers in the front yard broke into a cold sweat. These were matters far too scandalous for mere servants to overhear. Naturally, many recalled the incident involving the lady who had soiled herself under the gaze of many. Joe's complexion shifted from red to a deep shade of black, fury boiling within her. She glared darkly at Jinxing, who was exchanging laughter and banter with Master Zhang. Meanwhile, Jinxing, upon hearing this, instinctively recoiled 2 steps back, her mind buzzing with dread. The events of that night had haunted her, leaving her fearful of exposure. Now, it was being spoken of publicly. In truth, only 4 individuals were privy to this affair: Joe, Mama Lu, Jinxing, and herself, Jinxing. Yet, Jinxing mistakenly believed that the entire world was aware of it. In her flustered state, she raised her head and glanced at the solemn-faced Joe, who offered her a reassuring look. Quickly, she lowered her gaze and forced herself to regain composure. Jinxing, keenly observing the expressions of those around her, noted the peculiar atmosphere. Rather than lingering among the group attending to Shone, she sauntered out of the residence, making her way directly to Dongping Street. Today, Pei Qizhu was due to start work. Following the recent attack on Longxing Street, Qi Moli had dispatched 2 additional guards. Bai Shi, feeling considerably liberated, accompanied her outside. He drove the carriage and frequently inquired, "Your Highness, where did you learn that sudden movement technique? Do share it with me. I won't teach you." "Your Highness, shall we dine at the Shui Xiaoju this afternoon?" "We shall not." "Your Highness." Jinxing found herself perplexed. How had the loquacious Bai Shi managed to survive under the icy demeanor of Qi Moli? Upon their arrival at Jiren Hall on Dongping Street, Pei Qizhu had indeed been waiting for some time. "Master," Jinxing said, looking up to see the youthful face of a scholar, no more than 20, yet exuding an air of shrewdness typical of seasoned merchants. She shook her head with a light laugh and said, "Please, take a seat. Our previous agreement was hastily arranged. Today we shall discuss the details. Master Pei, what are your expected terms of remuneration?" Pei Qizhu expressed his gratitude with a smile before adjusting his robe and settling down beside Jinxing. As he gazed at the petite woman before him, memories of their first encounter flooded his mind, accompanied by a lingering flutter of emotion. However, she is the legitimate daughter of a general's household and has now been granted the title of county princess, along with a marriage proposal. Indeed, it is a fortunate encounter to make her acquaintance. Pei Qingzhu beamed with a bright smile and inquired, "The other day, you mentioned that the salary would surpass that of the Dexing Trading Company. I wonder by how much?" Upon hearing this, Jinxing couldn't help but press her lips together. Was Pei Qizhu attempting to gauge the baseline? "Let me rephrase my question. If you were to receive 10 taels of silver per month, would you find your work fulfilling or enjoyable? If I were to double your salary, or even increase it tenfold, what would your reaction be?" Pei Qizhu was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the new employer might offer him a salary of 12 or 13 taels, perhaps a maximum of 15 taels. Such a figure was unprecedented. Yet now, he was hearing, double? Tenfold? This was utterly unheard of. Nevertheless, having served as a manager at the Dexing Trading Company for 2 years, he possessed a degree of composure in response to such surprises. In life, one cannot escape the pursuit of wealth, however. It is essential that this wealth is acquired through legitimate means. The mindset of a worker varies greatly depending on whether their salary is meager or generous, and thus their efforts will reflect this disparity, hence the adage, toil more, earn more. Jinxing inwardly nodded and instructed Lu Zhu to present a stack of papers. Pei Qizhu, bewildered, accepted the papers and upon opening them, was immediately struck by the delicate and refined script inscribed upon them. Yet, the content written on the pages truly astonished him. Pei Qizhu read through it meticulously 3 times, spending a considerable span of time equivalent to 2 cups of tea before he could turn to Jinxing with a look of disbelief. He shook 2 of the papers lightly and inquired, "Master, are you aware of how much silver would be distributed if we proceed according to this contract?" Chapter 88. A Sheep Enters the Tiger's Denver. The papers in question were meticulously crafted plans for 10 shops that she had envisioned, detailing the decoration schemes, the required personnel numbers, their qualifications, and skills. Moreover, the final 2 sheets outlined the salary levels for employees at various tiers. Among these 10 establishments were 9 bridal shops and 1 grand shop gifted by Prince Qi Nanyi. She had already investigated. discovering that the 9 shops were not particularly spacious, struggled in their operations, and were managed by relatives of the Zhou family. Given this, there was little reason to persist in the old business model. Instead, she proposed a tea shop, a roast duck restaurant, a barbecue establishment, a hot pot venue, a ready-to-wear clothing store, and a dessert shop, all thoroughly arranged. What astonished Pei Qizhu was not merely the sweeping reforms across various industries. Concepts like brand influence and customer service ethos were understandable. However, the notions of base salary, commissions, performance incentives, assessments, and profit sharing left him perplexed. Noticing Pei Qizhu's confusion, Si Jinxing smiled and clarified, Master Pei, this embodies the principle of earning more through greater effort. Under such a policy, as long as the shop assistants are willing to work diligently, their monthly earnings could potentially double or triple compared to the previous month. Those who excel in their annual evaluations may even have the opportunity to manage new shops. The dividends are exclusively bestowed upon the chief steward and the various shopkeepers, namely you, Zhao Yu, and the successive Zhao Yus to come. Both Pei Qizhu and Zhao Yu are exceptionally astute individuals. Upon hearing this, they could grasp the implications without ambiguity. Such favorable treatment would undoubtedly motivate all the staff to exert themselves, thereby enhancing the business's prosperity. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Yu knelt and declared, Master, your ambitions are grand. I shall not disappoint your lofty expectations. Pei Qizhu also rose, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, stating, Your brilliance is truly remarkable, and I am deeply impressed. This innovative business strategy further intensified his admiration for the woman before him. Si Jinxing, feeling a tinge of self-consciousness from the praise, hastily gestured for the two to resume their seats. This incentive system was not a product of her own imagination. Our foremost task now is the grand opening of Jiren Hall in a week. Additionally, there is the 3-story shop on Longxing Street, which you can observe on my planning list. The trio deliberated for a full hour before concluding their discussions. Noticing that it was already lunchtime, Si Jinxing elegantly waved her hand and guided the two to the water pavilion. The water pavilion's location was already somewhat precarious, and now, during the peak dining hour, the establishment was bustling with patrons, thriving in business. As Si Jinxing stepped through the entrance, the chief steward, Mu Jiang, recognized her at once and promptly approached, respectfully stating, Princess, you have arrived. Si Jinxing nodded and smiled. Yes, please continue with your duties. I can manage on my own. However, Mu Jiang shook his head and led Si Jinxing and the others along the stone pathway towards the northern main building. Who could this be? This is indeed the royal consort personally addressed by the 9th prince, making her half the mistress of this establishment. Whatever the urgency, we must not neglect the royal consort, unless the position of this esteemed manager is no longer desired. Upon witnessing this, Si Jinxing smiled faintly, realizing that Qi Moli's entourage was far more considerate than expected. Just as she, accompanied by Pei Qizhu and Zhao Yu, approached the entrance of the northern main building, a loud bang echoed from behind, followed by the sounds of a heated argument. Fifth brother, what are you doing? Came the clear voice of a young girl. Immediately after, a man's irate voice responded. Eighth sister, do not meddle in this matter. I shall see what celestial beauty the daughter of General Lei possesses to dare reject my marriage proposal. The Jing Wang, however, escalated the situation, laughing boisterously. I am formally proposing. If you refuse, then you shall enter my residence as a favored concubine. Tonight, I shall let you experience the essence of womanhood. Haha. Amidst the commotion of furniture toppling and the sounds of a woman struggling, Mu Jiang's expression darkened. He inclined his hand in a gesture of respect towards Si Jinxing before turning to the 3rd private room on the west side. Jing Wang, Si Jinxing inquired, glancing at Bai Shi, who quietly elucidated. He is the 5th prince, Qi Nanshe, the full-blooded younger brother of the 3rd prince. No sooner had he finished speaking than a heavy object crashed to the ground, followed by Qi Nanshe's furious voice. A mere dog in front of the 9th prince dares to show arrogance before me? Let me tell you, even if the 9th prince were here, he would not dare to stop me. As Si Jinxing slightly furrowed her brow, she observed a tall man clad in dark garments ruthlessly kicking Mu Jiang in the abdomen. Qi Nanshe truly lived up to the reputation of being Qi Nanyan's younger brother. Aside from his slightly darker complexion and somewhat taller stature, his features bore a striking resemblance to his brother, making him a rather insufferable figure. Such a fine robe was wasted on a man of such character. Qi Moli, that rascal, was particularly fond of wearing dark and black attire. Mu Jiang let out a muffled groan, yet managed to utter, "Your Highness, the King of Jing. In broad daylight, I implore you to exercise some restraint." Restraint? Each of you dares to lecture me on self-restraint? I have no concept of such a notion. It is merely your incompetence that leads you to demand my self-control. Why should I heed your words? Jinxing sneered disdainfully, increasing the force of his kick. Witnessing this, Jinxing flicked her sleeves, deftly twisting her wrist as a silver needle soared toward the calf of the King of Jing. With a sharp pain in his leg, Jinxing suddenly lost his strength, prompting Bai Shi to hurriedly assist Mu Jiang to his feet. Upon noticing someone daring to oppose him openly, Jinxing's eyes widened in fury as he glared in that direction, demanding, "Who dares?" To his surprise, he beheld a stunningly beautiful maiden in white, leaning against the end of the corridor with an intense gaze fixed upon him. Instantly, his anger dissipated, and he approached, extending his hand toward the delicate hand of the maiden, inquiring, "Little beauty, is that attendant of yours?" Jinxing smiled serenely, neither retreating nor flinching, simply gazing back at the lecherous Jinxing. The diners in the elegant rooms flanking the clear pool, drawn by the commotion, emerged to witness the spectacle. The seats along the corridor, adorned with beauties, were now overflowing with spectators. A murmur of astonishment arose from the crowd. The maiden clad in white was surely stepping into the jaws of a ferocious beast. How enchanting she appeared! With such a captivating beauty, who among men could possibly resist her allure? It was indeed curious. How had no one ever heard of such a stunning woman from Jianzhou? As Jinxing listened to the discussions around him, a sense of pride adorned his face. He was but a moment away from grasping those delicate hands. His eyes tinged with a hint of lasciviousness. Suddenly, he felt a jolt run through his entire being. Chapter 89. Rivals meet with unusual antipathy. What kind of sensation was this? It felt as though a multitude of ants were gnawing at him. Jinxing curled up on the ground, scratching and shouting, "Help! Help! It itches terribly." His 4 attendants rushed forward, one of them pointing an accusatory finger at Jinxing, exclaiming, "Bold thief! You must have tampered with the prince. Seize her." But she swiftly intervened, kicking the assailant away, declaring, "The future 9th princess is present. How dare you?" At this proclamation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Despite the tormenting itch that consumed him, Jinxing had managed to inflict several bloody scratches upon his arms. Yet a fragment of rationality lingered within him. He gritted his teeth and turned to Mu Jiang, furiously demanding, "Is what he said true?" Mu Jiang nodded affirmatively, stating, "Absolutely true." Jinxing narrowed his eyes, gazing at the white-clad maiden who had now risen to her feet. She was indeed a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yet upon the mere thought of his ruthless and unfeeling 9th prince, a shiver inexplicably coursed through him, prompting him to exclaim, "Quick, take me to a doctor." Jinxing, supported by his attendants, was about to make his exit when Jinxing called out from behind, "Your Highness, the Jing Wang, please hold." Jinxing halted, retorting, "What is it?" Observing the man's forced composure, his trembling figure, Jinxing deliberately slowed her pace, articulating, "Today, Your Highness inadvertently damaged the doors and windows of the water pavilion, along with the tables and benches, and inadvertently injured Manager Mo. The expenses for medical treatment, mental distress, loss of work, and damage to reputation amount to approximately 5,200 taels of silver. Since Your Highness is the nephew of the 9th prince, we shall truncate the sum to a mere 5,000 taels. Your Highness, would you prefer to settle with cash now, or shall the 9th prince come to your residence to collect? For any uncertainties, we may sit down and deliberate at our leisure." Upon hearing this, Jinxing's temples throbbed, the sensation of irritation and itchiness overwhelming him to the brink of madness. How could he possibly sit down and negotiate? He clenched his fists tightly, but the onlookers were fixated on him. He bellowed, "What are you staring at? Scram!" Then he commanded, "Someone, fetch 5,000 taels of silver and bring it here." After Jinxing and his entourage departed, several young women from the private room approached. "Manager Mu, please serve the dishes for these young ladies again." Jinxing turned to Mu Jiang to give instructions, then looked at the young women, inquiring, "Are you all right?" She had just heard of General Lei Ling, who was indeed the cousin of Lei Heng, the deputy commander of the vanguard camp in the western suburbs. Chi Moli's subordinates and their families were being bullied, and she could not simply stand by and watch. One woman dressed in yellow, standing tall and upright, stepped forward and clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Princess Jiao, for your timely assistance." Her voice was straightforward and resonant. Jinxing lifted her gaze and beheld the woman, whose features were exquisitely defined and whose stature was imposing, radiating a certain vigorous charm. However, Her finely arched brows were slightly furrowed, bearing a hint of sorrow mingled with determination. Was Qi Nanshe truly seeking to ally himself with the Lei family? She nodded with a smile, replying, "It was but a small effort." As soon as her words fell, a voice filled with surprise reached her ears. "So you are the Princess Jiao?" In the entirety of Jinzhou, there was only one woman who referred to Qi Moli as uncle, and that was the emperor's only daughter, the 8th princess of Long Dynasty, Qi Nanling. Clad in a fiery red dress, she appeared radiant, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of pink. Her features were as delicate as a painting, her eyes bright and clear, and her face adorned with charming dimples, exuding an enchanting playfulness. Jinxing suddenly felt that the title Princess Jia was quite fitting. At the very least, upon encountering these princes and princesses, she was spared the need to kneel and bow. She smiled and waved at Qi Nanling, saying, "Greetings, Princess 8." Instantly, a smile lit up Qi Nanling's large eyes, as she thought to herself, "That icy 9th uncle of mine has surprisingly accepted a marriage proposal this time. It seems he has encountered a captivating beauty." She proceeded to introduce the two young ladies behind her, saying, "This is He Xiaowei, the daughter of the left minister of the imperial censorate." He Xiaowei, what a lovely name. As Jinxing turned her gaze, she beheld a young lady adorned in a delicate aquamarine dress, exuding elegance and grace, with a visage of remarkable beauty that radiated an ethereal aura of literary charm. He Xiaowei, with a gentle smile, gracefully knelt and saluted, saying, "I pay my respects to the princess of the 9th prince." Her demeanor was both refined and poised, imbued with a serene elegance. Jinxing held a favorable impression of He Xiaowei and replied with a warm smile, "I am yet to be wed to the 9th prince. You may simply address me by my name, Jinxing." After speaking, she shifted her attention to the last young lady. Qi Nanling appeared somewhat awkward, unsure of how to facilitate their introduction. Jinxing had already taken note of the lady in question. Initially, she displayed no unusual reaction, but upon the revelation of her identity as the 9th princess consort, her expression darkened, a shade deeper now. What could be the reason for this? The original owner of this body had not fostered any enmity outside the residence. Qi Nanling glanced around at the two and brought the lady closer, introducing her. "This is Yi Wan'er, granddaughter of the Grand Tutor." Yi Wan'er was indeed a beauty, her features exquisite, clad in a soft crimson dress, the sash delicately tied, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous form. For reasons unknown, Jinxing felt an overwhelming sense of animosity emanating from her. Could this person be a rival? Suppressing her discontent, Jinxing nodded and said, "Miss Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you." Yi Wan'er, upon learning of Jinxing's identity, was consumed by frustration. 5 years prior, she had witnessed the 9th prince triumphantly returning on Longxing Street. At just 16, he had donned a dark attire, mounted on a jet-black warhorse. His ink-black hair flowing in the wind, radiating an air of invincibility. The long whip in her hand dragged across the bluestone pavement, the sharp, cold prick scraping against the ground, producing a series of chilling sounds. Yet, she remained unafraid. On that day, he had taken residence in her heart. Subsequently, she knelt for an entire day and night, beseeching her grandfather to intercede with the emperor on her behalf, but the 9th prince, he audaciously rejected her at the court, refusing even to grant her a position as a concubine. From that moment on, Yi Wan'er harbored affections for the 9th prince, a sentiment known throughout the entire Jianzhou. However, she believed him to be, as the rumors suggested, disinterested in women. She thought perhaps after years of warfare, his heart had grown cold, and decided to wait 2 years before asking her grandfather to broach the subject of marriage with the emperor. Recently, upon hearing of the 9th prince's severe illness, her heart was consumed with anxiety. She searched through medical texts, exhausting her personal savings to procure rare medicinal herbs, which she sent to the 9th prince's residence, only to be turned away. She believed that fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leaving her despondent. Yet, of late, news had swept through Jianzhou of the betrothal between the Moing prince and the general's daughter. How could she possibly endure such news? Now, that very woman stood before her. By what right did she garner the 9th prince's favor? Was it due to her beauty? Or perhaps, because after merely half a day of attending to his illness, the 9th prince was miraculously restored to health? A mere tool for fortune's favor dared to flaunt herself before her. Yi Wan'er cast a stoic gaze upon the white-clad woman opposite her, then curled her lips into a smirk. It was said that she had lost her mother at a young age and was not favored within the general's household. Chapter 90. She was trapped by her own demons. With an air of haughtiness, she nodded and addressed her, Miss C. She nailing discerned Yuaner's unusual demeanor. How could she be oblivious to Yuaner's feelings for the ninth prince? But her ninth prince, who was he? He was a man unafraid to disregard even the commands of her father, mother, and even her imperial grandmother. Who could compel him to marry you? However, having known Yuaner for many years, she naturally wished for her to let go of the ninth prince and seek a worthy partner. Unlike her, as the only princess of the royal family, her prospects for marriage were the most challenging. With a self-deprecating smile, she deftly shifted the conversation, saying, since we are all acquainted, let us dine together. Ninth prince's aunt, no, a Xing, do join us as well. A Xing. Jinxing lowered her head, stifling a laugh. This eighth princess truly had a social disposition. Thus, the group of young ladies made their way to a private room. Pei Qizhu and Zhao Yu settled in the corner of the elegant chamber, where a lavish spread awaited them. Today, the two of them had also experienced a taste of the world. What was it like to have their employer as the future ninth princess? For the first time, they felt the advantages of being backed by a powerful figure, particularly for Pei Qizhu, who previously worked at the Dixing trading house. Her employer had not been without influence, yet it was nothing compared to this. Zhao Yu felt an even deeper sense of awe. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before him, his eyes glistened with emotion. This was Shui Xieyaju, a restaurant in the capital where even the nobility struggled to secure a reservation. Master Pei, I, Zhao Yu, vow to never disappoint my employer in this lifetime. Cheers. Zhao Yu raised his cup. Master Zhao, great minds think alike. Cheers. Pei Qizhu also lifted her cup. The two exchanged a knowing smile, each seeing in the other's eyes the fervor to challenge the heavens and reshape the world. Meanwhile, in Jinxing's private room, the atmosphere was even more jubilant. A few young ladies of similar age gathered, sparking an array of topics. They discussed which restaurants served the finest dishes, where the latest fabrics could be found, and the new designs of hairpins. Jinxing was fortunate to encounter a few like-minded companions, and they engaged in delightful conversation. However, Yuan chose not to participate, merely casting occasional glances at the group. After a while, Lei Qianyin began to indulge in fruit wine, prompting Zhao Yu to seize her cup and exclaim, what are you doing? General Lei will surely find a way. The Jingwang might very well forcefully take you away. Qin Enling also offered words of comfort, saying, do not fret, Yin. I shall report today's events to Father Emperor truthfully. Fifth brother would not dare to act recklessly. Jinxing also uttered a few comforting words. Yet the situation remained precarious. Qi Nanshe and Qi Nanyan's mother, the current Luo Gue Fei, enjoys unparalleled favor, with her family safeguarding the southern frontier and commanding a formidable army of 100,000, bolstered by her merits in aiding the dragon's ascent. Although General Lei has his accolades, he cannot rival the oppressive influence of Luo Gue Fei. What is more concerning is the present predicament. The only viable solution lies in him choosing another or her being already engaged. Their meal lasted an entire hour, during which Yuan did not utter a single word. The group parted ways by the clear pool, with Qin Enling even suggesting another gathering in the future, to which Jinxing readily agreed. Zhao Yu and Pei Qizhu had already finished their meal and busied themselves elsewhere. As Jinxing sat in the splendid carriage, she finally inquired, is there an issue between Yuan and your master? Bai Shi, driving the carriage, turned to respond, this has nothing to do with the master. It is all about Yuan who is utterly preoccupied with the Wang Yi. She should consider whether she is worthy. Upon hearing this, Jinxing felt a slight sense of relief. Yet she still yearned to drag Chiamoli over and give him a sound thrashing. Why must he be so handsome? It only attracts troublesome admirers. As the carriage approached Xuanwu Street, nearing the general's residence, Jinxing suddenly recalled her intention to visit the tooth shop today to select a few maidservants, which she had completely forgotten. She instructed Bai Shi to independently seek out the tooth shop, bringing back any clever and honest candidates for her consideration. To this day, the general's residence had not assigned her any servants for her personal use, and she dared not employ anyone herself. Upon crossing the threshold of the fragmented Huayuan courtyard, a young maid entered to report, Second Miss, tomorrow the ladies of the household will be visiting Lingxiang Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. The matriarch requests that you prepare accordingly. Although Jinxing was initially reluctant to attend, the maid added that this was a direct instruction from the general. She nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. Entering the treatment room, she found Yin Fei awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Upon hearing the door, Yan Fei turned her head to see her mistress and immediately felt tears welling in her eyes, wanting to sit up. Jinxing sighed softly, gently pressing her back down, saying, "Just lie still for now." Yan Fei bit her chapped lips, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she said, "Mistress, I was wrong." Jinxing merely gazed at her in silence. Yan Fei wiped her tears and continued, "You have grown stronger and braver, yet I feel increasingly useless. Always fearing that you might forget or abandon me. When I see you confiding in Qing Chan and Green Bamboo, entrusting them with important responsibilities, I feel a pang of jealousy, and it was just then that Mama Lin offered me some comfort." As she spoke, she suddenly broke into loud sobs. How could she, who had always been at odds with her mistress, find herself confiding in her? "Mistress, have you sold me off? I am sorry for failing you." Yan Fei insisted on kneeling, yet after several days confined to her bed without sustenance, she lacked the strength to maintain her position. Ultimately, she collapsed upon the bed, weeping bitterly. Jinxing harbored a measure of faith in Yan Fei, recalling the care she had received from her in the suburban villa years prior, which suggested her loyalty was unwavering. The current predicament stemmed from Yan Fei's overly sensitive disposition. "Yan Fei," Jinxing remarked, "you have erred and thus deserve punishment." At these words, Yan Fei, prostrated on the bed, trembled. And Jinxing sighed, "Would you consider becoming a shopkeeper?" Yan Fei, possessing literacy and a keen intellect, was ensnared by her inner demons. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, if granted a broader horizon, might her circumstances change? "Miss you." Yan Fei raised her head, her eyes brimming with disbelief, seeking confirmation. "Miss, do you truly believe in me?" "I do believe in you. Recover swiftly and assist your mistress in earning a livelihood. For I have wasted so many valuable medicines on you." Jinxing nodded, observing the flicker of excitement and resolve in Yan Fei's gaze. Before long, she arrived with the toothless old woman from the dental shop, accompanied by a dozen maids and servants to the broken flower courtyard. Steward Lu Fu followed closely, surveying the newcomers before stepping forward to inquire, "Second miss, what is this?" In the courtyard, a stone bench was adorned with soft cushions of green bamboo, and Jinxing settled upon it, finding it quite comfortable. She examined Lu Fu, growing increasingly perplexed, and remarked, "This is the broken flower courtyard, not the pear blossom courtyard. I cannot report every trivial matter to Steward Lu on a whim." Lu Fu, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his face paling considerably. Chapter 91. Prayers at Lingxiang Temple. Lu Fu harbored a lingering sense of unease regarding the second young lady. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of the human heart. With an effort, he managed to summon a smile and remarked, "What do you mean, second young lady?" "It is merely that someone from the tooth merchant has unexpectedly arrived at the residence. I wonder if the esteemed matriarch is aware of this matter." The subtle shifts in Lu Fu's demeanor did not escape the observant eye of Jinxing. She languidly leaned against the stone table, arching an eyebrow as she scrutinized Lu Fu, his complexion, his monolid eyes, his thick lips. Ah, how strikingly similar. Lu Fu, feeling a twinge of guilt under her gaze, retreated a couple of steps and inquired, "Second young lady, should this matter be reported to the matriarch?" Jinxing continued to gaze at him, shaking her head as she replied, "Not at all. I am merely spending my own silver to purchase my own servants. There is no need to inform anyone, is there?" It suddenly dawned on Lu Fu that the second young lady had transformed significantly when the household failed to provide assistance. She simply took matters into her own hands. Although the general had ceased the supply from Suihua courtyard, she had promptly acquired a reward of 10,000 taels from the emperor. That was indeed a substantial sum. Overwhelmed by her penetrating gaze, Lu Fu felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck and was eager to vacate the premises. He hurriedly nodded and smiled, saying, "Of course. There is no need. It was merely an overstep on my part. Please, do continue with your business." As Jinxing observed Lu Fu's flustered retreat, her expression darkened slightly. To catch a thief, one must seize the evidence. To catch an adulterer, one must catch them in the act. The tooth merchant's matron stood nearby, flanked by a dozen raggedly dressed maidens, initially believing that their trip would be in vain upon seeing the steward approach. To her astonishment, the young lady of this estate possessed the autonomy to purchase servants for herself, her smile deepening with delight. With a radiant expression, she introduced herself. "Miss Wanfu, I have heard from this young man that you seek to select a few maidservants. Thus, I have brought forth these neat and tidy young women. Having them by your side would surely not diminish your dignity. Pray, do take a look and see if any of them catch your fancy." Jinxing surveyed the row of young women and inquired, "Are there any who can read?" At this, Three young women stepped forward. The old matron chimed in. These three are indeed treasures from my line of work. They can read, making them more convenient for your use. Mississippi C. Jinxing rose and approached, allowing the three young women to extend their hands for her inspection. Yet she refrained from asking any further questions. Instead, she instructed Lu Zhu to bring 3 sheets of paper, requesting each of them to write down their names. 2 of them swiftly penned their names, while the third wrote her name, Wang Dehua, in a rather crooked manner. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhu exclaimed, "Is this truly the one who can read?" The old matron, feeling embarrassed, scolded, "You filthy wretch, how dare you deceive your esteemed lady by claiming you can write?" With that, she raised her foot, poised to kick the young woman to the ground. However, Si Jinxing intervened, saying, "Hold on." Without sparing a glance at the fierce old matron, she turned her attention to the defiant young woman and asked, "Do you not wish to come with me?" The young woman hurriedly knelt, her stubbornness swiftly transforming into anxiety as she explained. The old matron, witnessing this, retorted angrily, "Bah, you unfortunate creature, coughing every day. Yet you show no signs of dying, wasting my provisions day in and day out." The young lady cast a cold glare at the old hag, her eyes evidently glistening with unshed tears. Si Jinxing then inquired, "What if I were to purchase both you and your mother?" Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily taken aback, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, miss." The old hag, witnessing this, realized that the long-suffering consumptive in her establishment had finally found a potential savior, and quickly donned a smile, saying, "Your mother will surely recover. Following the miss in her service, she will enjoy a life of comfort." Si Jinxing further selected 2 more maidservants from among the girls for more laborious tasks, instructing Bai Shi to escort them out of the manor and to bring the gravely ill woman along. "I do not concern myself with how you have lived your lives until now, but upon entering my household today, you must remember who your mistress is." Si Jinxing regarded the 3 newly acquired maidservants and spoke each word deliberately, "Aside from me, no one in this residence has the authority to question you, understand?" The 3 girls, of course, had no objections and nodded earnestly in agreement. Si Jinxing bestowed names upon them. The literate maid was named Zisu, while the other 2 were named Bai Xiao and Bai Wei, all names derived from medicinal herbs, easy to remember. Upon hearing her name, Zisu picked up a nearby paper and brush, wrote her name anew, and presented it to Si Jinxing, saying, "Thank you for the name, miss." Si Jinxing turned her gaze towards the paper, which bore characters that were fresh and ethereal, clean and transparent, much like Zisu herself. Though Zisu's attire was tattered, her face and hands were the cleanest among the girls. Tomorrow's incense offering, it seemed, might stir up some unexpected troubles. It is not merely a conspiracy on her part. Rather, within this residence, it resembles the arduous journey of Tang Sung seeking the scriptures, where a single misstep could lead to perilous consequences at every turn. Thus, she positioned her most effective weapons in the most conspicuous location on the first floor of the elegant gathering hall. Autumn brings an early dusk, and the night envelopes the surroundings in profound stillness. At dawn, before the first light emerged, Green Bamboo and Purple Perilla entered. Purple Perilla was tasked with fetching water and garments, while Green Bamboo was responsible for rousing the slumbering young lady. Si Jinxing glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning, allowing the 2 maids to assist her in her morning preparations and breakfast. She finally completed her arrangements and made her way towards the entrance of the estate. Bai Xiao and Bai Wei remained in the courtyard, tending to the premises and caring for the ailing Yin Fei and Purple Perilla's mother. During this era, many held a belief in Buddhism, and on the 1st and 15th of each month, it was customary to offer incense and pray for blessings. The following day marked the Mid-Autumn Festival, a significant occasion for such devotions. Therefore, as Si Jinxing stepped out with Green Bamboo and Purple Perilla, she observed the bustling Xuanwu Street, already alive with passing carriages. Noticing the elderly matriarch had yet to emerge, she opted not to linger and boarded her carriage first. This splendid multicolored carriage had been a gift from the emperor, far more opulent than that of the General S estate. Si Jinyun, accompanying Madame Zhou, caught sight of Si Jinxing bending to enter her carriage just as they exited the estate. Her eyes were unmistakably filled with malice, though the dim light concealed her intentions from all. Once the matriarch left the estate, she boarded the foremost carriage. Madame Zhou and Si Jinyun occupied the second, while Si Jinxing's vibrant carriage followed in third place. Trailing behind them were the carriages of Wenshi and Si Jinyi. The 4 carriages then gradually set forth towards the Linxiang Temple in the eastern suburbs. The journey was unexpectedly smooth, much to the surprise of Jinxing. She indulged in food and drink along the way, even producing a deck of cards to play with Ozu and Zisu for a while. Upon their arrival, the dawn was just breaking, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Chapter 92. Who Hired the Assassin? Linxiang Temple is nestled atop the verdant Qingfeng Mountain in the eastern outskirts. The carriage meandered slowly along the winding mountain path. Jinxing lifted the window drapes and beheld the clustered temples and meditation rooms set among the distant hills. Upon reaching the temple's main gate, the carriage could advance no further, as they had arrived at the mountainside. Ascending from here, the path consisted solely of stone steps, which the earnest devotees climbed one by one to offer their prayers, demonstrating their sincere devotion. Dismounting from the carriage, Jinxing noticed a gigantic incense burner outside the temple, enveloped in spiraling smoke as a steady stream of worshippers flowed in and out. The melodious chimes resonated throughout the mountain. The slate steps leading upward extended from this point to the pinnacle of Linxiang Temple, where the Si family commenced their earnest pilgrimage for the day. In her previous life, Jinxing had no faith in Buddhism, but after experiencing the inexplicable phenomenon of soul transmigration, she now regarded the Buddhist realm with a newfound reverence. The elderly matriarch paused several times during the ascent, while the stout Mrs. Zhou also needed to take breaks after every few steps. Ultimately, it was Jinxing, trailing at the end of the line, along with the youngest Jinxing, who reached the summit first. They had arrived at Linxiang Temple. The location was truly exceptional, shrouded in clouds and mist, offering a breathtaking view of the surrounding mountains. The air was serene and crisp, and as the sound of the temple bells echoed in her ears, her heart and mind found tranquility. At that moment, a young novice monk appeared, guiding the two of them into the temple. Families like theirs had prearranged their visit to offer prayers, ensuring accommodations for the pilgrims and provisions for vegetarian meals. Xiaotao and Lu Zhu accompanied the young monk to the lodging to deposit their belongings, while Jinxing and Jinyi proceeded to light incense first. The main hall featured 3 entrances, with the central door remaining an empty portal accessible solely to those who have renounced worldly ties. Jinxing grasped Jinyi's hand, guiding her through the side entrance, where they reverently lit their incense before exiting the hall. "Are you hungry, elder sister?" Jinyi softly inquired, tugging at her sister's sleeve. Jinxing, not particularly famished after consuming a fair amount on the journey, retrieved a packet of chips from the snack drawer on the 3rd floor and offered it to Jinyi, saying, "Here, eat this to tide you over." Once the matriarch and Madame Zhou arrived and lit the first incense stick, a young monk led the Si family women to the back courtyard's dining hall for their first vegetarian meal. The plaque above the dining hall read Wu Guan Tang, which is said to signify that monks reflect on 5 contemplations before their meal, emphasizing the importance of cherishing food, expressing gratitude, avoiding excessive greed, and engaging in self-reflection. The monks also taught that if the 5 contemplations are clear, gold can easily dissolve. If the 3 hearts remain unfulfilled, water is hard to consume. Although Jinxing held a degree of reverence for the Buddhist teachings, she deemed this particular saying to be utter nonsense, a personal opinion of Jinxing. Subsequently, the matriarch, along with Madame Zhou and Madame Wan, visited Master Zhihai's Zen monastery to listen to the teachings. The young ladies, meanwhile, roamed freely within the temple. This day unfolded with an unexpected tranquility, devoid of any incidents or encounters with extraordinary individuals. Even the person she anticipated encountering, Jinyi, did not appear. Jinxing began to suspect that perhaps she was overthinking. The temperature in the mountains was low, and during the night, Jinxing felt a chill as she slept. In a daze, she awoke to the dawn and began to pack her belongings for the descent. Upon entering the carriage, she sneezed. Zisu handed her a cup of hot tea and cautiously inquired, "Miss, could it be that you have caught a chill?" Jinxing touched her forehead and found no fever. After taking 2 cold capsules, she closed her eyes for a brief rest. However, to her surprise, the medication took effect, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed, and she eventually stirred awake, only to hear rustling sounds nearby. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the carriage suddenly emitted a cracking sound, as if something had broken. The bottom of the carriage collapsed, and she, along with Zhu and Zisu, tumbled to the ground. Jinxing lay on the ground, glancing around, but she saw no other carriages belonging to the Si family. The coachman, Bai Shi, hurried over to help her up and said, "Your Highness, it is my oversight. The carriage has been tampered with." As he spoke, he handed her a broken piece of wood, pointing out, "Your Highness, look at the insects on this." Jinxing, Still feeling a bit dazed from the medication, clearly saw a cluster of white insects gnawing at the broken edge of the wood. Elves leaned in for a closer look, astonished, and exclaimed, "What is this? Did they actually gnaw through the carriage?" Yes, the spokes of the wheels were compromised by these insects. The carriage had traveled a long distance over rough terrain these past 2 days, which led to its sudden breakage. Fortunately, it did not collapse on the mountain path we had just traversed, but she could not help but feel a surge of dread. The winding mountain road was flanked on one side by the rocky terrain and on the other by a sheer cliff. A fall would be catastrophic. As these thoughts raced through his mind, his heart skipped a beat, and a heightened sense of vigilance enveloped him. He scanned the surroundings and cautioned, "Your Highness, this place is not suitable for lingering." However, scarcely had Baishi's words left his lips when a group of masked figures clad in black emerged from the thicket beside the official road, charging towards them. Zisu's complexion turned ashen, yet she steadfastly shielded her mistress behind her. Meanwhile, LZH swiftly picked up a broken branch that Baishi had discarded at his feet, positioning it defensively before Jinxing. In her grasp was the tranquilizer gun from the gathering at Xinglin Yaksu, but with the adversary numbering over a dozen. A sense of panic began to gnaw at her mind. Who could possibly have orchestrated such a murderous plot? Baishi had already drawn his sword and engaged the attackers. His swordplay as fierce as the wind, yet the opposing forces were equally formidable, their numbers overwhelming. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from behind Jinxing. Joining the fray, she recognized him, Emochio. Following the incident on Longxing Street, Chi Moli had dispatched 2 individuals, one to guard the courtyard and the other to discreetly follow Jinxing. Both Baishi and Emochio were elite shadow guards from the Mu Ing Wangfu, skilled in combat, and within no time, they had dispatched half of the black-clad assailants. Yet the remaining 7 or 8 adversaries fought with increasing ferocity, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Despite Baishi and Emochio's prowess, they had sustained several wounds, their garments stained with crimson. Just then, 5 or 6 more figures in black emerged from the forest, charging straight towards Jinxing. A diversion. Baishi's pupils dilated in alarm, a realization that Emochio shared. Anxiety gripped the two of them as they found themselves encircled by 7 or 8 individuals, unable to break free from the encirclement. Chapter 93. The female ghost demands a life. Several masked figures in dark attire swiftly surrounded Jinxing and her companions. Jinxing, proficient in close combat, was at a disadvantage against opponents wielding longswords, especially with the presence of the 2 young maidens, Ulzu and Zisu. It was evident that these assailants were targeting her specifically. While firing her tranquilizer gun at the dark-clad assailants, she cast a glance toward the main road, shouting, "Ulzu, take Zisu and run ahead. Do not concern yourselves with me." She truly wished for them not to follow. Without them, she could engage in a grand transformation. As she shouted, she retreated into the dense woods behind her. Predictably, the black-clad figures pursued her swiftly, while Ulzu and Zisu refused to abandon their young mistress and followed closely behind. The forest was filled with peculiar rock formations, ancient trees towering overhead with their gnarled branches obscuring the sunlight. The wild grass beneath their feet, knee-high, displayed a blend of yellow and green hues. A few crows startled from the trees, emitting eerie cries that sent chills down one's spine. Jinxing pressed herself against the trunk of a large tree, biding her time, holding her breath as she intently listened to the sounds behind her. She could faintly hear hurried footsteps approaching, growing closer. In an instant, she pulled the trigger, unleashing 2 or 3 tranquilizer shots in that direction. The sharp sounds of impact echoed as 2 of the masked assailants fell to the ground. However, her position was now revealed, and the remaining figures swiftly surrounded her. Jinxing, cautious and alert, retrieved a 1-meter-long electric baton from her sleeve right under the watchful eyes of her adversaries. The black-clad individuals exchanged puzzled glances. What manner of weapon was this black stick? Yet she swiftly brandished her sword and advanced. This woman was the target for whom the employer had offered 50,000 taels of silver for her demise. Such a fortune, now within reach, could not be allowed to slip away. 3 assailants surrounded a seemingly frail woman. Such a breach of martial ethics. As Jinxing inwardly cursed, she raised her electric baton and charged forth. One of the black-clad figures was struck by the baton, convulsing violently before collapsing. The remaining 3 sensed the peculiar nature of the encounter and grew increasingly cautious, one of them lunging forward with a fierce determination. The blade in his hand sliced through the air towards Jinxing with a chilling ferocity. She felt a piercing glimmer invade her vision. prompting her to shut her eyes tightly, swiftly retreating while swinging her electric baton. Yet, in that fleeting moment of blindness, another black-clad figure leapt into the air, delivering a kick that sent her baton flying. The sound of slicing air reached her ears. Jinxing attempted to evade but was nevertheless grazed by the long sword across her left arm. Clutching her wounded arm, she hurriedly fled, turning just in time to fire her tranquilizer gun backwards. Another assailant fell, succumbing to her shot. The remaining two, believing their comrade had been felled by a hidden weapon, were consumed by embarrassment and fury, realizing that 3 or 4 of their number had already been dispatched. Jinxing, still recovering from her cold and now thoroughly exhausted from the protracted struggle, fired several more shots in desperation, yet missed her targets. Summoning all her strength, she attempted to flee, but how could she outrun the agile black-clad adversaries? The two figures circled around her, one brandishing a long sword, ready to strike, but unexpectedly, the woman in white vanished into thin air. The two black-clad men stood frozen in shock, rubbing their eyes and pinching themselves, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. The woman truly vanished without a trace under the broad daylight. Was she a ghost? The other, utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground like a lump of clay. Despite their involvement in heinous deeds, they remained inexplicably fearful of the supernatural. Jinxing circled behind the two men before suddenly emerging, brandishing a tranquilizer gun aimed at them. The woman in white, her dress stained with blood, with disheveled hair billowing in the wind, emanated a chilling aura of murderous intent from her eyes. The two men in black were already paralyzed with fear, as the spectral woman's face flickered with eerie shadows, an alarming sight indeed. The ghost had come to claim their lives. With 2 shots of the tranquilizer, both men fell to the ground, incapacitated. Jinxing stepped forward to retrieve the long knife lying at one man's feet. Without a flicker of hesitation, she plunged the blade into their chests. This marked her second act of murder. She was unaware of the fates of Lu Zhu and Zisu. She needed to find them quickly. Yet, after just a few steps, a wave of intense dizziness overwhelmed her. Jinxing felt darkness encroaching, and just as she was about to collapse, she unexpectedly fell into a warm embrace. A voice, filled with urgency, called out to her. Xing, who was calling her? Her eyelids felt heavy, refusing to open, and soon she succumbed to an abyss of darkness. In the general's residence, in the front courtyard, Junshan sat in the hall with a grim expression. After having coughed up blood and fainting the previous day, he was now filled with dread that the events of years past might have gone awry. He promptly instructed Ling Su to discreetly seek out the old matron who had served in Yizhu Garden back in the day. The matron immediately confirmed that it had indeed been the second young lady who had requested the kitchen's assistance back then. Indeed, it was widely acknowledged back then that the second young lady personally informed the matron about the pastries she had instructed the kitchen to prepare, and that she herself fed these delicacies to the matron. How could this be construed as a plot against her? Just yesterday, she questioned him with a tone of profound grievance, asking why he did not trust her, to the extent that he almost believed he had wronged her. Such a deceitful daughter, intent on reversing right and wrong, serves no purpose. The elderly matron, visibly anxious, remarked that had she known, she would have waited for the second young lady a while longer, thus avoiding the current uncertainty of her whereabouts. Noticing the late hour, Junshan prepared to leave, but was interrupted by a young servant who hurriedly approached, panting, "General, it's terrible. A colorful carriage belonging to the second young lady has been found broken in the eastern outskirts, yet there is no sign of her." An hour prior, Junshan had dispatched individuals along the route to Linxiang Temple to search for Jinxing. His expression darkened as he inquired, "Has the area been thoroughly searched? Are there any further discoveries?" The surroundings are densely wooded, and only the nearby vicinity has been examined, without a deeper search. Furthermore, we recovered this from the damaged carriage," the young servant said, handing over a handkerchief. Ling Su took it, examining it closely, and indeed, one corner bore an embroidered star. Junshan flicked his sleeve and instructed Ling Su, "Take 20 men and search. If she cannot be found, then assume she is lost forever." Jinxing, perplexed, asked, "Father, why not report to the authorities? More people would expedite the search for my elder sister." The elderly matron, upon hearing this, was greatly alarmed and quickly intervened. "Considering the time, it has been 2 or 3 hours since the second young lady encountered trouble. The mountains are rife with bandits. This matter must not be made public." Junshan wore a stern expression. He had anticipated the potential tribulations his second daughter might encounter. Nevertheless, he found himself utterly unable to forgive her transgressions. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. Jiyun, head bowed, concealed the flicker of brilliance that flashed in her eyes. She gently placed her teacup upon the table and, with an impassive demeanor, reminded, "Father, it is getting late. We should take our leave." Chapter 94. The device for joyful celebration. The annual Mid-Autumn Banquet permitted officials of the 5th rank and above in the capital to bring their families along, but naturally, an invitation was required. Jinxing had initially been reluctant to take Jinxing with him. However, the invitation conspicuously bore her name in bold letters. Furthermore, having recently received numerous rewards from the Emperor and Empress, it was only proper for her to express her gratitude in person. In truth, this arrangement alleviated his burdens. Jinxing nodded and instructed, "Let us depart. Once we enter the palace, exercise caution in your words and actions. Stay close to your sister and refrain from wandering." The invitation not only included Jinxing's name, but also that of Jinxing. While one could choose to forego attending if their name was absent from the list, it was imperative that those not mentioned were not permitted to attend. Aware of his third daughter's capricious nature, he had initially hesitated to take her along. Yet his resolve was weakened by a message from Jinxing, stating she would keep her younger sister by her side. After Jinxing sweetly pleaded, Jinxing ultimately acquiesced to her request. Father and daughter boarded the carriage, heading towards the imperial city. If the Empress Dowager inquires about your second sister, merely say that she has caught a chill. Do not elaborate further, Jinxing reminded her within the carriage. Jinxing nodded in agreement. Why was it necessary for her to voice her intentions? Before long, the carriage arrived at the palace gates. Officials entered through the Vermilion Bird Gate, while the ladies were admitted via the Shone Gate. It was still before the hour of Shin when Jinxing arrived, only to find a long queue outside the Shone Gate, where palace attendants were verifying identities. Although it was her inaugural attendance at a palace banquet, she had heard her sister, the princess, recount the numerous palace protocols on many occasions, and she felt no trepidation as she stood at the end of the line with Jinxing. Soon, she struck up a conversation with several young ladies ahead of her. These young women hailed from families of 4th and 5th rank officials and had never interacted with the daughter of a 1st rank noble. Moreover, this young lady's sister was none other than the beloved consort of the current Prince Rui. Consequently, they lavished her with praise, elevating Jinxing to the heavens. "Miss C, your complexion is truly radiant and smooth. Indeed, just look at the delicate rosy hue. Who could resist such a lure?" The young Miss C, yet to reach her coming-of-age ceremony, already possessed such beauty. If she were to blossom further post-ceremony, she would undoubtedly become the talk of Jianzhou. Yes. As Jinxing absorbed their compliments, her heart soared, yet she failed to notice the changing expressions of Jinxing beside her. Recently, her skin had become increasingly supple and fair, even surpassing that of her elder sister. It was well known that she had been born with dark skin, and she had long envied the fair and delicate complexion. She yearned for the 9th prince to see her in her current state, with her second sister's whereabouts a mystery and her fate uncertain. Surely the 9th prince would alter his affections upon witnessing her transformed appearance. Thus, she implored her elder sister to secure an invitation for her to enter the palace. At last, it was her turn. The elderly matron in charge of identity verification glanced at the notice and chuckled. "Ah, it is the 3rd young lady of the C family. The Princess Rui has already instructed that you accompany this young eunuch to the Palace of Eternal Happiness." Jinxing nodded in gratitude and followed along. This was her inaugural visit to the palace, where the golden glazed tiles shimmered brilliantly under the afternoon sun. The crimson walls and azure tiles, with their soaring eaves and majestic terraces, were intricately crafted, each corner a testament to exquisite artistry, each sight a marvel to behold. Yet, her gaze was abruptly drawn to a figure ahead. He was here. He had indeed come to attend today's autumn banquet. She had heard from her elder sister that the 9th prince was known for his aloof demeanor, seldom gracing palace banquets, even the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Today, she had merely come to test her luck, never expecting to encounter him. Perhaps this was destiny? At that moment, Mo Li was walking alongside Nan Yuan and Nan Yi, making their way to the palace of Fuyang. The ladies and young women in the corridor, upon witnessing their approach, hastily curtsied in respect. Jinxing's attention remained fixated on Mo Li, who stood tall in a flowing dark robe, his features sharply defined, and his amber eyes deep and enigmatic, exuding a languid yet wild aura. Unable to restrain herself, she stepped forward, a hint of shyness in her eyes, and said, "I pay my respects to His Highness the 9th Prince." Mo Li cast a fleeting glance at the young woman before him, offering no pause, and turned his attention back to the eunuch guiding them, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "Who is this?" With a nod of acknowledgement. Qi Moli glanced at her once more before leading Qi Nan Yuan and Qi Nan Yi away with purposeful strides. Upon witnessing the scene, Si Jinyun's smile faded somewhat. How could he not recognize himself? The ladies in the corridor, stifling their laughter, departed, leaving Si Jinyun standing there in a daze. She could no longer find the inclination to admire the palace's splendor, her thoughts solely consumed with how to capture the ninth prince's attention. Upon her arrival at Wanfu Palace, she discovered groups of people gathered outside the palace, engaged in conversation. Naturally, those of noble birth were summoned by the Empress Dowager to enter the palace for discussion, while individuals of lesser importance, like herself, were left waiting outside until the appointed time to proceed to Fu Palace. Have you heard? The second miss of the Si family, who is betrothed to the ninth prince, has encountered a mishap. What has happened? She did not come today? I was eager to see what she looks like. How could she have secured such an agreement from the ninth prince? It is said, oh dear, she has gone missing in the mountains. The mountains are rife with bandits. Ah, could it be? A few elegantly dressed young ladies gathered together, whispering among themselves. He Xiaoyu and Lei Qianin passed by them, stopping in their tracks to listen intently, their expressions darkening instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you seen her? How can you speak so carelessly behind her back? He Xiaoyu furrowed her brows and chided them. Be cautious that the ninth prince does not overhear your words, Miss Li from the minister's household, and you, the daughter of Lord Zhao, and you. Lei Qianin scrutinized each of them, recognizing them all. Meanwhile, Si Jinyun noticed Yuan approaching from behind. She recalled this woman as the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, who had once been rejected by the ninth prince. The few young ladies whispering amongst themselves held respectable identities and were unfazed. One of them was Lu Fangji, the granddaughter of Prime Minister Lu Yangfeng. What does it matter if a mere trinket meant for fortune has gone missing? Why the urgency? As Lei Qianin was about to interject, the palace doors swung open, and an eunuch announced, the Empress Dowager has arrived. Everyone outside the hall knelt in reverence, while Si Jinyun stealthily raised her gaze. To her astonishment, the woman accompanying the Empress Dowager was none other than her long-lost second sister. Standing beside the Empress Dowager, Si Jinxing effortlessly spotted Yi Xiaowei, Lei Qianin, and her sister Si Jinyun not far away. The expression on her younger sister's face upon seeing her was truly remarkable, as if she had encountered a ghost. An hour prior, Si Jinxing had roused from her slumber to find Qi Moli gazing at her with evident concern. It was then she learned that it was Qi Nanling and the seventh prince, Qi Nanxing, who had rescued her in the forest. Indeed, Qi Nanling had affectionately called her a Xing. The two had brought her to the Empress Dowager's palace and summoned the royal physician to tend to her injuries. Qi Nanling had promptly informed Qi Moli of her awakening. Upon seeing her conscious, Qi Moli reproached her fiercely. What were you doing accompanying them to burn incense? Do you not realize they are a den of wolves? You silly child. This is akin to a lamb entering the tiger's den. Despite his incessant scolding, the worry in his eyes did not diminish, and they were slightly reddened. Si Jinxing looked at the man before her and couldn't help but chuckle. Who is the lamb? And who is the wolf? Remains to be seen. Once Qi Moli confirmed her injuries were not severe, he finally strode away with purpose. A group of over 20 individuals besieged the young girl, and this man was indeed living on borrowed time. Si Jinxing collapsed in the forest, afflicted by a chill and fatigue, compounded by the loss of blood from her wounds. After resting for an hour, she felt considerably better, especially within the sanctuary of the Empress Dowager's Wanfu Palace. As Si Jinxing gazed into the mirror at her neatly arranged attire, she couldn't help but reflect on Qi Moli, who, despite being perceived as a reckless figure by outsiders, had thoughtfully prepared a new outfit for her for the Mid-Autumn Festival. With a smile gracing her lips, she made her way toward the main hall of Wanfu Palace. Upon seeing the composed and graceful young lady from the Si family, the Empress Dowager mused inwardly that such a splendid girl had unfortunately fallen into the hands of that calamity, Qi Moli. Years ago, she had formed a close bond with Si Jinxing's maternal grandmother, and not long ago, this girl had even rendered aid to her beloved great-grandson. With a cheerful demeanor, she gently cautioned, given your injuries, it would be wise to abstain from wine at today's banquet. Si Jinxing readily acquiesced, a smile illuminating her face as she replied, this humble daughter shall dutifully heed the Empress Dowager's advice and partake of no liquor. She vividly recalled the incident where the Empress Dowager had dealt 20 slaps to the Zhou family, ostensibly for the sake of their little grandson, which was undeniably satisfying to witness. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager had also bestowed a marriage decree upon her and Qi Moli, making her something of a matchmaker, which certainly garnered Jinxing's fondness for her. Upon hearing her response, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but cover her mouth with her handkerchief, chuckling. No wonder the Emperor remarked to me previously that the young lady from the Sea family is quite intriguing. Indeed, he was right. The two individuals exchanged only a few words when gradually, several young eunuchs arrived to announce, "The Empress has arrived, concubine Luo has arrived, consort Lan has arrived. The Crown Princess is here, and Princess Hung has come." However, the Empress Dowager permitted only the Empress, the Crown Princess, and Princess Hung to enter, while the others were instructed to wait in the side hall or outside the palace. Princess Hung, Chen Luochu, had just completed her confinement and appeared somewhat plumper, a gentle smile adorning her face. Beside her, the wet nurse presented the little heir to Aunt Huiru, who subsequently brought the child for the Empress Dowager to see. The infant was indeed quite chubby, with a round face that made holding him a bit strenuous. The Empress Dowager, who had a fondness for children, had not experienced such joy in the palace for many years. At that moment, she held the child tightly, her face radiating delight. It was only after Aunt Huiru gently persuaded her that she reluctantly loosened her grip, though her gaze lingered longingly on the plump little one. "Your Majesty, we owe much to the 9th princess, otherwise." Chen Luochu, cradling the infant, felt a swell of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Truly unimaginable to think of the Empress Dowager's fear. The Empress and the Crown Princess sighed in agreement. "Our dear Xing is indeed a little lucky star," remarked Qi Nanling, seated beside Jinxing, playfully teasing the infant in Chen Luochu's arms with a cheerful smile. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze and nodded in approval, saying, "Lingo speaks wisely. Xing'o is indeed a fortuitous star. I have heard that you ventured to the Western military camp, tending to many soldiers. Such noble deeds reflect the spirit of your grandmother in her time." As they continued their conversation, another young eunuch arrived to announce, "Princess Chang'an has arrived, and Princess Xianning is here." Princess Chang'an. Jinxing frowned slightly. Her first visit to Qi Moli's Johua Pavilion was marked by this very Princess Chang'an's inspection. Lowering her gaze, she reflected on the fact that the princess had always been closely associated with the Rue Wang, and was not one to be underestimated. A flicker of insight crossed Jinxing's eyes as she noticed the unusual expressions on the faces of the Empress and the Crown Princess upon hearing the name. Princess Chang'an was not born of the Empress Dowager, and thus did not enjoy her favor, which had led her to take her daughter to the side hall to rest. The conversation soon meandered back to Jinxing and Qi Moli's impending marriage, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment until they finally relented. As time pressed on, the Empress Dowager, with the assistance of Aunt Huiru, rose and led several people out of the hall. Jinxing stood conspicuously beside the Dowager. Jinxing was utterly taken aback, dropping her handkerchief without realizing it. Meanwhile, Jinxing, who had been accompanying her mother-in-law, the esteemed concubine Luo, in the side hall, was also visibly shocked, though she quickly masked it with an air of grace and poise. The group then made their way towards the banquet at the Fuhing Palace. Jinxing pulled Qi Nanling and He Xiaowei, as well as Lei Qianin, to one side. "Xing, are you all right?" Lei Qianin whispered, cautious of prying ears. "I'm perfectly fine, see? I'm as lively as ever." Jinxing replied, shaking her head with a hint of a smile. It felt delightful to be cared for. Just as she finished speaking, an unidentifiable voice from behind remarked, "A mere pawn elevated through marriage, shamelessly flaunting herself in the palace. How utterly disgraceful." Jinxing heard it. Qi Nanling heard it, and several others in the vicinity did as well. Qi Nanling halted her steps, casting a cold glance at the individual before her, and remarked, "You are the daughter of Lord Zhao from the Guanglu Temple, are you not? What were you just saying?" At this, the Zhao family's young lady shuddered and fell to her knees, trembling, too frightened to utter a word. Qi Nanling found this display utterly tiresome. She had yet to do anything, yet her counterpart behaved as if she were the one being tyrannized. Suddenly, the Zhao lady let out a sob and pleaded, "Princess, spare my life." Before Qi Nanling could respond, another young lady interjected, "Miss C, this matter arose because of you. Look at how terrified the Zhao lady is. If you possess even a modicum of guilt, you might as well kneel alongside her and plead for mercy from the princess." The other young ladies surrounding her nodded in agreement. Miss Lu spoke wisely. Indeed, Miss C had overstepped her bounds. This predicament stemmed solely from her actions. If it weren't for her, the princess would not be enraged. Chapter 96. Your home by the river. Jinxing turned to see a rather willful young woman. He Xiaowei, standing nearby, whispered, That is Lu Qingxiang's granddaughter, Lu Fangji. She has been gossiping outside the hall. Si Jinxing nodded and, with a cold gaze directed at the young woman, smiled and said, "Thank you." Mississippi Lu Fangji was taken aback, and the crowd was equally puzzled by this sudden expression of gratitude, until Si Jinxing continued, "Upon meeting you, I have come to realize that ugliness can indeed be so vividly defined. For instance, these eyes, these lips." Lu Fangji's face flushed with heat, for although her features were not conventionally beautiful, no one had ever dared to openly criticize her appearance, especially not with such bluntness as to declare her ugly. Infuriated, she extended her hand, speechless. Yet, Si Jinxing showed her no leniency. Her expression darkened as she retorted, "Is not the young lady of the Zhao family merely acting according to your whims? This matter should have been addressed by you, yet you have shifted the blame onto me. Furthermore, what harm is there in my ascending to prominence through marriage? If you possess the capability, seek out a commendable suitor for yourself." The elders walking ahead naturally overheard the commotion. Princess Chang'an, strolling beside the noble concubine Luo, sneered, "The Si family truly lacks refinement. Just listen to the nonsense being spouted." Concubine Luo lifted her chin, maintaining her leisurely pace, casting a sidelong glance at Si Jinxing, and remarked with a smile, "Youthful exuberance. As long as the ninth prince is pleased." The princess of Chang'an could not suppress a roll of her eyes, letting out a derisive snort. What a spirited and carefree second daughter of the Si family. Meanwhile, Lu Fangji's face was flushed with indignation as she shot a glare at the kneeling young lady of the Zhao family, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Qi Namling, witnessing that her friend Xing had suffered no loss, promptly regained her composure and urged the group to continue towards the Hall of Fuha. This Hall of Fuha is the largest among the 3 grand palaces within the imperial complex, primarily designated for the investiture of the empress and crown prince, as well as for banquets of court officials and tributes from foreign states. At this moment, Emperor Chengde sat upon the dragon throne within the hall, directing his gaze towards the first row on the left, addressing Si Junshan, "Minister Si, you are the one who has achieved the foremost merit in the battle at Hanlin. How is your injury now?" Upon hearing this, Si Junshan immediately stood up and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "I am deeply grateful for His Majesty's concern. My wounds have indeed healed considerably." The Emperor of Chengde nodded with a smile, remarking, "Your injuries, it seems, were mitigated by the presence of your wonderful daughter. Is that little girl accompanying you to the palace today? Oh, why has Minister C not yet partaken in wine and already begun to speak nonsense?" The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing his displeasure. "I just heard Wang Moxing mention that girl. Humph, ungrateful wretch. You should not have been saved." A male voice interjected from Si Junshan's left, belonging to Wang Moxing. Si Junshan's expression shifted to one of sternness, and before he could ponder further, a voice from outside the hall announced, "Her Highness the Empress Dowager has arrived, and Her Highness the Empress has arrived." A throng of noble women entered the hall, prompting all male officials to rise in respect. In that moment, Si Junshan spotted her amidst the crowd, his second daughter, who had gone missing in the mountains. He was taken aback, quickly followed by a surge of anger. Despite his own safety, she had not even sent word home, causing him to wait for her so long. And he had even dispatched 2 groups of people to search for her in the woods. As everyone took their seats, the mid-autumn banquet commenced. To the left of the hall sat the princes, lords, and officials of the second rank and above, while the right side was reserved for royal concubines, princesses, and ladies of the second rank and above. Officials and their families ranked beneath the second rank were situated in the adjoining hall. Si Jinxing had been conferred the title of county princess, placing her in a prominent position at the front row. She cast a glance at Qi Emoli across from her, who lounged lazily in an intricately carved chair, lifting his chin slightly towards her shoulder. Si Jinxing pursed her lips, shook her head, and opened her mouth to utter a few silent words. Across from her, Qi Emoli understood the situation, nodding with a smile. The affection in his eyes, however, pierced the heart of Si Jinyun, who sat in the second row. She observed their interaction intently, her hands clenched tightly into fists within her sleeves. Just then, someone gently patted her shoulder and took a seat beside her. The full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival symbolizes a deep longing for reunion and completeness among the Chinese people. In Longyin, it is particularly a day for literati and scholars to showcase their literary talents. Thus, as a dance concluded at the banquet, a suggestion arose for everyone to compose poetry in honor of the moon to enliven the festivities. This royal banquet, which allowed family members to participate, was primarily intended to provide young people with an opportunity to demonstrate their abilities. Today, feel free to express yourselves. I have brought a hairpin, a treasured item from my dowry, to serve as a prize, the Empress declared. Emperor Chonda chuckled. The Empress has outdone herself. This hairpin is indeed the Empress's prized possession. I am eager to see who will emerge victorious and claim this golden adornment. Jinxing felt no need for such an opportunity. As a young woman yet to be wed, she had no desire to showcase herself. Compared to the golden hairpin, her interest lay more with the food before her. Having not eaten since morning and fainting from hunger at noon, she was truly famished now. She picked up her chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. At that moment, someone in the hall recited a poem in praise of the moon, receiving thunderous applause. It was Lu Fangji, the granddaughter of Prime Minister Lu. Miss C, would you care to compose a poem to join in the merriment today? Without lifting her head, Jinxing picked up a piece of braised pork trotter and replied, I have no interest. Lu Fangji, witnessing Jinxing's audacity before the emperor and recalling that her grandfather sat directly opposite, felt emboldened and boldly reproached. The emperor and empress dowager await your presence. How dare you show such disrespect? As her words echoed through the hall, the courtiers murmured in agreement, expressing their disapproval of the second miss of the C family for her lack of propriety. Lu Yongfeng stroked his beard, his eyes glinting with delight. It was indeed satisfying to witness his granddaughter confronting the daughter of Si Jushan. Observing this, Si Jushan remained impassive. The granddaughter of the chancellor was just as adept at manipulating others as her grandfather. He scoffed, straightening his posture. When had his second daughter ever suffered indignities? Jinxing, interrupted repeatedly during her meal, felt her temper rise and retorted, the emperor himself has said nothing, yet you prattle on. What is the matter? Do you reside by the river? Why are you so meddlesome? Or do you believe that the presence of so many here renders your voice paramount? Chapter 97. Toasting the bright moon. Lu Fangji, owing to her grandfather's status, was constantly surrounded by the esteemed ladies and young misses of high society. Lavished with flattery and admiration. Never had she encountered such harsh words. What did it mean to claim that only she had a voice? Was she to be blamed for speaking up? Her cheeks flushed crimson, her anger boiling, yet she found no outlet. Glancing at the exalted figure of Emperor Chonda, she noticed the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Was he stifling laughter? Previously, Chi Moli had informed her that her suggestion to create a crossbow was a significant achievement. Yet the emperor had refrained from bestowing rewards upon her, ostensibly to protect her. Such a remarkable creation, if discovered by those with ill intentions to be her work, would not only leave her isolated within the Dragon's Roar society, but would also incite envy from the kingdoms across the land, leading to inevitable discord. Thus, she was certain that the astute emperor would not easily move against her, especially with the formidable Chi Moli providing protection. Contemplating this, Jinxing confidently directed her attention toward the plate of braised pork knuckles. The flavor was indeed on par with that of the chef from Chi Moli's elegant waterside residence. At that moment, however, she sensed two piercing gazes directed toward her. Pausing with her chopsticks in hand, she discerned that the onlookers were none other than the brothers Chi Nanyin and Chi Nanche. Jinxing subtly raised her gaze. Chi Nanyin wore a benevolent smile of sympathy, while Chi Nanche's expression was shrouded in gloom. It seemed she had offended that irritable fellow quite severely during their recent encounter at the waterside residence. Lu Fangji stood in the center of the hall, caught in a dilemma, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She turned her eyes toward her grandfather, seeking assistance. Just then, a voice echoed through the hall, sharply reprimanding. Impudent! How dare you, wretched girl, display such disrespect in the court? Jinxing did not even raise her head. She needed no confirmation that the one berating her was none other than her own father, General Si Junshan. Upon hearing this, Emperor Chongda's gaze darkened as he looked towards Si Junshan below the dais. This old obstinate man, not only failing to support his own daughter, but also allowing outsiders to bully her. Seeing the emperor's displeasure directed at him, Si Junshan hastily clasped his hands in apology. This old minister has failed in his duties, allowing this rebellious daughter to speak out of turn in the court. I humbly ask for the emperor's forgiveness. Upon receiving the gaze of his beloved granddaughter, Lu Yongfeng was poised to step forward to defend her. However, upon hearing the words of Si Junshan, a mirthful sensation bubbled within him. Having served as a prime minister for many years, he was adept at discerning the intricacies of human nature. Although Si Junshan was a valiant warrior, he remained merely a man of brute strength, his mind singularly focused. How foolish it was of him to undermine his own daughter in such a public setting. Indeed, it seemed that military men were often a band of thoughtless, uncouth brutes. With utmost seriousness, Liu Yangfeng clasped his hands and addressed, "Your Majesty, this humble servant's granddaughter merely invited Princess Amping to compose a poem to enliven the autumn banquet." But to his dismay, she was unjustly subjected to humiliation by the princess, and that in the very heart of the court. "I implore your Majesty to impose strict punishment to rectify this breach of decorum." Emperor Chongda cast a sidelong glance at Si Jinxing, who was engrossed in his meal, and then at the indolent ninth prince, who languidly raised his wine cup. Both appeared remarkably similar, adopting an uninterested demeanor, leaving him to handle this troublesome affair. After a moment of contemplation, before he could utter a word, he noticed the Princess Rue rising to her feet, gracefully curtsying as she spoke. "Father, my sister has been well-versed in poetry since childhood. She simply feared to diminish the honor of the Liu family maiden, but she declined the invitation. I beseech you, father, to show leniency." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It was a well-known fact that the Liu family maiden possessed extraordinary literary talent. How could it be that the Si family maiden held such an inflated sense of superiority? Si Jinxing glanced towards her elder sister, Si Jinyu, and noted her enhanced prowess after just a few days' absence. The way she spoke seemed to advocate for her sister, yet it was, in truth, a means to incite animosity while boasting excessively. As the saying goes, the higher one soars, the harder one falls. She seems intent on witnessing her own downfall. Upon hearing this, Si Junshan furrowed his brow, pondering when his second daughter had become so well-versed in literature. Why did his eldest daughter speak so intentionally? For the first time, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction with his eldest daughter, who had already ascended to the status of a princess. After Si Jinhua finished speaking, a moment later, someone responded, "Since Princess Amping is so exceptionally talented, she must compose a poem for us all to behold." "Indeed. Let us witness just how well-read she truly is." Si Jinxing leisurely sipped her apricot drink and remarked, "If I am indeed well-versed in literature, then it is only fitting that I make my grand entrance last. You may go ahead first." It was uncertain whether Miss Longing enjoyed the spotlight or was merely eager for her opportunity to shine and expose herself. At this moment, the young ladies from various families stepped forward to recite their verses, and Yi Wan'er was no exception. If Lu Fangji's talent was remarkable, then Yi Wan'er was nothing short of extraordinary, brimming with knowledge. Her grandfather was the esteemed grand tutor, and from a young age, she had been nurtured in a way that set her apart from ordinary girls. Countless talented youths from Jianzhou were captivated by Yi Wan'er's literary prowess. As she completed her verses, the audience erupted in applause. Even the Emperor Chanda praised her profusely. Listening to the accolades, Yi Wan'er cast a glance filled with pride toward him, only to find him languidly reclining in his chair, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he gazed at Si Jinxing across from him. Her expression darkened as she turned to Si Jinyun beside her, giving a slight nod. All the young ladies had composed their poems, leaving only Si Jinxing. Surely she would not compose one, having continuously evaded the task. How long could she prolong this charade? To claim she would take the final stage was truly audacious. As Qi Nailing listened to the whispers of the crowd, a hint of concern crept into her voice. "A Xing, if you cannot manage it, then carry my words. I have prepared them for you." Si Jinxing smiled gently, patting her hand in reassurance. "I shall not allow our eighth princess to suffer embarrassment." With that, she rose and declared, "In this case, allow me to enlighten you. A pot of wine amidst the flowers, I drink alone without a companion. I raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and together with my shadow, we become three. The watchman's drum interrupts the passage of men, and the autumn calls of a lone wild goose echo in the borderlands. The dew turns white tonight, and the moon shines brighter in my homeland." Si Jinxing recited verses from Li Bai and Du Fu, thinking it hardly a transgression to borrow the words of masters. Upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the hall until someone broke the stillness with applause, soon followed by a chorus of admiration. Feeling a twinge of insecurity, Si Jinxing sat down, raised a cup of tea to her lips, and excused herself, accompanied by El Zhu, as they exited the Fa Hall. She left behind her verses for the assembly to ponder. Qi Moli was unaware of the solitude that dwelled within her heart. To raise my cup and invite the moon, with my shadow becoming three? Meanwhile, Si Junshan reminisced about the night spent at the border, gazing at the moon, longing for his wife and daughter. Si Jinxing, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, was utterly astonished. How could that girl compose poetry, and to such exquisite effect? Standing in the corridor outside the palace, gazing at the luminous moon, Jinxing was enveloped by a profound sense of homesickness. Suddenly, a male voice called out from behind her, "Second sister, we meet again." Chapter 98. Spirits and Phantoms. She impatiently inquired, "Your Highness, is there something you need?" Qi Nanyan found it challenging to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Ever since he had been expelled from the Lihua courtyard by the woman before him, he felt as though she had truly changed, that her affections had shifted. Upon witnessing her in distress, he was consumed with a desire to silence the meddlesome Si Jinhua. Fortunately, with her remarkable eloquence, she managed to turn the tide. As she exited the hall, he followed closely, yearning to ask her if she still remembered the bond they shared 2 years ago. Yet, he hesitated, feeling an unprecedented lack of confidence. Jinxing, noticing his silent gaze upon her, became agitated and declared, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Qi Nanyan's heart raced, and he instinctively reached for her hand, imploring, "Do not go." However, as she caught the scent of his proximity, she recoiled in distaste, concealing her hand behind her back and swiftly stepping away to create distance between them, coldly stating, "I must remind you of your status. I am to become your 9th imperial aunt in the future. I bid you farewell." In that moment, the sweet soup from the tray spilled across her front. The young palace maid, witnessing the mishap, fell to her knees in terror, pleading, "Your Highness, please spare me." Jinxing, aware that Qi Nanyan's gaze remained fixed upon her, longed to distance herself further. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Get up, just take me to a side chamber to clean myself." The young maid immediately led the way toward the rear of the foot hall. As Jinxing walked, her mind was preoccupied with Qi Nanyan's repugnant actions. Oblivious to the path she was taking, a few individuals entered a secluded chamber where a young palace maid, wearing an expression of regret, spoke, "Your Highness, in the adjacent chamber there are garments designated for young ladies. Perhaps you could send your personal attendant to fetch a set." Jinxing nodded in acknowledgement. Green Bamboo knew her measurements and thought little of it, thus she dispatched her. The young palace maid then opened the door to the hall, saying, "Your Highness, please wait here for a moment." The damp spot. Jinxing lowered her gaze and indeed noticed the awkwardly wet area from the sweet soup, prompting her to step inside. However, as soon as she entered, she sensed a flicker of movement beneath the window, followed by an enchanting fragrance wafting in, distinct from the incense pervading the hall. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she swiftly slipped into the elegant gathering of the apricot grove. She was determined to uncover the nature of this peculiar situation. In an instant, Jinxing traversed through the wall from the opposite side of the room. Under the bright moonlight, the young palace maid outside was beckoning to someone in the distance, from which emerged a robust young eunuch. Yet, lurking